Long Live Summons Chapter 106 to Chapter 144. According to Yu Yang's imagination, the best chance to break through would naturally be for the Heavenly Sword Goddess to push him down. Of course, the possibility of him being pushed down was not high. Yu Yang's idea was that rather than waiting for her to push him down, he might as well take the initiative and push her down forcefully. As for the difficulty of pushing her down, it wasn't that high. It was probably only a little lower than Yu Yang killing the demon King Xianxia in an instant. How much was a little? It wasn't a lot. Yu Yang's little was 99,999 times. It wasn't even 100,000 times. The Heavenly Sword Goddess had a personality. Although Yu Yang really wanted to rush over and hug her thighs, taking advantage of her and shouting "Wifey, here I come" at the same time, she didn't give him the chance. With a point of her jade-like finger, thousands of colorful lights instantly condensed into a person. A man. If the man that the Heavenly Sword Goddess condensed was any other man in the world, Yu Yang would also go crazy with jealousy. However, it was this man that made him lose his temper. Because the man that she condensed was himself. The Heavenly Sword Goddess disappeared, and the Yu Yang condensed from energy flew over at an extremely fast speed. The first move he made was an innate invisible sword chi. I hate myself the most. Yu Yang was having a terrible headache right now. He was going crazy. This was because the energy clone that the Heavenly Sword Goddess created had the same strength as him. He also knew the innate invisible sword chi, the mysterious three styles, the nature's heart and the massacring heart. In short, whatever Yu Yang knew, he knew it too. The only difference was that this clone didn't have any thoughts. It only had the instinct to completely defeat Yu Yang. Now, Yu Yang understood why the Heavenly Sword Goddess trained him. She hoped that he could break through the third level of the innate invisible sword chi. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat the clone that had the same strength as him. Wifey, I know you are doing this for my own good, but please give me a heads up next time. This way, my little heart won't explode from fright. Yu Yang dodged in a sorry state. Under the attack of the energy doppelganger, it was almost impossible for him to counterattack. Yu Yang quickly discovered that the clone's usage of the innate invisible sword chi and the three mysterious styles were superior to his own. Only now did Yu Yang realize how strong he really was. Only when he was attacked by an energy clone of the same strength as him did Yu Yang realize that his own ability was really too abnormal. A battle between two spiritual entities was meaningless. It was completely meaningless. Whether Yu Yang injured the doppelganger or the doppelganger hit Yu Yang, both bodies would suffer the same damage. The doppelganger's energy was connected to Yu Yang's energy. If he used up his energy, Yu Yang would also feel tired. If he beat up the doppelganger, Yu Yang would also feel a great loss of energy. In this space of consciousness, there was no real body. A battle between two spiritual entities that were connected to each other's energy was completely meaningless. The Heavenly Sword Goddess didn't want to create a doppelganger to beat up Yu Yang, but to force him to break through. Yu Yang could break through, but the doppelganger was only a temporary condensation of energy. It didn't have any thoughts, so it would never break through. As long as Yu Yang broke through to the third level, he would be able to easily defeat the doppelganger. Oh my God, I can't live like this anymore. Yu Yang's heart was filled with hatred. When he became stronger in the future, he would catch the Heavenly Sword Goddess and fiercely spank her little butt. This training plan of hers was too vicious. If the Heavenly Sword Goddess could condense a beauty that looked exactly like her, then Yu Yang's mood would be much better. Just as he was fantasizing in his heart, he was careless and was caught by the doppelganger that was always focused on attacking. He pounced over, punching, kicking, kneeing and headbutting. Although Yu Yang was only a spiritual entity in his dream and wouldn't be injured like in reality, he couldn't help but cry out when he saw the doppelganger's head flying towards him. That handsome face was only 2 centimeters away from him, because he had never seen his own face at such a distance before. Sanner, what's wrong? Hearing the beautiful woman's gentle voice, Yu Yang immediately withdrew from his dream. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that the beautiful woman was sitting on the side of the bed, looking at him. The beautiful woman asked with concern, Sanner, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Yu Yang hurriedly shook his head. Could it be that he had to tell the beautiful woman that he had been scared awake by himself? Ah, that's not right. He had been awoken by his handsomeness. The little girl mischievously stretched out her small white hands, wanting to pinch Yu Yang's nose. The beautiful woman hurriedly pulled her hands away, but she climbed up and squeezed herself into Yu Yang's blanket, wrapping herself around him like an octopus. She said innocently, Sanji, I also had a dream just now. There was a big sour plum tree, and it was full of delicious sour plums. Guh, help me pluck the sour plums from the tree. Leave the sour plums in your dream. Let them ripen a little before plucking them. Remember to water them more. Yu Yang's coaxing made the beautiful woman laugh. However, with the little girl's antics, Yu Yang thought of a way to deal with the doppelganger. It was just a dream anyway, and he wouldn't really die. What was there to be afraid of? He might as well ignore the doppelganger. When Yu Yang, who had made up his mind, went back to sleep and entered his dream again, he realized that the doppelganger that was condensed from energy had disappeared. He laughed happily. So the doppelganger could disappear. Then he would wait for the heavenly sword goddess to duplicate another doppelganger, and he would leave the dream. As long as he didn't hit her, she wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Ha ha ha, shameless people are undefeatable. Yu Yang laughed happily. However, 3 seconds later, his complacent laughter turned into a gulping sound. This was because from the void, a flawless white jade arm stretched out. With a point, thousands of rainbow-colored lights instantly condensed and formed a person. This time, it wasn't Yu Yang's doppelganger, but a big lowly beauty that looked 60 to 70% similar to the heavenly sword goddess. She was wearing a skin-tight warrior's attire, and her chest was bulging. A young girl's childishness and purity made Yu Yang's wolfish heart arouse as he fiercely swallowed his saliva. Looking at her petite and exquisite figure, she was pink and cute, especially her slender waist and slender legs. It made one's imagination run wild. Little girl, Uncle Guaishu is here. Yu Yang pounced forward, shamelessly using Wei Xiaobao's ultimate skill, grasping Wave Dragon Claw. Boom! The cute big loli sent him flying with a kick. It turned out that she was the same as the previous doppelganger of Yu Yang. She had the same strength as Yu Yang, but the heavenly sword goddess had changed her appearance. From Yu Yang's wolfish appearance, she had changed into a big loli that looked similar to her. Yu Yang didn't want to fight at first, but with such a cute big loli in front of him, how could he face himself if he didn't tease her? As for the thought of leaving the dream, he had long thrown it out of his mind. In front of a loli, everything else in the world was just fleeting clouds. Pain and happiness. This is life. Yu Yang was almost knocked down by the big loli, but he still succeeded in attacking her breasts. He was so moved by the wonderful feeling of touching her breasts that tears streamed down his face. If the heavenly sword goddess was secretly watching, she would probably be speechless at Yu Yang's performance. 3 days later, Yu Yang, who had been beaten up miserably by the big loli, finally broke through the 3rd layer of his innate invisible sword chi. However, he still couldn't take revenge. He couldn't push down the big loli. Because the big loli leveled up at the same time as him, her strength was still exactly the same. She beat up Yu Yang, who only cared about touching her breasts and buttocks, to the point that he couldn't even find his bearings. After being beaten up by the big loli many times, other than breaking through to the next realm, Yu Yang also learned how to use her innate sword chi and the mysterious 3 styles. The big loli's technique of using the innate invisible sword chi was extremely precise. Some of the angles and control techniques made Yu Yang blush with shame. From the big loli, Yu Yang learned a lot, and also comprehended many mysteries of mental cultivation that he had never thought of before. Because of his rapid improvement, Yu Yang could only release 3 innate sword chi with all his might. However, after training in the dream, he could now release 6 innate sword chi. Yu Yang reckoned that the first level would increase by 1 innate sword chi, the second level would increase by 2 innate sword chi, and the third level would increase by 3 innate sword chi. Of course, this was all his blind guess. Yu Yang still couldn't figure out what was really going on. Although he could only release 6 innate sword chi, Yu Yang was still quite satisfied. Breaking through to the next realm, increasing his innate sword chi, and having a cute big loli to train with him every day. If he still felt that this kind of beautiful life wasn't enough, he would probably be cursed by the heavens. Brother, you seem to be in a good mood? When Yu Bing saw that Yu Yang always had a wolfish smile on his face, she thought that he was thinking about torturing his opponents in the New Year's tournament. Who would have thought that his mind was actually immersed in the strange game he was playing with the big loli in his dream? He was having so much fun that he forgot about his duties. Of course, we must work hard and defeat all of our enemies. We must take back the dignity of the fourth branch, and take back our happiness. Yu Yang waved his hands like the war maniac Hitler, encouraging Yu Bing, raising the little girl's morale and fighting spirit to the skies. Yu Bing looked at her brother in admiration, and nodded her head resolutely. Yes, I definitely won't let brother down. Towards the studious Yu Bing, if Yu Yang had any new understandings on his summoned beasts, or if City Mistress Fallen Flowers had told him about the beast's strengths and weaknesses, battle strategies, and training techniques, he would try his best to pass them on to Yu Bing according to her receptivity and needs. Yu Bing was also very hardworking, improving abnormally fast. She was becoming more and more proficient in controlling the 100-year-old Treant defender, almost to the point where she could do it as she pleased. If it was said that Shen Tu Hao, who had many powerful beasts, was weaker than Yu Bing in terms of battle strength, then right now, Yu Bing had already far surpassed him. Yu Yang reckoned that among the younger generation that he knew, other than Yan Pejun, Feng Qisha, Xue Tan Lang, the three great killing stars and that abnormal royal swordswoman, it would probably be Yu Bing's turn to catch up. Yu Yang hadn't seen Yu Tian and Yu Yan yet, so he couldn't estimate their strength. However, he felt that even if they were to fight against the current Yu Bing, they wouldn't be able to win. Bronze-ranked level 500-year-old Treant defender, he believed that the entire Yu clan's eyes would pop out. Yu Yan didn't participate in the New Year's reunion dinner. The substitute clan master, Yu Shan, pretended to send someone to inquire, but Yu Yang rejected with the reason that he wasn't feeling well. When the servant saw that this brat was so strong that he could even kill a few tigers, yet he came up with such an excuse that even an idiot wouldn't believe, he couldn't help but blush on his behalf. He thought to himself that if he didn't know how to lie, he shouldn't have said it. This kind of excuse was really too lousy. However, Yu Shan seemed to have taken it seriously. He even sent someone to bring medicine to nourish his body, acting like a generous elder who cared about his nephew. The Yu clan's New Year's tournament would be held on the second day of the Lunar New Year. Yu Yang couldn't wait any longer. He rubbed his palms together, preparing to bring Yu Bing out to fight and beat people up on stage. However, when the deer-riding fifth elder came over and said something, Yu Yang started sweating profusely again. It turned out that this New Year's tournament wasn't just a simple fight between the clans. The other three clans of the four great clans would also send their representatives to watch the battle. They might not necessarily go up on stage, but they would definitely come to scout for information. Because the other three clans didn't have many people, this clan tournament couldn't be held even if they wanted to. However, those people all wanted to watch the Yu clan's fun. If it was only the four great clans that sent their representatives, then it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the Dixia Empire's royal family didn't want to be left behind. They would also send their princes and princesses to watch the battle. This year, it was said that the Dixia Empire's emperor, Jun Wuyu, was so bored that his balls hurt, that he was also preparing to join in the fun. This news made Yu Yang a little vigilant. Could it be that Jun Wuyu, that old fellow, had discovered him? Did he suspect that he was the newly promoted innate ranker? If it wasn't for the fact that Jun Wuyu would come to the Yu clan every 3 to 4 years to join in on the fun, Yu Yang would have thought of boycotting the tournament. Sanner, I hope that you can work hard and help the third and fourth branch regain their dignity. However, you brat, don't go crazy. You can beat people up, but you can't kill people recklessly. Don't cause any funerals during the new year, otherwise. I won't say any more. You're a smart child, you know what to do. Fifth elder won't say any more. Go prepare yourself and come to the plaza later. If there's anything you need, you can ask the servants to do it. I'll bring Xian and little Shuanger out first. Little baby, let your fifth elder hug you. Aya, don't pull my beard. If you pull my beard again, it'll be gone. The deer-riding fifth elder seemed to dote on this child. Even when the naughty little girl pulled his beard, he was still smiling. Prepare? Yu Yang actually wanted to prepare a few bottles of aphrodisiac and pour some into Yu Tian and Yu Yan's mouths when he beat them up. Then, he would watch them inhumanely. Brother, I'm a little nervous. Yu Bing was a little nervous. She kept wringing her hands. In the end, she couldn't help but throw herself into Yu Yang's embrace, hoping to seek her brother's comfort. "Ah. It's okay, don't be nervous. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not a weird uncle." "No, I'm saying that they're not afraid of anything." When Yu Bing, the big lowly, threw herself into his embrace, Yu Yang immediately raised his hands up high. He comforted her a little carelessly as he muttered to himself, "I'm not a siscon, I'm not a siscon, I'm not a siscon." The more he muttered, the more flustered he became. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Thank you, brother. I feel much better now." "Eh? Brother, why are you sweating?" Yu Bing had a pure heart. She never thought that her hug would have such a powerful effect. "The weather is too hot." When Yu Yang secretly wiped his sweat, the north wind was blowing outside the window. The ground was covered with white snow. In the Yu clan castle, the clan's New Year's tournament had officially begun. When it was Yu Yang's turn to appear, the Yu clan had already prepared a grand opening ceremony. The Emperor Jun Wuyu and the clan master Elder Yu Hai also gave a short speech. The representatives of the various clans also symbolically congratulated him. For a brute like Yu Yang, not to mention outsiders, even the fifth elder and the beautiful woman were afraid that he would cause trouble during the opening ceremony. Hence, they specially left him and Yu Bing to wait in the lounge. Yu Yang slept out of boredom and teased the big lowly in his dreams. When Yu Yang woke up, the first round of the preliminary round had already been fought. Yu Bing also appeared, but she didn't summon her 100-year-old Treant defender. Instead, she used the shameless tactic that Yu Yang had taught her before. She rushed over when her opponent was summoning his beast and kicked him in the face. This ambush tactic, other than interrupting the summoning, would also cause the opponent's spirit to suffer from the beast's attack. Warriors with weaker abilities would immediately faint. This tactic was useless against experts with extremely fast summoning speed. Greedy ambushes were actually very dangerous. However, against newbies, this tactic was definitely effective. Hence, Yu Bing won easily. The crowd didn't scold her, but instead scolded Yu Yang for being a shameless fellow. This was because Yu Bing had never used this kind of ambush tactic in the past few years. The reason why she used it this year was definitely because her brother, who was known as the Abnormal Trash, had taught her. Yu Yang, whose new nickname was the Abnormal Trash, had caused the outsider who drew lots to fight him to forfeit because of his crazy actions a few days ago. Who would want to fight against a demon-like abnormal person? That wasn't sparring, it was courting death. The fifth elder heard from the servants that Yu Yang was still heartlessly sleeping, so he didn't send anyone to wake him up. Yu Shan and the others also agreed to let Yu Yang advance to the secondary battle. As for the secondary duel, this time's lot drawing was somewhat coincidental. The fifth grandpa, who drew lots on behalf of Xiaochen, immediately drew little 9, Yu Feng. What would be the outcome of the battle between the super genius and the abnormal loser? Everyone was looking forward to it. Although little 9th Yu Feng was only 7 years old after the new year, his success rate in contracting beasts was astonishing. In less than half a year, it was said that he had contracted 8 strong beasts. Right now, he was one of the 4 great sects, the Southern Mountains Floating Mist sect, who was focusing on nurturing him. Yu Feng was definitely a true young master Tian, while Yu Yang, or more accurately, the pitiful guy that Yu Yang replaced before he transmigrated, was a true trash. If it wasn't for Yu Yang crossing over and replacing the pitiful guy wouldn't be able to defeat Yu Feng even if he trained for another 10 years. When Yu Yang walked out, he discovered that the Yu clan castle's public square was extremely big. It was probably even bigger than a football field. It was densely packed with the Yu clan's clansmen. On the east side, there were some people dressed differently from the Yu clan's clansmen. They seemed to be the Feng clan, Shui clan and Yan clan's clansmen. On the highest seat in the north, other than Elder Yu Hai, Yu Shan, Yu Ling and other rankers, the most eye-catching person was a middle-aged man with delicate features, clear eyes and an elegant demeanor, as if he was a weak scholar. This person was wearing a snow-white warrior's attire and a beautiful jade headband. Although he had a smile on his face, every movement he made had a faint imposing manner. Yu Yang guessed that this person was the Dixia Empire's emperor, Jun Wuyu. On the surface, he looked like a 40-years-old noble swordsman. In reality, Jun Wuyu was already 180 years old this year. He was a famous ranker in the Dixia Empire, a level 7 intermediate overlord. Sitting on his right was Elder Yu Hai. Elder Yu Hai was only a few years older than Jun Wuyu. However, he had been fighting for many years and his body was overused. He was now extremely old, his hair had turned white, and he looked old. Standing behind Jun Wuyu was a giant general whose entire body, including his face, was covered in golden armor. His body was like an ox, and his aura was like a tiger. This person was the commander of the royal army, Feng Quan, who had the title of 10,000 withered bones. Sitting on Jun Wuyu's left were the representatives of the Feng and Shui clan. Both of them were about the same age as Yu Shan. They were probably the Feng and Shui clans' clan masters. Yu Yang was a guy from another world, so he didn't know who they were. Sitting on the other side were Yu Shan and a fierce-looking man dressed in red. This fierce-looking man looked similar to Yan Pejun, but he was more mature and more powerful. Yu Yang guessed that this guy was Yan Pejun's father. A few rows in front were the direct descendants of the three clans. Yu Yang realized that the ice cube guy, Shui Tanlang, had also come, and was staring at him coldly. Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha did not come. What made Yu Yang feel relieved was that the royal swordswoman did not come. Currently, Yu Yang's biggest headache was the royal swordswoman. Luckily, his counterfeit, inherent skill had leveled up. He didn't know if his leveled, counterfeit, inherent skill would be able to hide from the royal swordswoman. Yu Yang couldn't be sure either. He hoped that he could hide it from her. If he could hide it from her, then he would be able to tease her and make her go crazy. Good, good. Xiaojiu is the best. The moment Yu Feng appeared in the arena, he, who looked like a little Shota, immediately caused a stir in the audience. Especially the women who were overflowing with motherly love, almost everyone cheered for him. He politely bowed towards Yu Yang who was slowly walking up the arena. However, although his words were respectful, he couldn't help but be a little arrogant. Brother Xiao San, please give me some pointers. Master and father asked Xiaojiu to thank Brother Xiao San for giving me the spirit pill. Although he didn't say that he ate the spirit beast awakening knowledge pill better, you are publicly recognized as trash. No matter how much you eat, it would still be a waste. Yu Feng stretched out his hand and summoned his grimoire. The audience cheered. His grimoire was actually silver-ranked. This really made Yu Yang a little stunned. However, he immediately smiled. No matter how much of a genius Yu Feng was, it was impossible for him to raise his bronze grimoire to a silver grimoire with his own strength. Yu Bing, who had been in the academy for 4 years, only had a high-level bronze grimoire. On the other hand, he had just contracted a silver grimoire not long ago. How was this possible? The only reasonable explanation was that the Southern Mountains Floating Mist sect had found people to challenge Yu Feng every day, and then let Yu Feng use his summoned beasts to defeat them, thus increasing his battle points. This kind of short-sighted method did not have any effect on cultivation. However, the Southern Mountains Floating Mist sect and the second branch were anxious to promote Yu Feng, this genius child, to the world. In order to let Yu Feng shine in the clan's New Year's tournament, they sent people to help Yu Feng earn battle points and increase his grimoire's level and level. This kind of thing was unavoidable. Every big clan did this kind of thing a lot. In the beginning, the big clans would look for warriors who were willing to fail, and help their juniors gain battle points. When they had a certain level of strength, they would then let them come out to train. Having a silver grimoire from the beginning would give them a huge advantage in the beginning. The only downside was that the battle points gained were not real. When the grimoire leveled up, the ancient code's reward would usually be weaker, or even nothing at all. Of course, Yu Yang was the only one in the world who would receive 100% ancient code's reward when his grimoire leveled up. All the grimoire contractors might not get anything when they leveled up their grimoire. Most of them would get a blank page, or a beast that was almost useless. The god's blessing that people desired the most was to level up their beasts. As for the reward that the contractors desired the most, it was to level up their beasts. For example, leveling up from a normal ranked to a bronze-ranked beast. For Yu Yang, the ancient code's guardian beast would be bestowed a skill when he leveled up. If other people got it, they would probably be so happy that they would cry for 3 days and 3 nights without being able to hold back their tears. Wow, look, ninth young master's grimoire is already a silver grimoire. Genius, he really is a genius that only appears once in 100 years. Ninth young master, you can do it. The spectators in the arena applauded loudly. Other than cheering for Yu Feng, they were also cursing at him. They often said things like kill that trash, if that trash doesn't die, I won't be able to vent my anger, and so on. A few days ago, Yu Yang had killed many Yu clan's guards and collateral disciples. The people who were cursing at him were probably the family members or friends of those people. When Yu Yang went up to the arena, he couldn't even bring Hui Tai Lang along. The reason was that uncontracted beasts couldn't be brought to the arena. Fortunately, this rule had been in place for hundreds of years, otherwise Yu Bing would have gone crazy again. The Yu clan's ancestors were afraid that uncontracted beasts would go out of control easily. When brothers fought, they might accidentally kill their relatives, so they forbade it. Towards this point, Yu Yang only smiled, feeling that it didn't matter. Since he wanted to oppress others, he would do it himself. Why would he need Hui Tai Lang? Yu Yang kicked Hui Tai Lang, who wanted to follow him into the arena, off the arena. He then took out his crescent blade and yawned at Yu Feng, who was full of confidence. Xiaojiu, you also know that brother Xiao-san is trash. I hope that you will be lenient. It's fine if you bully me, but at least give me a way out, right? Countless people glared at him with hatred, wishing that they could shoot out rays of light from their eyes like the evil eye and instantly kill this shameless fellow. On the surface, Yu Feng said that he didn't dare, but he was very calm in his heart. Because of his protective shield, he wasn't afraid of the crescent blade in Yu Yang's hand at all. He pressed his small hand on the silver grimoire and concentrated on summoning for a long time. He summoned a bronze-ranked level 3 golden striped war tiger puppet beast. Although he was a genius child, his training time was still too short. To Yu Feng, summoning a bronze-ranked level 3 golden striped war tiger was already the limit of his limits. Yu Feng's entire body seemed to have been sucked dry. His whole body was drenched in sweat as he held on to the floating silver grimoire and gasped for breath. The excessive summoning had made him exhausted. Below the arena, thunderous applause resounded. Being able to summon a bronze-ranked level 3 golden striped war tiger puppet beast at the age of 7 was really an amazing feat, not to mention the ordinary people. Even Jun Wuyu and the representatives of the various clans were clapping their hands in admiration. Yu Feng's father, the second branch's Yu Ling, had a face full of pride. He was just short of pasting a note on his forehead that said, I am the father of a super genius. The surrounding people also stood up one after another to congratulate him, flattering him endlessly. As for the 3 representatives of the Southern Mountains Floating Mist sect, other than the level 6, elder in the middle who was resting with his eyes closed, maintaining a calm and unperturbed appearance, the other 2 level 5, grandmaster, middle-aged men were all smiles as they cupped their hands towards the surrounding people. Towards the praises from the few people who congratulated them, the 2 of them pretended to be modest and said, Xiaojiu is indeed very hard-working, but his training time is still too short, so he can only contract bronze-ranked beasts for now. He still needs to work hard in the future. Our plan is to contract silver-ranked beasts next year. After another 5 years, he will contract gold-ranked beasts. Our Southern Mountains Floating Mist sect will definitely spare no effort in nurturing Xiaojiu. Listen, there are even silver-ranked and gold-ranked beasts waiting for 9th young master to contract. As expected of the Floating Mist sect, one of the 4 great sects. Beat that trash to death. Battle tiger, go, bite that trash to death. Without that 2-headed demon wolf, I think that trash is dead for sure. Bite him, bite his intestines out. Hearing this, Yu Bing's mood became extremely gloomy and her anger flared up. She felt that the clan was really too biased. Giving her brother 5 level 1 puppet mice, and giving Xiaojiu a bronze-ranked level 3 golden striped battle tiger. This was really too much. She definitely did not believe that this was because her father had drawn a bad beast. It was definitely because of the first and second branch. Actually, with so many puppet beasts in the clan, it wouldn't be so infuriating if they randomly gave a level 2 Iron Bull puppet. However, they actually gave her brother level 1 puppet mice, and 5 of them at once. She had seen bullies before, but she had never seen bullies like this. If it wasn't for her brother, this group of despicable people would definitely still be laughing in their hearts. towards the bronze-ranked level 3 golden-striped battle tiger that pounced towards him. Yu Yang's face pretended to be extremely afraid. He raised his crescent blade high up. As fast as lightning, a ray of light streaked across the sky. While the afterimage of the light was still lingering in people's eyes, the bronze-ranked level 3 golden-striped battle tiger was suddenly slashed 10 meters away by Yu Yang. It fell heavily on the stage, sparks flying out from its mouth and crackling electricity. At first, it could still struggle to get up, but it walked unsteadily like a drunkard. Bronze-ranked level 3 golden-striped battle beast, so powerful, it scared me to death. Yu Yang shouted exaggeratedly, kicking the swaying battle tiger puppet to the ground. The golden-striped battle tiger's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. It fell head first onto the ground, and a muffled explosion sound came from its head. The red light in the crystal's eyes gradually weakened, and finally, it was completely extinguished. Everyone was dumbfounded, completely unable to believe it. A bronze-ranked level 3 golden-striped battle beast was finished just like that. Yu Yang held his crescent blade and walked towards Yu Feng step by step. He came in front of Yu Feng, whose face was full of fear after losing his protective shield, and revealed a harmless smile. Xiaojiu, for trash like brother Xiao San, it's fine if you bully me casually, but if you bully me too much, I'll cry. When he said this, Yu Feng immediately pouted and tears rolled down his face. Everyone stared angrily at Yu Yang, wishing that they could immediately jump onto the stage and kill this abominable trash. Yu Feng's father, Yu Ling, clenched his fists tightly. The anger in his eyes was practically burning Yu Yang, who was on the stage, into ashes. Yu Bing, on the other hand, was extremely excited as she watched. She would never forget that at this time last year, the disciples of the first and second branch had teamed up to bully her brother. Those incidents were still vivid in her mind. Didn't Yu Feng also throw firecrackers at her brother? If she didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't know his place and wouldn't know how to respect others. So what if he found someone to grind for a silver grimoire? True strength could never rely on external forces. Only by training hard, that was the true way to climb to the peak of the rankers. Woo-woo, this is impossible. My beast is a bronze-ranked level 3 golden-striped war tiger. How could you defeat it without using your beast? Combat skills are all rubbish. It's impossible for combat skills to defeat my golden-striped war tiger. Yu Feng was like a spoiled child who had been wronged as he cried and questioned Yu Yang. It's a bit like, earth-splitting slash, but it's not, it's just sword intent. Brother Hai, your Xiao San's combat skills are really not bad, he has some of his father's charm. Jun Wuyu beamed with joy as he watched. He, the emperor of the Dixia kingdom, was the only emperor in the world who revered combat techniques. In the entire soaring dragon continent, many people scolded him as an idiot emperor. If he wasn't a level 7 overlord, with terrifying strength, the various city lords would have long rebelled. This brat has been enduring patiently for so many years, I've also misjudged him. Elder Yu Hai nodded silently. The experts from the 4 great clans looked at Yu Yang's combat skills with a serious expression on their faces. They definitely didn't wish for a second Yu Qiu to appear. The most useless Yu clan third young master in the entire soaring dragon continent had turned things around today. It seemed that he had been training his father Yu Qiu's combat skills all along, and he was quite proficient in it. Shui Tanlang frowned as he watched. He wasn't surprised at all that Yu Yang had such strength. This was because during the counterattack against the demon abyss, after this trash third young master fought against the demon general, he was still able to bring his group of trash companions back safe and sound. However, he felt that Yu Yang was definitely not as simple as just possessing a combat skill. It would be very difficult for a ranker who only possessed a combat skill to kill a demon general. There were many demon generals that could only be killed by beasts. For example, the Death Cloud Beast demon generals didn't even have a physical body. No matter how good their combat skills were, it was useless. This useless third young master definitely had a beast, he just didn't show it. Shui Tanlang was very excited as he watched. He was also looking forward to it. This guy, how much strength did he actually have hidden? He had to see it clearly before he could fight with him. Yu Yang didn't care what others thought of him. He came up to the stage to bully people, to help the pitiful guy and the beautiful woman regain their dignity. He was the bad guy, so he didn't stand on ceremony with Yu Feng anymore. He smiled and said, Xiaojiu, your mother is asking you to go home for dinner." With one kick, he sent Yu Feng, the genius in everyone's eyes, flying away. Yu Yang's arrogant actions completely angered the two beast instructors from the floating mist sect. They flew out. One catching Yu Feng, who was sent flying in the air, while the other fiercely pounced onto the stage, angrily scolding Yu Yang, "Useless third young master, how dare you? Yu Feng is our southern mountain floating mist sect's main target of nurturing, how dare you attack him so viciously?" This master didn't say anything and immediately summoned his beast in the air. The beast merged with his body and turned into a werewolf with sharp claws. The claws tore the heavens and split the earth, covering the entire sky. In the end, like a heavenly wolf descending to earth, it directly pounced on Yu Yang's head. Heaven and earth collapse. Yu Yang first threw his crescent blade towards his opponent in a spiral. When the werewolf grandmaster slapped the crescent blade away, Yu Yang took out the Huijin magic blade from his waist. Condensing his innate qi at an extremely fast speed, a dark golden sun appeared in his hand and exploded it on the werewolf grandmaster's chest. The werewolf grandmaster's sharp claws were dangerously close to touching Yu Yang's head. However, he would never have the chance to advance even an inch further. He let out an earth-shattering howl of pain. Blood spurted out from his mouth as he was thrown backwards. After all, he was a level 5 Grandmaster, ranker. The moment the werewolf Grandmaster fell to the ground, he immediately jumped up, preparing to temporarily avoid Yu Yang's attack and wait for his companion's support. However, he was too naive. In the sky, a foot stomped heavily on his spine, forcing his entire body back onto the stone surface of the arena. Yu Yang arrogantly stepped on the werewolf Grandmaster's head and looked down. His gaze was like that of a death god. "Southern Mountains floating mist sect? You scared me to death. You clearly know that I'm trash and I'm especially timid. If you scare me like this, won't I be scared to death by you? Yu Bing, look, a level 5 Grandmaster, oh my god, a level 5 Grandmaster, a level 5 Grandmaster, you actually dared to ambush me, a trash, in front of everyone's eyes. Do you want to kill me? Sanner, don't kill him." Fifth Elder hurriedly shouted when he saw Yu Yang raise his Huijin magic blade high up. "I'm sorry, Fifth Elder. I was slapped by second uncle when I was young. Ever since then, my ears have not been working well. I can't hear what you're saying." Yu Yang used his feet to step on the werewolf Grandmaster's head, inch by inch, until his entire head was pressed against the stone floor of the arena. The other Grandmaster saw this and shivered in fear. He hurriedly carried Yu Feng and left, in case he was also unlucky. Although that old man with the strength of a level 6 elder was the one who was authorized to teach Yu Feng in the floating mist sect, his actions were out of Yu Yang's expectations when he saw his disciple getting beaten up. His expression didn't change at all as he sat still, maintaining a calm and unperturbed appearance. As for the humiliation of the werewolf Grandmaster being stepped on by Yu Yang, he turned a blind eye to it. Yu Ling hurriedly stood up with a nervous expression on his face. However, seeing that his son Yu Feng had only fainted and was not in any life-threatening danger, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at his father, then looked at the Dixia Emperor, Jun Wuyu. Seeing that they had no intention of stopping Yu Yang, he hurriedly sat down and did not help the werewolf Grandmaster. The werewolf Grandmaster was out of luck, isolated and helpless. Both of his claws sunk deeply into the stone floor. He wanted to borrow the momentum to erupt with strength and use his strength to shake off Yu Yang's heavy foot that was above his head. Right now, he no longer hoped to defeat this abnormal trash. He only wished to get rid of this humiliation. Under the watchful eyes of Jun Wuyu and the representatives of the 4 great clans, as the great instructor of one of the 4 great sects, his head had been stepped on by a junior, and he was unable to move. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. If it was possible, he wanted to kill this brat immediately. However, he could not even struggle free now, with his head being stepped on. The werewolf Grandmaster's claws dug deeply into the stone floor. He angrily supported his body, his spine strong and his bones cracking. However, he could not struggle free at all. Yu Yang's leg was as heavy as a mountain pressing down on him. When the ordinary warriors saw this, they could not help but be overwhelmed with shock. They thought that this trash was really abnormal. No wonder he could kill his way up to the Yu clan castle while holding a blade. As for the stronger rankers, they were thinking about Yu Yang's second/heaven and earth collapse. Although it wasn't like Yu Qiu's sword and blade battle technique, it was filled with blade intent. Could it be that this brat had improved his father's battle technique? Or was it because he hadn't learned his father's level of attainment, so his moves were a little different? No one could understand what was going on, and they all hoped to have a chance to see it clearly. Therefore, no one stepped forward to stop Yu Yang's arrogant provocation. Seeing the werewolf grandmaster struggling with all his might, Yu Yang let out a cold laugh and relaxed his foot. The werewolf grandmaster was delighted after feeling the weight on his head lighten. Could it be that this brat was tired? It was time for him to strike back. The werewolf grandmaster had just raised his head a little when he felt another huge force coming at him. With a bang, his head was once again trampled back down by Yu Yang. Only now did the werewolf grandmaster understand that this brat was purposely teasing him in front of everyone, making him suffer even more humiliation. He was a dignified level 5 grandmaster. Could it be that he had to beg for mercy in front of everyone? Thinking of this, the werewolf grandmaster's eyes were filled with tears of humiliation. He couldn't, he was the floating mist sect's grandmaster instructor. He could lose face, but he couldn't lose the face of the floating mist sect, one of the 4 great sects. Would he really be killed by this brat like this? No, he still had a beast, why not risk it? The werewolf grandmaster was unwilling to give up. He was about to summon another beast to salvage the situation when he suddenly heard Yu Shan's loud and clear voice. San'er nephew, you must not be rude to the floating mist sect's esteemed guest. The floating mist sect is one of the 4 great sects. They have countless seniors and experts. They are worthy of our respect. Furthermore, Xiaojiu is a disciple of the floating mist sect. If you hurt his grandmaster instructor, I'm afraid that it would affect Xiaojiu's future. San'er nephew, listen to your uncle's advice, quickly release the grandmaster. The werewolf grandmaster cursed in his heart. You clearly know that he has a huge grudge against Yu Feng for being treated unfairly, yet you still say this. Aren't you reminding him to kill me? Since uncle has given the order to kill this swindler who hindered Xiaojiu's future, your nephew will accept the order. Yu Yang slashed his demon blade on the werewolf grandmaster's back, causing blood to splatter. The werewolf grandmaster was initially scared out of his wits, but after a moment of pain, he realized that although his external injuries were serious, they were not life-threatening. He immediately understood that this brat was not easy to deal with. He didn't have the intention to kill him, it seemed like he wanted to use him to take revenge on his uncle Yu Shan. No, San'er misunderstood. What I meant was for you to release the grandmaster as soon as possible. Yu Shan persuaded Yu Yang with incomparable sincerity. Yes, uncle, please be at ease, your nephew will definitely act according to your orders and humiliate this swindler who has no strength and is only pretending to be strong. Since uncle wants me to seek justice for Xiaojiu, your nephew will naturally obey your orders. Yu Yang raised his demon blade and slashed wildly. He slashed until blood splattered everywhere. However, none of the slashes were fatal. Everyone was sweating profusely when they saw this. It seemed that this little lunatic had decided to go against his uncle Yu Shan. It seemed that this lunatic was prepared to wash away his name of trash in front of the entire Yu clan and take back everything that he had lost. With regards to Yu Yang's actions, many people from other clans were secretly happy. There were too many geniuses in the Yu clan and they were flourishing. If they did not kill each other and fight amongst themselves, it would not be impossible for them to become the number 1 of the 4 great clans. Now that the Yu clan's 3rd young master and the Yu clan were fighting fiercely, it would be the best news for the other clans. If this Yu clan's 3rd young master was like his father Yu Qiu, dying early in battle or being eliminated in the Yu clan's internal strife, that would be the best outcome. San'er, it seems like you have misunderstood my intentions. Yu Shan pretended to be incomparably pained. With that kind of acting, an Oscar-winning actor would not even have the qualifications to carry his shoes for him. Don't speak anymore. The more you plead for me, the more miserable I will be slashed by him. The werewolf grandmaster was extremely angry. The werewolf grandmaster had a stomach full of anger but could not say anything. He thought to himself, if you really wanted to save me, why didn't you go up to the stage and punch this brat away? Of course, before the Dixia Emperor Jun Wu Yu and Elder Yu Hai said anything, he did not dare to speak ill of Yu Shan or the Yu clan. No matter what, He was the one who violated the rules of the battle by going up to the stage to protect his own. That was why he was beaten up by this abnormal trash. Forget about Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai, even a normal warrior would feel that this werewolf grandmaster was asking for a beating. It's not that you can't protect your own, but you should also consider your own strength, right? Xiaojiu's master and father did not even make a move. Why did you, a beast grandmaster, rush up to the stage? It was fine if you rushed up to stop the fight, but you even dared to launch a sneak attack in front of countless rankers. This little lunatic had just killed his way up to the Yu clan castle a few days ago, and no one could stop him. If it wasn't for Elder Yu Hai, the clan master, personally intervening and temporarily suppressing the situation, blood would have flowed like a river by now. For a little lunatic like him to beat up an opponent who broke the rules because he was protecting his own, would he even discuss it with everyone? In other words, he was courting his own death. Quickly stop, Sanner, listen to everyone's advice. In the arena, you can only stop when you're done, you can't accidentally kill someone. You have already won, you should quickly come down and let Yu Bing go up to fight. The fifth elder knew that Yu Yang was provoking Yu Shan and Yu Ling, but they were all foxes. They would definitely not be fooled. If they continued to cause trouble, there would be no way to clean up the mess. That's right, that's right. Nephew, don't be rude in front of the emperor and the clan master. Yu Feng's father, Yu Ling, also stood up, acting as the good guy. I can't hear anything, what are you guys talking about? Yu Yang used his feet to step on the werewolf grandmaster's back fiercely, as if he was stepping on a toad with a bulging belly. Ah Xian, he still listens to you. Help me persuade him, no matter what, quickly make him come down. The fifth elder turned around and begged the beautiful woman. Sanner, come down. Originally, the beautiful woman wouldn't care about Yu Yang's matters, but she couldn't reject the elder's request. Yes. My fourth mother's voice is still louder. I can hear everything clearly when she says it. Yu Yang released the foot that was stepping on the werewolf grandmaster's head and pulled him up. He used his hands to tidy up the werewolf grandmaster's tattered clothes and said seriously, Grandmaster, please spare the life of a trash like me. You are a level 5 ranker and the floating mist sex grandmaster, while I am just a trash that can be bullied by anyone. Other than my fourth mother who loves me, no one else loves me. Please be merciful and spare my life. For example, I would never dare to ask for medical fees from you for injuring me, cutting my back with a knife, or stepping on my head with your feet. Who asked me to be a trash? Look at me now covered in blood and my clothes are in tatters. How pitiful. Can you spare my life and let me go down the stage to reunite with my family? The werewolf grandmaster didn't cry, but he knew that the expression on his face would definitely be uglier than crying. If he could, he would rather bang his head against the wall and die. However, his little life was still in the hands of this lunatic. He couldn't do anything about it. Even if he wanted to commit suicide, he would have to wait for Yu Yang to finish speaking. The werewolf grandmaster only wished that he could faint, but he just couldn't. Yu Yang let go of the werewolf grandmaster's collar and cupped his hands. Thank you, grandmaster, for sparing the life of a trash like me. I just knew that a bloody grandmaster like you, oh no, a majestic grandmaster like you, would definitely not bother with a weakling like me. Thank you, grandmaster, this junior will respectfully send grandmaster off the stage. He kicked the werewolf grandmaster and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. He hummed the song, sending you off, 1,000 miles away, and ran in front of the beautiful woman like a wisp of smoke. He pretended to be an obedient child and bowed respectfully. Fourth mother, I have returned. Fortunately, everyone pleaded for me and the grandmaster was merciful and spared my life. That was why I was able to return. I was wrong, I won't dare to not listen to you in the future. You silly child. The beautiful woman obviously understood that Yu Yang said this to elevate himself in front of everyone. She was instantly moved to tears. Everyone looked at this brat's strange behavior and didn't know what to say. If one said that he was crazy to provoke others in public, he was incomparably rational. No matter if it was his scheming or his words, he didn't show any signs of killing. If one said that he was rational, he overestimated himself and made everyone his enemy. He even dared to provoke one of the 4 great sects, the Floating Mist sect. If one said that he betrayed the whole family and challenged the elders, he was incomparably filial to fourth mother. Furthermore, everything he had done was to raise his fourth mother's status. This little lunatic was full of contradictions. Insanity and rationality coexisted, disobedience and filial piety coexisted. This kind of brat was really a strange person. Brother Hai, your family's third son is not bad. He's interesting, much more interesting than his stubborn father. If I could have such a filial son, that would be great. Jun Wuyu laughed out loud and patted Elder Yu Hai's shoulder. Isn't Princess Sisai very filial? Elder Yu Hai smiled faintly. He looked at Yu Yang with a strange gaze. Maybe he thought of his son Yu Qiu, who he was most proud of. His expression became a little gloomy. Jun Wuyu's expression suddenly changed. It was as gloomy as Elder Yu Hai's. It's a pity that that girl is not a man. What a pity. Yeah, what a pity. The pity that Elder Yu Hai said was not known if he was referring to Princess Sisai or his son Yu Qiu, who had already died in battle. Yu Tian, Yu Yan and the others stared at Yu Yang from afar. Although Yu Yang's combat skills were eye-catching, they were still confident that they could defeat Yu Yang. Some beasts that specialized in combat skills would cause people who only specialized in combat skills to die miserably. Both of them had this type of beast. Furthermore, they were not like Yu Feng, who could only summon one beast. They had trained for many years. Other than the three great killing stars, Yu Tian and Yu Yan did not think that anyone else could be their opponent. Trash little San, even if he had a whole body of combat skills, wouldn't he be tired? Just based on his summoning grimoire that had not even been contracted for half a year and did not even have a beast, how could he be their opponent? As early as 3 days ago, after obtaining those items, this good-for-nothing mistress was destined to fail. They had allowed him to be arrogant just now so that they could defeat him later on to gain more glory. The higher they beat him up now, the harder he would fall down later on. Towards Yu Tian and Yu Yan's hatred, Yu Yang smiled very brightly. He believed that since these two were so confident and fearless, they definitely had a way to counter his combat skills. However, it was a pity that they did not know that his combat skills were innate skills, so they could not use any beasts. Forget about innate skills, Yu Yang was also looking forward to the moment he released the barbarian Cow Shadow during the battle. He wanted to see what kind of expressions they would have when he summoned the Bloody Queen and killed all of their strong beasts. He wanted to see what kind of expressions they would have when they returned to their original state. The main reason why Yu Yang did not fight to the death with Yu Shan in front of the Yu clan castle was because he was afraid of scaring Yu Tian and Yu Yan away. They had been arrogant for too long. Yu Yang had decided to remove them from the list of the younger generation's top rankers, leaving them with nothing. That was why he had endured until the clan's New Year's tournament. In the tournament, he had bullied them in broad daylight, leaving everyone speechless. They could only watch helplessly as they returned to their mediocrity, wanting to cry but having no tears. Brother, it's my turn now. I will definitely use what you have taught me and ruthlessly defeat them. Yu Bing clenched her fists. Helping her brother make a name for himself in the clan was her biggest wish. No matter who her opponent was, she would not be courteous. She wanted to give the most satisfying victory to her brother, as a New Year's gift to him. I know that my sister is the best. Even if there are people who look down on you, they can't change this fact. You will go and show them what a true genius is. Go, Bing heir, make your enemies tremble in front of you. With Yu Yang's encouragement, Yu Bing's eyes immediately shot out a blazing light, her fighting spirit burning like the sun. Yes, brother, I will not let you down. Yu Bing clenched her fists and shouted. Her delicate voice soared into the sky, resounding through the clouds. Yu Bing went up the stage. Since all the collateral disciples had forfeited, her opponent now was the sixth son of the first house, Yu Bao. Yu Bao was Yu Shan's third son, ranked behind Yu Tian and Yu Ting. However, he wasn't as famous as his big brother Yu Tian, nor did he enter the palace early like Yu Ting, becoming the princess' personal guard captain. Yu Bao had always stayed in the clan, and was the one who bullied the pitiful guy the most. Yu Bao wasn't like Yu Tian and Yu Yan, who schemed in secret or ridiculed others. He was usually the idiot who was in charge of fighting. Of course, Yu Bao wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was very cunning, but he was always fearless. He didn't think that the pitiful guy would make a comeback one day. If he had to fight against the current Yu Yang, Yu Bao would definitely not dare to go up the stage. However, against Yu Bing, he was full of confidence. He was confident that he could play around with Yu Bing's Treant warrior in the palm of his hand. Plant-type beast? That was the weakest beast, anyone could bully it. Yu Yang realized that this Yu Bao didn't really look like his father Yu Shan. Although his appearance was passable, his nose was sharp and his lips were thin, his eyes were thin and his nose was hooked. He looked a little sinister and unlikable. In reality, this brat was indeed narrow-minded, vengeful, and fickle. Among all the young masters in the Yu clan, he was the most unlikable one. Seventh sister, sixth brother is slow-witted, unlike you who are a genius. I hope that you will show mercy and not let sixth brother lose too badly. Yu Bao pretended to be humble as he bowed. I promised third brother that no matter who it is, I will fight with all my might. I will definitely not show mercy. Yu Bing snorted coldly. She didn't fall for his hypocrisy at all, her determination unwavering. Do you really think that you can win against me? Yu Bao laughed out loud when he heard this. Suddenly, his face darkened and his smile disappeared. Don't be so shameless. Do you think that a plant-type rotten treant can fight against me? What a joke. Yu Bing ignored him and closed her eyes to meditate. She wanted to use her best condition to thoroughly defeat this extremely annoying brother 6. As long as he used the method that his brother had taught him, he would definitely make the entire clan's eyeballs drop to the ground. While he reported his cultivation results to his brother, he would also give his mother the biggest surprise. Among the clansmen, no one thought highly of Yu Bing. She was indeed a genius, but plant-type beasts were too weak. As long as Yu Bao summoned a steel puppet, he would be able to fight against her Treant warrior. If she summoned another fire-type beast, then the Treant warrior would be doomed to lose. Yu Bao's guardian beast, the fire fox, had already reached bronze-ranked level 3. It was the clan's most famous pyromaniac. Beasts naturally countered each other, so the chances of Yu Bing's Treant warrior winning was extremely slim. Not to mention others, even the fifth grandpa, who was partial to the fourth branch, was not very optimistic about Yu Bing. This is what I'm returning to you on behalf of Linley. Seeing that Yu Bing was meditating with her eyes closed, Yu Bao quickly summoned his silver grimoire. With a point of his finger, a slender red shadow with a huge flaming tail quickly pounced towards Yu Bing, preparing to launch a surprise attack to interrupt Yu Bing's meditation and cause her to lose consciousness. Previously, in the first round of the competition, Yu Bing had used a surprise attack to knock the collateral disciple, Linley, unconscious with one kick. Now, Yu Bao obviously wanted to secretly learn it for his own use, so that he could take his revenge on Yu Bing. Yu Bing's eyes were still closed as she lightly pressed her jade-like hands forward. She summoned her high-ranked bronze grimoire at the right time. The shield expanded and rose, sending the red shadow flying into the air. Seeing that his surprise attack had failed, Yu Bao ordered his fire fox to flick its tail in the air and spit out a ball of flame. He understood Yu Bing's fighting style very well. In the next moment, the Treant warrior would definitely be summoned, and this ball of flame would coincidentally burn the green leaves and branches on top of the Treant warrior's head. What happened next was simple. He only needed to use his extremely fast fire fox to circle around the arena and wait for the Treant warrior to be burned to death. If he felt that it wasn't burning fiercely enough, he could add more fire. Yu Bao thought for a while and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out in the arena. Everyone present was shocked. What happened? A gigantic shadow was soaring into the sky. Its open arms almost covered the entire sky. The fire fox was still swinging its tail complacently, spitting out flames downwards. On top of its head, a gigantic palm slammed down. Just like a bullet, the fire fox smashed heavily onto the stone floor, sinking deep into the stone floor and making a loud rumbling sound. The gigantic green shadow descended like a mountain. Its two legs just happened to step on the head of the fire fox that was about to leap out, forcefully pushing it back into the stone floor. At this moment, everyone finally saw it. It was a gigantic treant that was 6 meters tall. Its arms were thick tree trunks, and its gigantic tree palms were like the canopy of a king's chariot. The body of the black tree trunk was as hard as iron. The tree tendons on it bulged and were filled with explosive power. The roots at the joints were like thorns, and the green eyes on the huge tree face were burning with a human-like anger. What is this thing? Most of the people present didn't know what kind of beast it was. It looked a little like a Treant warrior, but wasn't it a little too huge? It's 100 years Treant defender. Some of the warriors who knew it were even more shocked after recognizing it. Bronze ranked level 5. Even the real rankers present, such as Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai, couldn't help but be shocked. Yu Shan, Yu Ling and the other representatives from the 3 great clans all stood up in shock. They stared at this bronze-ranked level 500 years Treant defender, their faces filled with disbelief. They all knew how difficult it was for plant-type beasts to level up. Plant-type beasts had the slowest growth rate in the world, and they were also the weakest in the early stages. Their slow growth rate had become the fatal weakness of plant-type beasts. Between the same level, there were almost no beast-type or bird-type beasts that would be at a disadvantage against plant-type beasts. Previously, Yu Bing, who had cultivated her Treant warrior to bronze-ranked level 3, was already seen as a genius. It was extremely difficult for plant-type beasts to level up. Of course, after leveling up, their battle power would also far surpass beast-type and bird-type beasts of the same level. Yu Bing was already very impressive for leveling up her Treant warrior to bronze-ranked level 3. Now that she had leveled it up to bronze-ranked level 5, it was an unimaginable improvement. Furthermore, she had even turned her Treant warrior into 100 years Treant defender, officially advancing towards 1,000 years Treant general and a 10,000 years ancient tree king. Its future was limitless. This little girl, how did she do it? It's impossible, it's impossible. Her Treant was still a bronze-ranked level 3 Treant warrior a month ago. How could it have leveled up twice in a month and become 100 years Treant defender? This is impossible. Yu Yan stood up and shouted excitedly. He couldn't believe the truth in front of his eyes at all. Yu Tian didn't say anything, but his expression was extremely ugly. Yu Bing had always been fighting alone. She didn't have the support of her family, nor did she have the help of her friends. She was even frequently framed and destroyed. It was already a miracle that her Treant warrior could level up to bronze-ranked level 3. How could her Treant warrior become a bronze-ranked level 500 years Treant defender in such a short period of time? Could it be that abnormal trash had helped her? Yu Tian turned his gaze towards Yu Yang. Towards his probing gaze, Yu Yang pretended not to see it. He used his pinky to pick his ear and leisurely blew on it. He had an expression of "please don't be such an idiot" on his face. Yu Tian snorted angrily and retracted his gaze. He then looked towards Yu Bing's 100 years Treant defender and quickly thought of a way to deal with Yu Bing. "Sister, you're too awesome." "That's great." The little girl was a person who wasn't afraid of anything. When she saw the huge 100 years Treant defender, she wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she clapped her hands and cheered. This child, Bing heir, why didn't she tell me about this? The beautiful woman was extremely moved. Not only did her son live up to her expectations, even her daughter lived up to her expectations. The 2 siblings had always been looked down upon by the people in the clan. Many people had secretly killed them. Today, they could finally hold their heads up high in front of the entire clan. They lived up to their expectations. Her own child didn't have good conditions, but the 2 of them were sensible since they were young. Furthermore, they were so motivated. That was why they could reach where they were today. Seeing that the 2 siblings had improved so much, even if she died, she would be able to rest in peace. Unknowingly, the beautiful woman's face was already covered in tears. However, it was definitely not because she was crying, but because she couldn't suppress her laughter. She was crying tears of joy. This is nothing. No matter how tall the Treant is, it's still trash. Yu Bao's face was distorted in anger. He controlled the fire fox to use its ability to drill into the ground. Although it was under the stone, the fire fox was still able to escape smoothly from the Treant's feet. It followed the ground of the stage and escaped outwards. Boom! The 100 years Treant defender raised its huge arm and smashed its fist on the stage, causing the fire fox, who was under the stone slabs of the stage, to become dizzy and disoriented. A tree thorn protruded from the ground and broke through the stone slabs. It pierced the fire fox's body high up, causing it to hang in the air. If the fire fox wasn't Yu Bao's guardian beast, it would definitely be dead. Yu Bing controlled the 100 years Treant defender with her mind. The 100 Years Treant Defender used its huge arm to grab the fire fox's long tail and lifted it up high. It ruthlessly smashed the stone slabs of the stage. The fire fox didn't even have the time to scream before it turned into a ray of golden light and returned to the grimoire. Don't think that you can defeat me with just this. Dream on. Yu Bao had already summoned a mammoth war elephant that was 4 meters tall. It was extremely heavy. Although it wasn't a bronze-ranked beast, it was still a level 5 beast. He was prepared to use this huge meat shield to fight against the 100 Years Treant Defender. Then, he would use his secret weapon. The saw-toothed wheel puppet that was specially used against Treants. It was the nemesis of all Treants. No matter how strong a Treant was, it would collapse under its spinning saw wheel. When Yu Bing saw the mammoth war elephant and the saw-toothed wheel puppet rushing towards her, she snorted coldly, "This move is useless against me." She stretched her hand forward, and a bunch of thorns appeared on the ground. The thorns were still unable to bind the mammoth war elephant's huge body, but they had successfully bound one of its legs. The charging mammoth war elephant's body staggered. Although the thorns had broken, its body had also lost its balance and fell to the ground. The ground was already covered with thorns of different sizes that were around a meter long. When the mammoth war elephant fell, the thorns had pierced into its body. The mammoth war elephant held in pain and struggled to get up. Its body was covered with broken thorns. Seeing that it was heavily injured, Yu Bao hurriedly tried to recall it back. He didn't expect the mammoth war elephant to cry out in pain and fall to the ground. This is impossible. It can't possibly die like this. My mammoth war elephant is a beast with the most tenacious vitality. How could it just fall and die? This is impossible. Yu Bao was about to go crazy. The fire fox was a guardian beast, so it wouldn't really die. However, the mammoth war elephant would. Now that the recall had failed, it meant that the mammoth war elephant had completely died. It wouldn't even have the possibility of being revived in the beast hospital. It's poison. Yu Tian took a deep breath when he saw it. You're saying that Yu Bing could use her intense poison, inherent skill on those thorns? Yu Yan clenched his fists tightly, trying his best to suppress the fear in his heart. It's not like that. It's the thorns. When the thorns wrapped around it, the poison had already entered the mammoth war elephant's body. Otherwise, the mammoth war elephant's skin wouldn't have been pierced by the thorns so easily, and it wouldn't have died completely. Yu Ling patted his son Yu Yan's shoulder and warned him softly, "Yan, if you fight against Yu Bing, you must keep your distance from her Treant. Long-range fireball attacks, that's the best choice. High-temperature flame spray." Yu Bao was using this method now. The saw-toothed wheel puppet shot out a fire dragon as its other arm started to spin at high speed. The saw wheel on its arm had turned into a terrifyingly powerful sawing gear. As long as the Treant was set on fire, it would panic and Yu Bing would lose control of it. Then, the next attack would be the spinning gear, the most direct way of sawing the Treant in half. Among all the puppet beasts, the saw-toothed wheel puppet was the Treant's nemesis. It was almost invincible. Its only weakness was that it needed to replenish its fuel and change its saw-toothed wheel every time it was used. However, Yu Bao couldn't care less about this right now. He wanted to take revenge. He wanted to use the saw-toothed wheel puppet to kill this Treant, and then kill Yu Bing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to appease the hatred in his heart. Yu Yang, who was below the stage, made a gesture to end the battle. When Yu Bing saw this, she understood what he meant and nodded her head. She controlled the 100-year-old Treant defender and leapt high into the air. With a rumbling sound, the Treant defender stomped on the saw-toothed wheel puppet's body, shattering it into pieces. Countless roots extended out from the 100-year-old Treant defender's body, tightly wrapping around the saw-toothed wheel puppet's body. The saw-toothed wheel puppet couldn't move at all. The machine inside it made a caw-caw-caw sound. The 100-year-old Treant defender stretched out its gigantic hands and grabbed the saw-toothed wheel puppet's gigantic metal head. It twisted it fiercely, twisting its entire head off. In an instant, sparks flew out from the saw-toothed wheel puppet's neck, and crackled with electricity. Bang! The 100-year-old Treant smashed the metal head onto the ground, then raised its tree leg and gave it another heavy kick. The saw-toothed wheel puppet was immediately destroyed. It was completely finished. Yu Bao's beasts had all died, and his protective shield had disappeared. He looked at the 100-year-old Treant defender in front of him with extreme fear. Seeing it raise its tree arm high up in the air, Yu Bao screamed in fright. His pants were drenched in sweat, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. Yu Bing didn't control the 100-year-old Treant defender to instantly kill the fainted Yu Bao. Instead, she made it stretch out its arm that was thicker than a stick, and with a flicked Yu Bao away like a fly. Brother Hai, this little girl from your family is not bad. She's proficient in thorns, tree thorns, poison and entanglement. Whoever fights against her in the future would probably die of depression. Haha, I like this little girl. Why don't I recognize her as my daughter? No, we can't mix up our seniority, I'll recognize her as my granddaughter. The Dixia Emperor Jun Wuyu laughed loudly at Elder Yu Hai. Everyone said that he was the emperor who didn't look like an emperor the most, but Jun Wuyu's position was unshakable. He had sat on the throne for more than 100 years, and currently, no one could shake his position. Bing Er's fate isn't good. She's at a disadvantage. Elder Yu Hai was also very surprised. He didn't think that other than Yu Yang, Yu Bing could also give him such a big surprise. Elder Hai, your family's geniuses are everywhere, each stronger than the other. Our three families can't even compare to them. I'm really envious. The representatives of the three families congratulated Elder Yu Hai. It's my son's bad luck. Sigh, they were such a good couple. Feng Xiaoyun, the substitute clan master of the Feng family, looked at Yu Bing and thought of his son who was instantly killed by a golden king beast. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Feng Qisha wasn't the only one who had hope for the Feng clan, there was also his own son. But who would have thought that his son would meet with such a calamity? Maybe there's something wrong with Pai Li's fate. Why don't we ask the state preceptor to calculate Yu Bing's fate again? Some families were moved. Where else could they find such a good wife like Yu Bing? If there was really a mistake when they arranged Yu Bing's fate, then if they were to marry into the Yu clan and let this little girl Yu Bing become their daughter-in-law, it would be a huge boost to their entire family. In an instant, the eyes of countless families' representatives flashed with a blazing greed. Elder Yu Hai saw this and remained silent. Yu Bing won. She didn't immediately enter the arena, but instead turned to challenge Yu Yan, seventh sister's next opponent is fourth brother. While I still have some strength left, I'm willing to fight with fourth brother now. If big brother agrees, I'm willing to be in the same group as third brother. We, the fourth branch, will challenge your first branch and second branch. Big brother, fourth brother and fifth brother, please enter the arena together. No, we are ignorant juniors. We still need to seek guidance from our elders. Big uncle and second uncle, please enter the arena together. When Yu Yang said this, everyone thought that he had gone crazy. Challenging Yu Tian, Yu Yan and Yu Ting, three people of the same generation as him was fine, but he actually overestimated himself and challenged big uncle and second uncle. One must know that big uncle Yu Shan and second uncle Yu Ling were already famous rankers in the world. Yu Shan was a level 6 intermediate, elder, while Yu Ling was a level 6 beginner, junior elder. This brat wanted to fight against the two of them alone? Could it be that he already had the strength of a level 7 overlord? How could he win against two, elder, level rankers with just combat skills? This was simply wishful thinking. The spectators felt that if this brat wasn't crazy, then they were the ones who had gone crazy. When Shui Tanlang heard this, his eyes widened. He could guess that Yu Yang would challenge Yu Tian and Yu Yan, but he never thought that Yu Yang would be so daring as to challenge big uncle Yu Shan and second uncle Yu Ling. Could it be that this brat's guts were made of iron? He had seen crazy fellows before, but he had never seen someone as crazy as Yu Yang. Shui Tanlang suddenly had an urge to rush forward and fight with Yu Yang. He wanted to see whether this lunatic's combat skills were stronger, or if his elemental beasts were stronger. Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai were stunned. After a long while, they looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Alike, this brat was really too similar to his father, Yu Qiu. Yu Qiu's temper was also the same. He was fearless. But Yu Qiu was not as cunning and talkative as this brat. Like father, like son, when Chou'er saw his son turn from trash into a proud and arrogant ranker in heaven, he would probably smile happily, right? When Elder Yu Hai thought about it, his indifferent eyes, which had seen 100,000 people die in front of him, became a little wet. When he looked at Yu Yang, there was a hint of warmth in his eyes. Right now, everyone's gaze was on Yushan and Yu Ling facing their nephew's crazy challenge. As his uncles, how would they react? Should they reject him, or should they agree? Everyone was waiting for the answer from the two of them. First, Uncle Yushan still had the appearance of a modest gentleman and kind elder. With a smile on his face, he first courteously bowed to Jun Wuyu and his father, then cupped his hands in greeting to the representatives of the three great clans. Finally, he nodded to Yu Yang. Sanner, I know you are eager to learn, but haste makes waste. You must guard against arrogance and rashness in your cultivation. You must not be too hasty. You should use cultivation as your foundation and understanding as your foundation. This is the right way to become a strong warrior. Seeing your heroic spirit, I am very happy in my heart. It is as if I can see third brother reappearing in front of me. Your second uncle and I will do our best to support you. We will definitely help you develop third brother's combat skills. Although it is not now, but in normal times, no matter when or where, if you have any questions, you can look for second uncle and me. We will teach you everything we know, and we will tell you everything we know. Clap, 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 clap. When everyone heard these sincere words, they couldn't help but applaud Yushan for being such a good uncle who cared about his nephew. Yu Bing was speechless. Other than those who were kept in the dark, who didn't know that his heart was like a poisonous snake, such a hypocritical appearance was really disgusting. To be a hypocrite like him, he was almost at the peak of the realm. Indeed, Yushan really wanted to accept Yu Yang's challenge. He really wanted to kill this brat Yu Yang immediately. Yushan definitely didn't want a second Yu Qiu to appear. Especially when he found out that this brat was completely different from his father. Other than being arrogant, he was also especially scheming. Compared to the straightforward and heroic Yu Qiu, he was even more of a headache. If he didn't challenge him on purpose, he would have looked for an opportunity to secretly kill him. But now it was impossible. Everyone, including the Dixia Emperor and his father, had already noticed his words and actions. If he killed him, it would be useless no matter how he tried to hide it. They would all guess that he was the one who did it. The most important thing was that this brat improved very quickly. Once he contracted a grimoire, he improved by leaps and bounds. Compared to the cowardly appearance of a year ago, he was a completely different person. If he didn't kill him now, he was afraid that after a period of time, it wouldn't be easy to kill him again. In front of tens of thousands of people, under the watchful eyes of the public, how could he kill someone, not to mention Jun Wuyu, who loved talents as much as his own life? Even his father, who had always suspected that he had harmed his third brother, would never let him off. All these years, he had been investigating the evidence. If he killed this trash, the consequences would be unthinkable. It was estimated that his second brother, who had always coveted the position of substitute patriarch, would reap the rewards. Big brother is right. Nephew Sanner, we all know that you have made extraordinary progress and are eager to show it to the family, but you have only cultivated for a short period of time. If you make a mistake and make a big mistake, what should we do? My third and fourth brothers only have you as their heir. How can we attack you? On the stage, competing against each other and improving together is a rule passed down from our ancestors. It is also the foundation for our Yu clan's warriors to improve each other. If San heir wants to improve, why don't you let Tian heir, Yen heir, and Ting heir come down and compete with each other? Let's give everyone a wonderful New Year's competition. Second uncle Yu Ling also did not want to be outdone. He talked non-stop, expressing his love and care for Yu Yang. Clap, clap, clap. When everyone heard this, they felt that these two uncles were the role models of the elders. They deserved to be applauded. Both of you are right. Actually, the representatives of the three great clans also agreed. Actually, they already knew that the Yu clan's internal strife was fierce, but they pretended not to know anything. The Yu clan was not the only clan that had many conflicts. In any clan, unless there was only one direct heir, even if there were two sons, there would still be conflicts. It was just that the Yu clan was better at hiding it and never said it out loud. They were not like the Yu clan, where the younger generation would compete in the arena every year. Everyone could see the conflicts clearly. If they were to really compare, the undercurrent of internal strife between brothers in other clans would be 10 times more intense than the Yu clan. There was a philosopher who said that it was not that there were no geniuses in the Soaring Dragon continent. It was just that almost all the geniuses had died in the internal strife. Normal people might not know this, but everyone in the clan knew this. The most outstanding one was the one that attracted the jealousy of others the most. Yu Yang had already known that his first uncle Yu Shan and second uncle Yu Ling, these two old foxes, would not make a move. He had only opened his mouth to provoke them on purpose, announcing the conflict between the fourth branch and the first and second branch to the world. At the same time, he would smear their good image in the outside world. Don't think that there were many people applauding. When they returned, most of those people would think that Yu Shan and Yu Ling were hypocrites. Yu Tian and Yu Yan were hesitating. Should they accept the challenge? Just facing Yu Bing, who possessed a bronze-ranked level 500 years old Treant defender, was already a headache. Now that they had to face a lunatic who was proficient in combat skills. Yu Tian and Yu Yan did not think that the other party would sincerely cooperate and fight against the enemy together. They felt that the other party would most likely hit them when they were down and harm them. Hence, ever since Yu Bing opened her mouth to challenge them, the two of them had remained silent. Only the tall and sturdy Yu Ting, who had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a simple and honest face, jumped onto the stage and bowed to Yu Yang and Yu Bing, third brother, seventh sister. I only have one beast, but it has 3 skills. They are Giant Bear's Palm, Rock Bear's Body and Violent Bear's Fury. They are very strong, so you must be careful. I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold back and injure you. When this simple and honest Yu Ting spoke, Yu Yang suddenly understood. He had always felt that something was wrong. Old man Yu Hai was already old, why wasn't he grooming the next clan master? Although Yu Tian and Yu Yan were talented and had a good reputation, their characters were not good. They were not the best candidates for the position of clan master. Yu Bao was not talented, the pitiful guy was trash. Yu Bing and Yu Shuang were both girls, and little 9, Yu Feng, was still young. Could it be that the Yu clan did not have any plans to groom the next clan master? The Yu clan was not an ordinary clan. They were famous for their mechanical puppets, spear techniques, military strategies, and so on. They had been famous for thousands of years. No matter how many storms they had to endure, no one could shake the Yu clan's position. Everyone thought that the Yu clan's greatest advantage was not that they had many geniuses, but that they knew how to groom the next clan master. It was said that every clan master would have a gold-ranked beast, Earth Bear, to be passed down to the next clan master. This way, they could ensure the clan master's strength, stabilize the clan's development, and also intimidate everyone. That year, Yu Qiu was famous, but Yu Hai did not choose him to be the clan master. Everyone felt that it was strange, even Yu Yang was puzzled. Later on, in a conversation, the beautiful woman accidentally mentioned it. The Yu clan had never needed a genius to be the clan master. What they needed was a kind-hearted, simple and unpretentious clan master who could allow his brothers and juniors to develop. In the Yu clan's clan master selection, the clan master could be strong, but he could not be alone. The clan master must be magnanimous and not kill all the brothers and sisters of the clan the moment he became the clan master, leaving only his own bloodline. The clan master of the Yu clan would have at least 12 elders supporting him. He did not need to have outstanding abilities, as long as he could lead the clan forward well, as long as he could maintain the Yu clan's honor, traditions. Yu Yan had always been thinking, who would be the next clan master of the Yu clan. When this Yu Ting went up the stage, he used his divine vision to observe him, and discovered that he was 90% sure that the next clan master that Elder Yu Hai had chosen and was grooming was this fifth brother Yu Ting. He only contracted one beast, and it was a big bear at that. This was obviously a preparation to pass down the clan master's gold-ranked Earth Bear. Furthermore, Yu Ting had been sent to the imperial palace early on to become the princess' personal guard captain. While he was cultivating, he could also build a good relationship with the imperial family. He could also stay away from the clan's struggles and grow up healthily in a safe environment. Yu Yang was enlightened. So Yu Tian and Yu Yan were chess pieces that Elder Yu Hai had purposely released to attract people's attention. This old fox, he had already chosen Yu Ting to be the next clan master. The reason why he did not manage the clan's affairs for a few months was probably because he was secretly training Yu Ting. A strengthening type, bronze ranked level 5 violent bear? Yu Bing was shocked by her fifth brother Yu Ting's beast. Her 100-years-old Treant defender was originally only bronze ranked level 3. She could only level it up to bronze ranked level 4 with her own efforts, and leveled it up to bronze ranked level 5 because her brother gave her the Tree of Life's lustrous branch. She never thought that this fifth brother Yu Ting could also level up his beast to bronze ranked level 5. With a flash of golden light, the shadow of a blood-red giant bear was summoned by Yu Ting and entered his body. After a roar, Yu Ting's entire body gradually changed shape, becoming bigger and stronger. His muscles tore through the leather armor on his body, revealing his bulging muscles. His skin was quickly covered with bear fur. His hands became like a bear's paws, and his eyes gradually turned blood-red. Yu Ting, who had almost transformed into a bear, raised his giant palms high up and let out a low, muffled roar. A golden light emitted from his body like a halo. In the end, it condensed into his 2 legs and palms. The golden bear's paws seemed to have accumulated an inexhaustible amount of strength. When Yu Ting stamped his feet, the entire arena shook. Among the spectating warriors, those who were slightly weaker felt slightly dizzy from the low, deep vibrations. They almost fainted and fell to the ground. They couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Third brother, after I transform into a bear, my skin is especially thick. I'm not afraid of being cut. Just attack with all your strength, don't worry about my body. After Yu Ting finished speaking, he raised his giant palms. Step by step, he walked towards Yu Yang, shaking the entire arena with rumbling sounds. Yu Bing was so scared that she couldn't help but look at her third brother, Yu Yang, anxiously, hoping that he would come up with an idea. Seventh sister, it's not enough for a ranker to only have strength. He must also have speed, a speed like the wind. After Yu Yang finished speaking, his figure had already turned into an afterimage and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yu Ting. His fists were like hammers, bombarding the back of Yu Ting's head. Yu Ting ignored Yu Ting's attack and reached out his hands to counterattack. However, Yu Yang cleverly landed. At the same time that he dodged Yu Ting's counterattack, he spun his legs like a windmill, kicking Yu Ting's huge body back. When Yu Ting's bare paws came down again, he suddenly floated up into the air. His legs clamped onto Yu Ting's head, and with an extremely mysterious flip, Yu Ting's entire body shot out of the arena like a cannonball, crashing into the ground with a loud bang. His huge body was almost completely submerged in the soil, looking extremely pathetic. Third brother is so powerful. This is the first time I've been beaten to the point where I can't even retaliate. However, I'm not injured. Let's go again. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the crowd, Yu Ting crawled up and with a leap, he once again jumped onto the arena. According to the rules, he had already lost. However, he seemed to be unconvinced and wanted to continue fighting with Yu Yang. Everyone was speechless. Why was it that every member of the Yu clan was more abnormal than the other? Forget about Yu Tian and Yu Yan, it was already inconceivable that Miss Yu Bing could become famous with her plant-type beast. Now, there was Yu Ting, who was not afraid of being beaten, and the most abnormal trash third young master. There weren't many normal people in this family. They were all abnormal people with terrifying strength. You're not convinced, are you? Yu Yang did not use his sword. If he were to chop this Yu Ting to death, Elder Yu Hai, who had wasted his efforts, would probably commit suicide in despair. The Yu clan would also be completely finished. Fourth mother, Yu Bing and the others would also not be able to live a good life in the future. They would probably spend their days in guilt. However, teaching this stupid bear a lesson was not a problem at all. As fast as lightning, Yu Yang punched and kicked Yu Ting until he couldn't tell which way was north. In the end, he kicked Yu Ting violently and sent him flying out of the arena. Third brother, I only feel a little pain, I am not injured yet. Let's go again. Yu Ting was probably the same type of creature as Hui Tai Lang. They were both unkillable cockroaches. Actually, his strength was extremely terrifying, but he couldn't hit Yu Yang. Otherwise, Yu Yang's small body might not be able to withstand the giant bear's paws. In terms of speed and technique, Yu Yang had completely suppressed Yu Ting, who had boundless strength. He beat his fifth brother, Fallen Flowers, to the point where he was beaten up even more vividly than the big lowly in his dreams. He could hit him however he wanted. Me too. Xue Tanlang, the cold-faced, warm-hearted, battle-thirsty fellow, was so excited that he couldn't hold it in anymore. Although I am a guest, I have to seek justice for my sister. So, third young master, take this. A tornado was summoned by him. Heaven and earth were filled with coldness, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. When they saw Xue Tanlang concentrating on expanding the tornado by 10 times and condensing it, everyone immediately scattered in all directions. This was not a joke. If they were hit by such a terrifying tornado, they would definitely not even have a corpse left. The entire arena was bone-chillingly cold. Countless snowflakes condensed. Even the dense demonic crescent blade in Yu Yang's hand slowly froze. When Yu Tian and Yu Yan saw this, they immediately flew down and landed on the arena, summoning their grimoire. Yu Tian said hypocritically, "Brother Tanlang, this is a battle between us brothers, a battle between clans. Why do you have to interfere?" That's right, that's right. Brother Tanlang, please stop and return to your seats to watch the battle." Although the two of them said so, they didn't hold back at all. They each summoned a flaming lion and a golden-winged eagle, preparing to attack Yu Yang. As for killing Yu Yang, they didn't have much hope in their hearts. Furthermore, it would be hard for them to explain themselves if they did something like that in front of everyone. However, they decided to defeat the extremely arrogant Yu Yang. They wanted to let Yu Yang know that even if he managed to turn over a new leaf, he would still be far inferior to the two of them, who had been famous for a long time. With Yu Ting as their meat shield, and Xue Tanlang as their killing star with terrifying attack power, they felt that the time to defeat Yu Yang had finally arrived. "Seventh sister, what do you think of your brother who can fight against 4 people alone?" Yu Yang suddenly asked. "Brother is the strongest, and will always be. Of course, I will also help brother." Yu Bing clenched her fists tightly, her gaze extremely resolute. She wasn't afraid of Xue Tanlang, one of the 3 great killing stars, joining the battle. She was also very confident in her brother. "Good girl, but you only need to stand here and cheer for your brother. After I win, you can loudly tell those snobs that you have the strongest brother. With your brother here, no one can bully you. Let those who look down on your brother go to hell." Yu Yang reached out and summoned his silver grimoire, summoning the barbarian cow shadow. Then, he added a giant shadow that increased her strength by 100 times. The barbarian cow shadow roared and punched the flaming lion in front of her, sending it flying. Smoke came out of its mouth and nose, and its eyes flashed with anger. The luck that Yu Yang had accumulated for a long time exploded once again. The golden-winged condor, who was trying to escape in the sky, let out a blood-curdling screech and fell to the ground, dead. Eh? Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai stood up at the same time. They never thought that Yu Yang, this little lunatic who specialized in battle skills, would actually have such a strong beast. Bronze-ranked level 5 guardian beast? Didn't he just contract a grimoire? How could he level up to this level? No one helped him level up, and his grimoire was already silver-ranked. What did this little lunatic do? How could he level up so quickly? How many battles did he have to go through to level up to this level? In less than half a year, he had already completed a silver-ranked grimoire, and at the same time leveled up his guardian beast to bronze-ranked level 5. This was really unbelievable. This is impossible. How could you have a bronze-ranked level 5 summoned beast? You just contracted a grimoire. Yu Yan, who hated the pitiful guy the most in his life, was about to go crazy from anger. I made a mistake. I'm sorry, because I just contracted a grimoire not long ago. I'm not too familiar with summoning. How could I accidentally summon the wrong beast? I obviously wanted to summon a gold-ranked bloody queen. Why did I summon such a low bronze-ranked barbarian cow shadow? What a failure. Looks like I'm really a natural trash. I can't even figure out a summoned beast. When Yu Yang said this, Yu Yan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Dream on. You will never be able to summon a gold-ranked beast. Yu Yan wished that he could swallow Yu Yang whole with a mouthful of blood and flesh. You saw through me. As expected of a genius, your eyes are really sharp. I don't have a gold-ranked summoned beast, but I do have a golden king beast. When Yu Yang summoned the bloody queen, everyone was petrified. At least one-third of the people immediately vomited blood and fainted on the ground. Yu Yan was one of them. This was not because they were scared, but because they were angry. They had never seen such an abnormal person in their lives. He had only contracted a grimoire for less than half a year, yet he already had a bronze-ranked level 5 guardian beast and a gold-ranked level 3 bloody queen. Furthermore, this bloody queen was a golden king beast. This was a summoned beast that warriors below the rank of elder could only dream of. Who would have thought that this trash would have it in less than half a year? One-third of the people cried. Yu Tian was one of them. This trash, how could he bully others like this? It was fine that he summoned a bronze-ranked level 5 barbarian cow shadow to kill the golden-winged eagle in an instant, but couldn't he be more low-key and hide his strength? Couldn't he let others not be so jealous? Couldn't he be merciful and let everyone feel less inferior and less hopeless? This brat was too arrogant, too much of a bully. He deserved the wrath of the heavens, he really deserved to be struck by lightning. Another one-third of the people couldn't believe their eyes. Yu Ting was one of them. They were all rubbing their eyes, or banging their heads on the ground. No matter what, they refused to believe that this was the truth. A small number of people like Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai, Yu Shan, Yu Ling, Feng Xiaoyun, Feng Kuang, Shui Tan Lang, Fifth Elder and the beautiful woman maintained their petrified expressions. They really didn't know what to say. The Golden King Beast Bloody Queen, a beast with intelligence, had actually contracted a grimoire for less than half a year. Would anyone believe this? Even an idiot wouldn't believe it. However, it was clearly displayed in front of their eyes. Was this really an illusion, or was it real? If it was real, where did this brat get such a strong summoned beast from? Yu Yang was very calm. Wasn't it just a barbarian cow shadow and the Bloody Queen? Compared to little Winli who had a diamond grimoire and the mysterious golden beast, compared to the guardian beast and his divine grimoire, this was only the tip of the iceberg of his true strength. Forget about little Winli, even the future golden crown thorny flower queen would be many times stronger than the current bloody queen. How could they be stunned just like this? How could they vomit blood and faint just like this? How could they cry bitterly just like this? Alright, let them cry, vomit blood and be jealous as much as they want. When the Bloody Queen was summoned, she was probably still angry that Yu Yang had forcefully recalled her back into the silver grimoire despite her objections. She didn't show her might like the barbarian cow shadow. She even wrapped her golden wings tightly around her body, refusing to show her true appearance, as if she was competing with Yu Yang. If it wasn't for the fact that all the weak beasts were so scared that they lay down on the ground and didn't dare to move, if it wasn't for the fact that normal warriors saw the golden light rippling from her perfect wings, forming a king's halo that was unique to a golden king beast, they wouldn't know that she was a golden king beast. Of course, rankers with sharp senses didn't even need to look to know how powerful this Bloody Queen was. Gold ranked level 3 might not be very high for rankers like Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai, but she was a golden king beast after all. Once she matured, her future would be limitless. Most importantly, this Bloody Queen was not only a humanoid beast, she was also a beast with intelligence. What did this mean? It meant that she still had the possibility to level up. Maybe she could level up to platinum ranked, or even the legendary diamond ranked. If the person who summoned her was a famous sect leader, or overlord, Yu Shan and Yu Ling wouldn't be so jealous. However, the person who summoned her was a trash who didn't even have a grimoire half a year ago. He didn't even manage to contract a beast before. Yu Shan and Yu Ling were so jealous that they felt like they were about to vomit blood. Unfortunately, they couldn't kill him in front of Jun Wuyu and their father. With Jun Wuyu's love for talent, this abnormal trash must have already caught his eye. If they wanted to kill him in front of Jun Wuyu, their good days would be over. That year, when Yu Qiu died in battle, Jun Wuyu was furious. Other than killing more than 10 generals who couldn't save him in time, Jun Wuyu even personally led a counterattack against the demon abyss, killing hundreds of demon generals to accompany Yu Qiu in death. If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Qiu's corpse was not found, the whole thing became a mystery and gave Jun Wuyu a glimmer of hope. He would probably have killed even more people. Although Jun Wuyu was usually generous and kind to his subjects, and was known as the Smiling Monarch, it did not mean that he would not kill. In reality, Yu Shan and Yu Ling both knew that Jun Wuyu was the emperor of the 3 great kingdoms, or rather, the emperor and king of the entire Soaring Dragon continent, who had killed the most people. Don't be angry. Show me the demeanor of a queen and beat them up for me. When you're done, I'll take you out to buy candied haws. Yu Yang kept the silver grimoire in his hands and waited for the shield to disappear. He then walked to the bloody queen's side and caressed her wings, coaxing the little girl at the same time. Everyone was sweating profusely. It would be a miracle if this female fishy queen liked candied haws. The bloody woman stretched out a jade-like hand from under her wings and spoke in the demon abyss language that no one could understand. She seemed to be demanding something from Yu Yang. Ah, she can talk. I'm gonna faint. What did it mean that beasts could speak? Even a fool would know that this meant that the beast already had high intelligence. There were gold-ranked beasts in this world, but there were only a few gold-ranked beasts that had high intelligence and could speak. Yu Shan and Yu Ling had the urge to commit suicide. They didn't want to live anymore, This was too unbearable. Why did all the luck gather on this trash? The heavens were really blind. There were so many geniuses in this world, but they were not as lucky as him even if they were added together. Now that all the luck had gathered on this trash, what was the point of turning a trash into an abnormal person? Wouldn't it be better to turn a genius into an even more outstanding genius? Not fair, the heavens were too kind to this trash. You want Hui Jin? Nonsense, this is my weapon. Didn't you take my dragon-slaying dagger? It's the same if you use it to fight. Forget it, I'll lend you my crescent blade. Remember, I'm just lending it to you. Yu Yang stuffed the crescent blade into the bloody queen's hand. He thought that it was settled, but unexpectedly, the bloody queen's other jade-like hand stretched out again. She spoke very quickly again. No one understood what she meant. You still want a reward to fight? Hey, don't you have any awareness as a beast? Look at Hui Tai Lang, he has never mentioned a reward to me. Yu Yang warned the bloody queen not to be spoiled and pampered. She should learn from Hui Tai Lang, who was doing hard labor. Woof woof woof. Hui Tai Lang was very pleased when he heard this and wagged his tail. However, the bloody queen stubbornly stretched out her hand and refused to take it back. Yu Yang didn't have a choice. He could only painfully stuff a wyvern magic crystal into her palm. He thought to himself, this girl is taking advantage of me in front of everyone, I can't lose out no matter what. This girl doesn't have money, but her body is not bad. If it really doesn't work, I'll make her pay with her body. But she's a beast. Wouldn't it be a little too evil if she was a human and a beast? I'm a very pure and good child. Although Yu Yang felt that he was a good child, a certain place down there was still shamefully hard. Ayayaya. When the wyvern magic crystal was in her hand, the bloody queen suddenly spread her wings excitedly. With a flap of her wings, she flew up into the sky and let out an excited scream. Although this wasn't a banshee's scream, the scream of a golden king beast still scared the weak beasts to the point that they pissed their pants. In the arena, the beasts that Yu Tian and Yu Yan had summoned again, other than the puppet beasts, were all trembling, as if they wanted to escape. If it wasn't for Yu Tian and Yu Yan controlling them with their minds, those beasts would have already escaped from the arena. This was not surprising. Bronze-ranked beasts were much stronger than normal beasts. However, in front of a golden king beast, they were just trash. The bloody queen didn't care about other people's reactions. She was beaming with joy as she circled around in the sky, excitedly flying here and there. Her mouth let out waves of happy screams, as if obtaining the crescent blade and wyvern magic crystal from Yu Yang was a great success. I'm going to faint. So this girl is a miser. Yu Yang felt that if this girl needed a wyvern magic crystal every time she fought, it would be the end. Looks like this style couldn't be allowed to continue. He had to go back and teach her properly. She should obediently become a female slave who would say, I want it every time I open my mouth. You pervert, your beasts are also perverted. Shui Tanlang was completely speechless. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. Boom. When everyone was completely focused on the bloody queen, they suddenly heard a deafening sound. They were all shocked as they looked over, only to see that the barbarian cow shadow had raised an incomparably large demon blade and forcefully cut the head of the Kodo beast puppet that Yu Tian had summoned into two. On the other side, Yu Yan's 9-headed puppet was rushing over to support, but the barbarian cow shadow stretched out her huge arms and grabbed one of the heads that was constantly expanding and contracting. Sparks flew and lightning crackled. Under everyone's dumbstruck gazes, the barbarian cow shadow brutally tore off the 9-headed puppet's metal head from its slender neck. Ignoring the attacks from the other 8 heads of the 9-headed puppet, she followed the hole that was torn open and used her arms to slowly squeeze in. Then, she slowly tore the 9-headed puppet's metal body into 2 halves. Finally, she used her hands to take out the huge magic crystal that was embedded in the middle of the intricate chess piece. Yu Yan was about to cry to death. This was the 9-headed monster's magic crystal, his most precious magic crystal. He had spent a lot of effort to obtain it. He didn't think that his secret weapon, the 9-headed puppet, would be snatched away by the opponent before he could even use it. Hui Tai Lang's speed was extremely fast. As fast as lightning, with a leap, it had already snatched away the 9-headed monster's magic crystal. However, no matter how fast it was, it couldn't be faster than Yu Yang. Yu Yang sent it flying with a kick and kept the 9-headed monster's magic crystal into his bosom. On the other side, the Bloody Queen had already arrived at an unknown time. She was currently holding the magic crystal that she had dug out from the Kodo-like puppet's brain and admiring it excitedly. Her little butt had also been kicked by Yu Yang, and she was sent flying. Who dares to snatch it from me? Yu Yang was going crazy. If he, the owner, did not say that he would give it to the monster, anyone could take the initiative to take it. Everyone was sweating profusely. If other people had a bronze-ranked beast, they would treat it as a precious treasure and protect it with all their might. They wouldn't even bear to hit or scold it. This brat, on the other hand, even used his big feet to kick the Golden King beast. What made people laugh the most was Hui Tai Lang's praise. It crawled up from the ground, but it didn't betray Yu Yang like what people had imagined. Instead, it eagerly ran to Yu Yang's feet, wagging its tail and pretending to be obedient. Yu Yang sent it flying off the stage with a kick. Don't give me that. I haven't even seen this 9-headed monster's magic crystal before. There's no share for you. The Bloody Queen was kicked by Yu Yang. She was very angry, but she didn't dare to vent her anger on Yu Yang. She could only scream crazily. Her voice shook the whole arena. Everyone felt as if their heads had been hit by a hammer. Low-leveled beasts immediately fainted. Normal warriors' eyes darkened as they saw stars. They almost fell to the ground. Yu Tian and Yu Yan secretly cursed. They wanted to leave, but it was already too late. The Bloody Queen waved her crescent blade and fiercely pounced on them. The 2 of them were preparing to summon their courage and order their beasts to face the enemy. They didn't expect the Bloody Queen to scream again. The 2 of them were shaken and their minds went blank. If it wasn't for the protection of their shields, their brains would have been blown apart by the sound waves of the terrifying scream. They had the protection of their shields, so they weren't affected too much. However, their beasts, such as the Flame Lion, Thunder Leopard, and Flame Guard, were in a miserable state. The 3 beasts that were usually swaggering around were all twitching in pain. Their ears were bleeding, and they wailed in pain. Their limbs were swaying, and their battle power was greatly reduced. The Bloody Queen was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. She swung the crescent blade in her hands and slashed at the nearest Thunder Leopard. Blood splattered everywhere. In less than half a minute, the 3 bronze-ranked beasts had been slaughtered by her in an incomparably bloody manner. There were no complete corpses of the beasts. The Flame Lion, Thunder Leopard, and Flame Guard were all decapitated and dismembered. Because they had forcefully dug out the magic crystal in their skulls, blood and brain matter had splattered all over the ground. Everyone's teeth were trembling as they looked at the Bloody Queen, whose hands, upper body, and face were covered in blood and brain matter. When everyone saw the Bloody Queen holding the 3 magic crystals that were still stained with blood, and the satisfied smile on her blood-stained face, they couldn't help but shiver. As expected of the legendary Bloody Queen. This kind of killing method was really bloody. It was too terrifying. It's over. Yu Tian realized that his strongest beasts had all been killed. Even their magic crystals had been dug out by the Bloody Queen. The despair of being reduced from a rancor to nothing made his eyes roll back and he fainted. How could it be like this? No, no. Yu Yan knelt on the ground powerlessly, painfully looking at the remains of his beloved Flame Lion. "Ah man, send big brother and fourth brother off the arena." Yu Yang waved his hand, and the barbarian cow shadow fiercely pounced towards the unconscious Yu Tian and the crying Yu Yan. Now that they didn't have their shields, if he didn't beat them up now, when would he? Yu Ling was anxious to protect his son, so he had already ordered his family warriors to wait outside the arena. Seeing that Yu Yan's shield had disappeared, they immediately rushed forward to save him. The barbaric cow shadow didn't care who it was. She bombarded them with her huge fists, hitting them like raindrops. The first family warrior who rushed up to save Yu Yan couldn't dodge in time because there was someone behind him. He screamed as he was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Another family warrior was cunning. He used his flying beast to dive down and take Yu Yan away. However, before he could be proud of himself, he was shocked to find that the Bloody Queen had already arrived at lightning speed and intercepted him in midair. The crescent blade in the Bloody Queen's hand spun like the wind, wherever the crescent blade passed, no matter if it was the flying eagle, the family warrior, or even Yu Yan, who he was carrying, their bodies were all covered with bloody wounds. Blood splattered everywhere. In the end, Yu Ling had to personally take action. He used his iron arm to block the crescent blade and saved his son. He snorted coldly, and a strange black light flashed on his right hand. Danger! The Bloody Queen immediately flapped her wings and flew up into the sky. She was extremely agile, dancing in the air and distancing herself from Yu Ling. When Yu Ling saw that his son was covered with wounds, he was extremely angry. When he looked at Yu Yang again, he saw that this brat had an innocent expression of "I don't know anything." He almost exploded in anger. Yu Ling couldn't attack Yu Yang in front of everyone's eyes. He could only carry the heavily injured Yu Yan and jump down the stage, returning back to the clan. As for first Uncle Yu Shan, who had always been arrogant and unwilling to save his son, he still had a smile on his face, as if his son's life and death had nothing to do with him. The unconscious Yu Tian had just been carried by the family warrior when the barbaric cow shadow chased after him from behind and punched him. The family warrior was heavily injured, his spine almost broken. The huge impact caused Yu Tian, who was still unconscious, to vomit blood. His injuries were probably not light. Fortunately, this family warrior who had a strengthened beast protected him with his life. Otherwise, Yu Tian's life would definitely be over. The injured family warrior took the opportunity and jumped down the stage in pain. His companion also hurriedly ran for his life, leaving behind his iron-tail crocodile. The iron-tail crocodile raised its long tail and prepared to attack the barbaric cow shadow with all its strength. Who knew that Yu Yang's luck would explode today? The barbaric cow shadow spat out flames from her nose and mouth. The red light in her eyes appeared once again. With a flash, the iron-tailed crocodile, which was famous for its iron tail and bite force, was once again instantly killed. Boom boom boom. On the other side, Yu Ting and Yu Bing had also started fighting. Yu Ting originally wanted to come over and help save his big brother, but Yu Bing kept staring at him. She really wanted to help her brother, even if it was just a little. Therefore, when Yu Ting moved, she immediately controlled the 100-years-old Treant defender to attack. The battle between the brother and sister had finally met their match. Both of their strengths were evenly matched, and they were evenly matched. Yu Ting, who possessed a strengthening-type violent bear beast, had thick skin and flesh, so he wasn't afraid of being hit. The 100-years-old Treant defender was also a valiant beast that could sweep through the battlefield. The thing that it was least afraid of was a head-on clash. Furthermore, it also had the assistance of its entangling roots and thorny vines. When Yu Bing saw that she couldn't defeat Yu Ting, her fifth brother, she summoned another 100-years-old Treant defender to join the battle. In a short while, she turned the situation around. In the eyes of the spectators, they saw that the two Treants used their thorny vines and roots to entangle Yu Ting, who had transformed into a bear. Then, they raised their 4 tree arms and smashed them fiercely. Although Yu Ting, who had transformed into a bear, was in pain, he wasn't injured at all. He also raised his bear paws and counterattacked crazily. In the end, this battle became the most barbaric wrestling of strength. However, fifth brother Yu Ting was fighting personally, while seventh sister Yu Bing was controlling the 100-years-old Treant defender. Both of them were fighting head-on, intending to completely defeat the other party. The difference in strength between Yu Ting and Yu Bing was not big. In a short while, it was hard to tell who was stronger. Currently, Yu Bing had a slight advantage. However, if she wanted to quickly defeat Yu Ting, who had transformed into a bear who had infinite strength, it would probably be difficult for her. Let's do it too. Xue Tianlang summoned a silver-ranked level 4 storm giant after gathering his strength for half a day. The storm giant's upper body was that of a living creature, but its lower body was that of a whirlwind. It was extremely fast. The surface of the stage, which was made of stone slabs, was cut by the storm giant's whirlwind. The storm giant was a few meters tall. In the midst of Xue Tianlang's whirlwind, its battle power was boosted to the maximum. With a terrifying whirlwind, it howled and pounced towards Yu Yang. Yu Yang didn't want to fight with Xue Tianlang the most. If he didn't use his full strength, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. However, this brat was the future of the Xue clan. If he killed him, the entire Xue clan would probably chase after him. Fighting with him would be an arduous and unrewarding task. He was prepared to use a shameless move. When the storm giant arrived in front of him, he would jump off the stage and admit defeat. Since he wasn't bullying Xue Tianlang, he was bullying Yu Tian and Yu Yan. Now that he had destroyed their beasts and injured them so badly that they vomited blood, they wouldn't be able to advance any further. Thus, he decided to leave their lowly lives to torture slowly. Since there was still a long way to go, he wasn't afraid that Yu Tian and Yu Yan would vomit blood and die. As for Xue Tianlang, who cared about him? He couldn't be bothered to fight with this guy who liked to fight. It would be better to save his energy and slowly train the Bloody Queen when he returned. Just as Yu Yang was about to give up, a golden light shot onto the stage. With a shout, the whole audience was shaken. When Yu Yang looked carefully, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. The person who came was the royal swordswoman who was clad in full armor. She held the gold-ranked great sword on her back in her hands and shouted heroically at Yu Yang, "I just heard that you little liar's skills are very powerful. I was wrong about you before. Come, let's fight." When Yu Yang heard this, he rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, "Royal swordswoman, do you have anything better to do? Why are you fighting with me?" The royal swordswoman shouted delicately as her chi exploded. The great sword flickered and a golden light flashed, as if a blazing sun had exploded. Xue Tianlang's storm giant had already frozen the entire stage into a platform of ice and snow. However, the great sword in the royal swordswoman's hands was like a blazing sun that spat out flames. Immediately, half of the ice melted. Around the royal swordswoman, the snow melted one after another and steam rose. The great sword was like a sun, its blazing light so bright that people couldn't even open their eyes. On the other side, Xue Tianlang's storm giant did not show any signs of weakness either. Together with the great sword of the royal swordswoman, the entire stage was split into two halves, one hot and one cold. Only the area around Yu Yang, who was in the middle, was slightly different. "Little liar, what are you waiting for? I will use my full strength once I attack. I won't be courteous with you." After accumulating her strength, she didn't care whether Yu Yang agreed or not, and directly pressed towards him step by step. "I didn't even provoke you, but you just had to make me angry." Yu Yang was furious. His temper exploded and his killing intent soared crazily. He raised the Hui Jin magic blade in his hand high up. Under the urging of his innate chi, the energy from the demonized dragon crystal and the molten flame core condensed into a dark golden flame. The flame burned on the magic blade, extending to another meter. The tail of the flame swept across the stage, splitting the hard stone floor like a knife cutting through tofu. Sizzle, black smoke rose up. At the edge of the blade, there were traces of burning and corrosion. Normal warriors couldn't see it, but rankers like Jun Wu Yu and Elder Yu Hai could see it clearly. The two of them were extremely moved. This brat's magic blade was also a treasure. Furthermore, under his control, its power could instantly increase by a few times. Looks like this brat's control of chi was extremely proficient. He wasn't a useless nouveau riche who owned a golden king beast, but a hidden genius who had been training for more than 10 years. Without more than 10 years of hard training, his control of chi would definitely not be so proficient and smooth. Could it be that this brat had been secretly taught by a strong warrior when he was young? His father, Yu Qiu, really didn't die. The two of them looked at each other, having this suspicion in their hearts. Not only Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai, even Yu Shan, Yu Ling, Feng Xiaoyun and Feng Kuang had the same suspicion. Without the guidance of a strong warrior, this trash definitely wouldn't be able to train himself to become a genius. Furthermore, this kind of energy manipulation technique was definitely not something that a trash who had just contracted a grimoire could have. If that was the case, this brat had always been patiently training. Actually, he was already a strong warrior, but he was just pretending to be a pitiful weakling who could be bullied by others. Even if the whole world laughed at him, he would still hide it. Yu Shan and Yu Ling couldn't help but shiver when they thought about how their nephew had such a patient temperament and such wisdom. Could it be that he knew the truth, so this brat had always been accumulating his strength in secret, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge? In order to prevent accidental injuries, everyone quickly leave the martial arts practice square and retreat to a safe place. Seeing that they were serious, Elder Yu Hai didn't stop them. Instead, he shouted at his clansmen, ordering them to leave. Actually, without waiting for his order, the clansmen and the representatives of the various clans had already left the martial arts practice square. They were so scared that they ran far away, not daring to stay in this terrifying martial arts practice square. Not bad, it's been a long time since I've seen such an exciting fight. Jun Wuyu sat still, leisurely and contented. Other than Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai, Yu Shan, Yu Ling, Feng Xiaoyun, Feng Kuang, Yan Pejun's father Yan Qianzhong, Elder Ku Ming who was sent by the Floating Mist sect to teach Yu Feng, Shui clan's representative Shui Wendao, and other rankers who were elders, and above could still sit still. Even the rankers who were at the level of level 5, Grandmaster, all stood up, secretly on guard, in case they were accidentally injured by the 3 people in the martial arts practice square. On the west side, Shui Tanlang had turned the entire western martial arts practice square into an ice hell. On the east side, the royal swordswoman had turned her side into a burning land. Her giant sword was like a blazing sun in the sky, everywhere it passed, everything was on fire. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yu Ting and Yu Bing both stopped and left at the same time, in case they affected Yu Yang's performance. In the middle of the martial arts practice square, under the double pressure, Yu Yang suddenly understood something. He closed his eyes and used the Hui Jin magic blade to cut the space around him. At first, it was extremely fast, but then it became slower and slower, rounder and rounder. Every time he rotated, his movements would become more perfect. At first, people felt that his rotation was a kind of intentional movement. But gradually, Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the others realized that this brat had improved during the battle, as if he had understood something. His improvement was extremely fast. Originally, his deliberate movements were becoming lighter and slower. In the end, it was indescribable, giving people a feeling that it was natural. That kind of rotation was in harmony with the heaven and earth. It was as if it was the wind in the air, or the clouds in the sky. It was natural and wonderful, formless, unintentional, yet it was natural. Yu Yang felt that he was about to understand the true meaning behind it, but he was still a little bit away. It was as if there was a naked little beauty running in front of him. He was almost able to catch her, but she was extremely agile in dodging, avoiding his push. Yu Yang felt that he still needed to have a good fight in order to truly understand it. He must grow through battle. Thus, he decided to have a big fight with the royal swordswoman and Shui Tanlang. Since he couldn't avoid this fight anyway, he might as well let it become his training battle. Yu Yang suppressed the impatience in his heart and controlled the magic blade even more patiently. He used his innate qi to create a ball of flame and a ball of black gas, making them rotate beautifully, forming 2 beautiful semicircles that intertwined with each other. It felt as if a flaming fish and a demonic fish were swimming around each other. Any flames or cold air that invaded their surroundings were all swallowed up by this circle of Pisces. What made Yu Yang himself pleasantly surprised was that it was exactly the same as the profound meaning he had just comprehended. The storm giant and the royal swordswoman's double attack caused this slow and indescribably beautiful circle of Pisces to silently bounce away. The royal swordswoman somersaulted a dozen times and elegantly landed on the stage. The expression on her face was one of shock. This was the first time in her life that she was sent flying by her opponent without even touching her weapon. The storm giant was even more disheveled. It lost its balance and fell off the stage with a rumble. The whirlwind swept up sand, bricks, and countless tables and chairs. It only managed to stabilize itself after being sent flying more than 10 meters away. Xue Tanlang was terrified. He thought to himself that this kind of ingenious rebounding power could be used on a normal warrior. His storm giant was an elemental energy that didn't have a physical body. How could it be rebounded? And rebounded so strongly? Good lad, I don't know if he comprehended this himself or if he was taught by an expert. This yin and yang Pisces is really amazing. Jun Wuyu slapped the table and praised. It is indeed a mysterious method to dissolve a strong enemy's qi. Amazing. Old man Ku Ming, who had not opened his eyes or opened his mouth, and the floating mist sect leader who was sent to teach Yu Feng, also had a strange look in his eyes as he nodded in praise. There is no way to break it at the moment. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Feng Quan, who was known as the 10,000 Withered Bones, opened his mouth for the first time. He expressed that there was no way to break it. This is definitely not Yu Qiu's sword technique. The Yan clan substitute clan master Yan Qianzhong, Xue Wendao and Feng Xiaoyun looked at each other. A trace of jealousy flashed in their eyes. There were too many geniuses in the Yu clan. No matter if this unknown battle technique was secretly taught by Yu Qiu, or if this little lunatic had comprehended it himself, this lad was still a shocking genius. It seemed that after Yu Qiu, another battle technique genius would appear in the Yu clan. They believed that in a few years' time, the second Yu Qiu would appear in the Yu clan. He would not be inferior to Yu Qiu in the past. This third young master, who was ridiculed as trash by the world, was actually a true genius that surpassed his father. Interesting, it seems that I also need to use beasts. The royal swordswoman raised her giant sword and shouted with high fighting spirit. Qian, don't mess around. Jun Wuyu spat out his tea when he heard this. Princess Sisai, don't summon your beasts. The three of you, go out and stop fighting here. Otherwise, the entire Yu clan will be destroyed by you. When Elder Yu Hai heard that the royal swordswoman wanted to summon her beasts, he also hurriedly stood up and shouted loudly to stop her. He also told Yu Yang, the royal swordswoman and Xue Tanlang to fight outside of the Yu clan castle and not in the Yu clan castle's plaza. Eh? Yu Yang was curious. What kind of beast did this royal swordswoman have that was so fierce? Even Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai were worried about it? Alright, let's go out and fight. This place is too small, we can't fight to our heart's content here. The royal swordswoman cancelled the summoning and raised her giant sword, preparing to invite Yu Yang to fight another 300 rounds. Unfortunately, when Yu Yang saw the expressions of Yu Shan and the others, he immediately changed his mind. Once he left, these two fellows might secretly attack Fourth Mother. If Fourth Mother didn't leave, he definitely couldn't leave. Furthermore, if he were to fight with the royal swordswoman and Xue Tanlang, he might even let first Uncle Yu Shan and Yu Ling take advantage of him. It was more important for him to stay alive. Fighting and killing, stop it. Although Yu Yang was curious about the royal swordswoman's beasts, he immediately stopped and kept the barbarian cow Shadow and the bloody queen. He ran away from the stage like a wisp of smoke. Xue Tanlang and the royal swordswoman were both people who gave him headaches. It was better not to provoke them. As for the newly comprehended combat skills, he would go back and ponder them. At most, he would have to use it in his dreams and ask the big lowly in his dreams to correct it. It shouldn't be a big problem. Only an idiot would reveal all of his abilities. Since he was almost done, he should stop while he was ahead. Furthermore, he couldn't be too far away from Fourth Mother. He mustn't be too careless and put her and the little girl's lives in danger. Even if their lives weren't in danger, what if they were poisoned by an incurable poison like Fourth Uncle Yu Ling? No matter what, he couldn't leave now. As for comprehending new combat skills, it wouldn't be too late to find an opportunity in the future. Brat, don't run. The royal swordswoman and Xue Tanlang were stunned. Why did this brat run away as soon as they started fighting? If they couldn't fight here, they could fight outside. Fourth Mother, we've already paid our respects to our ancestors. Let's go home. Xue Tanlang and the royal swordswoman chased after them relentlessly. However, Yu Yang was very shameless. He bent down and picked up the little girl. The two people who were about to attack him couldn't do it anymore, because they were afraid that they would misunderstand and hurt the little girl. I'm looking forward to the day when I can fight you to my heart's content. I still have 10 times, 20 times, or even 30 times the strength of the blizzard summoning. Next time, we must determine the victor. The ice cube guy Shui Tanlang was very unconvinced. He felt that he was the most outstanding man in Gongjian. Although he did not deny that Yu Clan's student, this shameless guy, was also outstanding, he still hoped to prove that he was even more outstanding. When summer comes, I'll invite you over to get some ice cubes to cool off. Once Yu Yang said this, Shui Tanlang immediately turned around and left. Hee hee. Yu Bing covered her mouth and giggled. Hey, you're not allowed to give up halfway. Let's fight again. The royal swordswoman hated this kind of rascal to the core. She really wanted to use her greatsword to smash this brat's head. The fight had just started, and he actually ran away. Did he not have any sense of honor as a man? Yu Yang, on the other hand, was extremely disdainful. It was fine to have a sense of honor, but it couldn't be eaten as a meal. A man could have a stronger sense of honor when he was conquering a beauty, but what was the point of having such a strong sense of honor when fighting normally? Hugging the little girl, Yu Yang intentionally shook his head and sighed, I've lost. I'm just a piece of trash. It's fine if I let people bully me every day, but as a princess of the royal family, why don't you go to the lakeside to take off your clothes and take a bath, and instead come here to bully a piece of trash like me? Please be kind and give us a way out. We're already being bullied to the point where we can't live anymore. Fourth mother, let's go. The beautiful woman shook her head lightly, let's stay for another 2 days. I want to see Miss Feng and ask about the situation. She took the little girl from Yu Yang's embrace and gently caressed Yu Yang's head. Unknowingly, my son has grown so tall. Sanner is very capable, fourth mother is very happy. I'll tell you about it later. Right now, you should accompany Princess Xianxia. As the host, you can't neglect an important guest like Princess Xianxia. Yu Yang put on the appearance of a filial son and nodded vigorously. Of course, fourth mother, take care. I'll definitely take good care of the princess. I'll definitely let her have a happy sex life. Of course, he didn't dare to say the second half of his sentence. The royal swordswoman frowned. She realized that her sixth senses had degenerated a little. Why couldn't she understand what this brat was saying? Was it because she was confused, or was it because she was used to this brat's nonsense? Strange, she didn't know that there was a certain shameless guy in this world who had a kind of counterfeit inherent skill that could cheat people to death. If it wasn't for her sixth senses, inherent skill that was extremely strong, she would probably have been fooled to death by him. Now that she had leveled up to level 2, counterfeit inherent skill, it was normal for her to be confused and disoriented from listening to him. If she didn't have any suspicions after listening to him, then it would be terrible. She would probably have been fooled to death by him. Your words aren't right. It's as if you want to take advantage of me. Are you thinking of something bad in your heart? The royal swordswoman's senses were indeed very strong. Yu Yang secretly thought that it was a close shave. Luckily his counterfeit, inherent skill had leveled up. She could only hear a little now, and was no longer as sure as before. Haha, now it was time to fool her, wasn't she just a princess? With a little training, he believed that there was a chance that she would become an obedient female slave. Yu Yang was fantasizing in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to be sanctimonious and serious. How could it be? My feelings for the princess are as clear as the sun and the moon. My reverence for you is like a torrential river, unceasing. I was just preparing to kill a chicken and burn yellow paper to become sworn brothers with the princess. How could I be disrespectful to the princess? If I were to be disrespectful, then let the heavens strike that tavern owner in the east of Whitestone City. What does this have to do with the tavern owner in the east of Whitestone City? The royal swordswoman became more and more confused as she listened. Why did her sixth senses, inherent skill fail? Nonsense, this has a lot to do with it. Yu Yang said mysteriously, I wouldn't tell normal people, but you're my brother. No, you're my princess, so I won't tell you. You don't know the tavern owner in the east of Whitestone City, right? He is a black-hearted merchant, even more black-hearted than those black-hearted merchants who produce black-hearted cotton. Other tavern owners add water to their wine, but he is different, he adds wine to water. This is just like San Lu adding milk to melamine. Tell me, if the heavens don't strike him to death with lightning, would there still be justice in this world? What kind of beast is this San Lu? What is it San Lu mixed with what milk? The royal swordswoman's head was getting bigger and bigger as she listened, completely unable to understand. You don't know San Lu? That is a mythical beast that possesses the stone petrification skill. Haven't you heard of it before? Drinking San Lu, petrify an entire generation? Yu Yang purposely asked in astonishment. His expression was as if he had seen an ignorant idiot, looking like he was asking for a beating. I've never heard of it. The royal swordswoman really wanted to punch that exaggerated expression on his face. Student, I know that you don't pay attention to the outside world and only care about picking up girls, but you can't not even know about San Lu. Let me tell you, San Lu is the same as a mistress, they are both milk. Yu Yang said resolutely and decisively. I feel that you are lying. You are purposely playing with me. The royal swordswoman felt dizzy listening to him. She felt that something was very wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. How would I dare to lie to you? You are the princess. Would a useless commoner like me dare to lie to the princess? Naturally, I wouldn't dare. Furthermore, an honest little wolf king like me has always treated people with sincerity, always insisting on speaking the truth, doing the truth, and cultivating to be a real person. How could I lie? I will tell you responsibly that I have never lied in my entire life. Yu Yang said something that even he himself didn't believe. Why don't you say that you are a benevolent person who would faint at the sight of blood? The royal swordswoman shrieked crazily. Fear of blood is my only shortcoming in life. I am naturally timid. No, I am naturally kind. Yu Yang, whose body was covered in other people's blood, smiled brilliantly, as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. Damn, you are the most shameless person I have ever seen in my life. The royal swordswoman felt a headache coming on. When you find out that you have completely misunderstood me, you will definitely feel very guilty. But don't worry, I will forgive you. By the way, tolerance is also one of my strong points. Furthermore, it is the strongest point in my life. The Yu Yan who had killed his way into the Yu clan castle a few days ago to take revenge, and today who had knocked Yu Tian, Yu Yen, and even the 7-year-old Yu Feng off the stage to take his revenge, evaluated himself like this. Forget it. Let's not talk about you first. If the most shameless person in the world met you, he would probably commit suicide because of his inferiority complex. But I still don't understand what you meant by your words just now. The royal swordswoman was a little confused. She decided not to talk about this brat because that would only anger her to death. At the same time, she would have a terrible headache. Let's do something, then we will understand. Where do you want to start? Yu Yang asked sincerely. You. The royal swordswoman obviously understood what he meant. She became angry and grabbed Yu Yang's collar, scolding, You dare to molest me? I'm innocent. I think even a blind person can see who is the one molesting who right now. Yu Yang, whose collar was grabbed, shouted out that he had been wrong to the heavens. He looked as if he was about to jump into the river and commit suicide. Seeing the royal swordswoman glaring at him, he revealed a smile and said, I indeed wanted to molest you, but I only said it. I didn't do it. Princess, you have no evidence and forcefully accused me of molesting you. This lowly commoner is very wronged. Why don't you wait until I have molested the princess and become the truth? It won't be too late for the princess to be angry then. Don't you think my words have any logic? You have a bone to pick with you. The royal swordswoman was extremely angry, but in the end, she laughed. This brat could be honest at times. Occasionally, he would also speak the truth. Thank you for not killing me, princess. This lowly commoner will take his leave. Yu Yang hurriedly slipped away. Wait, you just said that I went to the lakeside to take off my clothes and bathe. How do you explain that? If you can't explain it, I will punish you for slander. The royal swordswoman's memory was extremely good. She could still clearly remember the nonsense that Yu Yang had spouted before. Don't you have this kind of hobby? Yu Yang blinked his big eyes and asked curiously. I don't have this kind of perverted hobby. The royal swordswoman almost fainted. Who would be so bored as to run to the lakeside to bathe? But it was clearly written in the novels that the princesses all fought to be the first to bathe at the lakeside. Then, whoever picked up their clothes would win their hearts. I even planned to lie in ambush at the lakeside to see if there were any princesses who went there to bathe. Yu Yang's tone was very disappointed. It sounded as if he was going to hang himself. Idiot, that's a novel. Furthermore, I've never read such a senseless thing in any novel before. The royal swordswoman punched Yu Yang's chest with all her might. I would rather that it was true. Yu Yang had an expression that looked like he was about to cry. You are already hopeless. The royal swordswoman was speechless. Jun Wuyu sent someone over to ask Yu Yang to go over. Who knew that Yu Yang would use an excuse that made everyone sweat for him, and flatly refused. Yu Yang touched his chest and pretended to be seriously injured. He said to the guard, "It's an honor for an ant like me to be asked by the emperor. However, I caught a cold a few days ago and haven't recovered yet. I overestimated my strength and went to the arena and was seriously injured. Look at me, I'm covered in blood. It seems that I won't be able to live much longer. I'm going to go back and write my will. I'm going to hand over my last party dues to the organization, no, the regiment dues. Ah, I forgot, I'm not in the regiment, I'm just a young pioneer. God, I'm so regretful. No, I'm going to commit suicide." Before he could finish his sentence, he had already disappeared like a wisp of smoke. The royal swordswoman was dumbstruck. After a long while, she muttered, "Is there something wrong with this brat's head? Why is it so messy? Ha 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 ha." After Jun Wuyu heard the guard's report, he slapped the table and laughed out loud. This brat is really rude. Looks like we really have to catch him and punish him. If we don't beat him up, he won't be able to get rid of his stubbornness. Elder Yu Hai also laughed. Youngsters nowadays are really daring. Back then, when my old man called me over to lecture him, sometimes I really didn't want to go. I really wanted to tell my old man that I've had enough of him lecturing me every day. But in the end, I couldn't say it. Brother Hai, what do you plan to do? Let him go crazy for 2 years, or teach him a lesson? Why don't we find something for him to do, so that he won't think that us old men are all muddle-headed and blind? Why don't we let him go to that place to train? I believe that this brat will definitely not disappoint us. Jun Wuyu laughed. Although Jun Wuyu's words were light, it was like a bolt from the blue, causing Feng Xiaoyun, Xue Wendao, Yan Qianzhong, Yu Shan, Yu Ling and the others to be moved. They were so shocked that they all stood up. What? Your Majesty, isn't it a little too early for children to go to that place to train? Yan Qianzhong hurriedly stood up, his face full of anxiety. Yes, that place is too dangerous. Xue Wendao also nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, why don't we let them train in the 3rd floor of Tong Tian Tower for a period of time? That place is really hard to predict. Feng Xiaoyun also had his doubts. Yu Shan and Yu Ling looked at each other but didn't say anything. Since Yu Tian and Yu Yan were now crippled, they wouldn't have a chance to go. It's a little early to go to that place, but they are only going to the outer circle temporarily. Without 2 years, they probably won't be able to enter the inner circle. So it's fine. Don't look down on the children nowadays. Pajun, Qisha, Tan Lang and that little lunatic just now are all the most outstanding talents. I have high hopes for them. When they have cultivated to that realm and met the requirements, I will recommend them to the old man above. Don't worry, I think their achievements will be above yours. They are the future hope of our Xia Empire and the 4 great clans. Just let them go. Birds can fly in the vast sky, fish can swim in the vast sea. Don't tell me you want to watch over them and let them become flowers that can't withstand the wind and rain. Rankers are all trained. The harder it is, the stronger it is. Jun Wuyu comforted them with kind words and promised with a smile, don't worry, our Xia imperial family will not be stingy. We will take out maps, notes, treasures and so on for them to use. Do you think I don't want them to become useful? Do you think I am not worried about their safety? As long as you are willing to let them go, I can provide everything. Since your Majesty has given us such kindness, we are extremely gratified. Yan Qianzhong, Xue Wendao, Feng Xiaoyun and the others bowed together, thanking Jun Wuyu. I will give you 3 months to prepare. Yu Tian and Yu Yan should also go. If their beasts die, they can contract another one. They still have their guardian beasts. Their guardian beasts are the most important. Don't worry about the others. Furthermore, their strength can also be increased. This time, the imperial family will give them 2 bronze-ranked beasts to increase their strength. However, you must pay attention to unity in the future. Don't let a tragedy like the death of a genius happen again. Junwu gave Yu Shan and Yu Ling some benefits. At the same time, he also warned them not to have any ideas about Zhuyang. Don't let a tragedy like Yu Qiu happen again. Otherwise, he would go crazy and kill them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yu Shan and Yu Ling naturally replied respectfully on the surface. However, no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. Junwu waved his hand. Everyone quickly took their leave and left. After dismissing everyone, Junwu started to converse with Elder Yu Hai again. Brother Hai, forget about me. He would definitely not want to see me. As his grandfather, you should go and talk to that little lunatic. I feel that he seems to specialize in combat skills. His knowledge of beasts is very shallow. Why don't you let him go to school for 3 months to learn basic knowledge? What do you think? Junwu's eyesight was incomparably sharp, and his judgment of people was extremely accurate. However, what he said was mainly because he understood that Yu Yang was not valued by the clan and had not received any formal training. This little lunatic had always been hiding at home, and had not received any good basic training. He had not received any formal education, and only had a brute force. This was not a good thing for his growth. I want to give Qiuer's things to him. I hope that it will be useful to him. Sigh, this brat can endure patiently, but he is still young. He can't endure for long. It is not a good thing to become famous too early. If he becomes a level 6 elder or a level 7 overlord in a few years, it won't be too late to become famous then. He has become famous too early now. I'm afraid that people will be jealous of him. Elder Yu Hai sighed. Don't even think about it. This brat is smarter than his father. He is extremely cunning. He is a person who can achieve great things. Oh right, give him my things. Of course, there must be some conditions. You have to let him do something for me. That thing I obtained from the old man with great difficulty in the past. I can't give it to this brat for free. When Junwu saw the royal swordswoman, he immediately raised his voice and asked, Xianxia, how is it? What did that brat say to you? That brat lied to me, but I can't catch him. My 6 records, inherent skill is useless against him. The royal swordswoman replied gloomily. Ah, it can't be? When Junwu and Elder Yu Hai heard this, their faces were filled with disbelief. Yu Clan Castle. When night fell, Yu Yan sat in his room for a long time. Even now, he still couldn't accept reality. The loser he hated the most in his life, he had really turned over a new leaf. If that loser had only learned his father Yu Qiu's combat skills, it would have been fine. But he also had a golden king beast. This gap was almost impossible to make up for. No matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up. How cruel was reality? Why wasn't he the one who had a golden king beast? If only he had a gold-ranked beast, how good would that be? Why did the heavens love that loser so much? Why wasn't it him? He was so outstanding, so hard-working, yet he couldn't even have a golden king beast. Why did he, that loser, have such a fortuitous encounter? Yu Yan remembered that he was humiliated by that loser in the tournament and lost miserably in the end. He even had to ask his father to save him in order to survive. His heart was filled with hatred. If he didn't kill that loser in this life, he swore that he wasn't human. But that loser already had a golden king beast and his strength had increased greatly. How could he kill him? Fourth young master, are you asleep? Do you want to talk? Suddenly, an old voice sounded from outside the window. Who? Yu Yan was shocked. He felt a gust of sinister and terrifying demonic energy enter through the window, as if a demon king had descended. Yu Yan was so scared that he hurriedly summoned his strongest beast. But just as he reached out, he realized that his strongest flame lion and flame guard had already been killed by that loser bloody queen. He immediately sweated profusely. Luckily he still had his guardian beast, Flame Wolf, otherwise he would have been swallowed by this demonic energy. When the bronze-ranked level 3 Flame Wolf came out, it clamped its tail in fear and whined softly, as if it was frightened by this terrifying demonic energy. If it wasn't for the fact that guardian beasts would never betray its master, then the Flame Wolf would have probably abandoned its master and ran away like a normal beast. Yu Yan was so scared that his whole body was sweating. There was actually such a terrifying enemy hiding in the Yu clan castle. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a flash of black light. That sinister demonic voice sounded, "Yu clan fourth young master, you are a smart child. I think you should know that shouting is not a wise move. I can kill you before reinforcements arrive. Of course, if you are willing to eliminate your hostility and talk to me, then I believe that we will have many opportunities to cooperate, and it will be a very pleasant cooperation. No, you are a demon worshipper. I am a Yu clan disciple. I will definitely not be bewitched by a demon. Stop dreaming." Yu Yan's teeth were trembling. "Looks like you've been deceived by too many textbooks. Who told you that demons must be the enemy of humans? In the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower, in the vast outer realm, there are many human rankers and demon rankers joining hands to fight against the common enemy. I believe you have heard of the Heaven Realm, right? Do you know what kind of world that is? That is the world where humans and demons coexist. Of course, there are more races and more powerful and terrifying enemies there. Now, you are as weak as an ant. Do you want to pursue a higher realm? Do you want to pursue greater power? Look at you, a weak and pitiful worm. After losing 3 bronze-ranked trash beasts, you are so dejected. I really feel sad for you. You will never know that in the powerful outer realm, even gold-ranked beasts are just trash. If you want to continue being a weak ant, then I will leave. If you still have the heart to improve and want to obtain greater power, then we can talk." The demon-like shadow outside the window slowly tempted him. "Can you give me a gold-ranked beast?" Yu Yan clenched his fists. He knew that once he accepted the demon's temptation, then he would be completely finished. However, he was indeed unwilling. He could lose to anyone, but he definitely could not lose to a trash. Instead of being like this, a weakling who was as insignificant as an ant, it would be better to have a strong beast and become a ranker who could sweep away everything. Gold-ranked beast, as long as he had a gold-ranked beast, then he would be able to catch up to that trash in an instant. If he combined it with his training, then defeating that trash would no longer be an illusory dream, but a reality. This was a chance, the best chance. However, if he really accepted the demon's gift, then he might never be able to turn back. He would no longer have a place in the Yu clan, and he might even become a demon worshipper that everyone in the world would want to kill. Did he really have to do that? After thinking for a while, Yu Yan couldn't help but shiver. Right now, he found himself standing at the edge of a cliff. Below him was an endless abyss. Should he continue to be a weak ant, or should he choose to fall? Child, you are too impatient. With your abilities, even if I give you a gold-ranked beast, you will not be able to contract it. Of course, I can give you a silver-ranked beast. After you contract it, you can slowly cultivate it. When the time is right, we will use a secret technique to turn it into a gold-ranked beast, or even higher. You don't have to worry about this, we are omnipotent. The demon shadow outside the window laughed mischievously. Give me a gold-ranked beast egg, give me a silver-ranked beast, but I still can't beat that trash. I must defeat that trash, I must kill him. Whenever Yu Yan mentioned Yu Yang, he would gnash his teeth in anger, hating him to the bone. Impatient people will never be able to achieve great things. Of course I understand the hatred in your heart. Since it's like this, how about I send a messenger to teach that trash a lesson? I will send someone to cripple him and make him unable to improve for a few years. Meanwhile, you can use this time to quickly improve, and then you can easily kill him. I guarantee that when you become stronger, killing him would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. The demon shadow outside the window increased his tone to tempt him. I can't believe you. You are a demon worshipper. You must be lying to me. Yu Yan struggled in his heart. Without a gold-ranked beast egg, he was not willing to believe in a beautiful future. If this demon lied to him, then what should he do? Fourth young master, I have already said that you are very smart. However, you will never know how powerful our abilities are. We are omnipotent. Listen to the news tomorrow. That abnormal trash will definitely be heavily injured. This is because we are being lenient. We will leave you a fruit of victory for you to enjoy in the end. Smart child, I am not in a hurry. If you have thought it through, I will come and find you again. Or, you can come to the Black River Valley in the 3rd floor of Tong Tian Tower to find me. Young child, when a fortuitous encounter comes in front of you, when you are standing at the crossroads of your destiny, never miss the opportunity, and don't foolishly walk on the wrong path. A light breeze blew past the window, and the demon's shadow had already disappeared. What should I do? Yu Yan wiped the cold sweat off his face and muttered to himself. He didn't know that half an hour ago, this demon's shadow had appeared outside his eldest son Yu Tian's window and said the same thing. 5 minutes later, the demon's shadow appeared outside Yu Yang's window. However, before he could open his mouth, Yu Yang's voice came from inside. I am not asleep yet. What do you want to talk about? If you want to lure me away with a silver-ranked beast like what you did to Yu Yan, I am sorry to tell you that I am not interested in silver-ranked beasts. What do you want to talk to me about? A demon worshipper who has never been to the heaven realm, yet you talk nonsense everywhere. Who is your master? Is it the great demon King Baruth? Is it the demon King Xianxia? Or is it the Lich King Grun? You. This was the first time in his life that the demon's shadow had the illusion of being seen through. He asked in surprise, how did you know? Were you following me just now? I'm sorry. Originally, I wanted to secretly beat up that brat Yu Yan and remind him to wake up and pee. I didn't expect to hear your speech. You talked so extravagantly and pretentiously that I almost wanted to applaud you. I guessed that you would come to talk to me, so I specially rushed back to wait for you. Why, what do you want to talk to me about? Yu Yang opened the door very generously and stood at the door, making a gesture to invite him in. I have underestimated you. Yu Clan's 3rd young master, we will meet again. A black teleportation ball appeared in the demon shadow's hand. It's useless to use the same trick on a Saint Seiya. Wrong, it's useless to use the same escape trick on me. Yu Yang smiled brightly. The demon shadow who wanted to break the teleportation ball to escape suddenly found that he couldn't move his whole body. An irresistible binding force locked him in place. A small and exquisite frost blade slashed from behind and easily cut off the arm of the shadow demon that was holding the teleportation orb. At the same time, the demon shadow's broken arm and shoulder quickly turned into ice. There was someone behind him, and an extremely strong one at that. Could it be that this was the person that his master had mentioned before? This was the expert that taught the trash 3rd young master battle skills. It was indeed true. Behind the trash Yu Clan's 3rd young master, there was indeed a strong hidden expert. Just as the demon shadow stretched out his hand and wanted to summon his grimoire, there was a whooshing sound from behind. A golden arrow nailed into the demon shadow's remaining right arm, instantly turning it into stone. The demon shadow was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Stone Element Medusa, no need to guess, this was the work of Stone Element Medusa. Luckily he didn't look back, otherwise his whole body would have turned into stone. Screech! With a splash of blood, a golden trident pierced through the demon shadow's chest. On the tip of the trident, there was a jet-black energy core that looked like a crystal core. The demon shadow's body swayed and almost immediately fainted from the pain. I will come back for revenge. The demon shadow angrily stepped on the teleportation ball that had fallen to the ground. He knew that he was finished. Even if he could escape in time, he would probably die because of the heavy injuries on his body. However, as long as he still had one breath left, he would bring back the important news that the trash 3rd young master had an expert protecting him. In front of him, Yu Yang was faster than lightning. He formed a sword with both of his hands and pierced towards the demon shadow's right chest. I know that some demons have 2 demon hearts, so this move is useless against me. Die. The innate sword chi instantly pierced through the demon shadow's remaining demon heart. The demon shadow's body rumbled and a silver grimoire appeared out of thin air. With a paw sound, it fell to the ground. Countless black gas evaporated from the grimoire. The teleportation ball's black light pillar rose up. At the same time that the demon shadow's corpse disappeared, the hidden Lamia lowly little Winley waved her dual icicle blades. The blade was even faster than the teleportation light pillar, cutting through the air and slashing through the demon shadow's neck. Behind her, the stone element Medusa with the golden bow and the storm mermaid with the golden trident did not even have time to launch a second wave of attacks. However, just the first coordinated surprise attack was already a great success. If it was an official battle against the demon shadow, it would be extremely difficult to kill a strong enemy with a summoning grimoire. Even if it was heavily injured, the demon shadow could still use the teleportation ball to escape in time. Under Yu Yang's well-planned encirclement, he used a strategy. In the end, it was an instant kill. This was the power of the combination of wisdom and strength. Whether it was at the Yu clan village, in front of the Yu clan castle or in the arena, Yu Yang had never used his true strength. However, in a situation where no one saw, he killed the demon shadow in an instant. At the same time, he purposely created the illusion that there was an expert protecting him from behind. This could also be considered as a stern warning to the power behind the demon shadow. Other than the silver grimoire on the ground and the demon heart nailed to the storm mermaid's golden trident, the other parts of the demon shadow's body, including the arm that was cut off by little Winley, were all teleported away. Everyone did a good job, especially Xiao Winley. She put in the most effort. When Yu Yang praised her, little Winley beamed with joy. Her 6 small arms hugged Yu Yang's thighs and acted like a spoiled child. Yu Yang hurriedly picked up the silver grimoire. This thing still had research value. Who knows, maybe one day, he would be lucky enough to contract a copy of it. Then, he would be rich. As for the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid, they quickly returned to little Winley's diamond grimoire. Little Winley looked at the demon heart that was pierced by the golden trident. Her face showed a little bit of disgust, as if she had seen something very dirty. Unlike her, Hui Tai Lang was drooling. However, Yu Yang didn't say it was for him, so he didn't dare to steal it. You didn't do any work today, and you still want to eat something good? Yu Yang first scolded Hui Tai Lang. In the end, when he saw Hui Tai Lang drooling like a waterfall, he couldn't bear it anymore. Forget it, it's just a broken demon heart. The stingy guy from another world realized that this demon heart was useless, so he kicked it to Hui Tai Lang. This rare act of generosity made Hui Tai Lang extremely happy. He first swallowed it in one gulp, then wagged his big tail. Yu Yang saw that Hui Tai Lang's demonic chi was increasing continuously. Now that he had eaten a demon heart, he reckoned that it wouldn't take long for him to advance a step further. If he could become a silver beast, then giving him a few more demon hearts and giving him more innate chi wouldn't be a problem. However, this fellow wouldn't transform into a Cerberus in the end, right? With regards to Hui Tai Lang's future evolution, Yu Yang only thought about it for a moment, but he didn't think too much about it. In any case, no matter what he did, he reckoned that it would be the weakest among all of his beasts. 10 kilometers away, in a small forest, a man dressed in white stood under the shadow of a tree with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting. A black teleportation circle appeared on the ground. A burst of light rose, and a teleportation pillar shot up into the sky, reaching a height of more than 10 meters. Have you completed your mission? The man dressed in white asked indifferently with his hands behind his back. The demon shadow that was teleported out did not answer. His head fell off his neck and rolled on the ground, all the way to the man dressed in white's feet. His gaze froze. Although he was already dead, he couldn't rest in peace. A second later, the man dressed in white who was standing with his hands behind his back turned around in astonishment, revealing a face that no one could have imagined. He was actually the Yu clan's substitute clan master, Yu Shan. Yu Shan, dressed in white, had a complicated look in his eyes. He looked at the corpse of the demon shadow that was teleported out for a long time, carefully observing it. He carefully examined the demon shadow's severed head, pierced demon heart, petrified arm and frozen shoulder. In the end, he came to a conclusion: there was indeed a rancor behind Xiao San. It was this rancor who had secretly attacked and killed the demon shadow almost instantly. Furthermore, this rancor was not only an expert in combat skills, he also had an extremely strong beast. There was at least a stone element Medusa. As for the frost, it could be caused by a treasure in the hands of a rancor. 2 demon hearts, one shattered and one snatched. It should be that the ranker realized that the demon shadow had 2 demon hearts after destroying the demon heart. Hence, he quickly dug out the second demon heart. Furthermore, before the demon shadow teleported away, this ranker had even chopped off the demon shadow's head. Lastly, the most important point was that this ranker had wanted to capture the demon shadow alive from the start. He must have killed the demon shadow the moment the demon shadow shattered the teleportation orb to escape. The teleportation orb only needed 1 second to teleport. However, in that 1 second, this ranker had made several different fatal attacks. Too strong, the demon shadow that had a grimoire was instantly killed. He didn't even have time to summon his grimoire. What kind of ranker was this? A level 7 overlord? Or a level 8 emperor? Yushan looked up at the sky and sighed softly. Looks like I have to continue enduring. In the Yu clan castle, Yu Yang, who had instantly killed the demon shadow with little Wenli, was currently flipping open the silver grimoire that he had obtained and studying it. The silver grimoire that he had obtained previously had already become an instance dungeon. Could this instance dungeon work? If it didn't work now, then when he leveled up in the future, would he be able to contract another instance dungeon grimoire? What kind of secrets would be left behind in other people's grimoires? Yu Yang was currently researching this problem. He had a strange feeling in his heart that the more grimoires he obtained, the more benefits he would obtain. Now, what use would this silver grimoire be? Yu Yang stretched out his hand and pressed it lightly on the silver grimoire, carefully sensing it with his mind. It was as if there was an extremely faint thing deeply stored in the silver grimoire. It seemed to be an unknown energy, faintly discernible and ever-changing, giving Yu Yang an illusion that he could not grasp it. It was as if there was a naked beauty in front of him, less than a meter away, but separated by a glass wall. He wanted to reach out and grab her, but couldn't grab her no matter how hard he tried. The only thing Yu Yang could be sure of was that this silver grimoire definitely had some kind of secret, it was just that he couldn't uncover it yet. As long as he could study it thoroughly, he believed that he would have a deeper understanding of the summoning grimoire. He would also be more proficient in using the summoning grimoire. Little Wenli blinked her big cute eyes. She saw that Yu Yang was clumsy and couldn't figure it out even after trying for a long time. She wanted to help Yu Yang, but unfortunately she couldn't speak, so she could only use her small hands to gently pull down Yu Yang's arm. What? Yu Yang was curious. Could it be that this little loli had a good idea? Little Wenli pointed her finger and summoned the diamond grimoire. How did you do it? Yu Yang had wanted to learn this move for a long time. He could summon the summoning grimoire without opening his mouth. 2 months ago, he imitated the little loli's summoning and learned how to silently summon. However, the time required was as long as opening his mouth to summon. Moreover, silently summoning required more concentration. Yu Yang didn't have this ability to instantly summon with just a point of his finger. If he had silently said it earlier and pretended to be at ease, he could have disguised it as an instant summon. However, he didn't have any equipment before, so he hadn't grasped the technique to instantly summon it within a second. Moreover, among all the human warriors he had seen, other than City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Yu Yang hadn't seen anyone else who had this ability. Instant summoning was different from quick summoning. Quick summoning, no matter how fast it was, still required time and silent chanting. But this kind of instant summoning definitely didn't require any silent chanting or time. What made Yu Yang the most embarrassed was that little Wenli could summon the diamond grimoire with just a light point of her finger. She could also summon it repeatedly, at will. For Yu Bing, after summoning once, she had to rest for at least half a day to summon the diamond grimoire again. If there was no battle, he would need at least an hour to recover. He would definitely not be able to summon continuously like Xiao Wenli. Yu Bing was still a genius. Her body was filled with spiritual qi, so she could only summon her for an hour. If it was any other warrior, they would probably need to rest for at least a day before they could summon the grimoire again. Of course, little Wenli wasn't the limit of difficulty. Yu Yang had seen someone who was even more magical than little Wenli, Queen Vivian Li. She didn't even need to summon the grimoire, she could directly take out the things in the grimoire. What was more magical was that she could easily turn the grimoire, which couldn't be changed or damaged by any force, into a crystal coffin. Yu Yang estimated that he wouldn't be able to have this kind of ability for the time being. However, Yu Yang still wanted to learn the technique of instant summoning. He carefully looked at little Wenli and reached out to her little head to feel her thoughts. Finally, he felt the flow of spiritual energy in her body. Yu Yang realized that the moment little Wenli reached out to summon the grimoire, the spiritual energy in her body automatically resonated with the grimoire. It was as natural as a person reaching out to eat or walking. It was completely natural, and summoning was effortless. If a normal grimoire contractor's summoning method was compared to hers, it would be like crawling on the ground clumsily. For example, little Wenli's summoning method was like running, while a normal grimoire contractor's summoning method was like a tortoise walking. They were not on the same level at all. Yu Yang felt for a long time. When he felt that he had more or less comprehended it, he excitedly imitated it. He wholeheartedly resonated with the grimoire. Then, he reached out his hand and guided his spiritual energy through his fingers, resonating with the grimoire. Rumble, his head exploded, and he almost fainted. His spirit was shaken. The mental scan after the summoning failed made Yu Yang's head ring with pain. He never knew that a summoning failure would be so unbearable. It was no wonder that normal warriors would faint from the pain when their summoning was interrupted. It was really unbearable. Yu Yang realized that the feeling was like walking up a flight of stairs. He was not prepared and stepped on the wrong step. If it was someone else, they would definitely be scared off by the extreme pain after failing to summon, and not suffer the mental backlash of a summoning failure. However, although Yu Yang loved to lie, he still had a slight advantage, and that was his stubbornness and unwillingness to admit defeat. Rumble, 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 rumble. Yu Yang clenched his teeth and persevered with his training. He was determined to master this technique. He realized that learning this summoning technique was similar to learning how to walk or ride a bicycle when he was young. He would always fall, but every time he fell, he would gain a little experience and improve a little. His mind became more and more in sync, and his body and the grimoire resonated more and more. The trembling from the mental backlash also became weaker and weaker. In the end, Yu Yang no longer felt a headache, but a comfortable trembling feeling. It was as if he had been enlightened, and his entire body had entered an indescribably wonderful spiritual realm. Countless failed experiences had accumulated into a brand new realization. The realm of man and grimoire as one that he could not comprehend previously was right in front of him. Finally, after failing countless times, Yi Zichen finally opened his eyes. Yu Yang reached out his hand again. This time, it was different from the previous failed summons. He was full of confidence and lightly tapped. That silver grimoire was finally summoned perfectly in an instant. Success, he really succeeded. However, Yu Yang retreated from the spiritual realm in shock. For a long time, he still could not believe his eyes. Wah wah wah, I succeeded. Yu Yang was very excited. He jumped and jumped, feeling extremely proud of himself. He felt that he was a genius. He was too awesome to be able to master such a difficult technique. Little Wenli secretly gave a cute little yawn. Maybe she thought that Yu Yang was an idiot, needing to practice such a simple thing for so long. Fortunately, she could not speak yet. That was why she did not strike Yu Yang down, allowing him to be proud for 3 minutes. Yu Yang fiercely kissed her cute little face, picked her up and threw her into the air. He caught her and spun her around. Little fellow, teach me the technique to store things into the grimoire. How did you store the dual cold icicle blades into the diamond grimoire? There must be a technique, right? Come, tell me how to do it. How can I store things into this grimoire? Little Wenli blinked her big bright eyes, as if preparing to tell Yu Yang the technique in this area. However, her eyes turned and immediately turned into a rainbow light, floating into his body. Immediately, Yu Yang also felt footsteps coming towards him from outside the house. Is it fifth grandfather? Yu Yang opened the door and saw the deer-riding old man rushing over, happily handing him a package. This is one of your father's belongings. After Brother Hai's suggestion, the 3 great elders and the 9 elders discussed, they decided to give a part of your father's belongings to you for safekeeping. This is your father's battle skill, it might be useful to you. Because it needs to be compatible with a special beast, Brother Hai, and I felt that you might not be suitable to train in it. It might be better for you to learn from it. The other thing is your father's blade, it has already been broken. Take a look, you might be able to find some clues. Lastly, the key. Among the belongings given by the 5th grandfather, Yu Yang did not find any key, Where's the key? Yu Yang was curious. Could it be that the key was transparent? Little fellow, do you know what is the biggest difference between the Yu clan's clan master and all the other clan masters in the world? It's fairness. No matter which son or grandson he favors in his heart, he must be fair and let everyone maintain a fair competition. In the past, it wasn't that he didn't want to help you, but the more he helped you, the more people would hate you, and the easier it would be for you to lose your life. It's the same now. You have risen to power, you want to take revenge, you want to repay Yu Tian, Yu Yan and the others, he won't stop you either. As long as you don't kill Yu Tian and the others, you can enjoy your rights as a ranker. You can mock and even scold them to your heart's content, just like how they mocked and scolded you in the past. The Soaring Dragon Continent is a world where strength is respected. It's the same in the Yu clan. If you are weak, then you should be low-key and stay in White Stone City for the rest of your life. That's the smartest move. On the contrary, if you have strength, then you can run amok like you are now. Little fellow, don't be dissatisfied with reality. This world is full of competition. If you can't even compete with your own people in the clan, how can you compete with outsiders? You must be strong, stronger than anyone else. Only then can you win the clan's attention, only then can you win the respect of the world. After the fifth grandfather finished speaking, he paused slightly and continued, the key that Brother Hai gave you is just a sentence. A sentence? Yu Yang thought to himself, could it be the password to open the puppet palace? Brother Hai said that when you think that you have the strength of a level 6 elder, you can go and look for him. He will give you the real location of the puppet palace, where the Yu clan's real secrets are stored. When you have the strength of a level 7 overlord, he will give you the map of the gods' ruins explored by the Yu clan's ancestors. At that time, he will tell you that in the world of rankers, there is a super strong existence that the world doesn't know about. Sanner, the road of cultivation has just begun. Don't think that a level 6 elder, or a level 7 overlord, is the peak. On the contrary, a real ranker, a level 7 overlord, is just the beginning. After the fifth grandfather finished speaking, Yu Yang became silent. The stronger existence that the fifth grandfather was talking about was definitely the innate realm. Then how were the innate realms divided? What was the connection between them and the ranks of the ordinary warriors in the world? What made Yu Yang even more curious was that the real location of the puppet palace that the fifth grandfather mentioned just now, could it be that it was not under the Yu clan castle? Everyone in the Soaring Dragon Continent knew that. There was a puppet palace under the Yu clan castle. The reason why the Yu clan was able to prosper for so long was because of the mysterious puppet palace that continuously produced countless puppet beasts. Could it be that the real puppet palace was not here? Don't be anxious, Sanner. You don't have to worry about Fourth Mother's safety either. I dare say that as long as you are alive, they will not be harmed at all. The stronger you are, the better their lives will be. The reality of the world is like this. You can't change everyone's views. The only thing you can change is yourself. You can become stronger and make everyone have no choice but to revere you. The fifth grandfather patted Yu Yang's shoulder, turned around and mounted the deer, laughing loudly as he left. Yu Yang was just about to ponder over the fifth grandfather's words when he suddenly saw the royal swordswoman carrying a giant sword on her back, rushing towards him with clanging sounds. He immediately closed the door. This royal swordswoman was obviously not here to warm his blankets and serve him in bed. It was better not to provoke her. Hey, I'm not here to fight you, I'm here to form a team with you. In the Eagle's Cry Valley of the Guijianchou, a group of royal family's explorers disappeared without a reason. The state grandmaster's revelation, inherent skill had discovered that there was a huge energy reaction there. Let's go and take a look together. If we can find out the situation and obtain treasures, we will split them according to our needs. Hearing the royal swordswoman's words, Yu Yang was stunned. Could it be that the Soaring Dragon Continent had already achieved communism? Splitting them according to their needs was so good, the royal swordswoman saw that Yu Yang was moved, and struck while the iron was hot, persuading him, if we don't obtain any treasures, I can also apply to the treasury to reward you with a water avoidance pearl. This way, you can summon beasts underwater. Water avoidance pearl? Hearing this, Yu Yang immediately jumped up from his bed. No problem, I was born into this world to explore the Eagle's Cry Valley. The royal swordswoman was starting to suspect if she had found the wrong person. Guijianzhou was an undulating mountain range that was covered in fog all year round. Sunlight was a luxury here. Not to mention normal people, even the most rampant bandits in the Dixia kingdom would not come to this kind of place. Because there were few people here, there were all kinds of precious herbs and minerals in the mountains of Guijianzhou. There were also many rare beasts that could not be found in other places. Plant-type beasts and insect-type beasts were the most common here. It was said that Guijianzhou had an extremely terrifying demon insect beast that liked to hunt wyverns for food, the reaper mantis. Of course, this was only a legend. In the past 1,000 years, no one had ever seen signs of the existence of the reaper mantis. This kind of terrifying insect-type beast had probably been extinct for 1,000 years. The royal swordswoman suspected that the royal exploration team might have met some kind of super strong beast like the reaper mantis, and then suffered a sneak attack from the super strong beast, causing the whole team to be annihilated. Be careful. Although wild beasts that are above level 3 would not appear here, because they are all plant-type or insect-type beasts, they usually appear in groups. Furthermore, they have all kinds of negative effects, such as weakness, dizziness, poison, hypnosis, parasitism and so on. You little liar, you better be careful, don't let the parasitic bees and parasitic spiders grow worms on your body. The royal swordswoman was very curious. This brat had always liked to be talkative. Why did he become mute after teleporting to Guijianzhou? There are no traces of people walking here. Are you sure that the royal exploration team really went missing here? Yu Yang had a lot of doubts in his heart. In Guijianzhou's Eagle's Cry Valley, there were strange peaks that pierced the sky on both sides. They were straight down like knives and axes. Iron-clawed rock eagles with wingspans of more than 5 meters lived on top of him. At the bottom of the valley was a terrifying insect valley filled with dense fog. All kinds of insects could be seen everywhere, and the plants also strangely showed extremely bright and dazzling colors. Red, yellow, purple, black, some were mixed with various colors, and some were even glowing. The only thing that didn't have normal green plants was here. Yu Yang searched carefully along the way, but did not find any traces of people walking here. The royal swordswoman also felt that it was strange, but towards Yu Yang's doubt, she glared at him with her tiger-like eyes. Do you think I would lie all day like you? If no one went missing, why would I come here? Something's not right. Yu Yang discovered that on the ugly branch of a strange blood-red plant, there was a crow with blood-red eyes perched on it. What? The royal swordswoman did not understand. Wasn't it just a crow? Let me take a look at the beast encyclopedia first. Yu Yang took out a beast encyclopedia that was as thick as the Earth's New China dictionary from his bag, preparing to check the type of crow. The royal swordswoman was sweating profusely. She waved her hand in a daze and said, "Stop flipping. It's such a basic thing, I'll tell you. This is a carrion-eating crow, officially known as the red-eyed iron-winged crow. Its body is twice as big as a normal crow, and its flying speed is 300 kilometers per hour. It is especially good at flying short distances, and it is very intelligent. It can open a bottle with a lid to drink water, and it can also differentiate between 36 different colors and 50 different numbers. Its resistance to poison is 100 to 150 times that of a normal human. Because it has been eating carrion for a long time, its body carries pestilential venom, and any wound that is pecked by it would slowly poison the person. It is a level 2 bird-type flying beast, and it likes to live in small groups. There are 3 subspecies and 2 variants, and they are distributed throughout the entire soaring dragon continent. Third young master, what else do you want to know? Your memory is pretty good. Yu Yang flipped through the book and realized that the swordswoman was not wrong at all. You think there's something wrong with this crow? The royal swordswoman almost fainted when she heard this. These were all the most basic things anyone who had gone to school would know. However, she did not criticize Yu Yang too much. The reason was because this brat had never gone to school before. It's a carrion-eating creature, why would it follow us? I discovered it when I was 10 kilometers away, and it has been following us secretly. Yu Yang voiced out his doubts. Could it be that it thinks that we will become dead people? The royal swordswoman was very intelligent, she understood immediately. I suspect that it had seen the royal exploration team before, and had already eaten their meat. It probably thinks that we will become dead people sooner or later like the Royal Exploration Team, so it has been following us, waiting for us to fall before eating our meat. Yu Yang voiced out his own reasoning. How can you be so sure with just a crow? The royal swordswoman really admired this little liar in her heart. She felt that although Yu Yang's basic knowledge was terrible, his brain was definitely first class. It seemed like she had really found the right person to find him to be her partner. Of course, Yu Yang would not tell this royal swordswoman that his suspicions were one thing, but the most important thing was that he had seen through it with his divine vision. With his divine vision, he could see that there was definitely something wrong with this crow. It was not as simple as an ordinary red-eyed iron-winged crow. On this red-eyed crow's body, there was an indescribable evil aura. It was different from demonic aura, it was extremely strange. At first, Yu Yang thought that it was the corpse aura that was emitted after eating corpses for a long period of time. However, after careful observation with his divine vision, he discovered that it was not. With his divine vision, he could faintly see that this crow was a bird that someone had used some kind of ability to control from a long distance away. Although it was not a contracted beast, it was still controlled by someone. It was a flying scouting tool, just like the unmanned aircraft on Earth that was equipped with radar. I hope my feeling is wrong. Yu Yang felt that the upcoming battle was inevitable. Controlling an uncontracted crow was not something a normal warrior could do. If you are right, then what kind of person would hide in Gui Jianchou? When the royal swordswoman heard Yu Yang's reply, she was shocked. She could tell that this was the truth. More accurately speaking, this brat's current actions were completely different from before. He was not lying, he was very serious. Could it be that there was really some kind of shady power that was secretly developing here? I believe that we will have an answer to this question very soon. Yu Yang took out a piece of hard rations and pretended to chew on it. That crow immediately soared into the sky and flew high. It was obvious that it knew that in the hands of a warrior, a piece of rations could also be a fatal hidden weapon. However, as Yu Yang continued to chew and drink, it quietly descended and landed on a branch that was further away. It followed Yu Yang from afar. The royal swordswoman's eyes revealed a light of enlightenment. Yu Yang's actions just now were actually a test. If there was no one controlling this crow, then it would not fly high. Normally, crows would pick up the food scraps left behind by humans. They would not be smart enough to fly high into the sky when they saw rations. Once it flew, other than proving that there was someone controlling it from behind, it could also test the second point of doubt. If the owner of this crow could hear the conversation between Yu Yang and the royal swordswoman, then it would not land again. This was because Yu Yang's words just now had already indicated that he had discovered something suspicious. Now that the crow had returned to the branch, it proved that the owner controlling the crow could see every action of Yu Yang and the royal swordswoman, but could not hear their conversation. He also did not know that Yu Yang was preparing to kill the crow. He thought that he was hungry and was preparing to eat some rations to fill his stomach. The royal swordswoman blinked her tiger-like eyes and asked Yu Yang, "What do we do now?" Yu Yang passed the water to her and revealed a bright smile. "I think that if we hug each other and start to do some intimate actions, such as touching, grabbing and pinching, we might be able to lure this crow to death. However, I would be at a disadvantage if we do that, so I'm against it." When the royal swordswoman heard this, she almost fell to the ground. The two of them hugged each other intimately, and had already touched, grabbed and pinched each other. Was he the one at a disadvantage? "If you dare to touch me, I'll chop off your claws." The royal swordswoman angrily snorted and raised her small fist at him. "Then what if we touch each other?" Yu Yang pounced on the royal swordswoman like a tiger and pushed her to the ground, pressing his whole body on top of her. Without waiting for the royal swordswoman to resist, he hurriedly removed the armor on her body. As he kissed her like raindrops, he tore off his own clothes. That crow suddenly flew closer cautiously. In the end, it flew to a tree branch a few meters away from Yu Yang. It stared fixedly at Yu Yang, who had gone berserk, as if it was extremely curious about his wolfish act of pushing her down. Although the royal swordswoman resisted with all her might, Yu Yang's wolfish hands were extremely fast. He had already taken off a large piece of her breastplate and threw it to one side. In front of her chest, a large piece of snow-white, flawless, delicate jade skin was revealed. The bra that was wrapped around her chest was almost unable to cover the towering, blooming virgin peaks. Yu Yang was so excited that he howled like a wolf. He stretched out his wolfish claws and aimed at those two lumps. "I've caught you." Yu Yang's afterimage disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on top of a tree branch. He grabbed the panic-stricken red-eyed crow with both hands. His face was smiling, but his eyes were as cold as a demon's. He looked straight into the crow's eyes and said, "Are you curious? Little friend, don't be anxious. When I catch you, we will slowly put on a show in front of you." After Yu Yang finished speaking, he forcefully twisted the red-eyed crow's head off its body. However, before he could boast about the success of his plan, the royal swordswoman had already jumped up and punched him to the ground. The royal swordswoman's tiger-like eyes were filled with anger and a little embarrassment. There were even glistening teardrops that could barely be seen. "You bastard, it's fine if you acted just now, but you really touched me. When did I allow you to touch me? You must have been acting for real, abusing your authority to take advantage of me." "Did I touch you just now?" Yu Yang's face was filled with innocence. He looked at his own hands with an expression of disbelief. "Are you a dead man? Don't you feel whether you touched me or not?" The royal swordswoman was furious. This brat had touched me and still didn't want to admit it? Was he still trying to act dumb? Yu Yang saw that the royal swordswoman was extremely angry. Her whole body was trembling, and the small piece of cloth was unable to cover her towering perfect breasts. It seemed like her breasts were shaking. No, her breasts were trembling. That was the legendary trembling that was one level higher than breasts. It could even cause one's soul to tremble. Swallowing a large mouthful of saliva, unable to suppress his wolfish heart, he reached out his evil hand. "I didn't feel it clearly just now. Was this how I touched you just now?" The royal swordswoman stared blankly at his wolfish claws that were pressing on her breasts. After a long time, she finally let out a scream that was even more terrifying than a banshee's scream. She didn't even bother to put on her breastplate. She immediately raised her giant sword high above her head and chased after Yu Yang, who was running for his life. "This is my instinct. Any man who saw this would do the same thing." Yu Yang defended himself as he ran. When the royal swordswoman heard this, she was even angrier. "Killing a big pervert like you is also my instinct." Pa pa pa, in the sky, a flock of red-eyed crows flapped their wings and flew past. After a while, they flew back and circled around the sky a few times. Some of them landed on the branches and searched carefully, but in the end, they didn't find Yu Yang and the royal swordswoman, who were hiding under the leaves of the plants. They flew up one after another and flew in another direction. Ever since Yu Yang killed the first red-eyed crow, within a day and night, the flock of red-eyed crows had flown over Yu Yang's head at least 20 times. It was very obvious that the rancor hiding in the Eagle's Cry Valley was an expert in controlling crows. In order to find Yu Yang and the royal swordswoman, this hidden rancor had controlled at least 200 crows. They took turns to search everywhere, flying over Yu Yang's head again and again. However, they were all confused by Yu Yang's disguise, so there was no result at all. The royal swordswoman had abandoned the armor that covered her entire body. Just like Yu Yang, she was wearing the clothes of a forest scout that was made of leaves. As long as the flock of crows flew over, the two of them would quickly hide in the bushes, or crouch down and not move. Then, the red-eyed crows in the sky wouldn't be able to detect their presence. Although the royal swordswoman was still angry at Yu Yang's wolf-like actions, she secretly admired this brat's craftiness in her heart. Using tree branches and leaves to make clothes as a disguise was indeed a good idea. Forget about crows, even a human wouldn't be able to find them. In a rapidly flowing stream, countless iron-clawed rock eagles let out chaotic cries and scattered in all directions. A flying dragon with a tall, fleshy head carried a black-robed man on its back as it spiraled downwards. Yu Yang and the royal swordswoman hurriedly hid between the crevices of the rocks, quietly observing the black-robed man's movements. He took out a black skull and muttered an incantation. The black skull emitted bursts of black fog, which then condensed into a ball. The black-robed man then threw the ball of black fog onto the ground. The black fog dissipated, and with a crackling sound, strange skeletons were summoned. Some of the skeletons even carried items from when they were alive, such as a tattered glove, a silver chain covered in black blood, a rusty sword. When the royal swordswoman saw this, her face sank. Yu Yang didn't understand what was going on, but she was very clear that she had found her target. These skeletons were the people she was looking for, the royal exploration team. However, they were all dead and had been turned into skeletons by the black-robed man using the terrifying undead summoning technique. So, the person who caused the royal exploration team to be annihilated and the person who controlled the crows was this necromancer. However, why would a necromancer that could only be found in the demon abyss appear in the soaring dragon continent? How long had this black-robed necromancer been hiding in the Eagle's Cry stream? What was his motive? My undead servants, move out and find those two living people. The black-robed man muttered, his skinny hand summoning balls of green phosphorescence, projecting them onto more than 10 skeletons. These skeletons changed shape, changed color, and became bigger under the green phosphorescence. In less than 10 seconds, they turned from level 1 skeletons to level 2 skeletons. Among them, the leader skeleton that had absorbed a few balls of green phosphorescence had even strengthened into a level 3 iron skeleton. This iron skeleton leader had long bone blades growing out of both of its arms. The royal swordswoman knew that this was the necromancer's soul control technique. As long as there was a living thing nearby, it would be sensed by these skeletons. Her camouflage of branches and leaves had lost its effect. Fortunately, the skeleton's sensing range was limited, only 20 to 30 meters. Now that they were separated by the stream, they would immediately be discovered by these skeletons. She stretched out her hand and lightly drew a circle on Yu Yang's back, indicating that she was ready to launch a surprise attack. The distance was a little difficult, so the success rate of a surprise attack was not high. However, she still had to give it a try. Otherwise, once this black-robed man riding on the poison wyvern rose into the sky, she would not be able to do anything to him. She estimated that this black-robed necromancer's strength was around that of a level 6 elder. If the two of them succeeded in their surprise attack, there was a high possibility that they could kill him. The only problem was that this fellow was extremely cautious. The wyvern had landed on a protruding rock. As long as the wyvern jumped up, it would be able to escape into the sky. In a battle in the sky, other than the Bloody Queen, he and the big pervert could only watch with folded arms. It would be slightly difficult for the gold-ranked level 3 Bloody Queen to kill this bronze-ranked level 6 poison wyvern. Furthermore, there was still a necromancer with the strength of a level 6 elder on the poison wyvern's back. Shoo! Yu Yang grabbed the royal swordswoman's small hand. Just as she was about to struggle free, he made a shushing gesture, indicating that there was a situation and that she should not move. The royal swordswoman glared at him with her tiger-like eyes. However, in the end, she still obediently obeyed and did not dare to move. She wanted to pull her small hand back, but Yu Yang pretended that he did not know. He grabbed onto her hand and did not let go, seizing the opportunity to take advantage of her. The royal swordswoman really wanted to kick him into the stream, but the black-robed man was still there. If she kicked him out, she would lose the chance to launch a surprise attack, so she could only give up. At first, she still wanted to punch him, but a second later, she completely forgot about it. She anxiously hugged onto Yu Yang's back, her towering breasts pressing against him unconsciously, pressing his body lower and lower. This was because, following the direction of Yu Yang's gaze, she discovered that on the precipitous rock wall, there was a terrifying creature that was absolutely still. It did not move at all, and its aura was completely concealed. It stuck to the rock wall like a rock. Its target was the black-robed man and the poison wyvern he was riding on. However, the vigilant black-robed man and the poison wyvern could not sense the existence of this terrifying creature at all. When the poison wyvern flapped its huge wings and carried the black-robed man up slowly, the terrifying creature suddenly moved like lightning. Its two huge sickle-shaped arms were like two black lightning bolts, cutting through space and capturing the poison wyvern's huge body in its arms. The bronze-ranked level 6 poison wyvern could not even struggle, and could only wail in pain. That terrifying creature immediately opened its huge, sharp teeth and started to chew on the poison wyvern's head. It did not kill it first, but directly ate its prey alive. The poison wyvern's blood-curdling screams resounded throughout the whole valley. At this moment, the whole valley was dead silent. All the creatures were so scared that they did not know where to hide. While the terrifying creature was eating the poison wyvern alive, the black-robed man was struggling. His body was also captured by the terrifying creature's huge arms, and he could not break free no matter how hard he struggled. When the terrifying creature saw that the little worm that it had captured was actually struggling, it immediately stretched its head out to bite the black-robed man's head. The black-robed man's movements were extremely fast. He immediately took out a teleportation orb and crushed it with his skinny black hand. The teleportation light pillar flashed in a second. However, the moment he teleported away, the terrifying creature became angry. It raised one of its sickle-like arms and swung it. Paw, the lower half of the black-robed man who was teleporting was actually chopped off by the terrifying creature in the teleportation space. The teleportation light pillar was also shattered, and half of his body fell to the ground with a paw sound. If he did not escape fast enough, this level 6, elder, black-robed man would probably be killed instantly. Yu Yang and the royal swordswoman felt their scalps tingle. This terrifying creature was actually the legendary gold-ranked level 7 Reaper Mantis that was already extinct. Furthermore, it was a Gold King beast. The guy from another world was sweating profusely, and shouted in his heart, "Oh my god, who said that the Reaper Mantis was already extinct?" There was one right in front of their eyes. Its body was a few times bigger than a wyvern, and was practically bigger than a fighter jet. Such a terrifying creature actually existed in the soaring dragon continent? Luckily it did not fly out of Guijianzhou, otherwise everyone would have been eaten by it. That bronze-ranked level 6 poison wyvern did not even have the time to struggle as it was devoured by the Reaper Mantis. Meeting its natural enemy, this poison wyvern was really unlucky. After the Reaper Mantis ate the poison wyvern's head, it suddenly threw the wyvern's huge corpse away. With a flap of its wings, it instantly soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. If the wyvern's corpse had not fallen to the ground in front of him, Yu Yang and the royal swordswoman would have suspected that the Reaper Mantis had actually appeared before. Looks like it really likes to eat the wyvern's magic crystal. Yu Yang secretly thought that it was a close shave. Luckily he had handed the wyvern's magic crystal to Yu Bing for safekeeping before he appeared. Otherwise, the poison wyvern would not be the only one that was ambushed by the Reaper Mantis. It's a female mantis. I wonder if it has laid eggs. If we can find the egg sheath, then we can definitely find the Reaper Mantis larva. The royal swordswoman was a little moved. The larva of the Reaper Mantis was a gold-ranked beast, its future growth was limitless. Hearing this, Yu Yang jumped in fright and hurriedly waved his hands. "If you want to die, go ahead, don't drag me down with you. I haven't enjoyed my blissful sexual life yet." "You coward." The royal swordswoman was annoyed. He was just saying it casually. Did he really think that there was a Reaper Mantis larva waiting for him? "I think that the wisest thing to do now is to get rid of that black-robed man." Yu Yang had always been used to bullying the weak. Even a persimmon would only bully the weak. But he has already escaped. How are we going to find him? Who knows where the hell he is hiding? The royal swordswoman now felt that it was a little dangerous to walk around the Eagle's Cry Valley. After all, there was a gold-ranked level 7 Reaper Mantis lying in ambush somewhere, ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. This kind of feeling was too creepy. "Look." Yu Yang pointed at the skeletons that were currently dragging the black-robed man's broken lower body, as well as the gigantic wyvern's corpse. "That fellow will still rush back? Alright, we'll do as you say this time. We'll wait." The royal swordswoman felt that the necromancer was really unlucky. First, he was ambushed by the Reaper Mantis, causing a bronze-ranked level 6 poison wyvern to die. Now, he was about to be ambushed by her and the big pervert together. Under these two attacks, it would be hard for this fellow to not die even if he wanted to. Although the royal swordswoman was still extremely angry at Yu Yang, she had no choice but to stick close to him. The two of them stuck close to each other, their bodies leaning against each other. In order for the ambush to succeed, the two of them quietly hid in the crevices of the rocks. Towards Yu Yang's wolfish expression that he was secretly enjoying, the royal swordswoman was extremely angry. In the end, she was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and beat him up, affecting the ambush, so she could only pretend that she did not see it. Just like that, the two of them did not move at all, waiting for the heavily injured black-robed man to return to the stream. After about half an hour, a man in a grey robe stood on the back of a gigantic iron-winged crow king, accompanying the black-robed man, who only had half of his body left, back to the sky above the stream. That black-robed man scolded angrily, "I'm really too unlucky. It wasn't easy for me to get this new body of mine. I didn't think that in less than half a month, it would be chopped into two by the Reaper Mantis. I reckon that without a year's time, I won't be able to recover to my original state." Didn't Master Suaga say that the Gui Jianchou didn't have the Reaper Mantis? Damn it, if I didn't run fast, I reckon that I would have ended up like my wyvern, having my head bitten off while I was still alive. Lu Dun, do me a favor and reattach my body. The man in gray laughed weirdly and said, "You're unlucky. I've lived in this Gui Jianchou for close to 10 years, but I've never met a Reaper Mantis. I reckon that it's your wyvern's fault. Who asked you to be so smug that you had to contract a wyvern as your mount? Why is there another Gold King beast?" "What Gold King beast?" The black-robed man still had lingering fears. When he heard it, he was so scared that his whole body trembled. "Don't be afraid, that's my bloody queen. I guarantee that she doesn't like to eat human heads, especially dead people's heads." Yu Yang's figure appeared behind the black-robed man. His smile was as bright as the sun. Of course, in the eyes of the black-robed man, it was more like a demon's smile. Seeing the heavenly swordswoman rushing over with her great sword, the gray-robed man laughed weirdly at the black-robed man. "I'll deal with this little girl. My beast just happens to be able to restrain strengthening-type warriors." He held a strange purplish-black magic ball and flew towards the royal swordswoman. Just as the royal swordswoman's giant sword was about to slash down, a purplish-black light shone brightly and expanded into a circle. Both he and the royal swordswoman disappeared at the same time. Yu Yang was stunned. There was actually this kind of one-on-one battle to the death in the Soaring Dragon continent instead of in the Demon Abyss? It seemed that the Demon Abyss's research on space was much more advanced than the Soaring Dragon continent. No wonder the teleportation orb in the Demon Abyss could be used so quickly. The black-robed man looked at it and scolded loudly, "Damn you, Lu Dun. You go crazy the moment you see a woman. You're obviously useless, but you still like to collect women's corpses. What a perverted hobby. Do you think that without your help, I can't deal with a brat who's still wet behind his ears? May I ask how you're going to deal with me?" Yu Yang asked curiously. He couldn't understand how a necromancer who had lost half of his body and was rotting could defeat him, who had a gold-ranked level 3 bloody queen. The black-robed man ignored Yu Yang and quickly summoned his grimoire. Looking at this high-leveled silver grimoire, Yu Yang was a little moved. It seemed that he would have a silver grimoire later on. If he could contract all of them, he would be able to sweep across the world with just his guardian beasts alone. As Yu Yang was fantasizing in his heart, he suddenly saw the black-robed necromancer pressing his skinny black hand on the grimoire. Following the spread of black light, a rotten and stinky headless horseman was summoned. Yu Yang observed with his divine vision, and discovered that this headless horseman was a bronze-ranked level 5 necromancer beast. The headless horseman did not immediately attack Yu Yang. Instead, he rode on the similarly decaying skeleton horse and headed straight for the level 2 white skeletons. Raising the black greatsword high, the headless knight swung it down heavily, shattering the white skeletons. Then, he stretched out his hands and condensed the dark green energy balls that emerged from the shattered white skeleton's remains, stuffing them into his broken body. Finally, he took off the iron skeleton's skull and placed it on his own neck. The skull emitted a dark green flame and then disappeared. Energy burned in the eye sockets of the skeleton. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a headless horseman into a dark green death knight, and its strength increased exponentially. The huge black sword from before burned with the phosphorescence of a corpse and rose into the air. The Death Knight's level also rose from its original bronze-ranked level 5 to bronze-ranked level 6. Yu Yang clapped his hands and praised, "Not bad. Although this method is a little strange, it's very effective. Looks like the Demon Abyss's research on summoning techniques is indeed more advanced. Humans are a little behind. You still dare to be arrogant when you're at death's door?" The black-robed man summoned a 10-meter-long black centipede. This was not a skeleton beast, nor was it a zombie beast like the headless horseman. It was a living creature. It was the black-robed man's guardian beast. Similarly, this gigantic iron pincer centipede was also a bronze-ranked level 6 beast. Right now, two strong bronze-ranked level 6 beasts had joined forces to fight against the gold-ranked level 3 Bloody Queen in the sky. Both of them were not inferior in terms of strength. However, the Bloody Queen's expression was a little disdainful, but she did not attack. She flew low in the sky, mainly circling behind Yu Yang. The dragon-slaying dagger was inserted into the silver belt on her waist, and she held Yu Yang's crescent blade in her right hand, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Her gold keen beast had a suppressive force, but against a beast that was of a higher level, the effect was not obvious. Furthermore, the Death Knight was an undead, so the effect was reduced, and the deterrence effect was even more negligible. As for the iron pincer centipede, it was a guardian beast. Under the command of the black-robed man, it was full of fighting spirit and continuously crawled on the stone surface. Its sharp legs were like dozens of shining cold knives. As for its two gigantic iron pincers that were even bigger than its head, as long as it slightly touched the stone would be smashed into pieces by the centipede. The Bloody Queen did not have much of a deterrence effect on them, but it was still a gold keen beast. Even if it was 3 levels lower, the Death Knight and the centipede would not dare to attack easily. The black-robed man looked arrogant on the surface, but in reality, he was extremely vigilant. Previously, he was ambushed by the Reaper Mantis and almost lost his life. Now, he was ambushed by this human brat. If he still did not become vigilant, then he would be an idiot. Do you have a lich ring? Yu Yang did not order the Bloody Queen to attack immediately. Instead, he kept looking at the black-robed man's hands. The lich ring was the treasure that Yu Yang cared about the most among all the treasures in the world. The reason was simple, because the lich ring was the same as a storage ring, it had a dimensional storage space. The only difference was that a storage ring could store any item, including living creatures, while a lich ring could not. It could only store items or lifeless corpses. A storage ring was a holy ranked treasure. Even the Dexiao Emperor Jun Wu did not have one, so Yu Yang could forget about it for the time being. However, he might be interested in the lich ring. Not only did Yu Yang have a crush on beauties, he also had a crush on treasures. He really liked those dimensional storage items, such as the Cosmos sack and the Sumera mustard seed. Unfortunately, although he had robbed the old Taoist priest's Cosmos sack, it had disappeared after he transmigrated. If the flying sword had become the heavenly sword goddess, then what about the Cosmos sack? Yu Yang guessed that the Cosmos sack might have been temporarily kept by the heavenly sword goddess, or that the mysterious dream world that he had entered was inside the Cosmos sack. The current Yu Yang had no way of finding out the whereabouts of the heavenly sword goddess's Cosmos sack. However, his dream of having a storage ring had never been fulfilled. A storage ring was an essential equipment for traveling, killing and arson, hunting monsters and hunting for treasures. How could he not have one? If he really did not have one, he would at least need a lich ring. The lich ring was actually the lowest and most trashy storage ring. Although the storage space of the lich ring was not big, and it could only store non-living things, there was no such treasure in the Soaring Dragon continent. The main reason was that there were too few special type beasts that could create special items in the Soaring Dragon continent. Furthermore, with the humans' intelligence, it was even more impossible for them to create a storage ring. For a clan like the Yu clan, being able to create a few puppet beasts was already considered a great achievement. They had become one of the 4 great clans in the world. However, in the entire Yu clan, other than the ghost genius Yu Gong from a few hundred years ago, no one could understand the principles behind a storage ring. Although the ghost genius Yu Gong had left behind his research, no one could understand it. Comparing the difficulty of creating a puppet beast and a holy ranked storage ring, the difference was like heaven and earth. They could not be compared at all. It was already extremely difficult for humans to create teleportation scrolls, not to mention dimensional storage. That kind of technique was extremely difficult, no one in the world could compare to it. Hence, there were no storage rings in the Soaring Dragon continent. Even the trashy lich ring was not sold. The lich ring had always been a special treasure in the demon abyss. If people wanted to obtain it, they had to kill a lich first and snatch the lich ring from the lich's hands. This was because a lich that contracted with an undead-type beast would need to store a lot of materials, such as giant dragon's bones, human skeletons, corpses, magic crystals and so on. A lich must have a lich ring to solve these urgent needs. Hence, normally, a lich would have a lich ring. No. the black-robed man laughed coldly. This brat must have thought that a lich ring was just a random commodity that could be found at the roadside stalls. How could it be so easy to obtain? Then you can die now. Yu Yang smiled slightly. A second ago, he was still smiling, but in the next second, he had turned into a terrifying killing god. Yu Yang's figure disappeared, leaving a blurry afterimage in the air as he pounced towards the giant pincer centipede. In the sky, the Bloody Queen also flapped her wings and flew up, preparing to attack the giant pincer centipede together with Yu Yang. The black-robed necromancer laughed coldly in his heart. I've been waiting for you. He ordered the giant pincer centipede to jump up high and fiercely receive the attack. The giant pincer centipede's outer shell was extremely hard, so it was not afraid of knives or axes. Even if it did not resist and let this brat hit it, he would not be able to hurt it. Most importantly, his giant pincer centipede was a guardian beast. Even if it was killed, it could be summoned again. It was not afraid of attacks at all. Pooh! The Death Knight that was charging over to support suddenly had a blade sticking out of its chest. It and the skeleton horse it was riding on started to tremble crazily. Countless black gas and green phosphorescent flames spurted out from the wound. The black-robed man was shocked. When he looked carefully, he realized that it was only an illusion that was charging towards the giant pincer centipede. The brat who was laughing like a demon had actually appeared behind the Death Knight. He was using a crescent-shaped magic blade to pierce the Death Knight's demon heart. The Death Knight that was made from the corpse of a demon general was not afraid of physical attacks at all. Its only weakness was the demon heart that was purposely placed on the right side of its chest. Other than himself, no one else knew this secret. How did this brat know? The Huijin magic blade in Yu Yang's hands was like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, crazily absorbing the energy within the Death Knight's demon heart. No matter if it was the molten flame core or the demon dragon's crystal, they were both absorbing the demon heart's energy to recover their previous losses. Other than a small amount of corpse gas, the Huijin magic blade did not reject any other energy. The Death Knight struggled with all its might, but its struggle was futile. Bang! Its head exploded, and the energy on its body was greatly reduced. In the end, the bronze-ranked level 6 Death Knight fell back to bronze-ranked level 5 Headless Knight. Then, due to the continuous loss of energy, it fell back to bronze-ranked level 4, bronze-ranked level 3, normal-ranked level 4, normal-ranked level 3. When the Huijin magic blade finished absorbing its energy, the originally majestic Death Knight had turned into a pile of rotten flesh and bones, falling apart with a crash. Even the skeletal horse it was riding on had turned into a pile of rotten flesh and bones. The black-robed necromancer was dumbstruck. Never in his dreams would he have thought that this human brat who killed people with a smile would actually possess such a terrifying magic weapon. This magic weapon definitely had a life of its own. This magic weapon should be the treasure of life that he had been dreaming of. If he could use it to make a bone box, he would be able to level up to become an immortal lich. Under the black-robed man's jealous and greedy gaze, the Huijin magic blade flashed with a wave of black smoke and purple flames, burning ceaselessly. It automatically started to change shape extremely slowly, evolving into a more perfect form. The molten flame core and the demon dragon's crystal on both sides started to fuse together. The blade's entire body was covered with vein-like veins and veins. Dragon fang-like bone spikes grew out from the back of the blade, while the tip of the blade was burning with energy flames. The silver-ranked Huijin magic blade, after absorbing the Death Knight's demon heart's energy, had successfully evolved into a gold-ranked magic weapon. Yu Yang lifted it up and activated his innate qi. Once he activated the energy on the blade, the black smoke and purple flames immediately increased crazily, as if it was going to burn the sky. Those energy flames formed a flame-type armor on Yu Yang's arm. Other than increasing his defense, it also greatly increased the strength of his arm. This is impossible. The black-robed necromancer was so jealous that he was going crazy. How could this brat be so lucky? Not only did he have a gold-ranked level 3 Bloody Queen, he also had this kind of magic weapon that could absorb energy automatically. Kill him, I must definitely kill him. I must definitely snatch this magic weapon and refine it into an immortal bone box. The black-robed necromancer, whose heart was filled with greed, suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. He turned his head and saw that his giant pincer centipede's head was nailed by a dagger and it was rolling around in pain. Immediately after, it turned into a ray of black light and returned to the silver grimoire. If it wasn't a guardian beast, it would definitely be dead. This was because the dagger that nailed it was the dragon-slaying dagger. Even if a giant dragon was hit by it, it would be heavily injured. Where did this dragon-slaying dagger come from? The black-robed necromancer didn't even have time to understand when he felt a sharp pain on his back. His entire body flew out uncontrollably and landed heavily on the ground. In the sky, a foot landed, covering the entire sky. Yu Yang stepped on the black-robed necromancer, but he didn't immediately kill him. Instead, he looked at the empty space in the distance and said with a smile, "I guess you must be Master Suagu? I think you've seen enough. Why don't you come down and save your subordinates? Although your invisibility ability is not bad, please pay attention to the flow of the air. Next time, don't stand in the wind, otherwise others would easily smell the corpse smell on your body. What I'm saying is, if you can survive next time, you might as well learn this lesson. Your mouth is quite powerful, but if you think that I'm the same as Reuben under your feet, then you're gravely mistaken." An old and arrogant voice came from the transparent air. A few hissing sounds could be heard. As if some kind of barrier had been removed from the sky, what appeared in front of Yu Yang was a silver-ranked level 7 zombie dragon. Its tattered wings, corroded body, and dull eyes couldn't hide the fact that it was once a giant dragon. Although the giant dragon was dead, its prestige still remained. Even if it had become a zombie, its level was still silver-ranked level 7. On the zombie dragon's back was an old man with a face full of wrinkles. He wore a purplish-black robe and held a flashing red skull staff. He looked down at Yu Yang arrogantly. "Although you can defeat Reuben, in my eyes, you're just a small worm. I'm a lich who has cultivated for 500 years. As long as I raise my hand, I can squash you like a bug. What does Reuben count for? He's just my undead slave, a breathing human tool. Do you think you can use him to threaten me? I've never thought of using him to threaten you. I only intend to keep him and slowly interrogate him for the knowledge I need." Yu Yang coldly chopped off the skull of the black-robed necromancer Lu Gu with his magic blade. Then, he kicked Lu Ji's skull tens of meters away. "You overestimate yourself. You want to fight against me? You'll soon understand what it means to be a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Lich Suaga arrogantly snorted. "No, it's the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Yu Yang laughed, because there was a shadow that was faster than lightning pouncing down from the sky. Its arms were like the scythes of the Grim Reaper. It was the Reaper mantis that had been hiding in the dark. Maybe its original target was Yu Yang, but now, its target had changed to the zombie dragon. The afterimage of Yu Yang standing on the ground had disappeared. When Lich Suagu used his powerful senses to search for him, he discovered that Yu Yang had already appeared below him. Yu Yang was approaching him at the speed of the Reaper mantis. In his hands, there was also a magic blade that was burning with purple flames. Its killing power was comparable to the Reaper mantis scythes. Lich Suagu was not like the black-robed Reuben, who did not react to the Reaper mantis attack. He did not panic either. Instead, he calmly closed his eyes, stretched out his hand, and calmly summoned his gold grimoire. A protective shield rose up, blocking the fatal blow above his head. However, the zombie dragon under him was not so lucky. Yu Yang's Huijin magic blade had already fiercely slashed at the dragon's abdomen, which was not protected by the protective shield. It cut open the dragon's skin, which had become more brittle after being corroded by the zombie poison for a long time. In the sky, the Reaper mantis's scythe was terrifyingly powerful, causing the protective shield to slightly cave in. However, the gold-ranked protective shield's defense was still stronger, so it could not do anything. In the instant that the scythe was deflected by the protective shield, the Reaper mantis launched its second attack. With a sweep of its arm, the zombie dragon's gigantic body was forcefully sent flying. The zombie dragon's body formed a parabola and smashed into the mountain wall far away. It then fell down and heavily smashed onto the ground, making a loud rumbling sound. The Reaper mantis was extremely fast. With a flap of its wings, it had already caught up. It used its scythe to clamp the zombie dragon's long tail tightly and flung it repeatedly, smashing it onto the ground. Up until now, the zombie dragon had not had the time to react. After becoming a zombie, its movements and reactions were no longer as agile as before. It had become relatively sluggish. As the zombie dragon struggled to get up, the Reaper mantis had already opened its huge mouth and viciously bit down, aiming for the zombie dragon's head. "What a good gold locust, daring to prey on my mount. You are simply overestimating yourself." Lich Suagu sneered and summoned an ice ball from his grimoire. That ice ball seemed to have a life of its own as it flew by itself at the speed of a meteor, hitting the Reaper mantis's back. Once it came into contact with the Reaper mantis, its body immediately started to freeze. In the instant that the Reaper mantis bit the zombie dragon's head, the white ice had already spread to its entire body. The Reaper mantis was completely frozen into an ice sculpture. The zombie dragon immediately counterattacked, biting the Reaper mantis that was like an ice sculpture and smashing it onto the ground. Then, it used its huge tail to sweep. Boom, the Reaper mantis was sent flying into the sky and crashed into the mountain wall. Broken rocks and ice shards flew everywhere. The Reaper mantis, who had broken free from the ice, hooked its scythe-like arms and swept the zombie dragon away. It then flapped its wings and shook off the remaining ice shards on its body with all its might. Yu Yang was a little curious. The Reaper mantis was a gold-ranked level 7 Gold King beast, why would it be afraid of ice? Soon after, he came to a sudden realization. It must be because there was a baby in its stomach. A relatively fragile insect egg might not be able to withstand the change in temperature. And it was precisely because of this that the female Reaper mantis would crazily pounce on the venom wyvern and the zombie dragon, devouring their dragon crystals as nutrients for the hatching of its future babies. Lich Suagu once again summoned a bronze-ranked level 7 demonic abyss demon guard that was covered in raging flames and wielded an axe. He ordered this bronze-ranked level 7 demonic abyss demon to attack Yu Yang. The Bloody Queen held the crescent blade in her right hand and the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger in her left. She swept past the axe-wielding blood-winged demon guards back at an extremely fast speed. She had originally wanted to attack the axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard's wings, but she did not expect the demon guard's reaction speed to be so fast. It flapped its wings and flew in mid-air, swinging its giant axe that was burning with raging flames in its hands, forcing the Bloody Queen to retreat. Yu Yang ignored the demon guard, he was more concerned about the battle on the ground. He discovered that the ice ball could actually fuse with the zombie dragon, evolving into a silver-ranked level 8 undead-type giant frost dragon. Not good. Yu Yang immediately let out a long howl and pounced towards the evolving giant frost dragon. He must not let it evolve successfully, otherwise it would be dangerous. The undead-type beasts of the demon abyss had an ability that other types of beasts did not have. That was undead recombination, fusion and evolution. This was indeed a type of summoning technique that gave people a headache. No wonder City Mistress Fallen Flowers had said before that the scariest thing in the demon abyss was not the demons, but the undead. These summoning techniques that disregarded race and physical limitations, as long as their owners could find a secret method to fuse with them, they could temporarily fuse into one and evolve into a higher-level undead beast. It really made people go crazy. Previously, the Headless Horseman and the Iron Skeleton recombined to become a Death Knight. Now, it was an even more powerful undead recombination. The zombie dragon and the ice ball had combined to become a giant frost dragon. The Reaper mantis pounced forward, its scythes tightening around the evolving giant frost dragon. It was prepared to use its terrifying strength to tear its opponent's body into two. However, under Lich Suagu's control, the giant frost dragon immediately counterattacked the Reaper mantis' current weakness. Its bulging stomach. If it was a normal day, this kind of attack might be useless. However, as a mother-to-be, the Reaper mantis was obviously not like usual. Furthermore, it was extremely afraid that the baby in its stomach would be hurt, so it gave up on attacking and jumped backwards. In the sky, the second ice ball silently sneakily attacked. Yu Yang's reaction was extremely fast. He waved his Hui Jin magic blade to block the ice ball, but his Hui Jin magic blade did not have any effect on the ice ball. The ice ball was completely fine and immediately recovered to its original state. It shot straight down and hit the Reaper mantis's back like a meteor. Another wave of ice enveloped its whole body. The giant frost dragon also stopped biting and attacking. Under Lich Suagu's control, it continuously spat out freezing air towards the Reaper mantis's ice sculpture, solidifying the ice. The Reaper mantis waved its arms wildly, and the ice on its body quickly melted and splashed. However, on its bulging stomach, there was a huge lump of ice that bulged out like a small hill. At the same time, it was still growing bigger. Dark night descends. Lich Suagu summoned a black shadow and pointed his finger at the shadow's head. The shadow's body exploded into pieces and disappeared, turning into a black fog that enveloped the whole valley. The whole valley was like a pitch-black night. One could not even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. If a mere lich is already so powerful, then wouldn't the Lich King be even more powerful? Yu Yang was sweating profusely. It turned out that the Lich already had the strength of a level 7 overlord. Yu Yang felt that this Lich Suagu was even more of a headache than Elder Yu Hai. Fortunately, Lich Suagu only summoned beasts, and not strengthening type beasts like Elder Yu Hai. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need to fight anymore. The Lich was already so powerful. As for how strong that Lich King Grun would be, Yu Yang really couldn't imagine it at all. Of course, summoning type beasts were also powerful, but their main bodies were far from being comparable to strengthening type beasts. Yu Yang still had his innate invisible sword chi, so he still had a chance to fight. He wouldn't be a bystander in this battle. If he didn't have a gold-ranked level 7 Reaper Mantis, Yu Yang felt that he would probably be beaten miserably by Lich Suagu. However, right now, he didn't care about himself at all. The more the enemy looked down on him, the more chances he had. Indeed, in Lich Suagu's eyes, as long as he could kill the gold-ranked level 7 Reaper Mantis, he would be able to kill this little human boy in an instant. The Reaper Mantis realized that the enemy was attacking its stomach from all directions. The eggs inside were crackling, as if they had already shattered from the ice. As a mother, it immediately unleashed its strongest battle power. Dragging the ice that was as heavy as a small mountain, it crawled quickly. Before the giant frost dragon could fly up, it used its scythe arm to drag it down. Its other scythe arm wrapped around the giant frost dragon's neck, causing the giant frost dragon's neck to creak, as if it was about to break. It lowered its huge mouth and bit the giant frost dragon's neck in a frenzy. Lich Suagu was going crazy, but the silver-ranked level 8 giant frost dragon was not a match for the Reaper Mantis, a Gold King beast. With the power of its scythe arm and the Reaper Mantis' innate killing skills, the giant frost dragon was unable to break free and could only struggle with all its might. The axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard in the sky had actually been chasing after the Bloody Queen, who had been avoiding the battle. Now, it had no choice but to be summoned back by Lich Suagu. Lich Suagu ordered it to join the ranks of attacking the Reaper Mantis and kill it. At the very least, it had to stop it from attacking the giant frost dragon. However, Yu Yang would not let Suagu do as he wished. He had been accumulating his spiritual energy and waiting for an opportunity to attack for too long. A giant shadow with a 100-fold increase in strength flashed on Yu Yang's body. In the next second, Yu Yang had already soared into the sky and crashed into the blazing bosom of the axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard. Clasping his hands together like a sword, he stabbed towards the space between the axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard's eyebrows. This fellow's weakness was between the eyebrows and not its heart. Lich Suagu did not care at first. He prepared to control the axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard to use its fire shield explosion skill to blast this brat away. Unexpectedly, he was shocked to find that he had completely lost control of his summoned beast. The axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard was like a piece of wood that was frozen in the air, not moving an inch. Yu Yang's finger deeply pierced into the space between the axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard's eyebrows. His innate sword chi burst out from the back of the blood-winged demon guard's head, spurting out a large amount of blood and brain matter. His sneak attack had succeeded. Yu Yang grabbed the heavily injured blood-winged demon guard's burning body and tore off one of its wings. He then threw it high up into the sky, handing it over to the Bloody Queen to finish off. Like a bolt of lightning, Yu Yang flipped down. With a speed that Lich Suagu's naked eyes could not see clearly, he flew towards the giant frost dragon's gigantic head. The second wave of innate sword chi exploded. After opening a hole in the incomparably hard dragon's head, Yu Yang stuffed the impatient golden beast into the small hole. The demonized dragon crystal inside the dragon's head was left for it to deal with. Right now, he could not care about the dragon crystal. Yu Yang had to kill the second ice ball. Otherwise, he would not be able to bite the lich who was protected by the gold grimoire's protective shield. The ice ball that had been ferociously attacking the Reaper Mantis's stomach jumped up and turned towards Yu Yang's body. In an instant, his entire body was sealed in ice, turning into an ice sculpture. Thunderbolt strike. Lich Suaga no longer dared to look down on this young human brat, Yu Yang. He realized that this brat might be a legendary innate ranker. It was just that he was still too young, which was why he was doubtful. Lich Suaga summoned a golden armored puppet that was holding a hammer. He ordered it to fiercely swing the hammer towards the frozen Yu Yang. A loud bang resounded. The frozen Yu Bing was sent flying. Yu Yang's body was sent flying tens of meters away, smashing into a large blood-red tree. The blood-red tree fell with a loud bang, sending up a cloud of dust. That was close. Lich Suaga secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, his demon crystal ice ball was strong enough to freeze this brat. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. This brat's finger wind could actually kill a bronze-ranked level 7 blood-winged demon guard in an instant. No one would believe this, but it was a terrifying fact. Fortunately, the hammer had killed him in an instant. Otherwise, if the battle had continued, it would have been hard to say how the battle would have ended. Pooey! Suddenly, the large tree rumbled and a shadow walked out with large strides. He disdainfully spat out a mouthful of blood. You want to kill me with just brute force? Stupid. Lich Suaga realized that this brat was actually not dead. Only his clothes were torn. His upper body was naked and covered with snow powder and mud. His pants were also torn like a beggar's. However, other than spitting out a mouthful of blood, he did not seem to be injured at all. Yu Yang had indeed been beaten. However, in his dreams, he had been beaten up by the big loli many times, so he had already learned the best dodging skills. Other than the big loli's terrifying strength, her techniques were also far superior to Yu Yang's. In addition, Yu Yang had always been practicing the wolf-pecking chest technique. Hence, he was often beaten up by her until fallen flowers flowed like water. Now that he had been smashed by the hammer-wielding golden-armored puppet, he realized that its strength was only slightly stronger than the big loli's. However, its techniques were the clumsiest and most direct attacks. It was not a spiraling force or a reverberating force, so it could not hurt him at all. Breaking it was exceptionally easy. As long as he continuously spiraled in the air and released his innate chi, he would be able to disperse the force of the smash. This is impossible. Lich Suaga could not believe his own eyes. There's nothing strange about it. Other than dispersing most of the force, I had also transferred the remaining force to my summoned beast. If I could still be injured like this, then I would have to be made of tofu. Yu Yang smiled slightly. Behind him, the barbarian cow shadow walked out. The barbarian cow shadow's breastplate had a few cracks from the impact. That was the result of Yu Yang transferring a small portion of the force to her body. She did not know how to disperse the force, and as a result, her body was smashed into a big tree. Yu Yang landed safely on the ground, but the mud and dust were too big, covering his figure. Where's my demon crystal ice spirit orb? Lich Suaga remembered that even if this brat did not die, he should at least be an ice sculpture. Thank you for your generosity. I'll accept this gift. Yu Yang smiled as he raised his right hand. In his palm, there was an ice-cold magic crystal. This was what he had seized from the ice spirit orb. He had used his innate chi to disperse the demon spirit on the ice crystal, turning the tough ice spirit orb into a harmless high-quality magic crystal. Of course, Yu Yang would not let that hammer hit him in vain. The demon crystal ice spirit orb that had pounced on his body had allowed him to seize the magic crystal and die instantly. At the same time that he killed the enemy's beast, he would also obtain a high-quality magic crystal. This was Yu Yang's ideal battle. Lich Suaga felt that things were not going well. Once he summoned Darkness Descends, all of his undead beasts' battle power would increase by different degrees. However, the teleportation orb would not be able to take effect, because the area of darkness was considered to be within the body of a special type summoned beast. Now, he had miscalculated this move. His beasts had suffered heavy casualties, but this brat in front of him was not injured at all. He seemed to be a ranker that was close to the level of an innate. If he was not careful, he would be easily killed. He had to think of a way, otherwise he would be in danger. Right now, Lich Suaga no longer thought that Yu Yang was a human insect that could be killed in an instant. Right now, he felt that he had bumped into an iron plate. Yu Yang was still a little hesitant. Would Lich Suaga run away? Should he immediately attack the giant frost dragon and seize its dragon crystal, or should he attack the golden armored puppet and seize its magic crystal? If this Lich wanted to run away, then he would definitely not be able to do anything to him. He had to quickly find a target. Just when Yu Yang was hesitating, Little Wenli suddenly appeared on her own accord. When she appeared, Yu Yang was immediately overjoyed. What did this mean? It meant that this Lich was unable to run away, so she was prepared to come out and help him kill this powerful Lich Suagu. How many beasts do you actually have? Lich Suagu was about to faint. Other than a gold-ranked level 3 bloody queen, a bronze-ranked level 5 barbarian cow lady, a strange golden armored puppet, and now he could even summon a 6-armed snake demon loli. This brat's grimoire was only a silver-ranked grimoire, and he was only a high-level apprentice. How could he possibly summon so many beasts? Before you die, I will consider telling you. Yu Yang waved his hand and shouted like a bandit, "Go, all of you go. If there are treasures, snatch treasures. If there are magic crystals, snatch them. In short, burn them all, kill them all and snatch them all. We are going to implement the 3-all policy. There's no other way. Looks like I can only summon my guardian beast. I really don't want to do that." Lich Suagu sighed. His tone was filled with regret and unwillingness, as if he was watching his spoils of war being snatched away. Lich Suagu summoned a monster that looked like a mountain of flesh. It was huge, and its entire body was covered with incomparably ugly flesh thorns. At the top, there was a face that looked like a human's face, but it was extremely evil. It was so ugly that it made people feel nauseous. At the top, there were 2 snail-like tentacles that continuously extended and retracted. When it appeared, it immediately vomited out green acid and a few human skeletons. Its long bloody tongue circled around its ugly lips. "Suagu, you idiot, you actually gave me such disgusting things to eat. Let me tell you, these humans are not delicious at all. Their flesh is sour. I want beautiful women, do you understand? Do you know what a beautiful woman is? It tastes sweet and delicious, the bones are crispy, and the grease will fill your entire mouth. That's what a beautiful woman is." Hearing this, Yu Yang frowned. A guardian beast that knew how to speak? A guardian beast that knew how to think. It was completely different from Little Wenli, and also different from the Bloody Queen. This monster's position seemed to be the same as Lich Suagu, or even slightly higher. This monster's level was not very high, it was only bronze-ranked level 6. How could it be so arrogant? There must be something strange. In front of you are 2 gold king beasts, an innate human, a snake demon child and a female barbarian cow. These are all your food, what are you dissatisfied with? If you are not satisfied, then go back to your grimoire and sleep. I will summon another beast to fight. Lich Suagu's expression changed slightly, but his tone still had the superiority of a master. Forget it, Suagu. If you are not in the most dangerous situation, why would you summon me to fight? The monster mercilessly ridiculed him. Wait a minute, Lich and monster, if you want to flirt, do something, and want to explode each other's chrysanthemums, I don't mind watching. However, I am very busy right now. Oh man, take care of that gold-armored puppet. As for this unbelievably ugly monster, you should just die quickly. Yu Yang felt that there was no need to listen to Lich Suagu's nonsense. Who knew if they were trying to stall for time? What? You dare to call me ugly? How dare you call me a monster? The monster was furious. Why are you angry at a dead person? Sooner or later, he will be in your stomach. Why do you have to make life difficult for a pile of excrement? Lich Suagu advised. I hate it when people call me ugly. I'm a handsome guy, so those who call me Spittoon a monster must die. Sog, tell me, am I, Spittoon, handsome? My body is the most perfect in the world, and my name is also the most beautiful name in the world. Everything about me is the best in the world. How dare you, a human bug that is like food residue, scold me? I will never forgive you. I will eat you and turn you into feces. The monster was so angry that smoke was coming out of its 7 orifices, and it roared in rage. Yu Yang was shocked to death. It was called a spittoon? Good fellow, this name was simply a perfect match. That's right, spittoon. Your name is a good name that I spent close to 10 years thinking of. In order to come up with this name, I racked my brains, you should know this. Lich Suaga nodded seriously. As for whether you are a handsome guy or not, I believe that as long as one is not blind, they would be able to tell with a glance. Yu Yang was convinced, he was really convinced. Well said, Suagu. In this world, only you know how to appreciate me, Master Spittoon. Let me first swallow these infuriating fools, then I'll talk to you about my food problem. I want to eat beauties, understand? If a handsome guy doesn't have beauties to eat, how can he be considered a handsome guy? The monster shouted arrogantly. You fat scum, you're really useless even if you don't die. Yu Yang listened helplessly. He didn't think that there would be such a beast in this world. He suddenly felt a little sympathy for Suagu. Other people's guardian beasts were extremely obedient, but Suagu had to serve this master spittoon. It was really tragic. Yu Yang felt that if Suagu could change his guardian beast, he would rather change it to a useless long-eared rabbit. In this world, there was no beast that was worse than this master spittoon. Hearing this, the monster went crazy. It bounced up into the air and smashed down like a mountain. Yu Yang's figure flashed, disappearing from his original position and appearing on top of the monster's head. With a flash of his Huijin magic blade, a large wound appeared on the monster's head. Yu Yang then did a light somersault and landed on the monster's head. With a heavy kick, the monster's meatball body was sent flying. It's useless, I, Master Spittoon, am an invincible beast in this world. Any attack is useless against me. The monster jumped up from the ground and shouted proudly. The wound on its head that Yu Yang had split open quickly healed and returned to its original state. It was as if it had never been injured in the first place. Lich Suagu also nodded and sneered, no matter if it's blades, spears, swords, halberds, or beasts' fangs and claws, or the elements of wind, fire, water, earth, they are all unable to harm Spittoon's body in the slightest. It is an unrivaled gluttonous worm in this world. Any kind of power or beast in front of it would only have one result, and that is to be devoured. Yu Yang frowned when he heard this. He knew that there was no absolute invincible beast in this world. No matter what kind of beast it was, they would all have a weakness. This ugly gluttonous worm Spittoon was no exception. Food residue, die for me. See how this master Spittoon will devour you. The monster fiercely pounced forward. Yu Yang didn't wait for it to close in. He picked up a huge rock and threw it at it, burying it in the mud. Boom, the monster was completely squashed, but it turned into a thin strip and drilled out from the bottom of the rock. With a shake of its body, it returned to its disgusting appearance, as good as new. Little Winley formed a dual blade in her hands and shot out an extremely cold air, sealing the monster in ice. Yu Yang sent it flying with a kick, shattering it into countless ice shards. However, when the ice shards gradually melted into water, the flesh on the monster's body automatically condensed together again, recovering in the blink of an eye. In the sky, Yu Yang brandished his demon blade that was burning with purple flames and forcefully cut off half of the monster's body. He then used his purple flames to burn the pieces of flesh that he had cut off into charred meat. However, the monster didn't care at all. There was no blood on its wound. Countless flesh sprouts grew out from its body and fused together. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the monster had completely recovered to its original meatball appearance. It didn't look like it had been injured at all. Ha 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 ha, I've said it before. Any attack is useless against Spittoon. Lich Suaga laughed out loud. He was so pleased with himself that he forgot himself. Is that so? Yu Yang revealed a smile. His level 2, divine vision, had finally seen through it after a long period of observation. This monster Spittoon, it wasn't that it didn't have a weakness. Its weakness was in its body. That was a soul seal that was constantly moving around. As long as he destroyed that soul seal, its body would probably collapse immediately. Although it was a guardian beast and would never truly die, once the soul seal was destroyed, it probably wouldn't be able to recover in a day or two. As long as this Spittoon returned to the summoning grimoire and killed the gold-armored puppet, What other abilities would Lich Suagu have? If he wasn't at his wit's end, he would definitely not summon a beast like Spittoon. Yu Yang made a hand signal to Little Wenli and the Bloody Queen. Attack, facing a gluttonous worm that could continuously split and regenerate without fear of any attacks, Yu Yang decided to use his innate sword chi that could destroy everything. Now that his innate invisible sword chi had reached the 3rd level, he could use it 6 times. Right now, he still had 3 times left. When the monster Spittoon pounced towards Yu Yang fiercely, Yu Yang used his demon blade to split its body apart. Useless. Lich Suagu sneered. I'm going to eat you. The monster Spittoon swelled up its body, preparing to use its body to wrap around Yu Yang and digest him. Little Wenli slashed with her dual icicle blades, freezing the monster Spittoon into an ice sculpture. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Yang used his left index finger as a sword and accurately pointed at the Spittoon's soul seal. Pa! There was an extremely soft sound of an explosion. It was as if something had shattered. Following that, the monster Spittoon could be seen rolling on the ground in pain as its flesh fell off its body. Its whole body secreted a disgusting sticky green liquid, as if its ugly meatball body was about to melt. Lich Suagu was stunned. Killing his guardian beast gluttonous worm in one hit? How was this possible? The gluttonous worm's soul seal was not affected by any attack at all, so how did it shatter? Could it be that this young man was really an innate? Lich Suagu broke out in cold sweat when he thought of this. On the other side, the Bloody Queen took advantage of the battle between the gold-armored puppet and the barbarian Cow Shadow to launch a sneak attack. The incomparably sharp dragon-slaying dagger pierced through the gold-armored puppet's back and nailed into the core of its magic core. Crackling sparks flew and lightning flashed. The parts on the gold-armored puppet's body kept falling off. From time to time, small pieces of its armor would fly out. Finally, with a boom, it exploded into millions of metal fragments. The Bloody Queen had already flapped her wings and flew up. Together with Yu Yang, they attacked Lich Suagu. What she and Yu Yang did not expect was that Suaji's protective shield was still there even though all of his beasts had died. What was going on? Ha ha ha, the fog that created the night is also my summoned beast. Although it does not have a body, the grimoire still recognizes it as alive. In other words, we are all in its stomach. As long as it exists, my protective shield will not disappear. At least, it will not disappear before the time limit. Do you want to kill me? Young man, no, young innate ranker, you are still too inexperienced. Do you see the teleportation orb in my hand? As long as the night disappears, I will leave. You won't even be able to touch a single hair of mine. You can only watch as I leave. Aren't you an innate? Come and kill me. Lich Suagu laughed heartily. Perhaps he felt that his mockery wasn't enough. He arrogantly stored the teleportation orb into his lich ring. Then, he took out a chair and swaggered to sit on it. Holding a glass of wine in his hand, he leisurely drank. Of course, he was actually extremely nervous. Although his guardian beast Spittoon would not really die, its soul was injured and it would not recover within a month. The gold-armored puppet's magic core had been completely destroyed. One of the demon crystal orbs had been destroyed by this brat. The other one had fused with the zombie dragon, its neck had been bitten off by the Reaper Mantis, and the strange little golden beast had bitten off its dragon crystal. Now, the only thing left was the black fog. Fortunately, this brat did not know when the black fog would disappear. The initiative was still in his hands. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous for him to ambush them. He had lost this battle. He did not lose unjustly. His opponent was an innate ranker. Not only did he have many powerful beasts, he was also very cunning. He had been hiding his strength all along. He had made a mistake. He had actually placed the gold-ranked level 7 Reaper Mantis as the main focus of his attacks. He had waited for his beasts to fight to the end before coming out to reap the benefits. Losing to such an enemy was not unjustly at all. In this world, other than himself, how many lich could safely escape from the hands of an innate ranker? As Lich Suagu thought of this, he could not help but feel a sense of comfort. When he reported the news of an extremely young human innate ranker, His Majesty the Lich King would definitely reward him heavily. At that time, his strength would definitely increase. He had not really lost this battle. As long as he returned safely, he would definitely be able to make a comeback. Suddenly, he saw Yu Yang doing a strange action. He could not help but be vigilant. What was this brat trying to do? Could it be that he wanted to attack him through the barrier? Impossible, that's impossible. Before Sua Ji's mind could fade away, a shadow flashed in front of him. An unstoppable sword chi appeared in front of Sua Ji's eyes. Inconceivably, it pierced through the barrier and shot towards Sua Ji's face. Suagu was scared stiff. He did not even have time to react. He stared with his eyes wide open as the sword chi stopped just as it was about to touch his forehead. The sword chi did not extend far enough. Just a little bit more and it would have taken Sua Ji's life. But in the end, because the sword chi was not long enough, Suagu managed to escape from death. The sword chi that he had raised in his hand was pierced through by the sword chi. The wine drenched Sua Ji's body. So close, I was almost killed by this brat in an instant. Suagu was so scared that he trembled. He quickly stood up and staggered backwards, knocking over his chair. He had to leave immediately. Otherwise, he would be in great danger. However, the time for the black fog to disappear was not up yet, so he could not summon it back. Moreover, once the darkness disappears, the protective shield would also disappear. In front of an innate rancor, even a second before teleportation would be extremely fatal. Lich Suagu stretched out his hand and placed it on the gold-ranked grimoire, preparing to summon his last beast 2 to 3 seconds before the black fog disappeared. He would then maintain the protective shield and use the teleportation orb to leave. He hoped that his last beast would be able to hold on for a few seconds, allowing him to escape smoothly. The moment Suagu made up his mind, a white light was suddenly summoned from little Wenli's palm. It was incomparably pure, and formed into a white light image of a serpent warrior that was more than 10 meters tall. The white light image of the serpent warrior waved its 6 arms and completely purified the black fog in the valley. The black fog instantly disappeared like steam. In less than a second, all the black fog in the valley had been purified and completely dispersed by the white light image of the serpent warrior. Lich Sua Ji's barrier shattered like an eggshell and disappeared with a paw sound. He did not have the time to summon his last beast, because no matter how fast he could summon it, it would still take time. It's over. Lich Suagu realized that his barrier had shattered. He hurriedly took out the teleportation orb from his lich ring and crushed it to teleport away. Suddenly, he felt that his entire body was bound by some kind of irresistible force. Yu Yang slowly walked forward and leisurely broke one finger after another from Lich Sua Ji's hand. He then took out the teleportation orb and tossed it in front of Suagu, who was unable to move. He revealed a devilish smile. Unfortunately, I have to tell you a piece of bad news. My little Wenli's binding, inherent skill has already leveled up. It's okay if you can't move. If you want to move, I can help you. For example, I would be very happy to take your head and kick it like a ball. Lord Lich, I can do this kind of work for free. After defeating Lich Suagu, Yu Yang could not let his guard down, because there was still a gold-ranked level 7 Reaper Mantis. Although the Reaper Mantis was at its weakest right now. However, it was still a gold-ranked level 7 beast. If it was not a mother-to-be, then even the giant frost dragon formed from the fusion of the zombie dragon and the demon crystallized spirit orb would not be its opponent, and it would not be in such a sorry state. Yu Yang looked at it cautiously, and the Reaper Mantis also looked at Yu Yang cautiously, as if it could feel Yu Yang's danger. From the beginning, it did not take the initiative to attack Yu Yang, because it could not determine his strength. It felt that this strange young human was not its prey. After releasing the frost, the Reaper Mantis did not leave immediately. Instead, it laid on the ground in pain, producing countless white foam-like substances. There were many golden eggs in the white foam, but all the golden eggs were broken. The female Reaper Mantis searched again and again, as though it was trying to find an egg that was not broken. At this moment, its eyes revealed the natural gaze of a mother, as though it was feeling despair and sorrow for its offspring that had died prematurely. It used its scythe to carefully search the white foam over and over again, as if it was hoping to find an egg that was not broken. However, all the golden eggs had been frozen and broken. Not a single one was intact. The mother Reaper Mantis was still unwilling to give up. It searched again and again, poking at the white foam over and over again. Its gaze touched Yu Yang's heart. Originally, he had thought of taking the opportunity to kill this Reaper mantis and steal the magic crystal from its body. However, when he saw the despair and sorrow in its eyes, he could not bear to do so. Yu Yang was actually not a soft-hearted man. Even if there were a lot of dead people on the ground, he believed that he would not care too much. However, when he saw a mother Reaper mantis that was rumored to eat males as soon as it mated, when he saw an animal with such a sorrowful gaze, desperately searching for its offspring that was not frozen to death, he was deeply moved. Although some people were human, they might not be able to compare to this mother praying mantis. In the end, the Reaper mantis was in despair. It let out a shrill cry that was almost inaudible to the human ear. It flapped its wings in extreme sorrow and flew up. It circled the white bubbles 3 times in the sky. Suddenly, it let out a shrill cry that was even more shrill. With a flap of its golden wings, it disappeared without a trace. What a pity! Yu Yan discovered that there were at least a few dozen golden eggs the size of ping-pong balls. This was the egg of a gold-ranked Reaper mantis. Now that the demon crystal ice soul sphere was frozen, all of them shattered. After the Reaper mantis flew away, Yu Yang didn't have the time to lament too much. He immediately put on the lich ring and carefully sensed it. He discovered that he needed to remove Sua Ji's remaining consciousness and contract with his innate qi before he could use this treasure. Yu Yang estimated that even if he was an innate, he would need at least 10 days to completely remove it. But now he needed it urgently. What should he do? He saw that the golden beast with the giant frost dragon's magic crystal had returned. He immediately passed the lich ring to it. Help me, think of a way to remove Sua Ji's remaining consciousness and contract. I'm telling you, if you dare to eat it, I'll smash you flat and sell you as scrap metal. The golden beast opened its mouth wide and swallowed the lich ring as if it didn't hear Yu Yang's words. You're forcing me to make a move. See if I don't beat you to death. Yu Yang was going crazy. He prepared to use his innate sword qi to kill this gluttonous monster. Pooey! Pooey pooey! The golden beast opened its mouth and spat out the lich ring. It then spat out a few mouthfuls of dirty water, as if it had eaten something disgusting. Ahaha, I was wrong just now. Actually, I was going to praise you. You're really a good child. Not bad, you're a second-class merit. Little Wenli is even more obedient. Little Wenli, you're a first-class merit, no, a special-class merit. When Yu Yang saw that the remaining consciousness and contract on the lich ring had disappeared, he immediately beamed with joy. He coaxed the golden beast with words that were used to coax little children, and reached out to stroke its head. If the golden beast could speak, it would probably say to Yu Yang, I despise you, I've never seen a master like you before. It was a pity that it couldn't speak, so it couldn't express its disdain. In the end, it could only obediently turn into a wrist guard with a protruding belly and return to Yu Yang's hands. It could only consider itself unlucky to have a master like Yu Yang. Yu Yang immediately put on the lich ring again. Using his mind, he discovered that there was a space of a few dozen cubic meters inside. It was filled with all kinds of corpses and bones. He was so disgusted that he hurriedly threw all the corpses and bones out, piling them up as high as a small hill. After hesitating for a while, he cut off the giant frost dragon's horns, teeth and claws and stored them inside. The dragon's skin was really too rotten. Otherwise, Yu Yang would have wanted a dragon's skin. The poison wyvern that had lost its head earlier was also stored inside. Since he didn't have the giant frost dragon's skin, he made up for it by getting a fresh wyvern's skin. With the lich ring, Yu Yang felt that it was much more convenient. Everything that caught his eye on the battlefield was stored inside. For example, the headless horseman's black greatsword, the golden armored puppet's golden sledgehammer, the blood-winged demon guard's corpse, the long-handled blood axe, and so on. Since he couldn't use them himself, he could sell them at a high price to the fatty Haida-fu. It shouldn't be a problem to extort a sum of money from him. These were all bronze-ranked demon weapons, not goods that could be found on the streets. After that, he also stored Sua Ji's and Lu Ben's skulls. In theory, these two fellows were already dead. However, because their bodies had become undead, as long as Yu Yang went to the academy and learned the secret method to read the Undead's memories, all the secrets stored in these two skulls would appear in front of Yu Yang one by one. Yu Yang was a little hesitant. Should he store the pile of white foam that had started to solidify inside the skull? If he gave it to Hui Tai Ling to eat, it might be a tonic. However, when he thought of the Reaper Mantis's sadness, Yu Yang couldn't bear to do it. Forget it. No matter what, he had fought alongside the Reaper Mantis before. If he fed the corpse of the Reaper Mantis son and daughter to a dog, it would be a little inexcusable. Little Winley suddenly picked up a broken golden egg and passed it to Yu Yang. Her big eyes blinked, as if she wanted to say something. Are you saying that this can still be saved? Yu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He immediately became ecstatic and asked anxiously. Yup. Little Winley nodded cutely. What a good child. Bah. When Yu Yang saw this, he happily picked up Little Winley and gave her a big kiss on her tender little face. Although this egg was broken, it wasn't too serious. He had innate chi, so maybe it could still be saved. Yu Yang hurriedly tried his best to channel his innate chi into the cracked egg, but he realized that the effect wasn't very obvious. This egg didn't seem to have any reaction. With his current abilities, it seemed like he still couldn't save this cracked egg. Although innate chi was extremely good at healing injuries, it wasn't very effective at healing a cracked egg. Furthermore, there wasn't much innate chi left in Yu Yang's body. Most importantly, Yu Yang's innate chi was the strongest when it came to attacking. As for healing injuries, he actually didn't know how to use it. If it was the big loli in his dreams, she might be able to save this cracked egg. Little Winley saw that Yu Yang was sweating profusely. After spending so much effort, there still wasn't any effect. She raised her dual icicle blades and lightly cut on Yu Yang's finger, causing a trace of blood to seep out from Yu Yang's finger. A miraculous sign appeared. When the Reaper Mantis egg came into contact with Yu Yang's blood, it immediately absorbed it as if it had a life of its own. After about 3 seconds, the egg that had been absorbed into a pink color shone with a golden light. The cracked egg quickly disappeared, and in the end, it became a complete egg. Yu Yang was dumbfounded. He didn't know that his blood had such a miraculous effect. The Bloody Queen was also extremely curious. She stared at Yu Yang's injured finger without blinking. Suddenly, she grabbed it and sucked it with all her might. You blood-sucking witch. Yu Yang felt that his whole body was weak from being sucked by the Bloody Queen. His fresh blood and innate chi were flowing out from his wound. When he sent her flying with a kick and broke free from his finger, he realized that the Bloody Queen's body was glowing with a golden light. It seemed that her strength had increased tremendously. She flew around excitedly, as if she had obtained a peerless treasure. Although she didn't level up, Yu Yang felt that after the Bloody Queen had absorbed his blood, her strength had increased by a lot. She was almost about to reach gold-ranked level 4 again. However, Yu Yang wasn't that great to let her absorb his blood to level up. He hurriedly used his innate chi to heal the small wound on his finger. Then, he placed the golden pellet into the pile of white substance that was slowly condensing, wrapping it up. He hoped that when it hatched later, it would become a cute little gold mantis. Yu Yang felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. He had successfully saved a life. Although it wasn't a human, it could still be considered a baby. Yu Yang tidied up everything. When he realized that his battle state had ended, his silver grimoire flashed with a pillar of light that was more than 10 meters tall. This time, it wasn't that his silver grimoire had leveled up, it was that Yu Yang had finally leveled up from a high-level apprentice to a beginner brave man. This leveling up was very significant. Yu Yang could originally only summon 1 beast a day, but now that he had leveled up, he could summon 2. The most important thing was that after Yu Yang leveled up, his divine vision, inherent skill had also leveled up. It was now a level 3, divine vision. Yu Yang was so happy that he almost cried. He was one step closer to being able to see through girls' clothes. After forcefully keeping the Bloody Queen that was flying all over the sky, Little Winley also obediently went to sleep. Yu Yang rummaged through the corpses around him, but realized that there wasn't anything useful. He was a little disappointed, but in the end, he unwillingly kept the golden armored puppet's broken core machinery. He reckoned that even if a miser were to clean up the battlefield, he wouldn't be able to find anything useful. Yu Yang was still sighing, because he was still feeling sorry for the rotten dragon skin and the giant dragon skeleton that couldn't be stored in his lich ring. They were all good stuff, but he couldn't bring them away, it was such a waste. Another 5 minutes passed, and a purplish-black light flashed in the air. The royal swordswoman used a cloth bag to carry the grey-robed man's skull. Her figure appeared on top of the pile of corpses. She was incomparably shocked when she saw it. What happened? It's a long story. Yu Yang realized that this girl's clothes were neat and tidy, and her hair was not messed up at all. He asked, "Your Highness, you didn't let this perverted old man take liberties with you, did you?" "You mean him?" "I entered the dimension of duel, and before he could summon his beast, I had already killed him with one slash." What a pitifully weak fellow. However, entering the dimension of duel was restricted by the laws of time and space. It would take at least an hour before I could return to my original position. If I had used a teleportation scroll to leave, then it would have been possible, but I decided to wait and see your battle. You seem to have experienced a fierce battle? You even have a giant frost dragon. Not bad, you little pervert are quite powerful. Where's the dragon crystal? The royal swordswoman asked curiously. What? You're still asking about the dragon crystal? It was the Reaper Mantis who killed the giant frost dragon, and you're asking me for the dragon crystal? I didn't take it. Yu Yang was speaking the truth. It was indeed the Reaper Mantis who killed the giant frost dragon, and he really didn't take the dragon crystal. The one who took the dragon crystal was the golden beast. When the royal swordswoman heard this, she sighed. This brat didn't seem to be lying to her. She couldn't help but sympathize with him. Don't be too sad. It's fine if you don't have the dragon crystal. If there's a chance next time, I'll steal a dragon crystal from the treasury and give it to you as compensation. But you have to keep my secret. You're really not bad. Did you kill all these zombies and skeletons? Not bad at all. I never thought that a black-robed necromancer would be able to summon so many undead summoned beasts, and I never thought that you would do such a good job. Since it's like this, let's forget about what happened before. I've already said that touching your chest was a natural reaction. I didn't do it on purpose. Yu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. She was finally not angry anymore. What? I said I'll forgive you because you took the opportunity to grab my hand and not let go. Touching my chest. I will never forgive you, you definitely did it on purpose. Don't mention it again, or else I won't be able to suppress my anger and kill you with my sword. When the royal swordswoman thought of this brat's wolfish claws and the evil smile on his face, she couldn't help but get angry. If you really hate me, you might as well push me down. I promise I won't resist. Yu Yang muttered softly. What did you say? The royal swordswoman's ears were extremely sensitive. She could clearly hear Yu Yang's soft mutterings, but she pretended not to hear it. I said that you are more beautiful than a flower. You're handsome and charming, your figure is even more wonderful, you're tall and slender, you have the curves of a sable, your back view is graceful, you don't have a bad temper, and you smile when you open your mouth. Yu Yang's ability was that he could make people roll their eyes with just one sentence, but he didn't need to take a break in between. It's hard to imagine. I heard from you Bing that you were as boring as a virgin at home. You've been like a mute for more than 10 years, why did you suddenly change? The royal swordswoman had wanted to sternly criticize him at first, but when she thought about it, this brat's words were indeed amusing. She couldn't help but smile brightly. What do you plan to do next? Are you going to Tong Tian Tower to train? Why don't we team up again and do the World Tree quest together? I'm sorry, beautiful princess. I'm illiterate and have never gone to school before, so I have to study in an academy for 2 years. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how to hold a pen to write a love letter to you. Yu Yang really had the intention to study in an academy to learn some basic knowledge. It wasn't that he didn't have any strength now, but he didn't have any basic knowledge. Yu Yang could kill a lich now, but he didn't know the herbs on the roadside or the beasts around him. His lack of basic knowledge affected his progress. For example, if he had known that the demon crystallized spirit orb could fuse with the zombie dragon to evolve into a giant frost dragon, Yu Yang would have taken action long ago and killed the zombie dragon together with the Reaper Mantis. At the very least, he would have cut off its neck. That way, even if it evolved into a zombie dragon, it would still be a headless giant frost dragon. There was also a lot of knowledge in Yu Yang's mind. Because he lacked basic knowledge, he was unable to research and improve on it. For example, he knew that there was an elixir that was of a higher grade than the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill. However, Yu Yang didn't even know the name of the elixir, the ingredients, and the formula. Even if he knew it existed, he wouldn't be able to refine it. After spending a few months in the academy to cram up his basic knowledge, Yu Yang believed that his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. As for the academy's beauties, he could just woo them while he was at it. The prerequisite was that there were beauties in the academy, and they were still pure virgins. Yu Yang wasn't really interested in those that had been used by others before. If there really weren't any beauties, then it didn't matter. He could just bring one himself. For example, he could find that little girl Anan to study together. The two of them could sit under the moonlight and lie on her lap as he listened to her explain basic knowledge, while stretching out his wolf claws to touch. That kind of blissful sexual life, that was the ideal blissful sexual life for a wolf. After returning to the Yu clan castle, the royal swordswoman went to report to Jun Wuyu about the necromancer's appearance at the Eagle's Cry Valley in Guijianzhou. At first, Yu Yang thought that the reward would come soon, but he didn't expect Jun Wuyu to be so angry. He thought that the two brats didn't report back immediately after seeing the necromancer, and even took the risk to explore deeper, which was a big mistake. Although Yu Yang and the royal swordswoman returned victorious, he felt that they were extremely lucky. If they had met a lich or a great lich, their lives might have been in danger. This emperor ordered his precious daughter to be grounded for 3 months. Fortunately, Yu Yang could be considered to have cooperated in the battle and was led astray by his daughter, so he didn't receive any actual punishment. Jun Wuyu sent a guard to tell him that if Yu Yang wanted the water avoidance pearl, it wasn't impossible. He just needed to take a ranker's battle knowledge test. The requirement wasn't high, as long as he could pass. However, this test that wasn't available in the academy completely stumped Yu Yang. Forget about him, even Yu Bing, who had been studying in Shangjing Academy for 4 years, couldn't help Yu Yang. Want to cheat? Sorry, it wasn't in the books. Some things seemed to be very easy to understand. For example, asking what was the relationship between the purple gold twisted snail and the purple gold twisted screw. One was a shell-type beast, the other was a metal puppet beast spare parts. Who knew what was the relationship between them? Yu Bing also didn't understand. In the end, Yu Yang took the opportunity when the fifth elder came to ask him. In the end, the fifth elder solemnly nodded his head and said that the two were related, and the relationship was very big. However, when Yu Yang asked him what was the relationship between the two, this old fellow pretended to be mysterious. Even if Yu Yang secretly instigated Yu Shuang to pull his beard, he wouldn't say it no matter what. For example, there was a simple medical question. If a warrior was bitten by a sand snake beast, would the most effective medicine be the saliva of a sitting thornback lizard or the sap of a silver-handled white-hair tree? When Yu Yang flipped open the Beast Encyclopedia and Medicine Encyclopedia, he was shocked. Whether it was the venom of the sand snake, the saliva of the sitting thornback lizard, or the sap of the silver-handled white-hair tree, all 3 of them were highly toxic. A normal person would die if they were to apply a little of it to their wounds. Could it be that these things could really fight poison with poison? Yu Yang sweated profusely. Even Yu Bing, a top student in the academy, didn't know how to do such a weird theme. Where did she get it from? There were also some things that Yu Bing seemed to know but didn't, such as identifying the level of a beast, the quality of its magic crystal, the core of a puppet, the language of the abyss. Yu Yang realized that if he were to answer the question by himself, he would only get a 0. With Yu Bing's help, she could only get 10 points. Jun Wuyu must be so bored that his balls hurt. I hate this kind of person the most. If he had a treasure, he wouldn't just take it out. What kind of exam is this? Yu Yang was very angry in his heart. No matter what, he was the little prince of exams in those days. He was known as the grandmaster of cheating. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by a paper today? What made Yu Yang even more furious was that it was said that the imperial swordswoman could score 65 points on this paper. As for Jun Wuyu, the product of the perverted monarch when he was 182 years old, the imperial swordswoman's 6-year-old sister, the little loli who played with sand with Yu Shuang during the new year, could score 80 points. This was too shameful. It was fine if he couldn't beat the imperial swordswoman, as she was being nurtured by the Xia royal family as the future empress. But he couldn't even beat a 6-year-old child. Yu Yang was deeply stimulated, and decided to go to the academy to cram. Weren't they just bullying him because he didn't have any foundation? If it wasn't him, but the pitiful guy who read books at home every day, he might be able to pass the exam. He had just crossed over not too long ago, so he didn't know about these things. If he had studied in the academy for a year, wouldn't these things be at his fingertips? Yu Bing, who had a serious bias towards other subjects, was also very ashamed. Other than knowledge about plant-type beasts, she didn't know anything else. Brother, I'll also go to school with you. But I'm transferring from Shangjing, so it might be a little troublesome. Yu Bing decided that she wanted to leave Shangjing Academy, which had the best conditions, and transfer to the worst Ivy Academy. Actually, she didn't care where she went to school, but she was still more willing to follow her brother. Ivy Academy was one of the traditional academies. In terms of guidance for plant-type and insect-type beasts, they weren't any worse than Shangjing Academy. It was just that the guidance for beast-type and avian-type beasts was far inferior to Shangjing Academy. Of course, this didn't matter to Yu Bing, who was only good at plant-type beasts. Looks like I'll have to write a letter to Anan. For the sake of his future blissful sexual life, Yu Yang wrote a letter to Anan, and gave it to a servant to send to the Thief Guild and the Warrior Gathering to be mailed. The letter was as follows: Brother Anan, as the saying goes, if one isn't romantic, it'll be a waste of youth. Therefore, we must seize the opportunity to pick up more girls while we're still young, and enter a blissful sexual life as soon as possible. I heard that there are a lot of beauties in the academy, and they're especially open. Once their passion explodes, sometimes they can't even wait to get a room, and would directly push down handsome guys in the garden, grassland, forest, rockery, or pavilion. In order to save these young girls who yearn for love, in order to help these girls who are tormented by lust, I, the great me, have made a decision. I've decided to go to school, and properly guide them on love, so that they can walk out of their curiosity towards the opposite sex, and understand more about human relationships. At this important moment, I need you. Brother Anan, I've always thought that with a loyal comrade like you by my side, my battle strength would increase by 10 times, or even 100 times. Come, Brother Anan, let's swim in the sea of breasts together. He didn't know what expression that girl Anan would have after reading this letter. However, Yu Yang was sure that after Anan read it, she would definitely rush to the academy as fast as she could. At the same time, Yu Yang also wrote a few letters to Fatty Hai and Yi Kong. He didn't mention any beauties at all, and only wrote a few words in the letters: go to school, Ivy Academy. When the family saw that Yu Yang, this troublemaker, was going to school, they really heaved a sigh of relief and sponsored him 100 gold. Of course, in Yu Yang's heart, he still felt that he had suffered a loss, because the Yu clan had obtained that giant frost dragon skeleton. Fifth grandfather said that this giant frost dragon skeleton could be made into a giant dragon puppet, and that it could be completed in about 3 years. He reckoned that it could be made into a bronze-ranked level 7 giant dragon puppet. Hearing that the giant frost dragon skeleton could be used like this, Yu Yang felt that he had suffered a loss. He didn't even think that this giant frost dragon skeleton was something that he didn't want in the beginning, and it was the Yu clan who had sent people to pick it up. Because he had praised Yu Bing for killing the giant frost dragon, Elder Yu Hai had specially praised Fourth Mother's parenting skills during the clan's feast. He suggested that the matter of Fourth Mother's parenting should be recorded in the clan's record of important events, so that the future generations would remember Fourth Mother's contributions to the Yu clan, and make her the role model of all the women in the clan. Writing a daughter-in-law into the clan's record of important events required the elders to think about it again and again. However, Elder Yu Hai's suggestion during the clan's feast had shocked the entire clan. A mother's prestige rose because of her son. Because of Yu Yang's strength, Fourth Mother's position in the Yu clan had risen rapidly. No one dared to look down on or laugh at her anymore. Especially those relatives or servants who had bullied her in the past. They all came to ask for forgiveness. Luckily Fourth Mother was a kind and magnanimous person. She didn't bicker with them, otherwise many of them would have been punished. Now, in the Yu clan, everyone knew that Fourth Mother's position would not decrease for a long time in the future. Instead, it would become more and more important. This was because Yu Yang, this madman who killed people without batting an eye, had just risen to power. It was hard to say how powerful he would be in the future. Many people thought that the most conservative estimate was that this madman would at least be the second Yu Qiu. After his father, he would become the clan's second tyrant. Yu Yang still didn't attend the clan's feast. However, Elder Yu Hai had already arranged a seat not far from him. He was only below the eldest son Yu Shan and the second son Yu Ling. From this, it could be seen that Elder Yu Hai was very confident in Yu Yang. Elder Yu Hai didn't meet Yu Yang. During the clan's feast, he didn't mention Yu Yang at all. However, he praised Fourth Mother many times and gave her an ancestral record. On the surface, he praised her for being a virtuous housekeeper. However, even an idiot would know that this was the puppet manual that he gave to Yu Yang. Other than the ghost genius Yu Gong, this was the puppet manual that the Yu clan's 5 great puppet masters, Tai, Hua, Heng, and Song, wrote together. It was the Yu clan's treasure. There were less than 10 people in the entire Yu clan who had a copy of it. Eldest grandson Yu Tian and fourth grandson Yu Yan had always yearned for it. However, Elder Yu Hai and the other elders had never given it to them. Unexpectedly, they gave it to Yu Yang, who had almost become the enemy of the entire clan. This was the best proof that strength was respected. According to the Yu clan's tradition, whoever was the most outstanding would receive the most. The clan would also support him the most. It was said that the substitute clan master, Yu Shan, was not angry at all. He even led the applause and gave the puppet manual to Fourth Mother personally. He also apologized to everyone for the misunderstanding. When Yu Bing came back and told him about it, Yu Yang felt a chill run down his spine. This Yu Shan was simply a hypocrite Yu Buchuan. Luckily he wasn't Ling Huchong, otherwise he would be a tragedy. 10 days later, Yu Yang and Yu Bing said goodbye to Fourth Mother and headed towards the Dixia Empire's capital, Shangjing. Yu Bing went to the Shangjing Academy to complete the procedures to withdraw from school, while Yu Yang went to the Ivy Academy opposite Shangjing Academy to register. Compared to the tall and majestic gate of the Shangjing Academy, the Ivy Academy, which was only a street away, was simply trash. Other than the fact that the greenery was not bad, there was nothing else that was good about it. Is there anyone here? Yu Yang was worried that if he shouted too loudly, the dangerous wall of the gate would collapse, hence he shouted in a soft voice. It's alright, this gate has been like this for hundreds of years, it won't collapse. Don't worry, come in. An old man with a goatee stuck his head out from inside and waved his hands towards Yu Yang. Yu Yang sweated profusely. Not mentioning the fact that the gate of the Shangjing Academy was tall and majestic, there were also beautiful female seniors with sexy figures, handsome and suave male seniors, and also majestic silver-armored guards. This Ivy Academy was just like a ghost town. If they wanted to shoot a horror movie, they wouldn't even need to release any smoke, they could just start shooting directly. In this kind of environment, they even sent an old man with a goatee and a treacherous smile to welcome the new students. Wasn't this the same as forcing the students to go to Shangjing Academy? In this kind of academy, would there really be a beautiful school flower? Yu Yang sweated profusely. Conquering his own beautiful school flower was out of the question. According to what Fatty Hai said, conquering the school flower of the neighboring Shangjing Academy would probably be more likely. Looking at this old man with a goatee who looked like a miserly country bumpkin, Yu Yang bluntly asked, "Where did the beautiful teachers in your school go? Why did they send you out to welcome the new students? Don't you know that your appearance will chase away the students?" That old man with a goatee waved his hands. "Student, I'm already the best-looking teacher in the whole academy, just bear with it for a while. I'm going back." When Yu Yang heard that there were no beautiful teachers and the most handsome person was this old man, he felt that he was just looking for trouble by coming here to study. Don't be like this, there are still beautiful teachers. However, student, I believe that you also understand that beautiful girls are especially arrogant. The more beautiful and talented they are, the more arrogant they are. If there is really a beautiful teacher standing here to welcome the new students, then it proves that she is not a true beauty. Good things are always hard to obtain. If you only look at the waves on the surface, then how can you discover the pearls hidden in the sea? The old man with a goatee hurriedly stopped Yu Yang and mysteriously took out a colorful illustrated handbook from his bosom. There's no other way, I can't let you, a new student, experience the resources of our academy's beauties. Our academy has the 4 great beauties, all of whom are devastatingly beautiful. We also have the 4 great school flowers, all of whom are tender and fresh. Lastly, we also have 2 beautiful teachers. Do you want to see? Yes. Yu Yang had no resistance towards beauties. Pay up first, our resources of beauties are only for internal use. The old man with the goatee's words almost shocked Yu Yang to death. But this was also good, at least he didn't have to worry about those wolves from Shangjing Academy coming over to plunder the scarce resources of beauties. Yu Yang endured the pain and took out 5 gold coins, preparing to sign up, pay up, and then take down this colorful illustrated handbook of beauties. Who knew that the old man with a goatee shook his head and waved his hands? Student, your tuition fee is not 5 gold coins. It's 50 gold coins. You'd better pay another 50 gold coins as a deposit, otherwise I won't dare to let you sign up. When Yu Yang heard this, he was stunned. He then angrily grabbed the old man's collar. You old man, you dare to raise the price on the spot? Everyone pays 5 gold coins, why do I have to pay 50 gold coins? The old man with a goatee was lifted into the air by Yu Yang, but his face was still full of smiles. Our Ivy Academy students teach students in accordance with their aptitude. The little girl who walked with you just now, she's full of spirit and has a bright future. She's also a resource of beauties, so she can help us recruit new students. It's not a problem for us to accept her for free, but what about you? First of all, you're a little pervert. If you come to study, you'll definitely snatch the resources of beauties. You'll definitely clash with the original students. Secondly, your temper isn't that good either. Who knows, you might even fight a few times a month. How can we accept a troublemaker like you if we don't add some money? The additional 50 gold coins as a deposit is the estimated compensation for the damage to our academy's equipment. Do you think I'm a tyrant who snatches girls? I'm actually from a poor family. It's hard for me to make a living, and I wholeheartedly study as a migrant worker student. My ancestors for 18 generations were all farmers. Both my parents died, and I was raised by my uncle and aunt. I had to eat until I was full. My 5 gold coins are already the savings I accumulated after enduring hunger and living frugally for more than 10 years. Yu Yang almost said that he was a white-haired girl who was persecuted by the landlord Huang Shuren. I understand and sympathize with your family's circumstances. However, you're the first student in history who dared to grab the principal's collar. Charging you 50 gold coins is actually not that high. The old man with a goatee said with a smile. You're the principal? When Yu Yang heard this, he hurriedly put down the old man with a goatee. Vice. The old man with a goatee nodded and admitted. Then who's the principal? Long before he was transported to another world, Yu Yang had read many novels from another world. In the academies, the vice principals were all bad people, while the principal was a good person. He usually didn't care about anything, and would drink until he was drunk. He was just a peerless expert who pretended to be stupid, and would often take the main character as his disciple. Most importantly, no matter how ugly the principal was, he would always have a beautiful granddaughter or granddaughter. In short, after being transported to another world, he must stay away from the academy's vice principal. However, he must be familiar with the principal. This way, it would be easier for him to pick up girls. The principal is the arrogant beautiful teacher that I mentioned just now. She's one of our academy's 2 great beautiful teachers, and the number 1 of the 10 great beauties. The old man with a goatee deliberately flipped through the beauty illustration handbook extremely quickly. Among them, there was a picture of a voluptuous, domineering woman coming out of the bath. When Yu Yang saw it, he fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This voluptuous, domineering beauty was the principal? After paying, Yu Yang's first reaction wasn't to ask for a receipt, but to snatch the illustrated handbook of beauties. Don't read it here. The beauties in the school are all very guarded against wolves. Student, you better pretend to be an obedient child. The goatee elder first warned him, then asked, Student, that's right, what's your name? Titan? This name? Forget it, the name isn't important at all. Student Titan, what class are you planning to join? We have the Ivy League specialty, sheep herding style, closed door style, and even a type of love style, which we don't openly encourage but also don't oppose. Wait a minute, what do you mean by sheep herding style? Yu Yang wasn't so easily fooled. He knew something was wrong the moment he heard it. It's a high degree of freedom. The teacher doesn't care about anything, and the students can learn freely. The goatee elder shamelessly explained. Hearing this, Yu Yang was enraged. Wasn't this the rumored scam? Receiving tuition fees, but not caring about anything, was this still called an academy? Don't the teachers have lessons? Yu Yang resisted the urge to beat him up, and decided to clarify first. Yes, the lessons still have to be attended. In a year, the teachers will at least give the students 2 lessons. The first lesson is an introduction lesson, where the teachers and students get to know each other. The second lesson is a commemorative lesson. A year has passed, and the teachers and students are about to part ways. Everyone exchanged words as a memento. The goatee elder hadn't finished speaking when Yu Yang collapsed. Oh my God, this is also called a lesson? Then what about closed door style? Yu Yang asked the second lesson. As the name suggests, this is the student studying diligently. Our academy is very generous, and opens the library for students to look up information for free. The old man with the goatee was implying that opening the library for his students to search for information was a great gift from the heavens. What about the third love style? You can date in school? Yu Yang felt that this was not a bad idea. Shoo, our school won't openly support this, but we won't oppose it either. If you can find a girlfriend, then our cafeteria can provide couples meals and couples seats for you to feed each other. What I mean is, our school will provide a better and more comfortable learning environment so that every student can learn and enjoy. Of course, there is an additional charge for the couple set meal. It's not that expensive, it's only about 10 times the price of a normal meal. It's also very nutritious. Under normal circumstances, our canteen wouldn't give out sand for free. The goatee old man was the most shameless fellow Yu Yang had ever seen since he crossed over to the soaring dragon continent. Yu Yang felt that he was shameless enough. But compared to this old man, he felt that he was still lacking in some areas. With such a shameless person as the vice principal, it was no wonder that the Ivy Academy, which had 3,000 years of history, had fallen so far. In the end, Yu Yang couldn't take it anymore and said something that even he himself didn't expect. Students are here to learn things, why do we need to be so comfortable? If you don't care about anything and let them date every day, will they still have the heart to study? According to what you said, this place is practically a student's paradise. It's indeed a paradise, but it's a paradise for poor students. The goatee old man chuckled. Student Tai Tan, you must have never heard of our academy's reputation, right? What reputation? Yu Yang was curious. Could it be that this lousy academy had something good to say? Our Ivy Academy is known as the paradise for poor students and the hell for outstanding students. The goatee old man laughed. It's the exact opposite of Xianxia Academy. No wonder you guys can't recruit any students. Yu Yang finally understood. Which parent didn't think that their son was an outstanding student? Which parent would be willing to send their son to hell, even if they weren't outstanding students? They wouldn't send their son to the Ivy Academy to pick up girls. If they wanted to pick up girls, their family wouldn't be able to do it. Why send them to the academy? Sending them to the academy was because they hoped that their son would become a dragon and have a bright future. No matter how good the Ivy Academy's conditions were, it was impossible to recruit students. Maybe the students liked this kind of lifestyle, but their parents would definitely not agree to it. Sending them to the Ivy Academy was a waste of their own money. Our academy's aim is to make poor students even worse, and make outstanding students even more outstanding. If an outstanding student comes to our academy, we will use all methods to torture him, making his life a living hell. As for poor students, what great things do you expect them to do? It would be better to let them know their place and comfortably enjoy a few years of happy life in the academy. The goatee old man's following words stunned Yu Yang again. These words seemed to make some sense. Towards students who were like mud that couldn't even stand up to the wall, rather than spending a lot of effort to nurture them, it would be better to let them live happily in the academy. Many poor students didn't even want to study, they only wanted to muddle along for a few years. Of course, their parents wouldn't agree to the academy doing this. Perhaps, this was the real reason why the Ivy Academy declined. They had a good teaching philosophy and teaching attitude, but they weren't accepted by the public. The goatee old man looked at Yu Yang's startled expression and revealed a sly smile. Student Titan, do you want to take a test? When he said this, Yu Yang immediately thought of the main character in the novels in the other world. The main character in the novels in the other world would usually go to the academy to study. His main purpose was to pick up girls, and at the same time, he would take in a few loyal underlings. The most classic plot was when the main character was queuing up for a long time. When it was finally his turn, he would stretch out his hand to test his magic power on the crystal ball, and in the end, a strange phenomenon would happen. Under normal circumstances, the crystal ball would first emit a rainbow-colored light, and then it would explode from his magic power. However, that was normal. He was the main character. How could he be the main character if he wasn't awesome? Following that, the magister who was doing the test would cry out in surprise, he actually has all the attributes of wind, fire, water, earth, light, and darkness? He's a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Even if I had 10 times more magic power left, I wouldn't be able to explode the crystal ball. I didn't expect that this brat's magic power would be able to explode it. It's too terrifying. There were a few classmates that he met on the road, who would be the main character's loyal underlings in the future. They would excitedly cry out, "Boss, here!" Everyone was looking at the main character. The main character would smile evilly, and his body would shake. What happened next was simple. It was a must for the beauties to throw themselves into his arms, and a large group of people would kneel on the ground and call him Lord, no, call him Boss. That was also a must. Usually, the principal who was peeping at the beauties bathing would rush over when he heard the news. When he saw the boiled egg in the main character's hands, he would exclaim, could this be the legendary phoenix egg? Where did you get it from? Of course, the main character would innocently scratch his head, and say something that would make everyone fall to the ground. I bought this from a street vendor in my hometown to make breakfast. This brat must have come from the heaven realm. Maybe this brat was the illegitimate child of a god. Everyone would suspect the main character like this. Next, of course, more people would kneel down and call him Lord, no, call him Boss. Alright, Student Titan, it's not too late to fantasize about the beauties at night. I know a good place where you can peep at them changing clothes. You can't charge a fee, 1 gold coin per peep. The goatee elder interrupted Yu Yang's fantasies. This old fellow was definitely the most lecherous, most shameless, and most understanding teacher that Yu Yang had ever seen in his life. Where's the crystal ball? Yu Yang looked around the room, but couldn't find the crystal ball used for testing. It was fine if there weren't thousands of people watching, no beauties throwing themselves at him, no lackeys kneeling down and calling him Lord. But there wasn't even a crystal ball. The goatee elder shook his head and waved his hands. I say, Student Titan, you've misunderstood. In Xianxia Academy, they indeed use a crystal ball to test. Our test is more complicated and more particular, so we don't use that kind of method. Yu Yang was curious. If they didn't use a crystal ball, then what would they use to test? The goatee elder took out a few small and exquisite scrolls from his bosom. They were divided into 7 different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple. How do we test this? Yu Yang guessed that when he stretched out his hand and touched the scroll with the corresponding attribute, it would light up. All of the scrolls are small dimensional scrolls that I made myself. Each color represents a different difficulty. Red 1 is the lowest, while purple 7 is the highest. When you open the scroll, you will be transported to another space. There will be monsters waiting for you inside. The monsters are also different depending on the difficulty. For example, this red 1 scroll that you are holding has 10 level 2 storm wolves. If you open the scroll, you will be transported to the front of these hungry storm wolves. If you can kill all of them and finish the battle within 10 minutes without any injuries, then you will be able to pass the evaluation of a poor student. The goatee elder smiled amiably and kindly, but why did Yu Yang feel that he looked like a demon? You're killing me for money. Yu Yang was sweating profusely. He had never seen such a dangerous test before. It's fine if you don't take the test, but you will be evaluated as a poor student. After that, you won't have the chance to participate in our academy's special journey to health training. Of course, you can find a little girl and feed each other every day in the academy. The goatee elder smiled from ear to ear, not the slightest bit angry. How many people in the entire school have passed the test? Yu Yang didn't believe that there would be people who would accept this kind of abnormal test. Including the trainee teachers, there are a total of 368 students in our Ivy Academy. Including you, there are a total of 369 students. The success rate of our students taking the test is 10%. 37 people are willing to take the test, and the success rate is close to 30%. 11 people have passed, and 4 of them can be evaluated as excellent. Student Titan, do you really not want to try? Excellent students have scholarships, and the beautiful principal will personally guide them. You don't know, but she likes to wear sexy leather clothes that look like empty mesh in class. She's so hot that it can burn a person's heart. Poor students don't have this kind of treatment. When the goatee elder said this for the first time, Yu Yang was a little moved. Wasn't it just a blast wind wolf? He didn't even need to summon his beast, he could just use his magic blade to kill it. Alright, I'm only doing it because of the scholarship. Of course, Yu Yang wouldn't say that he wanted to see the beautiful principal wear sexy leather clothes with empty mesh. He wouldn't look for trouble. Pushing away the purple scroll that the goatee elder handed over, he picked up the red scroll. Opening it, a golden pillar of light flashed. Yu Yang was instantly teleported. When he regained his consciousness, he discovered that he was standing in a dimension similar to the dimension of Duel. The dimension wasn't big, it was about the size of 2 football fields. In the center of the dimension, there was a hill that looked like a small mountain. That should be the Blast Wind Wolf's lair. Wasn't it just a level 2 Blast Wind Wolf? Other than its speed and agility, it didn't have anything special about it. If he didn't send Hui Tai Ling to protect Yu Bing from school, it would probably be able to take care of these 10 Blast Wind Wolves by itself. Yu Yang confidently took out his Hui Jin magic blade and ran up the hill. Suddenly, he discovered 2 magma wyverns lying in a pool of blood-red magma, soaking and rolling in it. He immediately shouted crazily, "Damned old fox, wait till I get out, I'll cut you into 18 pieces." How were these level 2 Blast Wind Wolves? These were bronze-ranked level 6 magma wyverns, and there were even 2 of them. Yu Yang immediately took out a teleportation scroll. Who knew that teleportation scrolls couldn't be used here? Not only did that old fox know how to create teleportation scrolls, he even knew how to interfere with space. The students who were teleported here could only fight, and couldn't escape. Seeing the 2 magma wyverns, Yu Yang sweated profusely. If it wasn't him, but another examinee like Fatty Hai, they would probably be tortured to death. How could they win against 2 bronze-ranked level 6 magma wyverns? This was the worst crimson level 1 scroll. If he opened the purple level 7 scroll, what awaited him would be the legendary golden 3-headed dragon. The more Yu Yang thought about it, the angrier he got. This old fox was obviously doing this on purpose. He didn't use the crystal ball to test, but chose to use this kind of perverted test. Who knew how many students had died in his hands? No wonder no students came to Ivy Academy to study. Who would come here to die? However, since he was teleported here and met with the magma wyverns, Yu Yang still had to kill them. He could still fight bronze-ranked level 6. The magma wyvern's magic crystal was an excellent fire attribute magic crystal. If it was used as the core of a flame demon puppet, it would be the best material. The molten flame core also needed this to level up. If his Hui Jin magic blade could level up and evolve into a platinum-ranked magic weapon, it would be even more awesome. There was also the golden swan and eye. If it hatched, it might also need the magma wyvern's magic crystal as nourishment. What's there to be proud of? Seeing the magma wyverns pouncing towards him, Yu Yang didn't retreat but advanced instead, slashing down with his magic blade void. He wasn't like Fatty Hai, who only knew how to eat and wait for death. Let alone bronze-ranked level 6, he had killed even stronger monsters before. Don't think that you could bully others just because you were a bronze-ranked level 6. If it was someone else, they might be helpless against a magma wyvern covered in flames. However, Yu Yang, who had fought against the Flame Lord before, knew the weakness of this type of flame monster. Flame monsters were awesome, but they were extremely afraid of water. If he had a white whale beast that could spray water, even if it was a normal ranked one, as long as the level difference wasn't too big, the magma wyvern wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. The second weakness was the dragon crystal in its head. The magma wyvern had a layer of extremely high-temperature magma to protect its body, but it didn't have horns to protect its head. Especially the magic crystal in its head. Because it had absorbed fire energy for a long time, it had accumulated too much, causing its skull to bulge, forming a huge bump on its head. This way, the enemy would be given a clear target to attack. Yu Yang dodged into the air and slashed at the abnormally obvious bulge with his magic blade. Originally, he thought that this slash would be enough to severely injure the enemy. He didn't expect the magma wyvern to lower its body and raise its wings to block above its head. The magic blade sliced through half of the magma wyvern's wings like cutting through mud. The magma wyvern lost its support in midair and fell heavily onto the ground, splashing lava all over the ground. Yu Yang somersaulted in midair and cleverly dodged the bite of another magma wyvern. He was prepared to give the injured magma wyvern another heavy slash. Unexpectedly, the magma wyvern, whose wings were damaged on the ground, suddenly raised its wings miraculously and flapped them into the air, knocking Yu Yang, who was in midair, into the air. It then quickly chased after him and bit him repeatedly, forcing Yu Yang, who was on the ground, to dodge left and right. For a moment, he was flustered. How could this be? Didn't he just destroy its wings? How could it recover to its original state in the blink of an eye? If it wasn't for the fact that he was being chased, Yu Yang would have flipped through the beast encyclopedia to find out what characteristics this magma wyvern had and why it wasn't afraid of weapon attacks. Are you very arrogant? Look at my ultimate move. Yu Yang looked at the ugly magma wyvern's scorching hot head coming towards him. He leapt up agilely and somersaulted in midair, dodging the sharp teeth. He used his right index finger as a sword and pointed at the magma wyvern's head. Sword chi shot out from his body and hit the bulge on the magma wyvern's head. Boom! Once the innate invisible sword chi was released, the magma wyvern was immediately heavily injured. It cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Its body rolled continuously, leaving behind pools of lava that looked like fresh blood. Yu Yang was very pleased with himself. Trying to show off? No matter how strong it was, could it be stronger than his innate invisible sword chi? However, the magma wyvern's next series of actions and changes made him dumbfounded. The injured magma wyvern stumbled and fell into the lava pool. The half-dead magma wyvern rolled over and over again. Every time it rolled, its injuries would recover a little. In less than a minute, it crawled back up, its body as good as new. It flapped its flaming wings that were dripping with lava and flew into the sky. It can be done like this? If Yu Yang didn't have his level 3, divine vision, and could see that the magma wyvern's injuries hadn't completely recovered, and that it had only recovered on the surface, he would have been scared out of his wits. To warriors who didn't have innate sword chi, the two magma wyverns would be invincible with the hot lava pool in the small hill. This advantageous terrain was basically a nightmare for all challengers. Yu Yang unconsciously wiped off his cold sweat. Luckily, I didn't fight against a gold-ranked level 7 magma wyvern, but 2 bronze-ranked level 6 magma wyverns. Alright, game over. He released the Bloody Queen and let her fly into the sky, pressuring the 2 magma wyverns that were circling in the sky. Although the 2 magma wyverns circling in the sky were 3 levels higher than the Bloody Queen was a Gold King beast after all. When she flew up, the 2 magma wyverns immediately flew lower, unwilling to fight her head-on. The magma wyvern on the left that hadn't fully recovered from Yu Yang's sword chi was slightly slower. The Bloody Queen acutely sensed this and immediately chased after it. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger in her hands was the nemesis of all dragon-type and dragon-type beasts. Forget about dragon-type beasts, even other Gold King beasts, including the dagger in the Bloody Queen's heart, wouldn't be able to withstand it. The magma wyvern on the left was easily chased by the Bloody Queen, who was at least 3 times faster than it. It turned its head unwillingly and tried to bite the magma wyvern. With a beautiful somersault, the Bloody Queen perfectly dodged the bite. The dragon-slaying dagger in her hands pierced deeply into the magma wyvern's bulging magic core. Immediately, the magma wyvern rolled on the ground in pain. With a rumble, it smashed into the ground, creating a burst of magma sparks. Seeing that its comrade was heavily injured, the other magma wyvern hurriedly came to its aid. The Bloody Queen screamed. The magma wyvern that came to its aid seemed to have been struck by lightning, rolling on the ground in a daze. On the ground, Yu Yang wouldn't be courteous to it. He first took out the giant hammer that the gold-armored puppet had used before from his lich ring, swung it in a circle, and smashed it ruthlessly on the magma wyvern's head. When it was sent flying, Yu Yang took out his Huijin magic blade and flew up high. At the moment when the magma wyvern fell heavily on the ground, Yu Yang jumped down as fast as lightning. Using both his hands, he stabbed the Huijin magic blade into the magma wyvern's head. After a minute, the magma wyvern died. The battle had ended. On the other side, the Bloody Queen, who had secretly absorbed the energy from the other magma wyvern's magic core, her body flashed with a fiery brilliance. She straightened her golden wings, and the feathers on her body started to burn, turning into fiery feathers that would never be extinguished. However, her blood-red hair didn't burn. Instead, it became brighter and smoother. Miraculously, it straightened up and hung down until it reached her buttocks. She looked breathtaking and enchanting. The Bloody Queen, who was originally close to leveling up, finally leveled up from gold-ranked level 3 to gold-ranked level 4 under the support of continuous battles and continuous absorption of the magma wyvern's magic core. She flapped her golden fiery wings lightly, and her speed became a few times faster than before. Even Yu Yang couldn't see her figure clearly. After the Bloody Queen and the Shadow had merged and reborn, although she had fallen to gold-ranked level 3, once she leveled up, her battle power became stronger and her speed became faster. Even though she was only gold-ranked level 4 now, she had already surpassed the standard of gold-ranked level 5 in the past. She was so excited that she flew everywhere in the sky, screaming happily non-stop. Yu Yang originally wanted to catch her and smack her but, because she didn't ask for his permission and ate whatever she wanted. This was a problem with her husband's authority, so he couldn't help it. However, looking at her happy look, he couldn't bear to dampen her spirits. Forget it, she was his girl anyway. Even if he ate her, she would be serving him. When Yu Yang saw the Bloody Queen's snow-white body that was fatally seductive, his wolf heart was moved. If Yinan didn't come soon, he would be able to solve the problem of his blissful sexual life. He couldn't hold it in anymore. Could it be that he really wanted to do that kind of taboo between humans and beasts? Thinking about it carefully, although this Bloody Queen was called a Golden King beast, she was obviously a beauty and not a real beast. She only had an extra pair of wings, so why couldn't he do it? Yu Yang opened his silver grimoire and found that this girl had indeed leveled up to gold-ranked level 4. She even had an additional ability, Flame Whip. The strangest thing was that Yu Yang found that he could also use this, Flame Whip, when he summoned the Bloody Queen. It was the exact opposite of Little Wen Li's Binding Chains inherent skill. However, the power of the Flame Whip was not even worth mentioning when compared to the Binding Chains inherent skill. Flame Whip might be useful against normal warriors or normal beasts, but against strong warriors or beasts, it was just like scratching an itch. Binding Chains inherent skill was different. Demon King Xianxia and Lich Suage had both suffered from Binding Chains inherent skill during the battle at Whitestone City that day. Little Wen Li's Binding Chains inherent skill could be leveled up. Otherwise, Lich Suage wouldn't have died tragically under Yu Yang and her combined attack. Suddenly, a teleportation pillar appeared on Yu Yang's body. It started small, but it quickly expanded. As Yu Yang moved, the Bloody Queen also moved. Looks like it was the old cunning fox's 10-minute teleportation spell to protect his students. Yu Yang hurriedly put the magic crystal that he had dug out from the magma wyvern's skull into his lich ring. He then forcefully stuffed the 2 magma wyverns into his lich ring. Not even a second after summoning the Bloody Queen back, the teleportation pillar shot up into the sky, forming an extremely strong white pillar. The entire process took about 10 seconds, and Yu Yang had already teleported back in front of the old cunning fox. Without waiting for the old cunning fox to open his mouth, Yu Yang had already sent a punch towards him, sending his skinny body flying. Let's add on another record. I am the first student in history to beat up the vice principal after entering the academy. Yu Yang chased after the old cunning fox, who was about to get up, and gave him a good beating. He then picked up a big rock, wanting to smash the old cunning fox to death. He did not expect that when he raised his head, he would see at least 50 to 60 people staring at him, dumbstruck. Many of them had dropped their weapons, and their mouths were so wide open that a hippopotamus could be stuffed inside. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others ran out from the crowd. Fatty Hai was extremely surprised as he gave Yu Yang a bear hug, while Yi Kong stealthily snatched the big rock from Yu Yang's hands and hurriedly threw it away. "Why are you guys here?" Yu Yang was curious. Weren't these guys celebrating the new year? Why did they come earlier than him? "There's nothing fun to do at home, the academy is more interesting. We've already waited for you for 2 days. Ah, Vice Principal, don't be angry. This little brother of mine doesn't know any better. As his boss, I'll definitely teach him a lesson, and guarantee that he won't abuse his power next time. Let's run, this old fellow is going to flip out." Seeing that the old cunning fox's nose had been beaten crooked by Yu Yang, Fatty Hai was seething with anger. He was so scared that he immediately abandoned Yu Yang and ran away. "When Yu Bing arrives, let's go to the wild horse wasteland to catch a wind fox. This academy is quite fun, and there's a lot of freedom, but you can learn a lot of things." As Yi Kong ran, he introduced the Ivy Academy to Yu Yang. "It can't be? I can learn a lot of things in this kind of damned lousy academy?" Yu Yang was curious. Yi Kong shouldn't be lying to him. "Titan, you bastard, you dare to hit me? If I don't take revenge on you 100-fold, I'm not the vice principal." The old cunning fox couldn't catch up to Yu Yang, so he shouted at his back in a flustered and exasperated manner. Seeing that Yu Yang didn't care about him, he turned around and warned the teachers and students who saw him, "Everyone, you are forbidden to talk about this matter. You must completely forget about it. If I hear anyone saying that I'm the first vice principal to be beaten up by a new student in 3,000 years, I'll give all the students in the academy an inhumane punishment, and let everyone experience a super terrifying journey to hell." When everyone heard this, they were speechless. This fellow was so tyrannical, it seemed that he would be beaten up again sooner or later. Ivy Academy was very big. It was at least 10 times bigger than what Yu Yang had imagined. Other than all kinds of buildings, there was even a lush green hill and a natural lake inside. Yi Kong introduced that there was a 10,000-year-old tortoise at the bottom of the lake that Xianxia called the guardian beast. Of course, this guardian beast didn't know how to fight, it was different from normal beasts. It only had a long lifespan and was considered to be an auspicious sign. That was why it was called the guardian beast. Other than the waterside pavilion, there were also 2 ships lined up side by side on the lake. It was originally a place for students to practice summoning water-type beasts, but now, it had been taken over by the girls as their singing and dancing pavilion. On the green embankment, there were pavilions, terraces and other buildings. Ancient buildings could be seen everywhere, forming an incomparably elegant combination with the surrounding lush greenery. It was very pleasing to the eyes. The villas in the middle of the mountain were dotted with stars, and there was a huge hall in the middle. The girls live in villas, while we live in a high-rise dormitory. In the middle is the dining hall and public bathroom. Boys and girls are all in the same big pool, separated in the middle. The girls can come over to bathe with the wolves, but the wolves are not allowed to go over unless they can defeat the 4 guardian female demons. We paid extra money to rent a big dormitory, the conditions are very good. Come, this way. Yi Kong introduced the various situations in the academy to Yu Yang along the way. "I feel that it's a little too high, it's a little hard to go up and down, but it's not bad to be able to see the girls' movements in the villas." Fatty Hai said. "This is the student dormitory?" When Yu Yang walked closer, he was incomparably shocked. Wasn't the conditions here too good? If Yi Kong didn't say it, Yu Yang would never have imagined that this luxurious palace-like place was the student dormitory. Yu Yang had never been to the palace before, but he felt that the Ivy Academy dormitory was enough for princes and princesses to stay in. The students of the Ivy Academy lived in such a good place, and had such a good romantic environment, would they still have the mood to study? Yu Yang really didn't dare to think about this problem. He was completely convinced by the Ivy Academy. There were only 300 students, yet they had occupied such a big place. Didn't they feel that it was a waste? Fatty Hai said that although the Ivy Academy was trash, the area of the academy was only slightly smaller than Xianxia Academy. The opposite Xianxia Academy had 10,000 students, but it didn't feel crowded at all. There were only 300 people in the Ivy Academy. It was practically empty. Yu Yang couldn't imagine that in Xianxia, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, How could such a large and empty academy like the Ivy League exist? Fortunately, there was no such thing as real estate in the Soaring Dragon continent. Otherwise, this ivy would have been torn down by the Great Demolition Office long ago. When Yu Yang entered the student dormitory, the vice principal, that old fox, appeared in front of a simple and unadorned building. First, he tidied up his clothes that were a little wrinkled from Yu Yang's pulling. Then, he squeezed out a smile on his face, which had been beaten up by Yu Yang. Then, he pushed the door open and went upstairs. When he arrived at a room on the third floor, he gently knocked on the wooden door and asked softly, "Baby girl, can Daddy come in? During working hours, please call me Dean." An elegant, sweet-sounding, yet cold and indifferent voice came from inside. "It's all the same. You are the Dean, and you are also my daughter." The old cunning fox seemed to be used to his precious daughter's ice-cold attitude, as he pushed open the door and entered with a smile. "Why are you looking for me? Why were you beaten up by someone?" The lady in white who was writing on the desk in the room was like a white orchid, aloof and pure, proud of the world. Her long hair flowed down her shoulders like a waterfall, forming a strong contrast with her white jade-like hands. In front of her, the old cunning fox who always had a cheeky smile on his face had completely turned into a different person. At this moment, he was the world's most loving parent. After writing for a long time, the lady in white stopped. She raised her bright eyes that were hidden under her soft bangs and looked at the old cunning fox. That beautiful and delicate face that could topple a country showed a hint of surprise and asked, "What happened?" "Nothing, I was beaten up by an interesting freshman." "No, I just didn't think that he would hit me. I was careless and fell into his trap. Otherwise, I could totally beat him up until he looked like fallen flowers." The old cunning fox laughed and said, "This freshman was very interesting. He was very strong, but his basic knowledge was terrible. He actually didn't know that the stronger one's strength was, the more difficult the challenge would be. I looked at his silly face and fooled him. Ha ha ha, whenever I think of his expression, I want to laugh out loud. However, his strength was really not bad. I spent a lot of effort to catch 2 magma wyverns, but he killed them within 10 minutes. It's a pity that I don't have enough control over space right now, so I can't see the process of his battle. Otherwise, I would have been able to see how this brat killed my magma wyverns. He killed them using combat skills." After saying that, the lady in white buried her head in the desk and continued writing. "How did you know?" The old cunning fox was stunned. "The freshman who dared to beat you up the moment he entered school must be the Yu clan's third young master. I heard about him from Xianxia before. In order to seek justice for his fourth mother, this brat took a knife and barged into the Yu clan village. He killed his way into the Yu clan castle. If it wasn't for Marshal Yu Hai stopping him, I'm afraid that the Yu clan would have turned into a river of blood. You study the space scroll all day long, so of course you wouldn't know about him." The lady in white seemed to be very familiar with Yu Yang's matters. "No wonder, I thought that brat looked a little familiar. So he is Yu Qiu's son." The old cunning fox suddenly realized. He is very strong. Previously at the Eagle's Cry Valley, he and Xianxia traveled together. He could defeat a necromancer by himself. Xianxia guessed that the brat stayed at home every day not to study, but to practice combat skills. That's why his basic knowledge is extremely poor. If there's a person in this world who can't tell the difference between a 3-leaved butterfly orchid and a lucky 3-leaved clover, it would be him. Don't be in a hurry to throw him into the abyss to train. Let him cram some basic knowledge first. If there's nothing else, Vice Principal, you can leave now." Facing her father, the lady in white was also extremely cold. She indifferently ordered him to leave. "Do you think that a little pervert will listen to this old man's teachings? I was beaten on the first day. If I want to teach him personally, I will be beaten to death by him sooner or later." The old cunning fox laughed and shook his head. "I'm thinking about runes now, I don't have time. You should look for Sister Yi." The lady in white focused on the words on the paper, ignoring the old cunning fox. "If we ask that girl to come out and teach students, the world would be in chaos." The old cunning fox sighed. Yi Kong and the Li brothers were busy collecting the things for Yu Yang, while Fatty Hai ran to the canteen to ask the great master who was said to be invited from the imperial kitchen to add more dishes. Of course, his purpose was not only to welcome Yu Yang, but also to welcome the transferred little girl Yu Bing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so attentive and would not spend so much money. Yu Yang was bored waiting. Seeing that Yi Kong and the others wouldn't be back for a while, he decided to go out for a walk to get some fresh air. This academy was not bad, the only shortcoming was that there was no one here. There were no human voices, only the sounds of insects. It was quiet and elegant, but it lacked the kind of flourishing vitality that was unique to humans. Forget it, I'm here to be a good boy and to study anyway. Yu Yang felt that this was also good, it was quiet enough. He could study in peace and quickly cram up his basic knowledge before going to Tong Tian Tower to train. Just as Yu Yang was preparing to be an obedient child, he suddenly saw a mature lady wearing fiery red skin-tight leather clothes walking towards him in a drunken manner. Her mature and sexy body was swaying, and her footsteps were like that of a drunk cat. She looked as if she would fall to the ground at any moment. Yu Yang was dumbstruck. Could it be that this drunken cat was the Ivy Academy's principal? With this drunken cat look, even if he carried her back to the dormitory and pushed her down 100 times, she wouldn't even know who did it. If it wasn't for his level 3, divine vision, which allowed him to see that there was a strong beast sleeping inside this drunken cat's body, silently guarding her, Yu Yang would really have the urge to rape her. There's a handsome guy. That drunken cat unintentionally looked and seemed to have discovered Yu Yang. Without waiting for Yu Yang to react, her body moved faster than lightning. Her body couldn't be seen clearly, and in an instant, she had already appeared in front of Yu Yang. Yu Yang, who was extremely confident in his speed, was dumbfounded, not daring to believe what his eyes had just seen. The drunken cat Big Sis moved closer to Yu Yang with her rosy face that reeked of alcohol. She stared at Yu Yang with her drunken big eyes. You look pretty good, but it's a pity that you're still too young. You're still a child. Hey, brat, have you ever been kissed before? Do you want me to teach you? When Yu Yang heard that there was such a good thing, he immediately nodded his head. Drunken cat revealed a smile. Good boy, although you're a little young, as long as you're a handsome guy, I can't let you go. Close your eyes, I'll teach you how to kiss. Really kiss? Yu Yang decided that he would sacrifice his body to serve the tiger. No, he would sacrifice his body to serve the cat. He would let this drunken cat push him down this time. Just as the drunken cat Big Sis was about to kiss him, there was a flash of golden light inside her body. A black and white beast jumped out and sent Yu Yang, who was waiting to be pushed back, flying with a punch. As soon as the beast left her body, drunken cat couldn't resist the alcohol anymore and fell to the ground with a thud. Oh my god, gold-ranked level 5 panda girl? Yu Yang flipped over and landed on the ground. When he looked carefully, he felt his scalp go numb. The humanoid beast that attacked Yu Yang was the strong beast that had been slumbering in drunken cat's body. Her humanoid appearance was a little chubby. She was an extremely arrogant big loli. Her hair was tied into a small braid, and there were cute dimples on her round face. She had big eyes, a small nose, and a mouth full of small white teeth. Her chubby fists were spread out as she looked at Yu Yang with a "I'll beat you up if you look at me again" posture. She was wearing strange black and white clothes. On her forehead, there was even a king character. She was obviously panda girl, but she pretended to be a little tiger. Yu Yang almost burst out laughing when he saw this. Be more serious, you're not allowed to laugh, otherwise I'll get angry. If I get angry, I'll beat you up. This panda girl could even talk. Come, I'll give you some candy. Yu Yang used his ultimate move. This move was invincible. It's so sweet. This panda girl was easier to deal with than Yu Shuang, who had no resistance to candy. However, when she saw the smile on Yu Yang's face, she immediately took out the candy from her mouth and reluctantly returned it to Yu Yang. Don't try to bribe me. Nyonya will never be tempted by an enemy. When she finished speaking, this cute panda girl was about to cry. She was probably afraid that Yu Yang would take the candy back. She looked at him with teary eyes. Yu Yang had never seen such a contradictory expression in his life. She obviously wanted to eat it, but she insisted on returning the candy. Her eyes were filled with tears, as if they were about to fall. For the first time in his life, Yu Yang felt guilty. It's wrong to bully kids. Yu Yang smiled brightly. Since he couldn't bully kids, he might as well bully a big sister. He stretched out his hand and caressed Panda Girl's head. Using the gentle tone of a wolf grandmother, he said, "Nyo-Nyo, be good. I'm not a bad person. I'm friends with Big Sister. Big Sister is drunk, so I want to carry her back and push her down." "Ah, no, I mean carry her back to sober up." "Really?" When Nyo-Nyo Panda Girl heard this, she immediately became happy. She immediately stuffed the candy back into her mouth and ate it happily. However, after 2 seconds, she immediately became doubtful. "Brother, are you friends with my mother? Why doesn't Nyo-Nyo know you?" "No, you're still a bad person. I'll return the candy to you." She reluctantly took the candy out of her mouth and insisted on passing it back to Yu Yang. She looked like she was about to cry again. When Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li clan brothers returned, they were dumbstruck to discover that on Yu Yang's bed, there was a beautiful big sister who was sleeping soundly. In front of the bed, there was also a little panda girl who was happily eating sweets while swinging her little feet. What's going on? Yi Kong was stunned. How could he take down a big sister so quickly? This speed of picking up girls was simply a miracle. "I picked her up from the roadside," Yu Yang explained indifferently. "Brother, where did you pick her up from?" From Fatty Hai's tone, it seemed that he also wanted to pick one up. "Just downstairs." Yu Yang rarely spoke the truth. "I don't want to live anymore, I want to commit suicide." Tears streamed down Fatty Hai's face as he banged his head against the wall. He felt that he had wasted his 2 years in the academy. In these 2 years, he had not even picked up a single lost little loli. But this brat, he had only been here for a day and he had already picked up 2 big sisters and little loli. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Fatty Hai felt that if he stayed with this brat for too long, even if he did not die of anger, he would cry himself to death. Moreover, he would cry himself to death from dehydration. This brat's luck made him feel inferior. Could it be that he was the illegitimate child of the goddess of luck? Why did all the luck in the world fall on him? Fatty Hai really wanted to place 3 big bowls of vinegar in front of him and drink it all in one go. Maybe then his heart would not be so sour and he would feel better. The little panda Nyo-Nyo sucked her fingers cutely as she looked at Fatty Hai with her big eyes. Suddenly, she said an earth-shattering sentence, "Brother, this Fatty is an idiot." "Ah, she can talk?" Yi Kong and the others were about to faint. "Another beast that could talk? I'm not an idiot. Let me tell you, I'm a very smart person. When I was 8, I could easily count to 100. When I was 9, I could write my own name. After I was 10, I never wet my bed again. How about it? Am I amazing? Little sister, my name is Hai Defu. Everyone calls me Young Master Hai. I'm your brother's boss. Come, I'll give you candy too." Coincidentally, Hai Defu also had a bag of malt candy, which he had specially bought to please Yubing. Nyo-Nyo looked at the amber-like maltose candy and felt a little tempted. But in the end, she still shook her head. "Mom said that I shouldn't eat the food of a fool. Otherwise, I'll be infected with the air of foolishness. I don't want to become a fool." Fatty Hai fell to the ground with a thud. This blow was too great. If not for the Li brothers holding him back, he would have jumped off the building to commit suicide. Yi Kong laughed until tears flowed down his face. He praised Nyo-Nyo continuously and gave her a thumbs up. "Yes, you're right. Idiocy is contagious." Little panda Nyo-Nyo immediately showed an extremely frightened expression. It seemed that she was really afraid that Fatty Hai's idiocy was contagious. Yu Yang quickly comforted her who was about to cry. "This brother Yi Kong is just teasing you. Don't worry, idiocy is not contagious. Nyo-Nyo, don't be afraid. Eat the candy." Towards the maltose candy that Yu Yang passed to her, Nyo-Nyo eagerly took it and happily put it into her mouth. After eating for a while, she tilted her head and asked doubtfully, "Is idiocy really not contagious?" Fatty Hai burst into tears. "Even if it's contagious, I'm not an idiot. I don't want to live anymore." At the door, the old cunning fox walked in with Yubing. He smiled and said, "Students, what are you guys chatting about? It's so lively." Nyo-Nyo, why are you here?" Little Panda Ñoño immediately jumped up from the bed and put on an attacking posture. She showed her little white teeth and warned, "Perverted old man, stay away from my mother. I hate perverted old men like you who like to peek at other people changing their clothes the most." Everyone looked at the old cunning fox as if they were looking at the world's #1 pervert. The old cunning fox was extremely embarrassed. Luckily he was thick-skinned, otherwise he would have hugged Fatty Hi and cried bitterly. Aha, actually, that's a misunderstanding. How could a gentleman like me do such a despicable and shameless thing? For a person of virtue and integrity like me, not to mention peeping, I'm also very careful in my words and actions. I try my best to teach my students by example, by virtue as a teacher, and by example as a role model. Before the old cunning fox could finish his words, Yu Yang had already taken out a colorful erotic secret manual from his body. "Honorable and virtuous vice principal, would it be convenient for you to explain to me what is going on?" Yu Yang asked sincerely. "This is confiscated from the students." The old cunning fox's reaction was extremely fast. He was also thick-skinned as he lied without batting an eyelid. "Then what about this girl's bra?" Yu Yang took out a pink female bra from the old cunning fox's sleeves. It was blown to the ground by a strong wind. "I was just about to return it to its owner." The old cunning fox responded easily. He had the appearance of a gentleman, as if it was a sin for others to doubt him. "Vice principal, you are indeed the model of morality among us students. I admire you, I admire you." Yu Yang gave the old cunning fox a thumbs up, but the old cunning fox immediately shook his head and waved his hands. "It's just an empty reputation. As a gentleman, I have always denounced the corruption of society and felt even more pained by the degeneration of youngsters. It's a pity that my abilities are limited and I can't do much more. I can only set an example and hope that I can influence more people. Today, other than leading the way for student Yu Bing, I would also like to inform you, student Tai Tan, that due to your outstanding performance, you have successfully been selected to be a member of the Hell Journey Death class. I hope that while you are learning and improving, you will also have a good time. Is this considered as abusing your authority and publicly taking revenge on me?" Yu Yang smiled brightly as he asked this question. "Actually, I have painstakingly wanted to groom you. If it was trash like Fatty Hi, I wouldn't care about his life or death." The old cunning fox was also smiling from ear to ear. "I'm trash?" Fatty Hi was furious. "No, I was wrong. You are not trash." When the old cunning fox said this, Fatty Hi's complexion became a little better. He did not expect the old cunning fox's next sentence to make Fatty Hi so angry that he almost fainted. This was because he said, "You are not trash, how can you be trash? Even trash is 100 times better than you. You are simply the scum of the trash. If I was your teacher, I would have thrown you into the abyss to feed the ghost insects. You damned old pervert, you are the one who told us to enjoy life comfortably without doing anything." Fatty Hi was as angry as a dog. He almost wanted to bite the old cunning fox to death. "I told you to go and die, why didn't you go?" The old cunning fox was indifferent and shrugged his shoulders. "If you want to prove that you are not trash, you can go to the death class with student Tai Tan and participate in this year's Hell Journey. How about it? Do you have the guts to be a trash?" "Forget it, I don't want to talk to a coward. Please stay away from me." "Damned old pervert, isn't it just the death class? Why wouldn't I dare to participate?" Fatty Hi was about to go crazy from anger. "I hope that you will not exist in this world in the form of demon insect feces." After the old cunning fox finished speaking, he put on an amiable smile and said to Yu Bing, "Student Yu Bing, from tomorrow onwards, you will have lessons with Grandma Wu Ting. She is a famous plant-type grandmaster. I have specially invited her to guide you, a specially recruited student. You must work hard." "But, yes, I will work hard." Yu Bing actually wanted to train with Yu Yang more. "They are trash, it wouldn't be a pity even if 100 of them died. You are a genius, you cannot die before you have grown up. You must work hard and become a strong warrior. Don't disappoint everyone's expectations." The old cunning fox's words made Ji Kong and the others speechless. Why was the treatment of males and females so different? The entire Soaring Dragon continent valued males more than females, but this Ivy Academy student was the opposite. valuing females more than males. Studying in this kind of academy, they really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, Yu furrowed his brows. He felt that this old cunning fox was not valuing females more than males, but was teaching according to their aptitudes. For example, Yu Bing, who was obedient, Yu Bing would go and find the best teacher to teach her. As for Fatty Hai, who loved to enjoy life, and Yi Kong and the others who had strong self-esteem, Yu Bing would use the method of provocation. The sharper and meaner the old cunning fox's words were, the more it would stimulate Fatty Hai and Yi Kong's male self-esteem. This Ivy Academy was actually not as bad as what normal people thought. As for this old cunning fox who looked like a lecher, Yu Yang realized that his level 3, divine vision, could not see through his true strength. Among all the male rankers that Yu Yang had met so far, there were only 2 that he couldn't see through at all. One was the hemp-clothed elder from the Assassin Guild, and the other was the old fox in front of him. Other than the 2 of them, Yu Yang could also see through a part of the Dixia Emperor Jun Wu Yu and Elder Yu Hai, who were well-known rankers. He wasn't like the hemp-clothed elder and the old fox, who couldn't see through them at all. Niao, Grandpa has left. Your mother has sobered up, let her go and look for Sister Principal. The old cunning fox waved his sleeves, and a white light flashed on his body, disappearing from where he stood. Yi Kong and the others might not have noticed anything, but Yu Yang was shocked. The teleportation speed was too fast. It was even faster and more convenient than the teleportation orb in the demon abyss. This old man who looked like a lecher on the surface had actually mastered such a powerful teleportation technique. It seemed like this Ivy Academy was not lucky to be able to stand on equal footing with Shangjing Academy for 3,000 years. A trip to hell for the death class? It might be very interesting. When Yu Yang thought of this, a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. The sober and drunk Yu Yang were 2 completely different people. Once she woke up, she would use her terrifying brute force and extraordinary speed to beat up everyone she saw. Yu Yang was coincidentally not around. He was learning the basic knowledge of the Beast Encyclopedia from Yu Bing. When he returned, he found out that all the guys in the building had been beaten up by her. There were injured students groaning everywhere, and Fatty Hai's pig head was even swollen to the point that his eyes couldn't be seen. Yi Kong, who was beaten until he was hanging on the clothes rack in the corridor, passed a piece of paper to Yu Yang. This wasn't drunken cats, but the little panda Nyonyo had left it for him. There was a cute paw print on it. She didn't know how to write, but she didn't forget to leave a small paw print for her brother, Yu Yang. When Yu Yang saw this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Does my charm only work on little Lolas? Yu Yang did not have the time to clean up the mess in the room when a murderous voice suddenly rang out from downstairs. All students of the death class, gather. From now on, you must arrive at the Black Stone Square within 5 minutes. Those who are late will be punished with 10 strokes of the stick every minute. Those who defy orders and purposely fail to make it will be treated as deserters from the battlefield and will be punished according to military law. Is it really that strict? Yu Yang was curious. Didn't the Ivy Academy allow students to enjoy themselves? He suddenly remembered the words of the old cunning fox. The purpose of Ivy League was to make the outstanding students better, and the poor students even worse. This was the hell for the outstanding students, and the paradise for the poor students. When did he become an outstanding student? Fatty Hai, who was lying on the ground half dead and on the verge of death, suddenly jumped up when he heard the order to gather. He pulled Yu Yang and said, "Quick, let's go. This isn't a joke. That fellow is a bloodthirsty homicidal maniac." It was said that he had personally killed no less than 10 students who were late. So terrifying? Why did you still drag us along if you knew that? Yi Kong felt dizzy when he heard this. Nonsense. If we die together. We are brothers. Fatty Hai replied shamelessly. When Yu Yang and the others rushed to the Blackstone Plaza, they discovered that there was an extremely tall man dressed in black armor waiting for them. This person had a sinister look, with many terrifying scars across his face, making him look like a demon. At first, Yi Kong did not believe that the teacher would really kill the students, but looking at the murderous look of this man in black armor, he couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Maybe this guy would really kill the people who disobeyed his orders. The man in black armor had a pair of eagle eyes that were so sharp that they could see through people's hearts. Forget about normal warriors, even Yu Yang felt a chill in his heart when he looked at him. This kind of terrifying murderous look, this kind of gaze, Yu Yang had seen it on two people before. One was Elder Yu Hai, who had killed countless enemies on the battlefield, even in the demon abyss, and the other was Feng Kuang, who was known as Thousand Bones Withering. If he had not killed thousands of people, he would not be able to accumulate this kind of murderous look. This eagle-eyed man in front of him seemed to be a general who had returned from a pile of corpses after dying 9 times on the battlefield. This kind of murderous look was completely different from that of a normal warrior who had killed beasts. If this black-armored eagle-eyed man's murderous look was a sharp sword that could kill people, then a normal warrior's murderous look would at most be a fruit knife. They could not be compared at all. The students of the death class quickly gathered together. Different from Yu Yang and the others who had just joined, these people almost immediately lined up neatly in 2 rows the moment they arrived. Among them, there were very few males, only 6 of them. Most of them were females, there were more than 20 of them. What made Yu Yang surprised was that there were also 5 little kids. There were boys and girls among these kids, the oldest did not seem to be more than 10 years old. But they were extremely serious, their little heads were raised, their backs were ramrod straight, and their legs were straight, looking like a qualified warrior. The 5 of you form a small group, all of you stand at the back. The black-armored eagle-eyed man roared at Yu Yang with his hoarse and magnetic voice. After waiting for Yu Yang and the rest to line up, he scanned the surroundings with his eagle-eyed eyes and said coldly, "Our soldiers were ambushed in the dragon intestine. Although we returned victorious after a bloody battle, a total of 300 people were poisoned. They were bitten by a special demonic insect, and the medical center lacks a main medicine, so we are unable to treat them. Now, we must head to the demonic abyss and gather a special herb to treat these poisoned soldiers. Within 10 seconds, if you want to leave, you can go back and enjoy your beautiful life. Brave warriors who are not afraid of death, follow me." Actually, Fatty Hai really wanted to quit. A large group of students going to the demon abyss to gather herbs, wasn't that just seeking death? But when he saw that Yu Yang did not say anything, and even the children in front of him looked determined, he was too embarrassed to say that he did not want to go. Yi Kong and the Li brothers were extremely excited. Previously, when they attacked the demon abyss, they did not contribute at all. It was all Yu Yang who held the fort. He was the one who killed the demon general and saved everyone. This made them feel very ashamed. They did not have the qualifications and ability to fight a war and attack the demon abyss, but gathering herbs to save people should not be a problem. As for Yu Yang, he was even more surprised. The academy often brought students out to train, this was a very proper thing to do. However, normal academies, including Shangjing Academy, would only go to various places in the Soaring Dragon continent, such as Wild Horse Wilderness, Snow Bear Ice Field, Wind Wolf Canyon, White Shark Gulf or Grey Eagle's Cliff. At most, they would only go to the 1st and 2nd floor of Tong Tian Tower to train. The 3rd floor was the final trial for graduation. Who would have thought that Ivy Academy would go to the Demon Abyss? What kind of place was the Demon Abyss? Not to mention others, even Yu Yang was very clear about it. It was definitely a place of death, even if they did not meet the demon army, it would be extremely dangerous if they met all kinds of strong demons. For the lives of a few hundred soldiers, Ivy Academy sent more than 30 of their most outstanding students to the demon abyss to gather herbs. Among the outstanding students, there was even the Emperor Jun Wuyu's daughter. For example, the youngest girl in front was the little Princess Bei Bei who played with sand with Yu Shuang during the New Year. Who would have thought that she would be sent to the demon abyss to train when she was only 6 or 7 years old? No wonder she could score 80 marks in the exam papers. What kind of education was this? This was practically a death-style education, Yu Yang secretly sweated. This old fellow Jun Wuyu was really ruthless. He was indeed made to be an emperor. A middle-aged doctor who was in charge of the teleportation circle and explaining herbs came forward. In his hands, there were 2 bottles. The herb that we want to gather is the black-eared shriveled heart orchid. It is a type of extremely poisonous herb. Before it is boiled, anyone who takes even a drop of it, or touches a small amount of it on their wounds, would bleed to death within a minute. At the same time, it is very similar to the rat spot flying yang grass. The former's leaves have thorns, while the latter's leaves have hairs. However, this is only a small amount. It is almost impossible to distinguish them with the naked eye. You have to rely on touch, or use your beast's special sensing ability. The bottle on the left is the black-eared shriveled heart orchid, the bottle on the right is the rat spot flying young grass. You can let your beast smell it. After the two are boiled, the toxicity of the black-eared shriveled heart orchid will be greatly reduced, and can heal the wounded. However, the toxicity of the rat spot flying young grass will be even greater after boiling, and one who takes it will die immediately. Also, there is a plant that grows together called the silver fragment leaf smelly flower. Usually, the plant that grows slightly taller than it is the rat spot flying young grass, and the plant that grows slightly shorter is the black-eared shriveled heart orchid. But you must note that the young stalks of the rat spot flying young grass will be much shorter than the silver fragment leaf smelly flower. This middle-aged doctor's words made Yu Yang sweat profusely. These three plants grew together. If they picked one or two wrongly and let the poisoned soldiers take it, wouldn't the whole army be annihilated? Even if they didn't care about the soldiers' life and death, it was not a good idea for the academy to let 6 or 7-year-old children go to the demon abyss to pick herbs. If an accident happened during the journey to the demon abyss, and little Princess Bebe or some other child couldn't return, then how would the academy explain it to Jun Wuyu? Furthermore, there were still new students like him who had never heard of the black-eared shriveled heart orchid and the rat spot flying young grass. The probability of picking the wrong herb would probably exceed 90%. If that was the case, the consequences of this trip to the demon abyss would be unimaginable. However, the situation did not allow Yu Yang to think too much. The gigantic teleportation circle was instantly opened, and it could only be maintained for 1 minute. If they were unable to complete the mission and return within 2 hours, then all the poisoned soldiers would die. Everyone will receive a teleportation scroll. If they meet a demon that they cannot defeat, everyone is allowed to use the teleportation scroll to return to the academy. Let's go. The eagle-eyed guy did not say much. With a wave of his hand, he led the team out. All the students of the death class would let their beasts smell the liquid in the 2 bottles. Other than letting Hui Tai Lang smell it, Yu Yang also sniffed it worriedly. He discovered that it was odorless, and cursed this middle-aged doctor for being a quack and a liar in his heart. There was basically no difference between the 2 liquids of the black-eared shriveled heart orchid and the rat spot flying young grass, because they were both odorless liquids. The color was also the same, they were both slightly black with a light purple hue. Asking him, who couldn't differentiate between Danshan and Cotinopsis, couldn't differentiate between licorice and Atractylodes macrocephala, and even couldn't differentiate between wolfberry and Schisandra, to find out the difference between the black-eared shriveled heart orchid and the rat spot flying young grass, which looked exactly the same on the surface, this difficulty was even harder than ascending to the heavens. The demon abyss was the same as before, with a blood-red sky. However, the teleportation location was not the ancient dojo, but a gloomy and terrifying damp valley. Countless demon insects were crawling about. Because they were afraid of the human students' numerous beasts, they didn't dare to attack for a moment. However, facing the fresh and delicious human flesh, they were unwilling to retreat. The medical center reckons that they can find the black-eared shriveled heart orchid in the depths of this insect valley. Everyone who has a beast mount, please write it. If you don't, just run and follow behind. Our time is very tight. Students who have found the black-eared shriveled heart orchid, as long as you collect more than 10 stalks, return immediately. Every stalk of herb can save a soldier's life. Time is life, the faster the better. The eagle-eyed guy took out a crystal and summoned a bronze-ranked level 5 iron armor beast. Mounting it, he took the lead and galloped towards the depths of the insect valley. Gosh, there's not even a demonstration, how are we going to harvest it? Yu Yang and the others hurriedly followed. However, the more Yu Yang walked, the more puzzled he felt. This was because he realized that along the way, other than unceasingly killing the demon insects, the eagle-eyed guy was also harvesting herbs at the same time. Moreover, everywhere he passed by, there was practically not a single blade of grass, not a single stalk of grass was left. All of the herbs were stuffed into his bag. If it was only a student's mission, why did this guy need so many herbs? Furthermore, he wasn't harvesting just 1 or 2 types, but all of them. This was really strange. As Yi Kong walked, he lowered his voice and said to Yu Yang, "There's something wrong." I'm guessing that the number of people poisoned might not just be 300. Hearing his words, Yu Yang's heart trembled slightly, and he had a sudden realization. If an army was ambushed and poisoned, then the number of people poisoned would definitely not just be 300. This was because the human allied forces were weaker than the demon race. If they were to march, then they would have to form a large army of thousands or tens of thousands of people, and they would only be safe when they moved out together. If there were only 300 people? It wouldn't even be enough for the demon insects to eat. According to the eagle-eyed guy's words, the human army had won in the end even though they were ambushed. From this, it could be seen that the human allied forces had the advantage in terms of military strength. In that kind of situation, how could the number of people participating in the battle be only 300? How could the number of people poisoned be only 300? What you mean is, we are only a team that came to the demon abyss to harvest herbs? There are other teams that are also doing it at the same time, but they are not here. When Yu Yang said this, he immediately thought of another frightening fact. If the poison was purposely planted by the demon race, then would the demon race's commanders and generals set up an ambush at the place where the black-eared shriveled heart orchid grew? If there were demon commanders and demon generals lying in ambush in this insect valley, wouldn't the eagle-eyed guy bringing everyone to charge in? Wouldn't that be courting death? As Yu Yang thought this way, he immediately held the Hui Jin magic blade in his hands, his expression vigilant as he sized up his surroundings. In terms of harvesting herbs, he couldn't help much. However, at the very least, he had to protect everyone until they safely harvested the black-eared shriveled heart orchid and returned. Right now, Yu Yang finally realized the importance of basic knowledge. If he could differentiate between the black-eared shriveled heart orchid and the rat spot flying yang grass at a glance, then he wouldn't need to let so many people take the risk. He could complete the mission by himself. Unfortunately, he was a guy from another world, so he had to learn everything from the beginning. Yu Yang suddenly had a realization in his heart. Today's lesson, this trip to the demon abyss, would be the turning point of his entire life. When he returned, he must major in martial arts and minor in medicine. If he could strengthen his medical knowledge, then the mysterious knowledge in his mind would be able to display its power. In the future, he would definitely be able to refine pills that were even better than the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge pill. At that time, not only would it benefit him, even his beasts would improve. As for knowledge on beasts, machinery, and runes, it would also be one of his minor subjects. If he knew all of the beast's weaknesses, then when he met a strong enemy's beast, he would be invincible in every endeavor. If he grasped the knowledge on machinery, not only would he be able to create puppet beasts, he could also inherit the secret treasure that the ghost genius Yu Gong had left in the puppet palace. Runes, on the surface, looked useless, but it was the only key to open the god's ruins. Brother, you don't know how to harvest herbs, right? You guys be our bodyguards, let's complete the mission together. However, you guys have to listen to our commands. A few kids rode on their flying beasts and arrived beside Yu Yang and the others, stating their conditions to be their bodyguards. Could it be that you guys have discovered something big? Yu Yang's brain worked faster than anyone else's. Once he heard them, he understood a little. It must be that these kids had discovered something good. These kids were not simple. Yu Yang didn't dare to look down on them. What good thing had they discovered? Although they were children, they were very clever and refused to say it out loud. They only let Yu Yang and the others stay where they were. What they meant was that they did not want to compete with their older brothers and sisters. Originally, they were small and weak. Adding on the fact that there were demon insects everywhere, once they left their flying beasts and went down to the ground, it would be extremely easy for them to be in danger. Therefore, these smart little fellows decided to target Yu Yang and the other freshmen. They realized that Yu Yang, Yi Kong, and Fatty Hai did not know how to differentiate herbs. Coming to the demon abyss, they were completely useless. Hence, under the lead of a girl around 10 years old, they came over to discuss cooperation with Yu Yang. If it was purely to fight demons and hunt for magic crystals, it would be weird if Yu Yang cared about them. However, when it came to picking herbs, how could he, who did not even know what the black-eared shriveled heart orchid looked like? Found it, good job. A female student first used her snow wolf beast to disperse the demon insects, then happily took a herb from the crevice of the rocks and put it into her medicine pouch. The one who helped her find the herb was another little jerboa. It did not have any battle strength, but as it bounced around, it found 3 black-eared shriveled heart orchids for its master. At first, Yu Yang thought that the black-eared shriveled heart orchids were over a meter tall and were all over the ground. They grew together with the rat spot flying young grass, making it hard for people to differentiate the real from the fake. Who didn't know that this was not the case at all? This kind of black-eared shriveled heart orchid was only about 2 inches tall. Moreover, it was a strange plant that grew deep in the crevice of the rocks. Not to mention a large area, it was not easy to find one in a large pile of rocks. You guys can't just pick any grass you see. This is not a black-eared shriveled heart orchid, nor is it a rat spot flying young grass. It's not even a silver fragmented leaf smelly flower. This is not a herb at all. Fatty Hai imitated them. As long as he saw a plant from the demon realm, he would dig it in his hands. He thought that if he picked it all up, he would at least be able to find a few black-eared shriveled heart orchids. Anyway, he just needed to bring the herbs back and let the medicine hall's pharmacist have a headache. However, a girl with long hair saw the herb in his hands and couldn't help but cover her mouth to laugh, as if she saw a gorilla that did not know how to peel a banana. Not even a single one? Fatty Hai was a little unconvinced. If they were everywhere, why would they send us to collect them? Besides, you didn't use the right method. Even if you managed to collect it would be a waste. You guys take your time to learn. Don't worry, I'll gather more. I won't let the poisoned soldiers go untreated just because you guys failed to gather the herbs. The long-haired girl laughed like a bell. Fatty Hai felt extremely awkward when he heard this. He hurriedly threw away the weed in his hands. Yu Yang didn't get distracted by picking herbs. He knew that he still needed to learn how to differentiate herbs. The most important thing now was to prevent any accidents from happening. Yu Yang felt that the work of little Princess Bei Bei and the others was also a way to successfully gather medicinal ingredients. The eagle-eyed man did not stipulate that they had to personally pick the fruits. Teamwork was also within the rules. Otherwise, why would he require a team of 5 people? He probably had the hidden intention of training teamwork. Noob, learn more. A boy with an arrogant demeanor came over and plucked a stalk of medicinal herb from under Yi Kong's feet. Then, he walked away proudly. The beast he used was a long-legged spider that could accurately detect the existence of medicinal herbs. This fellow actually couldn't be considered awesome. He was only slightly stronger than Yu Yang and Yi Kong and the others. Currently, he had only managed to gather 2 stalks of black-eared shriveled heart orchid. There was a lone girl dressed in thief's clothes who was the most exaggerated. While everyone was still searching for rocks, she had already unfurled her scroll and teleported back with a ray of white light. Obviously, she had already gathered 10 stalks of black-eared shriveled heart orchid. If you guys really can't recognize it, you can ask beasts to help. Beasts' sense of smell and vision are generally more acute than humans. The long-haired girl felt a little strange towards Yu Yang, who was currently using his divine vision to scan the surroundings, vigilantly guarding against sneak attacks from demons. However, she was happy to have someone be her bodyguard for free. This way, she could gather medicinal herbs with more peace of mind. She saw that the foundations of Yu Yang's team of newbies were really too weak. She couldn't help but give pointers to Yi Kong, who looked more honest. Black-eared shriveled heart orchid normally wouldn't hide too deep. They also need to absorb the demon moon's energy, so there's no need to search for places that are very deep and flooded. The second point is to pay attention to demon insects. Generally speaking, demon insects don't like to stay in the crevices of the extremely poisonous black-eared shriveled heart orchid, but it doesn't matter if it's the rat spot flying young grass. Places where demon insects usually appear can also be ignored. The third point is, following the long-haired girl's pointers, Yi Kong spent a long time and finally managed to gather 1 stalk. It grew in the shallow crevices of the rocks. There was no water, and there were no demon insects. All the conditions were met. This stalk should be that black-eared shriveled heart orchid. Yi Kong was secretly delighted. However, just as the herb was in his hands, little Princess Bei Bei, who was circling on her bronze-ranked level 2 swallow falcon, quickly swooped down. She shouted in a sweet voice, "Idiot, quickly throw it away." The long-haired girl also reacted and cried out in shock, "Oh my god, that's the fishy juice worm luring grass." The juice of this kind of grass will attract a large number of demon insects, quickly throw it away. Yi Kong could indeed smell a faint fishy smell in the air. It was indeed different from the odorless juice of the black-eared shriveled heart orchid. Looking at his surroundings again, he didn't know when, but a large group of demon insects had appeared. He was so scared that he hurriedly threw that stalk of herb away. Seeing that he had thrown it too close and the demon insects were surging towards him, it was still not good. He hurriedly picked it up again and ran, attracting the tide-like demon insects to chase after him. When he threw that stalk of fishy juice worm-luring grass far away and wanted to escape from the swarm of demon insects, he discovered that he had already been surrounded by the tide-like demon insects. When the Li brothers and Fatty Hai saw this, they hurriedly summoned their beasts to save Yi Kong. After a long time, the four idiots who had been bitten by the demon insects until their bodies were covered with cuts and bruises, under the support of Hui Tai Lang, finally killed their way out of the encirclement of the swarm of demon insects and escaped back to Yu Yang's side. All of them were as tired as dead dogs. Yi Kong was still alright, he was just badly frightened. Fatty Hai was so tired that he directly fell to the ground, unwilling to move even when the demon insects crawled on his body. Yu Yang only sent out Hui Tai Lang and did not personally go to save them. These demon insects were very low-leveled, Yi Kong and the others could handle them. This was also a good chance to train them. Little Princess Bei revealed a very dizzy expression and lectured Yi Kong and the others like a little adult. Brothers, if you don't know how to gather herbs, then don't randomly gather them. This is the demon abyss. My Empress mother said, my mother said, no matter what you do in the demon abyss, you can't be careless. When they heard that they were even lectured by 6 or 7-year-old children, Yi Kong and the others looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The little girl who was the leader of the 5 children flew down and waved her hands, advising, all of you don't move. We found a few hundred black-eared spheres growing together. I estimate that they will blossom in another hour. When we collect them, that would be the freshest and most useful black-eared shriveled heart orchid. All of you don't be anxious, maintain your strength. When the time comes, just pay attention to protect us while we gather the herbs. Bei, summon your beasts to heal them first. We'll go look again and see if there are any more black-eared spheres in the surroundings. Where are the black-eared spheres? The long-haired girl was surprised. Princess Qi Ming, I didn't think that there would actually be someone among you who could recognize the black-eared spheres. I have already learned medicine for 3 years, but even now I can't guarantee that I can definitely distinguish between the black-eared spheres and the rat spot spheres, because they really look too similar. Can all of you really recognize them? We all recognize them. Little Princess Bei nodded her head proudly. Yu Yang was secretly speechless. Looks like these children were all from the royal family. If they weren't princesses, then they were princes. As princesses and princes, they didn't go to the royal family's Shangjing Academy to study, but instead came to the Ivy Academy to participate in the death class. No wonder the Soaring Dragon Continent's royal family could last for thousands of years without collapsing. Just by looking at this kind of education, one could tell how strict the royal family was in nurturing their descendants. Under the long-term education of this kind of cruel environment, how could the princesses and princes who grew up not become the most outstanding rulers in the future? It wasn't without reason that the 3 great royal families could be ranked above the 4 great clans. Little Princess Bei and the other little boy who still had a runny nose, probably some prince, summoned special-type beasts to heal Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others. Yu Yang realized that the 2 children didn't have a grimoire contracted, but they were already very familiar with summoning. The blood moon in the demon abyss has already reached its peak. Stronger demon insects have come out to hunt for food. Everyone who has gathered enough herbs, leave immediately. The black-armored eagle-eyed man rode his armored beast and rushed over, shouting at the students sternly, our quest requirement is 10 herbs. Those who are greedy will often fail and end up with nothing. They might even die a horrible death in the demon abyss. I definitely don't encourage that. Everyone who has fulfilled the quest requirement, leave immediately. Hearing the eagle-eyed man's warning, almost all the students opened their scrolls and teleported away. There were only a few students who were hesitant. They hadn't gathered enough herbs, but the stronger demon insects were already increasing. They couldn't guarantee their own safety, especially when their companions had left. If they continued to stay, they would fail. In the end, some of them gathered together and discussed for a while before teleporting back. The remaining 2 men who were more confident in their combat abilities continued to gather. The eagle-eyed man went over and berated them, scaring the 2 of them into leaving quickly. In the end, only Yu Yang and the others were left. That long-haired girl looked at Yu Yang and Yi Kong, then looked at little Princess Bei Bei and the others who were still riding their beasts and circling in the sky. She gritted her teeth, "I can stay and help you gather black-eared spheres. However, I don't specialize in combat, so you must ensure my safety. If you can keep your promise and not abandon your companions under any circumstances, then I will stay. Yi Kong, you are in charge of protecting her." Yu Yang waved at little Princess Bei Bei in the sky, "All of you come down, there is an abnormal fluctuation in the air. It might be the black-winged worms, quickly descend." The girl in the lead, Princess Qi Ming, heard this and her expression changed. She took the lead to descend. At this moment, the black-armored eagle-eyed man rode over fiercely and shouted, "What are you doing? Why aren't you going back? We haven't completed the quest yet." Fatty Hai was scared by him and almost cried. At most in another 5 minutes, a large number of black-winged worms and a sky full of blood-sucking mosquitoes will fill the entire insect valley. You definitely can't wait for the black-eared spheres to bloom. If you can't complete the quest, you will only fail once. However, if you die here, then you will fail forever. In life, there can be many failures, no one is a general who wins all the time. However, you must be alive in order to walk towards success. All of you go back immediately. Eh? The eagle-eyed man saw the dark clouds churning in the sky and his expression immediately turned cold. He growled, "Those who have grimoires, immediately summon your grimoires. Everyone hide inside the protective shield, don't use teleportation scrolls for now. The fluctuation in the air here is very strange. All of you stay here, I will go and see what is the reason for the demon worms to be so agitated." The eagle-eyed man rode his iron armor beast and galloped towards the other side of the insect valley. Yu Yang looked at his back and a bad feeling flashed across his heart. Although his divine vision could not see anything abnormal, something bad was definitely going to happen. Could it be that the demon soldiers had discovered the herb-gathering team, or had some terrifying demon worms come? At this moment, the sky was dark. The black-winged worms and blood-sucking mosquitoes appeared like dark clouds. The little girl called Princess Qi Ming immediately summoned her grimoire. The 5 children tacitly hid inside the protective shield. They even kept their beasts, not panicking at all. Princess Qi Ming then summoned a normal level 4 flaming axe puppet and calmly waved at the long-haired girl, signaling her to hide inside. The long-haired girl hurriedly squeezed in and carried little Princess Bei Bei. When they saw Fatty Hai's clumsy appearance of not being able to summon his grimoire for a long time, they anxiously stomped their feet. Yi Kong and the Li brothers were already used to this. If Fatty Hai could quickly summon his bronze grimoire, then his grimoire contract wouldn't be worse than a normal warrior's. It was precisely because Fatty Hai was a few beats slower than other people that he couldn't summon his grimoire even after being beaten to a pulp. That was why he was so pitiful. "Look, your boss, am still the best." Fatty Hai summoned his grimoire with great difficulty and summoned his iron rhinoceros. He proudly boasted. Yi Kong and the others were speechless. "Brother Little San, quickly enter the protective shield." Little Princess Bei Bei saw that Yu Yang was still outside and hurriedly called out. "Everyone, don't worry about me. Don't move, something strange is coming." Yu Yang stood in the midst of the black-winged worms and blood-sucking mosquitoes. He activated his innate qi and the Hui Jin magic blade's purple flames burned. All the black-winged worms and blood-sucking mosquitoes that flew near were burnt to ashes. Even more black-winged worms and blood-sucking mosquitoes came like a dark cloud, covering the sky. Yi Kong and the others could only vaguely see 2 balls of flames burning in front of them. One was the soaring purple flames of the Hui Jin magic blade in Yu Yang's hands, and the other was the demon Qi's black flames on Hui Tai Lang's body. Yu Yang used the Yin Yang twin fish, spherical beheader, that he had learnt during the Yu clan's New Year's tournament. The Hui Jin magic blade slowly rotated, the purple flames burning all the demon worms that came near it. The space within a meter around him had turned into a demonic insect vacuum zone. No demon worms could come near it. The black flames on Hui Tai Lang's body became bigger and bigger. In the end, it roared towards the sky, and the black flames on its body exploded, gushing out with a rumbling sound. The terrifying demon Qi and Hell's black flames not only burned the surrounding demon worms to death, it also gave off a kind of supreme pressure similar to that of a demon king, scaring the weak demon worms in front of it into chaos, causing them to escape from its surroundings. Fatty Hai's iron rhinoceros was immediately scared to the ground. Not only his beast, even Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li brothers felt their hearts palpitating. When they looked at Hui Tai Lang, they felt as if they were looking at a demon king. Yu Yang was also a little surprised. It was only now that Hui Tai Lang started to display the true power of the demon king Ha Xian's evil demon Qi. Although Hui Tai Lang had only absorbed Ha Xian's evil demon Qi, it was still the demon king's energy. It was not a small matter. Could it be that in such a dangerous environment, Hui Tai Lang's potential could be stimulated, allowing it to level up or evolve? Yu Yang was overjoyed. If that was really the case, then it would be an unexpected surprise. As the black flames on Hui Tai Lang's body became more and more intense, its body continued to reconstruct and evolve within the black flames. The ground shook, and the whole valley shook, as if something was going to drill out from the ground. What the hell is this thing? Yu Yang was shocked. This demon that was about to drill out from the ground, wasn't the earth shaking a little too much? Could it be that it was a Godzilla from another world? The black flames on Hui Tai Lang's body burned faster, and its body continued to be perfected. It was as if it was stimulated by the giant demon, and its evolution process sped up again. The ground split open and the mountain rocks collapsed. Deep fissures appeared on the ground and a huge mound rose up from the ground. The oppressive and nauseating sounds of the mountain rocks rolling and falling could be heard for a long time. The black-winged worms and the blood-sucking mosquitoes in the sky intertwined with each other, buzzing loudly. Because of the pressure from Hui Tai Lang and the giant demon, they scattered in all directions, forming groups of worms that were constantly changing shape, floating back and forth, as if they were not willing to leave easily. Hui Tai Lang's originally calf-like body became more and more sturdy. His muscles bulged and the bones in his body were evolving, reshaping, and slowly expanding. Every time the black flames on his body burned, his body would grow a little. In the end, Hui Tai Lang held towards the sky. His sharp claws pierced into the ground and a huge pillar of black flames exploded from his body, shooting straight into the sky. The black-winged worms and blood-sucking mosquitoes that filled the sky all fell to the ground one after another, forming a strange insect rain. The domineering pressure of a king beast? Yu Yang could only feel such a strong pressure from a gold king beast. A normal king beast, compared to Hui Tai Lang's demon king aura, was not even worth mentioning. Hui Tai Lang was not a gold king beast yet, but he already had such an aura. Could it be that it had absorbed the demon king Ha Xian's evil demonic energy? Hui Tai Lang's body grew rapidly in the flames, finally turning into a huge monster that was comparable to a bull. It was filled with demonic energy and was extremely terrifying. When it raised its head, it reached a height of 3 meters. In its 2 bloody mouths, wolf fangs were as sharp as daggers. Smoke came out of its mouth and nose, and flames flickered. On its body, the black flames strangely burned on its glossy black fur. The flame slid across its body surface, making Hui Tai Lang look even more domineering, as if a demon king had descended. At first, Yu Yang thought that Hui Tai Lang would grow another head and become the legendary Cerberus. However, he soon realized that it only grew bigger. He used his divine vision to take a closer look and realized that it was still a 2-headed demon wolf. However, it had already successfully evolved from bronze-ranked level 5 to silver-ranked level 4. Although this evolution did not increase its level but instead decreased, its battle power and potential had increased by leaps and bounds. The advancement to the silver level was the beginning of hope. If Hui Tai Lang were to level up to bronze-ranked level 6, then it would be destined to be a beast that worked hard in the future. However, now that it had successfully become a silver-ranked beast, it was undoubtedly equivalent to opening a new door of hope. There was a whole new realm waiting for it. Yu Yang was also more confident and patient to nurture it. Since it had successfully advanced to the silver level, would the gold level be far away? According to Hui Tai Lang's newly evolved domineering aura, as well as its original intelligence and spirituality, it would at least be a gold king beast, or even higher, Yu Yang suddenly had an even crazier idea. If one day, he obtained the Demon King's corpse and let Grey Wolf eat it, what would it become? Of course, this was only an idea for the time being, but it was not impossible. Hell! After Grey Wolf's evolution, he was extremely domineering and his battle intent was at its peak. It jumped in front of Yu Yang and roared thunderously at the gigantic monster that was crawling out of the soil. It did not back down at all because of the monster's gigantic body. With a rumbling sound, the monster that had been crawling for a long time finally rushed out of the ground. Out of Yu Yang's expectations, this monster was not an elite-ranked monster, but a normal-ranked demon bug. Its size was like a small hill, and it looked a little like an insect-type rhinoceros beetle. However, the strange thing was that this hill-sized rhinoceros beetle had 3 horns. The 2 horns were like half-moon-shaped pincers, and there was a spear-like horn in the middle. Its head looked sinister and scary, and its black carapace was like a steel hill. If compared to normal beasts, it was really too scary. Even giant mammoths and battle kodo beasts paled in comparison. When Fatty Hai saw it, he was so scared that he fell to the ground. Oh my god, such a big dung beetle? Yi Kong's teeth were also trembling. Is this a level 7 monster? Luckily, it's not an elite ranked, it's just a normal ranked level 7, otherwise we'd all be dead. The long-haired girl didn't agree, and immediately retorted, what's wrong with your eyes? It's obviously a level 8 double-forked rhinoceros beetle, also known as the war god Hercules beetle. Normally, people call it the Hercules beetle. It's a rhinoceros beetle, different from dung beetles. Dung beetles are a type of beetle, known as dung beetles. Most people call them dung beetles or dung beetles. Level 8? When Fatty Hai heard this, he immediately cried in fear. Even if it was a normal-ranked level 8 monster, Fatty Hai couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be. Moreover, this Hercules beetle with a body like a small hill, just by relying on its body, it could charge around on the battlefield, sweeping everything in its path. What was a battle kodo beast? Compared to it, it didn't even have a fifth of its size. If they were hit by the Hercules beetle's 3 horns, they would probably be sent flying into the sky. However, Fatty Hai cried in vain. The Hercules beetle didn't seem to care about anyone at all. It climbed into the valley with a loud rumble. It even turned a blind eye to Hui Tai Lang, who jumped on its back. Everyone was curious. What was going on? Didn't it climb out to fight? Princess Qi Ming suddenly realized something. She screamed and pointed towards a direction in the valley. It wants to eat the black-eared spheres that are about to bloom. Quickly stop it, otherwise it will eat all the black-eared spheres. When Yu Yang heard this, he hurriedly chased after her. Raising his Hui Jin magic blade, he ignited his purple flames and slashed at the Hercules beetle's hind leg with the force of a thunderbolt. Boom! The sound of the slashing was like thunder from a clear sky, reverberating throughout the entire valley. However, when everyone looked, the Hercules beetle didn't react at all. It continued to crawl forward as if nothing had happened, completely ignoring Yu Yang's heavy slash. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground, their tongues hanging out. What kind of level of defense was this? Even if it was an incomparably hard rock, if it was hit by such a heavy slash, it would probably shatter into pieces. At the very least, it would leave a deep scar on the rock. However, there was nothing on the Hercules beetle's hind leg. Hui Tai Lang raised its sharp claws that could easily split rocks and gold, and used the chrysanthemum exploding skill that Yu Yang taught it to ruthlessly slash at the Hercules beetle's weakest point. In the end, it still didn't have any effect. The iron rod in Yi Kong's hands fell to the ground with a clang, and he knelt down powerlessly. It was a level 8 beast, and a Hercules beetle was such a terrifying defense. Wanting to bite its outer shell and injure it was simply wishful thinking. Of course, it had a weakness, and that was the spiracles that were protected by the hard shell. It had 18 spiracles, but they were all located on its abdomen. Furthermore, it had an extremely hard exoskeleton and a hard shell that was even stronger than metal armor for protection. Yu Yang also frowned. He felt that this Hercules beetle didn't have a strong attack power, nor did it have a strong desire to attack. However, its defense was too abnormal. How could he stop it from eating those precious black-eared spheres? It might be a good idea to attack its mouth or compound eyes, but there was a certain level of danger. If he was hit by its 3 horns, it wouldn't be a joke. Yu Yang used his innate qi to release a soaring purple flame, preparing to give it a final attack. If he really couldn't do it, he might as well take out a portion of the black-eared spheres and see if he could lure it away. Seeing that Yu Yang was about to continue attacking, Princess Qi Ming hurriedly waved her hands and said, "Brother, don't attack. The Hercules beetle's defense is very strong, attacking it is useless. Furthermore, it has a terrifying strength, it can easily lift up objects that are 800 times heavier than its body. If you are hit by it, you will be smashed to pieces. Bei, you are most familiar with insects. Do you know what other weaknesses the Hercules beetle has other than its spiracles?" "I know. Touching the Hercules beetles but will make it crawl faster." Little Princess Bei's words made Yu Yang fall to the ground. Maybe a normal Hercules beetle would be like that, but this guy in front of him was as big as a small mountain. Would that work? Furthermore, touching its butt. This was too embarrassing. Yu Yang's habit had always been to pick up girls by himself. He would let others do the embarrassing things. He waved his hands and said, "Master Hai, come here. Touch its butt." Fatty Hai was shocked when he heard this. Touching its butt. How could such a good thing happen to him? He cried out in surprise, "Why me?" Yu Yang replied very logically, "It's very simple. Because you are the boss." Fatty Hai first cried out miserably, then said with tears in his eyes, feeling extremely wronged, "Why didn't everyone think of me, the boss, when picking up girls? Take it down first. Picking up girls is easy. You are the boss, so everyone will definitely let you go first. Quick, touch its butt. Take it down. You have to show the demeanor of a boss. You have to stroke its butt gently and smile without saying a word." Yu Yang lectured Fatty Hai, ordering him to take action immediately. Hee. The long-haired girl and the other children were all laughing secretly. "No, I don't want to. What I mean is that I'm too fat. It's impossible for me to touch a 10-meter tall butt. That's why I can't help even if I want to." Fatty Hai felt that if he were to fall from such a high altitude, he would at least get a concussion. Furthermore, if he were to touch the Hercules beetles but in such a vulgar manner in front of everyone, would he still be able to pick up girls? Fatty Hai refused no matter what. He would rather let Yu Yang tie him up and cut him into pieces than to lose face like this. No matter what, he was still a boss. Just when Yu Yang was about to fly into a rage and roast Fatty Hai into a suckling pig, a Herculean rhinoceros beetle slowly crawled out of the huge pit in the back. This beetle was 10 times smaller than the previous one. Although it was as big as a long-tusked mammoth, even a blind person could see that it was a young beast. Normal ranked level 4, I should be able to bite this one. Yu Yang used his Hui Jin magic blade to fiercely slash at the young beast. Although it looked unharmed on the outside, the young Hercules beetle was injured. Yu Yang's innate qi penetrated through its thick shell. The purple flames of the Hui Jin magic blade seeped into its body, scalding it until it cried out in pain. When the young beast was attacked, the Hercules beetle was immediately enraged. It turned around fiercely and rushed towards Yu Yang with a rumbling sound. Its sharp horns were like hundreds of steel spears tied together. It was extremely terrifying as it pierced towards Yu Yang's tiny body. Seeing that this move was effective, Yu Yang immediately dodged it and used another, spherical beheader, on the back of the young Hercules beetle. If he wanted to kill this young beast, he only needed to use his full strength to deal a fatal blow. However, in order to stall for time, Yu Yang did not do that. "What are you guys waiting for? Quickly go and see if the black-eared sphere has bloomed." Yu Yang shouted towards the dumbstruck crowd and lured the Hercules beetle away. Hui Tai Lang was also helping from the side. From time to time, he would jump over and spit a ball of black flames towards the Hercules beetle's head, threatening it to retreat and leave the valley. "There's still half an hour, brother, hold on a little longer." Little Princess Bei's words almost made Yu Yang sweat to death. If he lured the enemy for so long, wouldn't he die of exhaustion, on a faraway cliff? In the darkness, the eagle-eyed guy turned around and left. This idiot, he only has brute force, but doesn't have any knowledge about beasts. Half an hour later, when Bei and the others had finished harvesting the black-eared shriveled heart orchid that had just sprouted from the black-eared sphere, Yu Yang and Hui Tai Lang ran back from afar and shouted, "Who wants to contract the young Hercules beetle?" Although it's not an attack-type beast, its defense is extremely strong. It's not bad to use it as a meat shield. Who wants it? If you don't want it, I'll just kill it and take its magic crystal. Hurry up, that giant Hercules beetle will be back soon. Fatty Hai insisted on his own opinion. As your boss, I won't contract any beasts other than beautiful gold king tier beasts. Moreover, I already have an iron rhinoceros as a meat shield. We don't want it, it's too ugly and too big. The long-haired girl and the 5 kids waved their hands to reject. Then I want it. Yi Kong stood up. Although it was a normal level 4, the Hercules beetle's defense made Yi Kong see hope. Furthermore, he understood that if there was no future, Yu Yang would not be merciful and let everyone think of ways to contract the young Hercules beetle. Don't tell me that you have a special liking for its chrysanthemum? I'm looking forward to the scene of you caressing the young Hercules beetle's chrysanthemum and smiling without saying a word. Alright, I didn't say anything. Fatty Hai had originally wanted to mock Yi Kong, but when he realized that everyone was glaring at him, he was so scared that he quickly retracted his head and pretended to be pitiful. Hit him however you want, but don't hit his face. Only then did everyone let him off. Yi Kong faced the dying young Hercules beetle and used 5 contract scrolls in a row, but he still did not succeed. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Little Princess Bei handed him the last scroll. If he still failed, then there would be no hope. Originally, it was normal to fail to contract a beast, but Yi Kong did not want Yu Yang to be disappointed. He did not want Yu Yang to create such a good opportunity for him to waste it. Calm down, you will definitely succeed. The giant Hercules beetle is coming back soon. Hui Tai Lang and I will lure it away. 5 minutes, you should use these 5 minutes to meditate and adjust your mind. Be one with your body. Don't be nervous when you control your spiritual energy. Yu Yang encouraged him and went to lure the giant Hercules beetle away with Hui Tai Lang. Of course, he actually had another goal. When he was luring the giant Hercules beetle from afar, he discovered a strange plant bulb. Not only the normal demon insects, even the giant Hercules beetle did not dare to go near it. Yu Yang decided to take advantage of the time when Yi Kong was contracting the young Hercules beetle and spend some time to understand it. He wanted to see what this mysterious plant bulb was. Even his level 3, divine vision, could not see through it. What could it be? Yu Yang decided to summon the thorny flower and let it use its roots to connect to the plant bulb. Then, he would transfer his innate chi over to sense it. The gigantic rhinoceros beetle waited for Yu Yang to get close to the strange plant, then immediately turned around and retreated. Yu Yang estimated that the gigantic rhinoceros beetle would need at least 3 minutes to crawl back, which was more than enough time for him to make a contract. Thus, he walked in front of the strange plant and prepared to summon the thorny flower that was still in the midst of mutation. Unexpectedly, the plant suddenly wriggled, and the cactus-like thorny outer shell slowly opened up. A ray of white light diffused out, appearing incomparably holy. The surrounding filthy ground was illuminated by this white light, and countless black spots melted away, turning into black gas that rose up into the air. At first, Yu Yang thought that there was a pearl inside the plant, just like a pearl stored in a shell. When the white light was not so dazzling, Yu Yang stretched his head over to take a look, and was stunned. Inside the plant, there was a layer of coconut-like pulp, and in the middle of the pulp that was almost eaten, there was actually a beetle with a body that was as translucent as jade. It looked a bit like the rhinoceros beetle, but its horns were not as protruding, and were not as sharp. The horns looked completely harmless, giving off a smooth and glossy feeling. The entire beetle looked like a man-made sculpture that had been polished into a work of art. Its entire body was as translucent as white jade, only its compound eyes had a hint of purplish gold, and its entire body was without any impurities. Its small horns, small claws, and small body were all extremely cute. Yu Yang was secretly surprised. Even with his level 3, divine vision, he could not see through this beetle. Hui Tai Lang seemed to hate this white jade beetle that was the size of an infant's fist. The reason was that the energy within the beetle's body was pure light energy, which seemed to be able to disperse the demonic energy on Hui Tai Lang's body. Thus, Hui Tai Lang was unwilling to approach this white jade beetle. If it was any other beetle with such abundant energy, Hui Tai Lang would have already swallowed it whole. Yu Yang stretched out his hand, and picked up this white jade beetle. If not for the fact that its claws and horns were slightly wriggling, Yu Yang would have really suspected that it was a work of art carved out of white jade. This was also a living creature. In the filthy demon abyss, how could there be a living creature with such pure energy? There were all sorts of strange things in the world. Yu Yang flipped open the beast encyclopedia. After looking through the category of insect-type beasts for a long time, he still couldn't find a beast that matched this white jade beetle. Using his true chi to test it, he injected a tiny bit of it, and immediately, countless rays of white light spread out. Grey Wolf seemed to feel uncomfortable in the white light, and immediately jumped several meters away from the area enveloped by the white light. Yu Yang studied it for a while but still couldn't figure out what was going on. He was sure that this was a good thing, but he didn't know what kind of beast this white jade beetle was. The white jade beetle didn't struggle. Even when Yu Yang flipped it over and over, it only wiggled its little claws. Most of the time, it just sat there quietly, as if it was sleeping. Forget it, I'll pick it up and see what it is. Yu Yang had just placed the white jade beetle into his backpack when he suddenly saw the grey wolf monkey pouncing on the white fruit. Yu Yang gave it a flying kick. Good fellow, seeing such a good thing, it ignored its master's words. Woof woof woof. The grey wolf quickly acted obedient and wagged its tail, putting on an "I'm very obedient" look. Could this fruit's flesh be used to cultivate beasts? Yu Yang used his true chi to check and found that this fruit's flesh had the same life energy as the oak tree's heart, but it was slightly weaker. Furthermore, there was another kind of pure energy that Yu Yang couldn't name. Yu Yang thought that if this fruit's flesh was used to cultivate beasts, especially young beasts, it might even be better than eating magic crystals. This was because the energy in this fruit's flesh was too pure, with almost no impurities. It was no wonder that the grey wolf was drooling. The white jade beetle had eaten most of the strange plant's flesh, only the outer layer was left. Yu Yang dug out a piece and gave it to the grey wolf. This gluttonous fellow was like Zhu Beiji swallowing ginseng fruits. He didn't even touch it with his teeth before it reached his stomach. On the contrary, Yu Yang asked little Wenli to come out and give her a piece. She took it and smelled it, then gave it back to Yu Yang. She didn't seem to be interested in this thing. Yu Yang was sweating profusely as he caressed her little head. Little kids can't be too picky. Xiao Wenli still shook her head. She hugged Yu Yang's thigh with her 6 small arms and acted like a spoiled child. When Yu Yang passed the piece of fruit to her, she took it and looked like she was about to eat it. Her small hands moved, but she secretly threw it to Hui Tai Lang. She turned into a rainbow light and floated into Yu Yang's body to sleep. Yu Yang was sweating profusely as he watched. However, the grey wolf was overjoyed. He ate another piece of the fruit's flesh, happily wagging his tail. For another test, Yu Yang summoned the Bloody Queen. She took a piece of the fruit's flesh and ate it. She first nodded her head, then shook her head. She spoke in the demon abyss language and even made a few hand gestures. It was a pity that Yu Yang didn't understand at all. Judging from the Bloody Queen's hand gestures, she was saying that this piece of fruit's flesh tasted good, but the real core was gone. Yu Yang guessed that the best part had already been eaten by the white jade beetle. As for the rest of the fruit's flesh, little Wenli wasn't interested. The Bloody Queen's attitude was average. She liked to eat it, but she wasn't drooling like the grey wolf. I'll keep it first. Who knows, it might be useful in the future. Yu Yang had always felt that it was not enough no matter how many treasures he had. He placed the entire bulb into his lich ring. With this ring, Yu Yang would be able to collect treasures even more easily. A rumbling sound could be heard from afar. In the sky, 5 children riding on flying beasts screamed as they rushed over. Before they arrived, their voices could be heard. The swarm of insects is here, let's teleport back quickly. Below the valley, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others were running in a sorry state. Even more black-winged insects and blood-sucking mosquitoes were buzzing, pressing down like a dark cloud. However, the scariest one was still the gigantic rhinoceros beetle. Its gigantic body was rampaging, chasing after Yi Kong and the others. Its momentum shook the valley. From time to time, it would sweep the walls with its gigantic horn, sending rocks flying everywhere. If Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others were caught by it, they would probably be crushed into meat paste. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and use the teleportation scroll. Yu Yang was sweating profusely. In such a dangerous situation, why did they still run over to find him? We have no problem, but Fatty Hai needs some time to use the teleportation scroll. Before Yi Kong could finish his sentence, Yu Yang had already taken out his Hui Jin magic blade and charged towards the furious gigantic rhinoceros beetle. As for Hui Tai Lang, he roared towards the sky, emitting a demonic aura from his whole body, threatening the restless swarm of insects. After everyone had teleported away, Yu Yang brought Hui Tai Lang and teleported away from the gigantic rhinoceros beetle's head. At this time, another even more terrifying swarm of insects had appeared in the sky. It was the demon bee swarm that liked to parasitize living creatures. Yu Yang felt that the demon abyss was indeed terrifying. No wonder the creatures that grew up in the demon abyss were much stronger than the creatures in the soaring dragon continent. The environment here was too harsh. Only the fittest survived. Those that could survive were naturally the strongest. Very good, everyone has returned safely. The long-haired girl realized that none of the 5 children were missing. Although Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others were battered and exhausted, they had returned safely. As for the last one to return, Yu Yang, she was not worried at all. This was because Yu Yang's battle power was the foundation of everyone's survival. If it wasn't for him, these 2 small groups of people would have already been annihilated. Newbies, you guys are too late. I've already slept for a while. The arrogant man mocked them mercilessly. Look, what did you guys bring back? Empty-handed. Haha, you guys want to stay in our death class with this kind of strength? Sure, Luan, don't go overboard. If you can become the weekly champion, it won't be too late to show off in front of us. The long-haired girl's face darkened as she ridiculed him. All of you shut up. Now, go to the medical center and deliver the medicine. Complete the mission. The black-armored eagle-eyed man walked over and shouted. On the Blackstone Plaza, all the waiting students of the death class lined up and walked towards the middle-aged doctor to open the teleportation gate. Yu Yang did not want to go at first. He could leave the matter of obtaining rewards to Fatty Hai, the boss. However, little Princess Bei Bei pulled his hand and insisted that he go with them. He could not dissuade this little royal loli and could only go with them. This medical center was extremely huge. It was at least 10 times bigger than the medical center that Yu Yang had seen on the first floor of Tong Tian Tower. There was a huge plaza on the periphery. There were 3 tall buildings standing in a triangular formation. The moment they teleported out, they realized that the plaza was filled with people. Most of them were soldiers. Then there were students wearing different school uniforms. Some were wearing Shangjing Academy's emblem, and some were wearing an emblem that Yu Yang could not recognize. However, all of them were elites. The ground was densely packed with injured soldiers. Just by looking at it, there were probably more than 3,000 people. Yu Yang secretly confirmed his guess. Indeed, it was not only the Ivy Academy that was gathering herbs. All the teams that knew how to gather herbs had been sent out. The mission that the Ivy Academy was in charge of was 300 people. If they did not gather enough black-eared shriveled heart orchids, then the soldiers in the mission would die. Yu Yang calculated in his heart. The Ivy Academy's mission should not be a big problem. However, would the other academies be able to achieve the same goal? Ivy Academy students, please come over here to hand in the medicine. A beautiful female doctor with a sweet voice welcomed them. She guided the Ivy Academy's death class students to the front of a benevolent-looking old granny. She bowed slightly and said, "Doctor, the Ivy Academy is here to hand in the medicine. Looks like their results are not bad. Very good. You are in charge of recording down their contributions. The country will give double the reward to the outstanding students." The old granny took over every medicine bag and checked it carefully. Most of the students in the Ivy Academy's death class had more than 10 herbs. Only 5 of them did not pass. However, the old granny still sincerely thanked them and said, "Every single black-eared shriveled heart orchid can save a life. You have already done very well. Furthermore, the herbs that you have gathered are completely correct. There are no mistakes or waste products. You are all extremely outstanding children. I hope that you will continue to work hard in the future." This old granny still stamped a pass stamp on the points cards of the students who did not have enough herbs. With this, there was an objection from the side. It was a male student from Xianxia Academy. He stood out and loudly criticized, "Doctor, this is not fair. Why is it that I have met the requirements of the mission, yet you still gave me a fail? And they did not meet the requirements, yet you gave them a pass? Young child, I thought that you knew the reason." "What is the reason?" "Because they did not cheat. To save someone, you must first save with your heart. You cannot just treat it as a mission." The 10 stalks that you handed over were indeed all black-eared shriveled heart orchids. But because you took the ones that others had gathered, 2 types of black-eared shriveled heart orchids that had been gathered by different people were mixed together. Although the inner eye could not see any problems, in reality, it would affect the quality of the herbs. Luckily you did not mix too much, otherwise all of them would have become waste products. This little student, I hope that you will remember that honesty is the foundation of saving people. For the herbs that you have painstakingly gathered, on behalf of the wounded, I want to thank you for your hard work. But as a doctor, I cannot give you a pass. The old granny's words made that male student feel ashamed. Yu Yang looked at the various recording boards. The number of herbs that the students from the various academies had gathered added up to close to 200 stalks. The only exception was Xianxia Academy, which had more than 500 stalks. There were even some elite soldiers who had gathered less than 100 stalks of herbs. Seeing such a result, Yu Yang's heart instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. More than 3,000 poisoned soldiers, and now the herbs that they had gathered were not even 1,000 stalks. Then what about the remaining 2,000 soldiers? Could it be that other than the black-eared shriveled heart orchids, was there really no other way? The pure energy of the white jade beetle had the effect of dispersing demonic qi. Who knew how it would be against poison? Yu Yang sank into deep thought. On the record board, there was the ranking of the school and the students. Xianxia Academy was at the top of both records. Xianxia Academy had gathered 502 herbs, their record far surpassing the other schools. Even the sum of all the herb-gathering teams could not match up to Xianxia Academy. The person at the top of the list of students was Yan Pejun. Yu Yang realized that this guy had actually gathered 45 black-eared shriveled heart orchids. It seemed that he was quite knowledgeable about herbs. Next was Feng Qisha, who was ranked second with 36 herbs. As for that brat Xue Tanlang, Yu Yang realized that he was a martial arts fanatic. His knowledge of medicinal herbs was very limited. He only managed to gather 10 herbs, which was barely a passing grade. Yan Pejun gathered 45 herbs. The Ivy Academy students who were queuing up to hand over their herbs also discovered this ranking board. Immediately, there was an uproar. So handsome. As expected of the 3 great killing stars. For a moment, the girl's eyes were filled with little stars. This arrogant guy. Fatty Hai was extremely jealous. You guys, why did you come here empty-handed? The boy who was scolded just now couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yu Yang, Yi Kong, and Fatty Hai coming here empty-handed. Don't tell me you guys can't even gather one herb? As expected of Ivy Academy students. TSK, Ivy Academy students have this kind of quality. No matter how low our quality is, we won't cheat. Are the students of your Xianxia Academy so outstanding? Alright, you guys are all outstanding, all of you are experts at cheating. The long-haired girl laughed coldly. How can you say that? When the 2 companions behind the boy heard this, they seemed to have been stabbed in the foot, glaring angrily. Do you want to fight? The thief girl who was the fastest in gathering herbs flashed out. Her eyes were as cold as daggers as she stared at the Xianxia Academy students. Anytime. Enough, after you guys hand over your herbs, scram. Don't cause trouble here. The eagle-eyed guy shouted. Immediately, the Xianxia Academy students who had surrounded them retreated. Before leaving, the boy who cheated threw down some harsh words. Ivy Academy students, remember this. When the time comes, we will meet at the 100 schools elite competition. At that time, it will be clear who is better and who is worse. Today, you have a teacher protecting you. When it comes to the competition, let's see if he can still protect you. As long as you trash dare to go up the stage, see if I don't beat you up. What bullsh***, a cheater dares to show off here. Fatty Hai was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. I don't want to talk to a piece of trash who would be beaten down after 10 seconds on stage. That boy completely looked down on Fatty Hai and left with his eyes on the top of his head. Don't stop me. I want to beat him up, don't stop me. Fatty Hai was furious. He rubbed his palms together, pretending to rush forward and fight to the death with the other party. Pig, I don, you. With your strength, you is, you. I reckon that in his hands, you would at most be able to hold on for 10 seconds before falling to the ground. If you want to die, then go ahead. We won't stop you. Don't worry, after you die, I promise to collect your corpse. Master Hi. If. Young Academy, he, there, you, he, you Academy, you is. If, you, hi, you. You, I have you. No, if he goes through special training, young Master Hai will still have a chance to win if they really fight. Yu Yang shook her head in disagreement. This training is a bit difficult. Normal people might not be able to handle it. So, forget it. Yu Yang said. This special training is a little difficult. A normal person might not be able to handle it. So, let's just forget about it. Yu Yang was obviously thinking that Fatty Hai couldn't handle the hardship. What did you say? I was born into this world for special training. Do you think I am a normal person? Can an ordinary person have a body as fat and strong as mine? Let me tell you, there is nothing in this world that I, Master Hai, can't do. Sometimes, when I go berserk, not to mention others, even I am afraid. Isn't it just training? To me, it's a piece of cake. Don't tell me that I have to eat a bowl of braised pork every day. Let me tell you, although it is difficult, I dare to tell you that I have no problem. Fatty Hai patted his chest, stirring up waves of flesh. Why would I be friends with a pig? I regret it. Yi Kong covered his head, feeling extremely dejected. Idiot. The Ivy Academy students hurriedly moved away from Fatty Hai, in case others misunderstood that they knew this guy. Students, these are the black-eared shriveled heart orchids that have just bloomed? The old lady doctor, who had been smiling calmly, couldn't help but be moved when she saw Princess Chi Ming and little Princess Bei Bei handing over the herbs. Hundreds of black-eared shriveled heart orchids? You must have discovered the black-eared orchids. Children, you have done well. Every one of these herbs has double the effect. I thank you on behalf of the soldiers. Children, because of your hard work, you will save even more lives. This time we were lucky to succeed, but I still want to criticize you when you are praised. This method is very dangerous. Especially when you lack sufficient protection, waiting for the black-eared orchids to bloom is a mistake. The eagle-eyed guy poured cold water on Princess Chi Ming and the others' happiness. Indeed, children, in the demon abyss, any precious herbs that bloom or bear fruit will be hunted by powerful beasts. Waiting for the black-eared orchids to bloom is dangerous. Children, you are the future of the country. Even if our soldiers die, they would not be willing to see you, who are so young, sacrifice your precious lives to save them. Remember, children, the first thing we think of should be to complete the mission. As for completing the mission in excess, you must first think about whether you possess powerful strength. You have done well, but it makes me very worried. I can't bear to scold you, but I have to remind you that you must be careful when you complete missions in the future. Heading to the dangerous demon abyss, you must be 100 times, 1,000 times more careful than when you do missions normally. The old lady doctor stood up and kissed the children's faces one by one. Finally, she carried little Princess Bei Bei and warned them gently. We have Big Brother to protect us. These herbs, they also have a share. Little Princess Bei Bei pointed at Yu Yang, Yi Kong, and the others. Really? As expected, I guessed correctly. The old lady doctor looked at Yu Yang, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the Li brothers one by one. Finally, she turned her gaze back to Yu Yang and nodded slightly. You have done well. I will give every one of you excellence. Other than that, I also want to tell you that you have worked hard. Your performance is worthy of the title of human elite. Fatty Hai's eyes brimmed with tears when he heard this. He had always been trash, but this was the first time he had heard such an honorable praise. He was so moved that he almost cried. Yi Kong and the Li brothers also felt their blood boiling. They had originally thought that they would starve to death in Tong Tian Tower, but they did not expect that after meeting Yu Yang, they did not starve to death. Instead, they turned from trash to human elite. Of course, they were also clearly aware that there was actually still a gap between their strength and that of human elite. These honors were all earned by Yu Yang. However, as a member of Yu Yang's team, they also had the reason to feel proud and honored. Although he wasn't an elite human right now, there would be a day when he would be worthy of this glorious title. Especially under his leadership, as long as he followed his footsteps closely, he would be able to step into the forefront of the elites. Yi Kong and the Li clan brothers looked at Yu Yang, their eyes blazing with pride, like a raging flame. These words, they would not say it out loud, but they would engrave it in their hearts and use their whole lives to realize it. Are these herbs enough? Yu Yang asked a question that all the students, including the 3 great killing stars, had never asked before. When the old lady doctor heard this, her expression changed slightly. On the contrary, the black-armored eagle-eyed man's expression was a little matter-of-fact, because he had always been secretly observing Yu Yang. Whether it was Yu Yang's gaze sweeping over the injured, or looking at the herb recording board, or his following thoughts, everything was seen by the black-armored eagle-eyed man. As early as in the demon abyss, the eagle-eyed man had already discovered that Yu Yang was completely different from the others, so he paid extra attention to him. Towards the questioning Yu Yang, the old lady doctor first muttered to herself, then lightly shook her head. Originally, there were less than 1,000 herbs. Adding the 400 herbs that your Ivy Academy collected, the total is 1,390 herbs. Your last 100 herbs can produce double the medicinal efficacy, but it can only save around 1,500 people. However, the number of poisoned soldiers is more than 5,000. Just what you saw in the plaza, there are more than 3,000 people. Why didn't you send more people to collect them? Yu Yang was curious. Why didn't the army send more soldiers to collect the herbs? In the army, other than military doctors, how would ordinary soldiers know how to collect black-eared shriveled heart orchids? Besides, there are no more black-eared shriveled heart orchids to be collected. Your harvest is already a pleasant surprise. In order to save people, we gathered the most elite students in a few academies and took a huge risk to send you all to the demon abyss. This is already the biggest gamble. To tell the truth, although I am a doctor who saves people, I am opposed to doing this. Because as long as you are discovered by the army of the demon abyss, then there is a possibility that the entire army will be wiped out. You all are the future of the Xia Empire, we should not use you all to gamble. However, this is His Majesty's order, so I can only nod my head in agreement. Fortunately, all of you have returned safely. Children, you all do not need to feel guilty. You all have already done extremely well. Our rescued soldiers, as well as their loved ones, will all thank you for your efforts. As for the remaining soldiers who cannot be rescued, I will think of a way to extend their lives, so that before they leave, they can see their loved ones one last time. The old lady doctor's voice was filled with pity, as if she saw her own loved ones about to leave. Then the 3,000 people who cannot be rescued, how do they choose? They are all the same soldiers, are they to draw lots, or according to merits? Yu Yang felt that no matter who died and who lived, the choice was a difficult problem. Who would be willing to die in a situation where they could be saved, who would be willing to watch helplessly as others were rescued and revived, while they themselves died? It's very difficult to choose, but the soldiers themselves have already made the decision. Young soldiers who are the only child in their family, or who have just given birth to a baby, or whose parents are old and so on, will be given priority in treatment. The old soldiers who have been on the battlefield for their entire lives are willing to set an example for the younger generation. This is not the first time we have done something like this, and it will not be the last. Students, this is where the spirit of our Xia Empire lies. As long as the martial spirit does not die, the old soldiers will take the lead. It is precisely because of our generations of sacrifices that there is today's Xia Empire, that there is hope for tomorrow. When you all grow up and see more things, then you will understand the wishes of the old soldiers. If the humans of the Soaring Dragon continent did not have such a noble spirit of sacrifice, I'm afraid that we would have long been conquered by the demon abyss. The old lady doctor finally nodded towards Yu Yang and said, Just like how you all risked your lives to protect the children while gathering medicinal herbs, your actions and the choice of the old soldiers are essentially the same. The soldiers in the plaza all voluntarily gave up on treatment, that's why they came to the plaza to bid farewell to their loved ones. The eagle-eyed man suddenly interjected. Yu Yang's heart was immediately filled with deep veneration. No wonder the soldiers in the plaza all looked so old, some of them even had white hair. It turned out that they were the old soldiers who had volunteered to sacrifice themselves. Yu Yang was shocked by their spirit of sacrifice. In the face of life and death, how many people could do this? In China's Xia dynasty, there were countless onlookers, bystanders, push-ups, and people who did not save the dying. The various kinds of indifference in society made Yu Yang's heart deeply shut. What he saw the most were ungrateful people who repaid kindness with enmity. What he saw the most were vile people who bared their fangs and brandished their claws, while kind-hearted people cried bitterly. Things like scamming, dying from depression, dying from nightmares, entrapment, beating people without seeing blood, etc., made Yu Yang's heart feel incomparably cold. Kindness? Honesty? Weren't these things the weaknesses that some people exploited? He had always felt that the spirit of sacrificing oneself for others had long been spurned by others. Only fools would do that. In the past, there were indeed people who did good deeds like Lei Feng. But now, if anyone did it casually, they would be courting death. Of course, there were still people who did it, but what they got in return was tears of pain. For example, when they saw a bag being robbed, they would be stabbed. Even the person who was robbed would not admit that they had acted bravely for a just cause. They would even think that this fellow was a busybody. When they helped an old lady, they would have to pay 49,000. When they picked up the money and handed it to the authorities, they would immediately be thought that they were hiding a portion of it. After transmigrating, they arrived at the soaring dragon continent. Yu Yang discovered that the world here was completely different from the one he knew in the past. In China's Xiao dynasty, he behaved very normally. But here, he became a different species. To protect himself, not letting himself get hurt, everything was for his own benefit. In China's Xiao dynasty, Yu Yang believed that there were countless people who thought like him. However, in the soaring dragon continent, it was the opposite. Fourth Mother could go bankrupt for him. She used the money she had saved for more than 10 years to buy a spirit beast awakening knowledge pill for her adopted son. But his own daughter did not even have the money to learn skills. If Fourth Mother did it for her family, then what about these old soldiers? The old soldiers here must have been bathed in blood on the battlefield, rolling around in piles of corpses. It was not easy for them to come back alive. In the last moment of life and death, they chose to sacrifice themselves for others without hesitation. They gave their chance to be saved to others, to young people whom they did not know but had more hope. If he did not see it with his own eyes, Yu Yang would not dare to believe that this was the truth. There were also people who sacrificed themselves for others in China's Xia dynasty. The Yan Huang clan had countless heroes, so the fire of civilization was able to continue, becoming the only one among the 4 great civilizations. In the soaring dragon continent, the reason why the Xia dynasty could stand for thousands of years without falling was probably because of this kind of spirit. It was because of the dedication and sacrifice of the predecessors. That was why the younger generation could continue to grow and multiply, passed down from generation to generation. Let's go, we have tried our best. The eagle-eyed guy patted Yu Yang's shoulder and waved his hand to order the students of the death class. Everyone, return to the academy and continue training tomorrow. Competition is cruel. If you don't want to be eliminated by others, then you must be stronger than anyone else, be more outstanding than anyone else. Yu Yang followed the team and left, looking at the poisoned soldiers around him. He discovered that although these old soldiers' faces were black, their expressions were calm and even proud. Many soldiers surrounded them, helping these old soldiers change into brand new military uniforms. Some of the old soldiers' chests were decorated with all kinds of medals, as dazzling as the stars. When Yu Yang saw countless doctors carrying bowls of farewell wine, they passed it to the old soldiers one by one. Even those who were so heavily injured that they could not hold a bowl, they also held back their tears, dipped their fingers in the wine, and gently smeared it on their lips. General. A few soldiers helped an old man with white hair and beard to wear a dazzling general's star. The youngest soldier's eyes suddenly reddened as he wiped his tears. Bastard, what are you howling for? Scram, don't embarrass me, I have already earned enough. The old man's voice was weak, but his aura was like that of an old lion. General, you can't leave like this, you still have to bring us to continue fighting. If you leave, what are we going to do? The youngest soldier cried bitterly. I am already tired, I don't want to fight anymore, I just want to have a comfortable sleep now. For so many years, I have never rested, every day I am either fighting here or there, I have received a lot of medals and whatnot, but I don't even have the time to have a good sleep. It is all because of you bastards, you make me worry every day, it is not easy to turn you from cowards into real soldiers, these years are really tiring. You guys work hard, don't think about embarrassing me, otherwise, even if you go to the underworld, I will still kick your butts. Bring the wine, ever since I heard that damned doctor say that I will stop drinking, I have not drunk a drop of wine in 3 months, now I am about to die, I don't care about him, bring all the wine, I will be a happy drunkard before I die, haha. When the old man changed into the general's uniform, Yu Yang saw that his body was full of densely packed scars, some of the scars were terrible, the wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. A poisoned general actually did not receive treatment? Of course not, if he did not personally refuse, he would probably be the first to receive treatment. But why did he refuse treatment? Could it be that he was really willing to sacrifice himself to give a young man a chance? Yu Yang was a little curious, he could not help but take large strides over, and asked, are you really a general? Hearing this, the old man's face was full of astonishment. Suddenly, he laughed involuntarily and asked, brat, you don't know me? Alright, that brat Jun Wu Yu even praised me, saying that everyone in the whole Xia kingdom knows me, everyone knows me. I already knew that brat was just bragging, his goal was to trick people into working for him. Luckily I did not become complacent, otherwise I would have lost a lot of face. The black-armored eagle-eyed man appeared behind Yu Yang, and his voice became even more respectful. This is General Dao Feng, the leader of the Xia kingdom's 10 great generals. What 10 great generals? They are all just dead old ghosts. If they were really that awesome, I would not be the only one left after dying. They have all left, after so many years, I have had enough. Why is it that they are enjoying incense offerings in the martial spirit chamber every day, but I have to risk my life with these old bones? Even Yu Hai, that fellow, has given up, why should I still persist? Suffering like this every day, being called one of the 10 great generals, don't the wounds on my body hurt? I'm not even allowed to drink a cup of wine, living like this is meaningless, why don't I go to hell and meet up with those old ghosts? The old man's name made Yu Yang slightly stunned. The name General Dao Feng, even though he had not transmigrated for long, he had heard of it before. General Dao Feng was the leader of the Xia kingdom's 10 great generals, and also the only one left. This old general's age was unknown, it was said that he was already more than 200 years old, and was the most experienced person in the army. He entered the army at the age of 18 to train, and was promoted to general at the age of 40. Then, he worked hard until now, and achieved countless merits. Even a few books would not be enough to finish writing his biography. Originally, with his merits and abilities, it was more than enough for him to become the country's Grand Marshal. However, the strange thing was that he refused to be promoted to Grand Marshal 10 times, and insisted on being a general. The reason was unknown to the world, only Jun Wu Yu, the Xia emperor, and elder Yu Hai, who he strongly recommended to be promoted to Grand Marshal, knew. This General Dao Feng, in the Xia kingdom's army, was practically a living fossil. At the same time, he was also a lucky general. He had escaped from death countless times, and had fought thousands of battles in his life. He had never experienced a complete wipeout. Even in the harshest environment, under a crushing defeat, he was still able to preserve the strength of his Dao Feng army. The Dao Feng army, which he had personally built and trained, could be said to be the leader of the Xia kingdom's 3 great armies. Who would have thought that such a legendary person would actually refuse treatment, give the chance of survival to his subordinates, and lie on the plaza waiting for death? Why? Isn't it better to be alive? If you're not here, who will lead your soldiers to battle? Are you really at ease leaving the Dao Feng army to others? Yu Yang discovered that he had the talent of a gossip reporter. I'm about to die, why would I care so much? The old man was quite open-minded. What if you can survive? Yu Yang paused and asked. Actually, I'm tired of living. If I want to live, I can live now. Who in this world wouldn't die? For someone like me to live for 200 years and still have to fight a war, my life is too bitter. I'm a soldier, a veteran. I should die on the battlefield with glory, and not on a comfortable bed. In this battle, although the demon abyss killed over 3,000 of my subordinates, I didn't lose out either. I killed over 30,000 of their soldiers, and even killed 2 demon commanders. So, dying now doesn't matter. If I wait until I'm so old that I can't even lift my blade, and get killed by a green-skinned creature, that would be sad. The old man struggled to sit up. He first looked into the distance, then turned to Yu Yang. Brat, I understand what you're thinking. Aren't you just trying to knock me unconscious, and then secretly save me? This trick is useless against me. Go, a veteran dying with glory, this is the best ending. Yu Yang, who had level 3, divine vision, could see the truth. This old man, this famous General Dao Feng, other than being poisoned, he had even more serious injuries. His body was already very old, and with the addition of his injuries, it made his body, which was strong enough to not collapse, become extremely weak. Furthermore, he had received a fatal blow from the enemy, and his entire internal organs were severely injured. Being poisoned, to him, was only a superficial symptom. Even if the poison was completely expelled, with this kind of body, it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to live for another month. This point was probably the real reason why the old man refused to take the medicine to survive. After seeing the truth, a strange feeling suddenly arose in Yu Yang's heart. Could it be that there was really no way to cure him? The white jade beetle, in addition to innate qi, could expel the poison and heal his injuries at the same time. Using innate qi, a breakthrough in the understanding of medical treatment might be right in front of him. This was the best chance. Anyway, he could only treat a dead horse as a living one. Yu Yang felt that, maybe, he could try. Honestly speaking, Yu Yang was definitely not a great person. He had always kept a respectful distance from people who disregarded his own safety, acted bravely for a just cause and sacrificed himself to save others. At any time, the first person he would think of would be himself. After that, he would think of his loved ones like Fourth Mother and Yubing. For his own secrets, he would lie to his loved ones and use white lies to cover himself. However, for his loved ones, he would also kill his way into the Yu clan castle and become enemies with the Yu clan, one of the 4 great clans. Even if he had to become enemies with the whole world, he would not hesitate. However, if it was only because of a few strangers he had never met before. Even if these people were very respectable and great, Yu Yang would not treat them the same way. He would acknowledge the dedication of the veterans, and he would also praise their attitude of not facing death and return. He would even admire this kind of soul-stirring and blood-boiling magnificent feat from the bottom of his heart, but it did not mean that he would do it. Forget about the fact that he didn't have the ability to save all 3,000 soldiers at the moment. Even if he had the ability, Yu Yang wouldn't dare to do such a shocking thing when he didn't even have the ability to protect himself. If Yu Yang was already invincible and could heal all 3,000 soldiers with a wave of his hand, he might have done it. However, the current him still didn't have that kind of ability. The world was filled with all kinds of competitions, survival of the fittest. This was the law of nature. Yu Yang did not want to break it, and he did not have the ability to break it at the moment. He could not change other people's fate. The only thing he could change was himself. He wanted to become the winner of the survival of the fittest. He wanted to become stronger, stronger than anyone else. Only then would he have the ability to control his own fate, and even have the ability to protect his loved ones. Under the urging of the black-armored eagle-eyed man, Yu Yang walked away. However, after walking a few steps, Yu Yang stopped again. General Dao Feng, if you need, I can try to heal your injuries, or try to heal a few of your designated people. First of all, I have no medical knowledge. Yu Yang had already started to walk away, but in the end, he still turned around and stood in front of the old man. He said those words not because he was moved, nor because he admired Yu Yang, but because Yu Yang suddenly felt that he was not a war machine that followed principles as the highest order, but a human with flesh and blood. Some things might not be done well. He did not have to do it. But at the very least, he had to have the heart to try. Sometimes, Yu Yang felt that he was quite complicated and contradictory, but he felt that it was more interesting to live freely and freely as he pleased. You can have principles, but you can't always follow a dead end. Besides, asking doesn't mean that the other party will accept it. This is just a token of my sincerity, the old man laughed and waved his hand. Very well, I understand what you're thinking. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that I would be able to see such an interesting child before I die. I'm dying of laughter. You don't know any medical skills. How are you going to save people? But, I understand, and at the same time, I'm very happy. This is the difference between us humans and demons. If a demon general falls to the ground, there is no saving him. The demons in the demon abyss will not hesitate to eat the dying demon general, and turn the demon general's energy into their own energy. To be honest, that method is more reasonable. But, I still prefer this foolish behavior of us humans, haha. Brat, I'll be honest with you. Actually, this is nothing. Do you know how many people have died in war since ancient times? If you have been on the battlefield and seen thousands upon thousands of soldiers, layer upon layer, falling in front of you, their corpses piled up like a small mountain, then your heart will become numb. How can there be no deaths in war? If humans want to survive, they must compete, they must fight. Death is also a part of the competition. 3,000 of us died from poisoning, but using our bodies as bait, we successfully lured several 1mo demons. Our deaths were not unjust. Long before we lured the enemy, we already knew this would be the result. So, it doesn't matter. Let us old fellows leave quietly. We are old, the contribution we can make for the country is already not much. This is our last honor. After listening, Yu Yang was silent. Brat, if you don't want to be eliminated in the competition like us, then you must remember one thing, and that is to become stronger. Become stronger than anyone else. The old man gave Yu Yang one last sentence. Yu Yang nodded slightly. He lowered his head and pondered for a long time. Finally, he came in front of the old lady doctor. He took out the white jade beetle from his backpack and asked softly, Doctor, I found this in the demon abyss. Can you tell me, what is this? Seeing this, the old lady doctor's expression changed greatly. She hurriedly told Yu Yang to keep the white jade beetle. Child, don't use this to save people. This is very scary. On the surface, this type of beetle is the same as the golden sacred beetle. They both have healing and detoxifying properties, but inside their bodies, there is a terrifying demon sealed inside. Some peak martial artists can't be killed. They can use various methods to reincarnate. In order to prevent them from reincarnating, the more powerful peak martial artists will seal their opponents, sealing them in all kinds of objects or creatures. When Yu Yang heard this, his heart jumped in fright. Seal? He immediately thought of Queen Fei Wenli. She was the serpent empress who was sealed inside the black jade necklace. Her strength was unimaginably strong. Even without a physical body, her ability could send Yu Yang out of the black hole. He never thought that after the black jade necklace, this white jade beetle would also have a peak-level warrior sealed inside its body. Luckily he didn't use it to save people, otherwise it would be terrible. When Yu Yang thought of this, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. If he released a human peak-level warrior, then it would be fine. But if he released a demon peak-level warrior, then he would be in big trouble. This seemingly harmless white jade beetle was actually so terrifying. My teacher once mentioned that there are a total of 5 layers to a warrior's seal. The most basic seal is an animal-type seal. The seal itself needs animals to absorb energy in order to maintain it for a long time, just like your white jade beetle. Next is the plant type, treasure type, crystal type, and space type. The most terrifying seal is said to be the space type. It is unimaginable that such a powerful peak-level warrior would be able to create a space like a black hole, throw his opponent inside, and then seal the entire black hole, causing his opponent to be in a state of eternal destruction. Unless the person who sealed the seal is killed, no other power can break through this kind of space. This kind of unbreakable eternal seal is called Nirvana seal. As for the white jade beetle's seal, it is called soul imprisonment. In Tong Tian Tower's 8th floor and above, after those rankers defeat their opponents, they would usually use this method to make their opponents disappear. When the old lady doctor said this, Yu Yang broke out in cold sweat again. The seal that Queen Vivian Lee was sealed in seemed to be the highest level space-type Nirvana seal. How can we kill the demon inside the seal? Yu Yang hurriedly asked for the method. Before the sealed rancor uses up all of its energy, I don't know of any way to kill it. But if we wait until the sealed rancor uses up all of its energy, this white jade beetle will slowly die, and the demon sealed inside will die along with it. So, it's best not to let it absorb energy from the outside world, and also not to use it to save people. Otherwise, once the seal's energy is used up, the demon sealed inside will escape. The old lady doctor's words made Yu Yang feel that he had picked up a hot potato. He couldn't throw it away now, but he also couldn't not throw it away. Suddenly, the teleportation spell flashed with a white light. A middle-aged warrior, whose entire body was flashing with a brilliant halo of light, flew over. His voice was like thunder that shook the earth. "Everyone, leave this place." When the old lady doctor saw this, her expression darkened and she muttered, "Elder Xianxia? So His Majesty has gone to beg the floating mist sect again. This time, it seems that the national treasure White Dragon Pearl has fallen into the hands of the floating mist sect. Sigh, it seems that the floating mist sect has become even more powerful. The Xia kingdom is in danger. Xianxia, what are you doing here? I don't need your treatment, scram immediately." The old man scolded loudly. "It was your Xia emperor who personally went to beg sect leader Baiyun. Sect leader Baiyun took pity on the common people, so he sent me here. Do you think that I'm very willing to come and save scum like you? Those who are not involved, leave immediately. I will only use the holy light summon once. Whether you are saved or not, has nothing to do with me." The middle-aged warrior, whose entire body was flashing with a brilliant halo of light, laughed arrogantly as he replied. He then let out a thunderous roar that shook the hearts of everyone present, causing their heads to buzz. "I said, I don't need your treatment. Scram." The old man struggled angrily, wanting to stand up. However, his bodyguards held him down with tears in their eyes. "Dao Feng, 200 years have passed. Look at what you have become. Do you think that you are still the invincible General Dao Feng? You are now just a pitiful old dog. Even one of my fingers is much stronger than you. Do you think that you can still roar at me like you did in the past? 200 years have passed. Have you still not learned to respect the strong? It's all right, I will forgive you. Who asked you to be my friend in the past?" The middle-aged warrior, Elder Xianxia, whose entire body was flashing with a brilliant halo of light, first summoned a platinum grimoire. Then, he quickly summoned a gigantic golden drum and struck it. With a loud rumble, all the soldiers in the entire drill ground fainted. Even Yu Yang felt as if his head had been hit by someone. His eardrums were in pain and his head was buzzing. This golden drum was similar to the Bloody Queen's banshee scream. They both used sound waves to subdue the enemy. However, it was different from the Bloody Queen's scream. The Bloody Queen could not use the banshee scream for a long period of time. Moreover, the more heavily injured she was, the more powerful her scream would be. The golden drum was a treasure. As long as Elder Xianxia, who was shining with a brilliant halo of light, had enough spiritual energy, he could beat it endlessly. In the entire drill ground, other than the old lady doctor, the eagle-eyed man and Yu Yang, including the heavily injured old General Dao Feng, everyone else fell to the ground. The weakest soldiers had already been shaken to the point where their eardrums bled and they fainted from their heavy injuries. "Are you here to save people or to kill people?" The eagle-eyed man angrily took out his huge sword and pounced towards Elder Xianxia like a mad tiger. "With just you? You are not my opponent at all." Elder Xianxia's face, which was shining with a brilliant halo of light, smiled proudly. He summoned a giant white python and shot it through the air. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth, intending to swallow the eagle-eyed man in one bite. The eagle-eyed man was attacked in midair. He instinctively leaped up and avoided the deadly swallow. He did not expect the white python to be so cunning. After missing its bite, its huge tail swept towards him. The eagle-eyed man was swept away by the terrifying force and smashed into the wall with a rumbling sound. His body smashed through the walls of the medical center on all four sides, broke a pillar halfway through, and fell onto the mountain rocks on the other side. As for the silver-ranked level 8 python, after its attack succeeded, it still chased after him relentlessly. Elder Xianxia looked at the old lady doctor and said, "My condition for saving people is to take your life. So, you can die now." The old lady doctor smiled indifferently. "I had already guessed that you would propose such a condition. You have always been this kind of person. Once you have the chance, you will kill everyone." Elder Xianxia, "No matter how strong you are still not the best candidate to climb to the top of the rankers. Because you do not have the heart of a true ranker. Stop talking nonsense. No matter what you say, you are definitely going to die today." Elder Xianxia summoned a monster whose lower body looked like fog and ordered it to fly towards the old lady doctor. The old lady doctor smiled and lightly shook her head. Then, she closed her eyes. She did not resist at all, only closing her eyes and waiting for her death. The fog monster did not immediately kill the old lady doctor. Instead, it released a large amount of white fog, wrapping her up. It seemed like it was preparing to use the cruelest method to suffocate her to death. In the end, Elder Xianxia even used a quarter of the whites of his eyes to look at Yu Yang. He seemed to be a little curious as to why this insect-like weakling could still stand. Yu Yang would definitely not sit and wait for his death. However, no matter what kind of opponent it was, including terrifying existences like the Demon King Xian or the Lich King Grun, he would definitely not retreat. Yu Yang knew that he had met the strongest human enemy he had ever met. This guy was using saving people as an excuse to kill the remaining elders of the Dixia Empire, such as the old General Dao Feng and the old lady doctor. As for himself, he was merely a passerby who had seen something he shouldn't have seen and wanted to kill him to silence him. Seeing Yu Yang slowly raise his Hui Jin magic blade with a face full of cold fighting intent, Elder Xianxia laughed out loud. "Am I seeing things? Instead of killing yourself, you still want to fight back?" Elder Xianxia, whose entire body was shining brightly, looked as if he had seen the funniest thing in the world as he laughed out loud towards the sky. "If you want to fight, then I'll fight." Yu Yang snorted coldly. Purple flames surged out of the Hui Jin magic blade. "A student from the academy also wants to challenge me? I really can't help but admire your foolish courage. Annoying little insect, die for me." Elder Xianxia summoned an ox-head warrior who was holding a blood-red axe, then waved his hand and ordered, "Chop this little insect into 18 pieces, not one more, not one less." Yu Yang had seen many arrogant people before, but he had never seen a strong warrior as arrogant as this Elder Xianxia. The corner of Yu Yang's lips curled into a smile. The more arrogant his enemy was, the more he looked down on him, the higher his chances of winning would be. Hui Tai Lang was enraged as he roared towards the sky. The demonic aura on his body exploded as black flames exploded. His aura was as if a demon king had descended. Although he was only silver-ranked level 4, he ignored the difference in levels and directly released his pressure towards the silver-ranked level 6 ox-head warrior. At first, the ox-head warrior was actually scared by Hui Tai Lang and took a big step back. However, it soon discovered that Hui Tai Lang's level was far lower than its own, causing it to roar in anger. Rumble, the ox-head warrior's hooves crushed the stone surface of the plaza, causing broken rocks to fly as it charged towards them. When the ox-head warrior leapt into the air and was about to swing its axe down, Yu Yang also leapt into the air angrily, charging towards the ox-head warrior's chest. He did not show any mercy in his attacks, aiming to heavily injure the ox-head warrior with one strike. His binding, inherent skill was instantly activated, restricting the ox-head warrior's movements. Under the cover of the purple flames created by the Hui Jin magic blade in his right hand, the innate invisible sword chi on his left index finger shot out, mercilessly slashing across the ox-head warrior's eyes. Although Yu Yang was unable to instantly kill the silver-ranked level 6 ox-head warrior, his merciless attack caused its 2 giant red eyeballs to explode at the same time. Leaping into the air, the blind ox-head warrior, who had completely lost its momentum, was being mercilessly beaten by Hui Tai Lang. Its sharp teeth bit onto the ox-head warrior's legs. Using its body's swaying strength and its own explosive strength, it threw the ox-head warrior far away. This move was the result of Yu Yang's special training of Hui Tai Lang after he had explored the weaknesses of beasts. Most beasts would be less controlled the further away they were from their masters. For a beast with brute strength like the ox-head warrior, if it had a master to direct its every move, its battle power would undoubtedly rise to a whole new level, like adding wings to a tiger. On the contrary, if it lost its master's mental command and lost its eyes, it would become blind and its battle power would definitely be greatly reduced. The ox-head warrior fell onto the ground and immediately rebounded angrily. Both of its eyes had burst open and blood was dripping down, but its strong body still possessed extremely strong combat power. So it's not a guardian beast. Die. At first, Yu Yang had thought that the ox-head warrior was a guardian beast. Who would have thought that Elder Tian Sua did not have any control over the ox-head warrior that had gone mad from anger? The killing intent on Elder Tian Sua's face became even thicker as he descended from the sky like a phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. Boom, 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 3 consecutive kicks landed on the ox-head warrior's face, sending it flying 10 meters away. The ox-head warrior had completely gone crazy. It waved its axe wildly, but how could it, who had become blind, hit Yu Yang who was as light as a swallow and could move erratically? Awoo! Hui Tai Lang roared and hit the ox-head warrior's waist with the force of a thunderbolt, sending it flying another 10 meters away. Yu Yang coordinated with it, ignoring Elder Tian Sua who was so angry that his face was distorted, and focused on attacking the ox-head warrior. In less than 10 seconds, the ox-head warrior was sent flying 100 meters away by Yu Yang and Hui Tai Lang's combined attack. On one side of the medical center, there was a cliff that was 100 meters tall. When Elder Tian Sua saw it, he immediately understood the opponent's intentions. First, they would blind the ox-head warrior's eyes, then they would knock it off the cliff. Elder Tian Sua summoned 2 strengthening-type beasts consecutively and strengthened them on his body. He then took out a long blade and pounced towards Yu Yang like a bolt of lightning. Rat centipede, don't even think about succeeding. Facing the sky full of saber lights, Yu Yang calmly threw out an item. This was an item seized from Lich Suagu, the sphere of certain death. As long as it was crushed, it would be able to send both the user and the enemy to the dimension of certain death. When Yu Yang faced the extremely arrogant Elder Tian Sua from the Floating Mist sect, a murderous intent arose in his heart. If he had the protection of the grimoire's protective shield, Yu Yang knew that he wouldn't be able to kill this fellow easily. However, as long as he abandoned the protective shield and fought with his own strength, then his death would come. This Elder Tian Sua was definitely a strong ranker who specialized in strengthening-type beasts. Yu Yang reckoned that his beasts were not any weaker than the gold-ranked strengthening-type beast in Elder Yu Hai's body, the Earth Bear. It was even possible that he himself had the strength of the Dixia Emperor Jun Wuyu, a level 7 overlord. This fellow was definitely a difficult opponent. Compared to the Floating Mist sect's teacher, Elder Ku Ming, his strength was much higher. Yu Yang had heard before that the Floating Mist sect had 2 Sky Elders and 4 Elders under sect leader Bai Yun. He reckoned that Elder Tian Sua's strength was so strong that he didn't even put the Dixia Empire in his eyes. It seemed that he was one of the 4 Elders. If he didn't use his innate invisible sword chi, it would be very difficult to defeat this fellow. However, if he used his innate invisible sword chi, if his opponent didn't die and escaped, he would definitely report to sect leader Bai Yun that he was an innate ranker. Hence, he had to die. Yu Yang used the sphere of certain death that he was extremely reluctant to use. The purplish-black light instantly spread out like a shockwave the second after the blade aura shattered the sphere of certain death. Elder Tian Sua missed his attack and didn't have the time to pull out his blade to escape. He was already swept by the purplish-black light and disappeared from the dimension of certain death. Yu Yang disappeared at the same time, but Hui Tai Lang managed to jump far away in time. After the teleportation was completed, it first lured the ox-head warrior to the edge of the cliff, then fiercely rammed the blinded ox-head warrior who was swinging his axe randomly down the cliff. Then, it quickly returned and flew towards the fog monster who had half of its body turned into smoke and was wrapped around the old lady doctor. Yu Yang wasn't here, so it naturally wouldn't be polite with the fog monster's magic crystal. It would just treat it as a snack. On the other side of the mountain wall, the eagle-eyed guy waved his huge sword and slashed at the white python that had coiled around him with its huge tail. As for the extremely cunning white python, it used its tail to coil around the eagle-eyed guy and smashed him around randomly. The black armor on the eagle-eyed guy's body was shattered and he was in a sorry state. Luckily, his defense was extremely good, so his injuries weren't too serious and he still had his battle power. The eagle-eyed guy's heart was filled with unspeakable bitterness. He couldn't summon his own beasts, because python-type beasts were coincidentally the nemesis of his beasts. Right now, he had to fight this silver-ranked level 8 giant python alone. In the soaring dragon continent, the person who used the sphere of duel would be transported to the dimension of duel together with his opponent. The dimension of duel was a little different from the dimension of duel in the demon abyss. The space here was bigger and brighter. It was different from the dimension of duel that was more suitable for demons to fight in the dark. The dimension of duel was obviously more beneficial for human warriors to fight. Good, what a good scoundrel. Elder Xianxia was really angry. He felt a sense of humiliation, as if he had been schemed against by someone. Old dog, are these your last words? Yu Yang wouldn't be polite with him anymore. He immediately summoned the Bloody Queen and the barbarian Cow Shadow. Bloody Queen? The Golden King Beast's Bloody Queen? When Elder Xianxia saw this, his expression changed and his heart shook. He didn't expect that the Golden King Beast that even he couldn't possess would actually be summoned by this young junior. Jealousy welled up in his heart, and the killing intent in his eyes became even thicker. If he didn't kill this brat, he would definitely become a great threat in the future. Fortunately, the Bloody Queen's level wasn't high. It was only gold-ranked level 4. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would be the one to die today. The Bloody Queen flew high up in the sky. Under Yu Yang's control, the barbarian Cow Shadow didn't immediately charge forward to attack. Instead, it followed closely behind Yu Yang, waiting for an opportunity to attack. As for the Thorny Flower, Little Winli and the Golden Beast, Yu Yang would leave them behind first, waiting for the right time to launch a sneak attack. Elder Xianxia seemed to have rich battle experience. He couldn't summon his grimoire anymore, but he didn't put all of his beasts into his platinum grimoire. He took out a sparkling crystal and summoned a bronze-ranked level 7 rock-skinned big idiot beast, using it to deal with the bronze-ranked level 5 barbarian Cow Shadow. As for the Bloody Queen, he summoned a bronze-ranked level 7 thunder goblin bat, letting this extremely fast two-headed goblin bat fight with her. Elder Xianxia had originally thought that Yu Yang would hide behind his shield and not come out. He didn't expect that Yu Yang would actually keep his silver grimoire. Seeing that Yu Yang had kept his grimoire, Elder Xianxia laughed arrogantly. Do you think that you can deal with me with just a gold-ranked level 4 Bloody Queen? What a joke. Yu Yang didn't reply. He raised his Hui Jin magic blade in his hand. Purple flames rose up. Under Elder Xianxia's unbridled and arrogant attack, Yu Yang disappeared like a wisp of smoke, pouncing towards the rock-skinned big idiot beast. Idiot, you're courting death. Elder Xianxia thought that Yu Yang was greedy and wanted to kill his rock-skinned big idiot beast first, then bring his other beasts to surround and kill him. He snorted in disdain, and his blade flashed like quicksilver, chasing closely after Yu Yang's figure. That rock-skinned big idiot beast also raised its giant bat and smashed it down. Under Yu Yang's mental command, the barbarian Cow Shadow in front of it dodged the attack. The giant slaughtering blade in her hands heavily slashed at the rock-skinned big idiot beast's waist, causing a burst of rock fragments to fly everywhere. Yu Yang rushed over and stepped on the barbarian Cow Shadow's back, leaping into the air. The barbarian Cow Shadow cooperated with him and spun her body, throwing Yu Yang's body out of the air. Yu Yang's figure streaked across the sky like a ray of light, hurriedly shooting towards the thunder goblin bat that was entangled with the Bloody Queen in the sky. Elder Xianxia's blade slashed empty air, but he realized that this cunning brat had already escaped. He roared in anger, turned his body and stepped on the ground, leaping high into the air and chasing after Yu Yang like a ferocious tiger. He felt that with just his combat skills, there would definitely not be any younger generation that could withstand 3 of his attacks. Furthermore, he had the support of 2 strengthening-type beasts. He only needed 1 slash to kill this brat in an instant. However, this brat was extremely slippery, dodging and not fighting. This made him extremely angry. The Thunder Goblin Bat was not afraid of Yu Yang's attack. Its speed was extremely fast, and it had already used sound waves to detect its enemy's position. It first used both of its heads to spit out a ball of crackling electricity towards Yu Yang. It then used its giant wings to sweep out countless electric arcs. The former was the Thunder Goblin Bat's instincts, while the latter was controlled by Elder Xianxia. In his eyes, as long as this slippery brat was hit by any of the electric arcs, he believed that he would be electrocuted until his entire body was paralyzed, and he would fall to the ground, unable to get up. He did not hope that the electric arcs would be able to kill his opponent. As long as this brat's body was paralyzed, even if it was only for a second, he would still become a ghost under his blade. You came at the right time. Yu Yang's Huijin spun mysteriously. He unleashed the spherical beheader that he had comprehended on his own. The yin and yang fishes spun towards each other. Those electric arcs caused him to spin into 2 electric arcs, while the 2 balls of electric arcs mysteriously became the eyes of the yin and yang fishes. The originally chaotic electric arcs in the sky had now formed a perfect circle. Under the control of Yu Yang's left hand, they slowly spun and slashed towards Elder Tian Sua, who was raising his blade and slashing wildly behind him. Elder Tian Sua's expression turned blank. Such a mysterious and mystical combat skill, even he had never heard of it before. How was this possible? What kind of combat skill was this? In the sky, the Bloody Queen increased her speed. A human's naked eye could not even see her flight clearly. Diving down, her crescent blade heavily slashed between the Thunder Goblin Bat's 2 heads, almost cutting the 2-headed Goblin Bat, which had lost its electric protection, into 2 halves. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger in her other hand pierced deeply into the Thunder Goblin Bat's back, piercing through its heart. Yu Yang rushed over, and his Huijin slashed through the Thunder Goblin Bat's chest. He then used his left hand to grab the giant bat's claw and flung it towards Elder Tian Sua, who had dodged the twin fish electric circular cut. The giant blade that was flying towards him had an unparalleled power. With one slash, it cut the heavily injured Thunder Goblin Bat into 2 halves. Yu Yang extended his hand and borrowed the force of the Bloody Queen's pull. He extended his leg and kicked the giant blade that had killed the Thunder Goblin Bat back. At the same time that Elder Tian Sua reached out his hand to receive the giant blade with a disdainful expression, Yu Yang and the Bloody Queen had instantly pounced in front of him. Yu Yang grabbed the giant blade tightly as he fought with Elder Tian Sua. On the other hand, the Bloody Queen stuck her head into Elder Tian Sua's ears and let out an extremely mournful banshee scream. Ayaya, Elder Tian Sua only felt that his mind was completely blank. Even with a strengthening type beast's protection, he still couldn't help but feel dizzy. When he struggled out of his dizziness, he suddenly saw a crazily spinning, twin fish electric circular cut, coming towards him. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock as he hurriedly tried to escape. Yu Yang snorted coldly, "It's too late. I'll send you to hell." Yu Yang controlled the twin fish-shaped electric circle in his hands and spun crazily. It spiraled towards Elder Tian Sua's face. Apart from the electric circle, the sharp rotating force caused Elder Tian Sua to cry out miserably. He was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. His face was badly mutilated, fresh blood splashing everywhere. Elder Tian Sua was still struggling in pain from the paralysis. Suddenly, a flame whip ruthlessly lashed at the back of his head, causing him to stagger. This was the Bloody Queen's new skill. "Do you think you can defeat me like this? Dream on." Elder Tian Sua's expression was malevolent. He madly sent the Bloody Queen, who had launched a sneak attack, flying as he roared sternly. "Do you really think you can make a comeback?" Yu Yang sneered. Yu Yang also whipped a flame whip towards Elder Tian Sua's face. When Elder Tian Sua shattered the flame whip in pain, Yu Yang's Huijin magic blade slashed towards him with purple flames. Elder Tian Sua had completely gone crazy. He had never met a young man who was better at fighting than him, and he had never experienced the predicament of being suppressed everywhere. The brat in front of him was extremely young, but his moves were so profound that it made people feel despair. Elder Tian Sua realized that just by exchanging blows with him, he, who was a grandmaster of battle techniques, actually did not have the ability to retaliate at all. Almost every single move of his had been beaten by his opponent until fallen flowers flowed like water. Elder Tian Sua's punches were very heavy, and every punch had the strength of a thunderbolt. Unfortunately, his punches were unable to hit Yu Yang. He wanted to brandish his large blade and behead the despicable brat in front of him, but who would have thought that Yu Yang would follow him like a shadow, not giving him any space to display his skills. Yu Yang's fists, kicks, elbows, and knees attacked him like raindrops, What made Elder Xianxia the most furious was that every time he wanted to lift his leg to kick Yu Yang, he would immediately be knocked down by this brat. It could be seen that he was very good at throwing people. If one was not careful, he would lose control of the main point and lose his balance, causing him to fall heavily. Idiot, come here. Elder Xianxia watched as the rock-skinned big idiot beast and the barbarian cow clashed against each other. Although the rock-skinned big idiot beast was 2 levels higher than the barbarian cow did not seem to be at a disadvantage. She was even able to use a relatively simple battle technique that was similar to a normal mercenaries to attack and defend. For a while, this battle of brute force against brute force would not have an outcome. However, Elder Xianxia could not wait any longer. He needed time. At the very least, he needed a breather. He ordered the rock-skinned big idiot beast to abandon its opponent and surround Yu Yang. As long as this brat retreated, he would gain some space, and victory would be assured. 2 dragons vying for the pearl. Yu Yang suddenly used a move that even normal mercenaries would find useless. This move was too obvious, and it would have been better if he hadn't shouted it. When he used this move, he also shouted 2 dragons vying for the pearl. This was undoubtedly telling his opponent that he was going to stab his eyes. Elder Xianxia laughed coldly in his heart. Just now, he had only been hit by the banshee's scream, which was why he had used the twin fish electric circular beheader. Usually, you want to hit my face, dream on, even a rookie wouldn't let others take a look at him, let alone a combat technique master like him. Elder Xianxia's body leaned back slightly, dodging Yu Yang's 2 fingers that were about to pierce his eyes. At the same time, he opened his palm, blocking the incoming fingers. Yu Yang's index and middle fingers split apart, intending to pierce through Elder Xianxia's fingers and pierce through his eyeballs. Elder Xianxia's eyes were filled with ridicule. When his index and middle fingers passed through the gap between his fingers, he suddenly clasped his hands together, tightly clamping down on Yu Yang's fingers. Elder Xianxia laughed coldly. I've been waiting for you for a long time, idiot. Yu Yang tried his best to extend his fingers and pierce through Elder Xianxia's eyes, but his index and middle fingers were tightly clamped by Elder Xianxia's fingers, and he was unable to move even an inch further. Break them for me. Idiot. Elder Xianxia saw that this brat was greedy and rash, and he was able to catch him. The idiot is you. Yu Yang laughed. His index and middle fingers let out 2 hissing sounds, and shot out 2 innate invisible sword chi. By the time Elder Xianxia realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Although Elder Xianxia had closed his eyes, the 2 innate invisible sword chi still easily destroyed his eyes. Blood splattered everywhere, and Elder Xianxia held crazily. Relying on his instincts, he punched out with all his might, forcing Yu Yang to retreat. He knew fear now, and rolled around on the ground crazily. Without waiting for Yu Yang and the Bloody Queen to reach him, he jumped up again, endured the pain, and summoned his platinum grimoire. Drop by drop, the blood from his eyes dripped onto the platinum grimoire. Elder Xianxia desperately used the last of his spiritual energy to summon his guardian beast. Out of Yu Yang's expectations, Elder Xianxia's guardian beast was actually a swarthy black iron thread snake. Its level was not high, but it was only bronze-ranked level 5. After the strengthening type iron thread snake was summoned, it immediately fused with Elder Xianxia's body. Because its level was not high, its power was limited. However, Elder Xianxia could only use the snake-type beast's special heat sense to replace his eyes. Innate invisible sword chi. Only innate invisible sword chi can injure me. You, how could you be an innate ranker? Who is your master? Who taught you innate skills? Elder Xianxia roared in grief and indignation. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. This brat did not simply have a gold king beast. He had also learned innate skills, and knew how to release innate invisible sword chi that could break through all defenses. Previously, when he had blinded the Ox-Head warrior, he should have been alerted, but he had concealed it too well. Furthermore, he had never thought that this brat was already an innate ranker at such a young age. He remembered that half a year ago, the Xia kingdom had given birth to the 7th innate ranker. The whole nation was shocked. At that time, sect leader Ming Xian of the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion had said that this hidden innate ranker was very young. So she was talking about this brat in front of her. He had been too careless. He had actually sent his strongest beast, the white python, to attack the eagle-eyed Xia Hui Lai. If he had the protection of the silver-ranked level 8 white python, he would not have been in such a difficult situation. In this battle, he had fallen into the enemy's traps again and again. He had been too careless. This brat had shouted 2 dragons vying for the pearl to remind him to cooperate with him. Then, he would use his innate invisible sword chi to launch a sneak attack when he was at his weakest. If not, he would not have used his innate invisible sword chi to blind his eyes. Kill this rock-skinned big idiot beast as well. Yu Yang did not care about Elder Tian Sua. With a command, the Bloody Queen immediately released the second wave of Banshee Scream on top of the rock-skinned big idiot beast's head. Yu Yang released his innate invisible sword chi again and pierced through the rock-skinned big idiot beast's forehead, creating a bloody hole on its rock-hard head. However, the rock-skinned big idiot beast's head was really big. It did not seem to have suffered any fatal injuries even after being hit by the innate invisible sword chi. Fresh blood and brain matter flowed out. However, not only did the rock-skinned big idiot beast not die, it was still waving its giant club and smashing randomly. Little Wenli transformed into a rainbow light and floated out. Her dual icicle blades slashed at the rock-skinned big idiot beast's legs, sealing its legs in ice. The rock-skinned big idiot beast fell to the ground with a loud thud. The Bloody Queen kept stabbing its body with her dragon-slaying dagger. However, to the big idiot beast with its thick skin and flesh, the effect wasn't that great. The Bloody Queen could only add more bloody holes on its body. It was impossible for her to kill it instantly. Yu Yang took out the giant hammer that he had obtained from the golden armored puppet, and together with the barbarian cow Shadow, beat the big idiot beast mercilessly. As the big idiot beast struggled to get up, a golden arrow accurately pierced into the bloody hole on its forehead. This was actually one of Yu Yang's plans as well. He knew that his innate sword chi wouldn't be able to instantly kill the stupid beast, which didn't even need to think, so he thought of a way to counter it. Use stone element Medusa to petrify the opponent. The brain was not afraid of thorns, but was it not afraid of petrification? As long as that head was turned into stone, would this guy still be able to move? Along with the golden arrow, the big stupid beast's entire head really turned into stone. However, under the dumbstruck gaze of Yu Yang, the big stupid beast slowly stood up again. Little Wenli's expression was filled with disdain. With a slash of her dual icicle blades, the petrified head was sent flying a few meters away. The barbaric cow Shadow wielded her dual icicle blades and slashed heavily. With a burst of brute force, the petrified head was split into 2 halves. After being petrified, the big stupid beast's head had turned into a stone head. However, the big stupid beast still didn't fall. Its headless body was still able to slowly wriggle. If it wasn't for Little Wenli's dual icicle blades, who knew how long it would take for it to truly die? The headless big stupid beast, whose entire body was covered in frost, fell to the ground with a loud thud. Yu Yang was afraid that it wouldn't die completely, so he ruthlessly broke its 4 limbs. He definitely wouldn't give this tenacious guy any chance to revive. That was close. Yu Yang stretched out his hand and patted his chest. Looks like his understanding of beasts was still too little. If it wasn't for Elder Tian Sua being blind, he wouldn't have been able to kill this big stupid beast that didn't need a brain to move. Golden Sacred Beetle. Haha, I didn't think that this would fall into my hands. Heaven never bars one's way, that's right. Elder Tian Sua had unknowingly picked up the white jade beetle that had fallen out of Yu Yang's backpack. He was currently crazily absorbing the pure energy inside, using it to heal his own injuries. Yu Yang cried out in his heart. This time, things had gotten out of hand. What he was afraid of was not the blind Elder Tian Sua, but the terrifying demon sealed inside the white jade beetle. If there really was a sealed demon like the old lady doctor had said, then it would be over. A peak-level demon might even be stronger than a demon king. He really couldn't imagine how strong it was. If he let it break out of the seal, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm going to faint. When Yu Yang saw this, the thing that he was afraid of had happened. The white jade beetle's body glowed with a white light, and the injuries on Elder Tian Sua's body quickly healed. Even his blinded eyes were slowly recovering. However, in the sky where the white light was the brightest, there was an extremely mysterious golden runic circle that was currently revolving. It gradually dimmed, and a terrifying dark golden specter was currently crawling out of it with all its might. Every step it crawled seemed to be incomparably difficult. The golden light emitted by the runic circle quickly melted his figure. At the same time, the white light was also continuously purifying the dark golden specter's shadow body. The dark golden specter seemed as if it didn't care about its life anymore, and insisted on crawling out. Even the lower half of its body that was deeply stuck in the runic circle was forcefully cut open. It gave up on the lower half of its body, and let the upper half of its body escape. If Elder Xianxia saw such a terrifying specter crawling out of the runic circle, he might have stopped. However, his eyes were blind, and he couldn't see anything at all. Furthermore, Elder Xianxia was anxious to heal his eyes and fight to the death with Yu Yang. He had already gone crazy, and he had already thrown caution to the wind. He would never have thought that his actions would coincidentally open the gates of hell, and release an unimaginably powerful demon. The light on the white jade beetle's body was like fire melting snow, and it quickly melted the dark golden specter's body. When the dark golden specter's upper half struggled to crawl out of the golden runic circle, its lower half had already been completely melted, and was completely destroyed. At first, Yu Yang still planned to rush forward and use his innate sword chi to destroy it. However, little Winli had a solemn expression on her face. Her small hands pulled on the corner of his clothes, telling him to stay behind and wait for the final result. Her small body moved lightly, and blocked in front of Yu Yang. She had the serious look of an obedient daughter who wanted to step forward to protect her father. Elder Xianxia finally felt danger, but he didn't know where it came from. His entire body trembled. In front of the dark golden specter, he discovered that he had become a weak little insect. He was so frightened that he knelt down, and threw away the white jade beetle in shock. His body turned around randomly, and he once again raised his large blade and brandished it crazily. "Are you the one who's playing tricks? What exactly happened?" Elder Xianxia roared loudly in fear. On top of his head, the dark golden specter silently floated down, preparing to seize his body. Elder Xianxia suddenly sensed that the danger that he couldn't reach with his beast's heat was coming from above his head. He roared loudly and gathered all the strength in his body. Under the support of the lightning-type beast, the large blade flashed with electricity like a thunderbolt. With a crackling sound, countless electric arcs scattered in all directions. Elder Xianxia didn't care whether it was Yu Yang, the Bloody Queen, or other beasts that were attacking him from the sky. In short, he was prepared to perish together with his opponent. One slash tore the heavens and split the earth. There is no such thing as an enemy. When Yu Yang saw this, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. If one were to say that Elder Xianxia was a trash among trash, Yu Yang would definitely agree. However, if one were to say that Elder Xianxia's combat skills were trash, Yu Yang wouldn't dare to look down on him. This Elder Xianxia definitely had the strongest combat skills out of all the enemies he had seen. If it wasn't for the big lowly's special training in the dream realm, Yu Yang wouldn't be able to deal with him as easily as he did now. Elder Xianxia's combat skills, compared to the big lowly's, were like riding an ox cart and driving a Ferrari. Although they both used wheels to walk, they were not on the same level. Hence, Yu Yang, who was beaten senseless by the big lowly in the dream realm, could still deal with Elder Xianxia easily. Of course, if it was Yu Yang who received this slash, he would definitely not take it head-on. However, the dark golden specter completely ignored it. The lightning-fast saber radiance slashed at his illusory body. The dark golden specter's body that had its lower body melted by the golden rune array merely paused for a moment before it managed to block the saber. The final slash that could tear the heavens and split the earth landed on the dark golden specter's body, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It had no effect at all. Yu Yang's heart thumped wildly as he watched. His hair stood on end. This was too terrifying. Elder Xianxia's powerful attack was actually useless. That golden rune circle could easily melt the dark golden specter's body. If they were to compare, wasn't the difference too great? The ranker who created the golden rune circle, what kind of ranker was he? The golden rune pattern had been sealed for such a long time, yet it still had such power. It was really hard to imagine. The dark golden specter made its move. With a casual strike, Elder Xianxia was like a small boat that had crashed into an iceberg. He was incomparably weak, and his entire body flew backwards, falling heavily onto the ground. The dark golden specter that only had half of its body left, but its strength was still extremely terrifying. It slowly floated down, and it was unknown what it had summoned, but it cast it onto Elder Xianxia's body. Elder Xianxia's entire body floated up, but he could not move his body at all, and was at the mercy of the dark golden specter. Yu Yang saw that the dark golden specter had reached out its hand and pulled out the two strengthening type beasts from Elder Xianxia's body. With a flash of black light, the two strengthening type beasts died instantly. With two bangs, the two strengthening type beasts didn't even have time to return to their original bodies before they exploded into two piles of badly mutilated corpses. As for Elder Xianxia's guardian beast, the dark golden specter didn't seem to be able to be drawn out, so he didn't try again. Perhaps he felt that such a low-leveled beast wasn't a threat at all. He used one hand to choke Elder Xianxia's throat, while his other hand reached deep into Elder Xianxia's mouth. No one knew what he was trying to do. Could it be that he wanted to seize Elder Xianxia's body and be reborn? If this fellow seized Elder Xianxia's body and was reborn, how much of his battle power would he be able to recover? How was he going to fight next? This was a completely unfamiliar enemy with unknown abilities. Furthermore, it was a sealed peak rancor. In this battle, Yu Yang also felt that his scalp was a little numb. However, another kind of man's unyielding fighting spirit started to burn from the bottom of his heart. Yu Yang had always longed for an extremely strong enemy for him to challenge and defeat. Even though he had defeated warriors like Rockface, Wu Yi, and Xiahua, Yu Yang didn't feel satisfied, nor did he feel any sense of accomplishment. He felt that he should step on stronger enemies under his feet. His original target was the Demon King. However, from the looks of it now, the dark golden specter in front of him might not be weaker than the Demon King. Fortunately, he still didn't have a body. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need to fight this battle. Yu Yang thought in his heart, should he seize the opportunity when the dark golden specter seized Elder Xianxia's body and use his level 3, divine vision, to see through this fellow's weakness? Yu Yang was just about to summon his divine grimoire and raise a protective shield to defend himself. Then, he would think of a way to deal with this dark golden specter that had been sealed for who knows how many years. However, before he could raise his hand, he suddenly felt sleepy and couldn't help but yawn. Eh? Why would he feel sleepy? Yu Yang felt that something was wrong. He raised his eyes to look at the dark golden specter and discovered that this fellow's demonic eyes were like stars, shining brightly. In an instant, it was as if there was a boat singing a fisherman's song in the evening, propping up the night sky. It was also like a gentle breeze, gently brushing past the willow trees, intoxicating the passers-by who were taking a stroll on the shore. The last thing Yu Yang felt was that there seemed to be an alluring voice calling out to him from the bottom of his heart to move forward. In his hazy state, he couldn't help but want to move forward, wholeheartedly searching for that strange voice that sounded in his heart, Chi. Little Winley discovered that something was amiss. Her white orchid-like hand instantly emitted thousands of rays of light, enveloping Yu Yang. On Yu Yang's body, there was something that couldn't be seen. It struggled very slightly and hissed. However, Little Winley increased the power of the light's purification, causing it to quickly melt and disappear without a trace. Although the strange demon that had sneakily attacked Yu Yang had been purified and killed by Little Winley, Yu Yang still fell to the ground with a dong sound. His mind was clear. However, his body seemed to have been hypnotized, completely unable to move. His eyes couldn't see anything. In the endless darkness, he could only sense that Little Winley was trying to save him. She seemed to be using her energy to purify his body. The strange thing was, Yu Yang realized that his body was normal. His innate chi flowed smoothly in every meridian in his body. The thing that had made him sleepy after the sneak attack had already been expelled. However, he still couldn't open his eyes, and couldn't wake up normally. Yu Yang was extremely anxious. He could be 100% sure that this was the doing of that dark golden specter. Although he didn't know when he made his move, and didn't know what method he used, he was sure that he had been tricked. What kind of beast could hypnotize him without making a sound? How come even Little Winley couldn't sense it? Yu Yang felt very strange. This feeling was almost the same as when he entered a dream. The only difference was that he could control the dream world at will, but he couldn't do anything now. What did he have to do to wake up? Could he enter the dream world in this uncontrollable space and come out from the dream world again? Yu Yang's thoughts spun like lightning as he thought of a way to break out of it. Compared to Yu Yang, the powerful elder Tian Suo was in an even more miserable state now. He was like a small worm, held in the hands of the dark golden spectre that had lost half of its body. Originally, the dark golden spectre wanted to tear elder Tian Suo into pieces. However, when it saw that little Wenli had summoned her diamond grimoire to protect Yu Yang, its expression changed. It quickly stopped and put the pitiful elder Tian Suo down. It then stretched out its shadow-like hand and penetrated elder Tian Suo's head, as if it wanted to search his memories. The dark golden spectre seemed to be more and more surprised. It didn't have a mouth, but through the resonance of the air, it strangely spoke. Such a young innate rancor? This is really strange. Little snake demon, your master only has a silver grimoire. You are his guardian beast, how could you have a higher diamond grimoire than him? This is really difficult. It has only been 1,000 years, how could everything be messed up? If I look carefully, the three of you are actually different guardian beasts. This is really unbelievable. This brat is really strange. I should have summoned his soul back, how could it fail? I have never encountered such a situation before. Could it be that such a young human brat could fight against me in terms of willpower? Could it be that the human race had completely revived? What actually happened in these years that I was in deep sleep? The dark golden spectre looked very surprised as it muttered to itself and shook its head continuously. It seemed to be very distressed. It couldn't understand the various mysterious phenomena that happened to Yu Yang. In the end, the dark golden spectre shook its head, forget it, let's not think about it anymore. We should first heal our body and quickly kill this dangerous brat. It's too dangerous. Such a young innate rancor, if we let you grow, what would happen? Half of its body slowly fused with elder Tian Suo's body. If Yu Yang was awake, he would be able to see that elder Tian Suo was not dead yet. Elder Tian Suo was still awake. Elder Tian Suo was not dead, but his body was completely controlled by someone else. His entire body was occupied, taken over and controlled by the dark golden spectre. The only thing that remained was his face. That face was filled with shock, fear, despair, helplessness. Countless expressions were squeezed together, forming a creepy expression that would make people's hair stand on end. Yu Yang couldn't hear the dark golden spectre's words now, nor could he see elder Tian Suo's expression. He was still struggling with all his might, trying to break free from his dream. Even if his opponent was a peak rancor, he couldn't just resign himself to death like this, right? Wake up, fight him to the death, Yu Yang shouted from the bottom of his heart, quickly wake up, fight, fight, I definitely can't let my enemy kill me so easily while I'm asleep. Wake up and fight, kill him. No matter if he's a peak rancor or someone else, I must kill him, wake up. As if they could feel the screams in Yu Yang's heart, the bloody queen and the barbarian cow shadow resisted the dark golden spectre's terrifying pressure. Instead of retreating, their fighting spirit exploded as they protected him by his side. Yu Yang's innate chi circulated crazily in his body. Every time it circulated, he would regain control of his body. His consciousness and senses towards his body would also become stronger. Little Wenli suddenly turned into a ray of rainbow light and disappeared. A guardian beast can also betray you? No, this is impossible. The dark golden spectre that had melted into elder Tian Suo's body and was preparing to fuse with elder Tian Suo cried out repeatedly. Yu Yang's eyelids were blinking. He felt that he was about to wake up. His entire soul was burning and shouting. A power that he had never felt before exploded. The dark golden spectre's face distorted, as if it was incomparably angry that Yu Yang could resist its will, reverse the situation and regain control of his body. A small human could actually fight against it. Suddenly, a ray of rainbow light soared into the sky. In front of Yu Yang, a grimoire that was sparkling and translucent like a crystal appeared, shining brilliantly. The rainbow light spread outside Yu Yang's body, forming a unique rainbow energy shield. Countless rainbows revolved around him, and a gigantic golden halo expanded outwards. Its power was as cold as the scorching sun, and its light was as bright as the moon. In an instant, the entire dual space was illuminated. When the dark golden spectre saw this, it immediately jumped in fright and roared in despair, what the hell, it's actually a divine grimoire. damn it, how could it be a divine grimoire? How could he have two grimoires? No, it's impossible for him to have a divine grimoire. Aha! A gigantic pillar of fire soared into the sky from the divine grimoire. It rotated without stopping and spread out at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, there was only one thing left in the entire dual space, and that was flames. Flames that could burn the heavens. The Bloody Queen and the barbarian Cow Shadow's bodies continued to change, reconstruct, and evolve in the midst of this pure and powerful raging flame. On the other side, the dark golden specter that was anxiously trying to crawl out of Elder Xianxia's body and escape back to the white jade beetle once again summoned a black shield in despair. However, in this kind of pure raging flame, the black shield was as powerless as smoke. It was instantly shattered and completely burned and purified by the flame. It was as if there was a pair of incomparably beautiful creatures circling around each other in the raging flame. In the dual space, the power of the flame immediately increased by 10 times, 100 times. It was like the legendary Nirvana flame, which could burn anything. It could barely hold on for 3 seconds. The originally incomparably powerful dark golden specter's body was completely purified in despair. In the end, only a soul body that was burning continuously was left, struggling in pain. Before the pair of mysterious creatures flew into the divine grimoire, they resonated with each other and let out 2 clear sounds that sounded like the sounds of nature. Just as the sounds of nature rang out, the burning soul body seemed to have reached its limit. Like a bubble bursting, it burst with a bang, turning into thousands of rays of light and dissipating. Even the soul was completely annihilated and disappeared. What was left was a transparent pearl that fell to the ground. Other than that, there was nothing left. Aha! Yu Yang shouted loudly. His entire body soared into the sky, like a dragon soaring through the heavens as he spun down proudly. He had broken through the shackles of his soul in one fell swoop and successfully regained control of his body. It was only at this moment that he felt that he had truly controlled his own life. Only in adversity would one be enlightened. Breaking through difficulties would one be victorious. When Yu Yang regained his senses from the wonderful feeling of being in complete control of his own life, he looked at the situation in front of him. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. How is it over? I haven't even started fighting yet. Who did this? The entire battle had ended. The dark golden specter that was so strong that it made people tremble no longer existed. As for Elder Xianxia, whose body appeared to be completely unharmed on the surface, he had also been soundlessly turned into ashes by the wind that Yu Yang had brought with him when he leapt into the air, disappearing without a trace. Yu Yang was dumbfounded. Who did this? How could the dark golden specter and Elder Xianxia be killed in one move? Before Yu Yang regained his body and regained consciousness, he could vaguely feel that it was the life form that flew out from the divine grimoire. However, he didn't know what it was. He remembered that this life form had appeared when he first contracted with it and when he first reached the innate realm. However, Yu Yang didn't know what it was. He could only vaguely remember that its cry was even more melodious than a heavenly bird's cry. So it was inside his body? Was it the compensation from the old Taoist priest for kicking him? Or was it like how the heavenly sword goddess used her sword chi to transform into a big loli? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but Yu Yang couldn't understand a single one of them. He only knew that the powerful Elder Xianxia and the even more powerful Dark Golden Spectre were instantly killed by that life form in one move. As expected of a product from the Divine Grimoire. One word, it was arrogant. Yu Yang was a little regretful that he couldn't open the Divine Grimoire yet. Otherwise, he would be able to run amok like a crab in the Celestial Empire, catching whoever he saw. The Bloody Queen and the barbarian Cow Shadow were both evolving, but Yu Yang didn't care about them right now. He only wanted to find little Wenli. His precious darling was missing, he couldn't let anything happen to her. Yu Yang looked left and right and saw that little Wenli wasn't there. He panicked and shouted, "Little Loli, come out quickly, where are you? Don't scare me." Just when Yu Yang thought that little Wenli had been injured by the Dark Golden Spectre and was heartbroken, he suddenly saw a rainbow light floating out from the Divine Grimoire. A familiar fragrance assaulted his nostrils. A small body threw itself into Yu Yang's arms like a swallow returning to the forest, and 6 small hands hugged his head tightly. A smile blossomed on that pink and tender little face. It was as if the sun was shining through the window, filling one's heart. In an instant, everything in the world was overshadowed by it. Yu Yang took a closer look. Isn't this my precious darling? He was so happy that he hurriedly leaned forward and kissed her fiercely. Then, he lifted the little darling up and let out a carefree cheer. Uncle Strange Uncle was scared to death. Luckily, nothing happened to you. NN. Little Winley nodded cutely and blinked her big eyes. She saw that Yu Yang was worried about her and was happy to see that she was fine. She couldn't help but feel very touched. She couldn't help hugging him tightly and kissed him a few times. Then she let out a bell-like laughter. Yu Yang tossed her high into the air and caught her again. He teased the Lamia lowly until her body softened with laughter. Only then did he put her down gently. The Bloody Queen, who had completed her evolution and was naked, was extremely jealous. It wasn't easy for her to evolve once. Furthermore, she was completely naked, but she was actually ignored by him. This was a huge blow to her. Fortunately, she didn't know how to speak the soaring dragon continent's language. Otherwise, she would have scolded him for being a lolicon. As long as its master didn't die, a guardian beast would never truly die. What was there for him to be nervous about? Moreover, how could the Lamia lowly be hurt? The Bloody Queen had a headache. Having a master like this made her feel dizzy. When the Bloody Queen saw that Yu Yang and Little Winley had finished fooling around, she immediately pretended to say, "I've just finished evolving, come and pay attention to me." Who knew that Yu Yang's gaze had directly skipped over her and landed on the barbarian cow shadow? If the Bloody Queen had a stick, she would definitely smash it on Yu Yang's head. Could it be that in his eyes, a beauty couldn't compare to a cow? The barbarian cow shadow was indeed a female barbarian cow in the past, but her current appearance didn't really look like a cow anymore. The barbarian cow shadow, who had obtained the mysterious energy from the pure raging flame, had continuously reconstructed her body and evolved to perfection. She had benefited much more than the Bloody Queen. The Bloody Queen originally had a foundation, but she had only recovered to gold-ranked level 5 with the help of the mysterious energy. However, the barbarian cow shadow had evolved from bronze-ranked level 5 to silver-ranked level 5. The barbarian cow shadow was originally bronze-ranked level 5. Even if she had successfully evolved, she would only be silver-ranked level 4, however, she had evolved, leveled up and reconstructed her body at the same time. Yu Yang realized that after the barbarian cow shadow had reconstructed her body, she had changed a lot. She was originally 3 meters tall, but she had shrunk a little. Her gigantic body had also lost its terrifying muscles, becoming taller and longer. Her current appearance was 100 times better than before. Her horns were no longer coarse, but had become extremely smooth. Furthermore, the lines were more refined and sharper, forming a beautiful killing weapon. Her originally coarse female face had also become more refined. Although her facial features hadn't reached the standard of a beauty, she wasn't ugly at all. Instead, she looked a little like a powerful female warrior. The red light in her pair of blood-red eyes gradually faded, revealing the whites of her eyes that were closer to a human's. Her pupils were still blood-red, and her energy had become more abundant. Yu Yang reckoned that the power of her, Doom's eyes, had increased instead of decreasing. The ox head armor on his body had completely changed. The current barbarian cow shadow didn't look like she had merged with the barbarian cow anymore. She looked more like a giant female warrior wearing the barbarian cow armor. Her muscles were still bulging, and her explosive power was boundless, but her skin had become smooth and soft. Her figure had become more like a woman's. She no longer had a bear's waist and tiger's back, but had a slight curve. Of course, every part of the barbarian cow shadow was one size higher than a normal woman. No matter if it was her chest, waist, buttocks, or legs, they all looked like a female giant. It was just that she already looked like a woman. This made Yu Yang feel very gratified. He originally didn't expect the barbarian cow shadow to become a beautiful woman. Being able to become like this was already a pleasant surprise. Maybe if she evolved one more time, she would become a great beauty. Yup, I've decided. I'll call you a man from now on. Yu Yang officially gave the barbarian cow shadow a name. He had called her this name before, but now he had officially decided on it. Seeing this, the Bloody Queen felt even more sour in her heart. It wasn't easy for this fellow to come up with a name. Out of so many beasts, only Little Wenli and Hui Tai Lang had names. Now that the barbarian cow Shadow also had an official name, she, a Gold King beast, didn't have one. This was really too much of a failure. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Yu Yang finally saw her by accident and asked curiously. The bloody queen almost fainted. She thought to herself, you only saw me now? It's already been half a day. If this was a world of ice and snow, I'm afraid I would have already frozen to death. This is also not bad. I mean your body is not bad. I didn't see anything, you should wear your clothes first. Yu Yang saw the bloody queen who was covering her chest with one hand and her lower body with the other, and swallowed his saliva. If it wasn't for Little Wenli being beside him, he wouldn't be able to control himself and push this girl down. It was too tempting. Her snow-white body, her jade peaks that couldn't be covered, and the luxuriant fragrant grass that mischievously escaped from the gaps of his fingers. With the mentality of not teaching bad things to little children, Yu Yang suppressed his wolfish heart with great difficulty. Seeing this, the bloody queen was secretly pleased. In order to take revenge on Yu Yang for ignoring her just now, when she was wearing her clothes, she purposely exaggerated her movements. She also slowed down from time to time, pretending to be unintentional and revealing a little bit of her body. This caused Yu Yang's wolfish heart to be aroused. His eyes, which were originally pretending to be serious and looking straight ahead, almost cramped because of the excessive movements. The bloody queen coughed lightly. Yu Yang hurriedly pretended not to see anything and ran out to pick up the remaining transparent pearl that the dark golden specter left behind after its death. With his divine vision, he found something strange. At first, Yu Yang thought that the dark golden specter wasn't completely dead and was hiding inside the pearl. He didn't expect that with his divine vision, there was no remnant of a soul inside the pearl at all. There was only an indescribable mysterious energy. This energy didn't have any life force. It was a kind of static existence that was close to extinction. What was the use of this thing? Yu Yang didn't understand at all. He suddenly remembered that he was hypnotized by the dark golden specter and his soul was almost captured by it. He was secretly shocked. Could it be because of this pearl? After thinking for a long time, Yu Yang finally made a decision to test it out. He held the Hui Jin magic blade in his hand and used this pearl to slowly approach the molten flame core and the demon dragon's crystal. In the end, this pearl made the entire Hui Jin magic blade tremble, as if it had seen a terrifying monster. On the contrary, the golden beast that had transformed into a wrist guard and was currently digesting the giant frost dragon's crystal, greedily extended its metal arm, as if it wanted to swallow this pearl as well. In your dreams. If you don't participate in the battle, you won't get a share of the good stuff. Yu Yang naturally wouldn't let the golden beast swallow this pearl for nothing. If he couldn't understand it, he would keep it first. There was no fear of having too many treasures. He would first store it in his lich ring and slowly study it. He then picked up the white jade beetle. Now, it had changed again. On its originally sparkling and translucent back, there was an additional golden runic circle. It was exactly the same as the one Yu Yang had seen before, except this time, it was imprinted on the white jade beetle's back. Other than the pure energy, Yu Yang also discovered that there was a kind of deep condensed demonic energy crystal inside the white jade beetle's body. He reckoned that this was the energy of the dark golden specter's severed half of its body. After losing its master's control, it had crystallized. Yu Yang felt that if he took out this demon crystal and poured it into Hui Tai Lang's body, Hui Tai Lang would be really awesome. It might even evolve into a Cerberus, or even a demon king-ranked demon wolf. Of course, because of the golden runic circle seal, Yu Yang could only fantasize about it for the time being. Yu Yang placed the white jade beetle back into his backpack. He was still a little curious. He had clearly carefully placed this thing in a small pocket at the bottom of his backpack. Nothing had fallen out of his backpack, and there was no hole in it. How did it end up in Elder Tian Sua's hands? Could it be that it was the dark golden specter's doing, or could it be that this white jade beetle, which looked lazy and not very active on the surface, was actually a mischievous person who especially liked to cause trouble during battles? Hey, I'm warning you, don't cause trouble for me anymore. Otherwise, I'll fry you and use you to eat with wine. Yu Yang couldn't understand what was going on, and he didn't care whether the white jade beetle could understand him or not. He just gave it a warning. The way he talked to the beetle made the bloody queen roll her eyes. However, she also felt a little strange in her heart. She didn't see how the white jade beetle had fallen out. Normally, with her senses, she would be able to see any movement within 100 meters as if she had seen it with her own eyes. However, when the white jade beetle fell out and was picked up by Elder Xianxia, she didn't notice it at all. This was really an unsolved mystery. When Yu Yang had finished packing everything, he slept in the dimension of Dual for more than 10 minutes. Finally, the 1-hour time limit was up. The dimension of Dual's law forcefully teleported Yu Yang away, allowing him to return to the teleportation point. Before Yu Yang could stand firmly, he suddenly saw an unbelievable scene happening in front of his eyes. Xia Empire's Imperial Guards commander Feng Kuang, the eagle-eyed man whose entire body was drenched in blood, and 2 generals that Yu Yang didn't recognize. The 4 of them took turns to attack Elder Xianxia from all sides. Wasn't Elder Xianxia already burnt to ashes? How could he still be alive? Yu Yang's jaw almost dropped to the ground again. Yu Yang's sudden appearance had a huge impact on the entire battle. Eagle-eyed Xia Huwei Lai, who was preparing to unleash his ultimate skill and fight to the death with Elder Xianxia, saw Yu Yang's appearance and immediately flew over in surprise. "You're alright? Why are there 2 Elder Xianxias?" Yu Yang pointed at Elder Xianxia, who was being pushed back by the 1,000 withering bones Feng Kuang's heavy halberd. "What?" Hearing this, eagle-eyed Xia Huwei Lai's face immediately revealed astonishment and shock. He hurriedly shouted, "General Feng Kuang, wait a minute, something's wrong." He first raised his sword and stood beside Yu Yang to protect him, then hurriedly asked, "What did you say? 2 Elder Xianxias? Explain it clearly." "There's indeed another Elder Xianxia, but that Elder Xianxia is already dead." "Is this person's twin brother?" Yu Yang was absolutely sure that the Elder Xianxia in the dimension of Dual was dead beyond dead. Not only was his body taken over by the Dark Golden Spectre, he was also instantly killed by the mysterious life form in the Divine Grimoire, turning his body into ashes. Furthermore, if the Elder Xianxia who fought with him didn't die, he wouldn't be able to come out from the dimension of Dual. "Is what you said true?" Eagle-eyed Xia Huwei Lai shouted at Feng Kuang, "Hurry up and see His Majesty, the State Grandmaster and the 2 Heavenly Imperial Guardians. This is suspicious. I've said it before, someone is impersonating." Elder Xianxia flew in front of Yu Yang and loudly defended himself. "Before you are cleared of suspicion, you better stay away from the only eyewitness. If you dare to make a move on him, then His Majesty will continue with the previous imperial decree and declare war on your floating mist sect." The eagle-eyed Xia Huwei Lai glared at Elder Xianxia angrily as he stood in front of Yu Yang to protect him. "Alright, as long as you don't attack me, I won't attack you. I received orders from sect leader Bai Yin to come and save people. Why would I purposely kill someone? I do have a grudge against General Dao Feng, but I definitely wouldn't kill him just because of that. Furthermore, I wouldn't kill someone so brazenly. I represent the entire floating mist sect. Why would I start a massacre in your medical center? This is a misunderstanding, someone is impersonating me. Although I don't know who it is, I'm definitely not the one who injured General Dao Feng and Granny Feng. I'm guessing that someone is impersonating me in order to sow discord between our floating mist sect and the Xia kingdom." Elder Xianxia threw down the long blade in his hand, indicating that this matter was just a misunderstanding and that he was not willing to continue fighting. "You are Yu Qiu's son, tell me, what happened?" Feng Kuang had seen Yu Yang before in the Yu clan castle. Right now, he only believed what Yu Yang had said. With regards to Elder Xianxia, if it wasn't for the fact that the State Grandmaster had advised Jun Wuyu to temporarily withdraw his declaration of war, Feng Kuang would have mobilized all the experts in Shangjing to surround and kill Elder Xianxia. Even if he was an elder of the Floating Mist sect, he would not be so arrogant as to start a massacre in the Imperial Army's medical center. What's more, they were going to kill all the heroes who had sacrificed for the country, as well as General Dao Feng, an important minister of the country. When he first received this warning, Jun Wuyu was enraged and almost wanted to personally kill Elder Xianxia. At the same time, he issued an order to declare war and was prepared to personally bring the 2 Heavenly Imperial Guardians to the Floating Mist sect. Luckily, the state grandmaster persuaded him and changed the order to capture Elder Xianxia to investigate the whole matter. However, the eagle-eyed Xia Huilai thought that Yu Yang, the new student with the most potential, had been killed by Elder Xianxia. Thus, he kept attacking crazily, intending to kill Elder Xianxia with his sword and take revenge for Yu Yang. Who would have thought that in the middle of the battle, Yu Yang would suddenly appear, and even say that there were two Elder Xianxias? Yu Yang had never been protected like this before. Eagle-eyed Xia Huilai was in front, Feng Kuang was on the right, and the other two generals had also arrived. One on the left and one on the back, they surrounded Yu Yang in the middle. Everyone was waiting for him to say the final answer. What exactly was going on? It's like this. We came to hand over the medicine, but because we didn't have enough medicine, I even chatted with old General Dao Feng for a while. At this time, Elder Xianxia came, and he was extremely arrogant. He used the golden drum to knock everyone unconscious. Before Yu Yang could finish speaking, Elder Xianxia immediately denied it and shouted that he didn't do that. You didn't? The ground was filled with injured people, and their eardrums were ruptured. It was all your doing. I was there at that time and I saw it with my own eyes. Eagle-eyed Xia Huilai roared like a lion. I really didn't do that. It was done by the person who impersonated me. Elder Xianxia hurriedly defended himself. Shut up. Let him speak first. Feng Kuang shouted loudly, then nodded towards Yu Yang, indicating for him to continue speaking. After that, Elder Xianxia summoned a silver-ranked level 8 white python, which sent the teacher flying. He then summoned a fog monster, which enveloped the old lady doctor, preparing to suffocate her to death. He even summoned a silver-ranked level 6 ox-head warrior to attack me. Yu Yang's words caused Elder Xianxia to roar madly. I already said, it wasn't done by me. I don't have a silver-ranked level 8 white python, and I don't have an ox-head warrior either. It was done by the person who impersonated me. That guy might have used a special type beast to disguise himself as me. That definitely wasn't me. I'm sure that person didn't disguise himself, and he didn't have a special type beast that could transform. He looked exactly the same as you. Yu Yang also felt that it was strange. If there really was someone impersonating him, then this conspiracy would be huge. However, he could also be sure that the Elder Xianxia in the dimension of duel did not disguise himself, but his real face. Feng Kuang signaled for Elder Xianxia to stop defending himself, and nodded towards Yu Yang. Now that we've confirmed that there are two Elder Xianxias, what happened next? What happened next? Yu Yang naturally couldn't tell them everything that had happened in the dimension of duel. He hurriedly played down some of the minor details. I blinded the ox-head warrior's eyes, and let my two-headed demon wolf lure it down the valley. That Elder Xianxia wanted to kill me, so I escaped to a very special place. He chased after me, and even summoned a big idiot beast and a thunder goblin bat. I don't know what happened either, but when I fainted on the ground, Elder Xianxia was suddenly killed by a strong warrior, and his body turned into ashes. After that, I came back here. Killed in an instant? When Elder Xianxia, Feng Kuang and the others heard this, they were all dumbfounded. Even if it was an impersonator of Elder Xianxia, he was still a strong warrior. He was able to stun everyone with a single attack, and he was even able to summon a silver-ranked level 8 white python. He was actually killed in an instant. When Yu Yang saw everyone's expressions, he hurriedly waved his hands. I don't know whether it was an instant kill or not, because I fainted at that time. When I opened my eyes, I discovered that Elder Xianxia's body was completely fine. When I went up to take a look, he had actually turned into ashes, disintegrating with a single movement. The eagle-eyed Xia Huilai nodded in realization. No wonder when I was fighting the white python bitterly, the white python suddenly screamed and exploded. So its master had already died. However, Elder Xianxia expressed his suspicions. If you say that you were knocked unconscious, I believe you. But if you say that the impersonator is already dead, what proof do you have? I suspect that there is no such person at all. You guys are the ones who purposely set this up to harm me and the floating mist sect. You are just a kid from an academy. How could you possibly survive an attack from an expert of our level? Yu Yang didn't bother to explain further, and immediately took out the platinum grimoire from his backpack. This time Elder Tian Sua couldn't say anything else. His expression became very ugly, and he cursed furiously. This is a method used by some sect to provoke us. A ranker who possesses a platinum grimoire would actually disguise himself as me and do such a thing. Look, my platinum grimoire is different from this one. This proves that I am not that person. Elder Tian Sua took out his platinum grimoire. However, Feng Kuang still shook his head and said, I don't suspect that you are that person now, but you are still suspicious. I am willing to go to His Majesty Jun Wuyu and clarify everything before returning to the Floating Mist sect. I am definitely not the murderer. I am not afraid of being investigated and confronted. Although I have an old grudge with General Dao Feng, I do not have the intention to kill him. I do not care about what happened that year at all. Elder Tian Sua knew that if he returned to the Floating Mist sect now, he would not be able to clear his name. He hurriedly expressed that he was willing to be investigated, so that the relationship between the Floating Mist sect and the Dixia kingdom would not worsen. That person, is he really not your twin brother? Yu Yang confirmed once again, he did not disguise himself, he looks exactly the same as you. My brother died in battle 180 years ago. At that time I was in the same army as General Dao Feng. The three of us have different appearances. At that time, my older brother and younger brother died in battle. Dao Feng and I managed to escape with our lives, but we had a dispute over the matter of rescuing them. I felt that we should not continue fighting, and should preserve our strength so that we don't all die. Dao Feng, on the other hand, felt that we should fight to the death. At that time I was afraid, and because I was sad that my brother had died in battle, I fought with General Dao Feng. In the end, we fell out. After that, I entered the Floating Mist sect as a disciple and my strength increased greatly. At some point in time I did indeed do many things that offended General Dao Feng. Although I have an old grudge against him, I definitely did not have the intention to kill him. Furthermore, I am representing the Floating Mist sect to rescue people. How could I start a massacre? That's impossible. As for my brother, it's even more impossible. Firstly, my brother died early. Secondly, they look different from me. Why did that impersonator look exactly the same as me? I also want to find out. A fellow who has a platinum grimoire but looks exactly like me, how could he impersonate me and do so many bad things? I also want to find out. General Feng Kuang, I hope that you can send someone to invite sect leader Bai Yun over. Ask him and His Majesty Jun Wuyu to preside over this matter. This matter must be instigated by other powers. Because our relationship was originally not that good, we are the easiest target to instigate. Elder Tian Sua turned around and looked at Yu Yang. Suddenly, he nodded his head and said, I have to thank you for this matter. If you did not return, I would definitely be the scapegoat. Furthermore, the relationship between the Dixia Empire and the Floating Mist sect might worsen to the extreme. I'm afraid that the insidious and sinister plot of the enemy hiding in the dark would have succeeded. You guys should get to the bottom of this matter. I've already said what I wanted to say. I'm still a kid, I don't know how to deal with the affairs of the country. It's better for me to obediently go back and study. Yu Yang did not want to be involved in the conspiracy between the sects and the country. What a joke. None of these fellows were easy to deal with. Killing a fake Elder Tian Sua had already used up all of his energy. If there was another real one, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? The eagle-eyed Xia Huwei Lai nodded his head in agreement with Yu Yang's words. In his heart, Yu Yang was a newcomer with the most potential in the future of the Dixia Empire. He definitely could not let those old fogies from the Floating Mist sect fancy him. Otherwise, if they brought him up the mountain to train, there would be nothing left for the Dixia Empire. To train, one did not necessarily have to go to the four great sects. As long as one had enough talent, he could become a strong warrior no matter where he trained. He thought for a while and quickly took out the silver-ranked level 8 white python magic crystal from his bosom and passed it to Yu Yang. I can't be here right now. You should return to the academy first. Don't be in a hurry to do quests. I suggest that you go and listen to Grandma Wuting's lessons. She has a lot of basic knowledge. If you are willing to learn medicine, I can invite Grandma Feng to the academy to be your teacher. Thank you, teacher. When Yu Yang saw that there was a silver-ranked level 8 magic crystal, He quickly pretended to be an obedient student. Woof. Hui Tai Lang also came over at this time, wagging its tail as it chewed on a silver-ranked level 6 Ox-Head Warrior's magic crystal. Originally, it wanted to swallow it, but when it remembered Yu Yang's usual warnings, it hurriedly left it behind to please its master. Your performance is not bad. I'll reward you with a delicious meat bone tonight. Yu Yang was extremely happy. He had another magic crystal. Today was really a good day. Is he really Yu Qiu's son? His looks, he does look a little like him, but his personality. Elder Tian Sua looked at Yu Yang's receding figure, as if he was very interested. Hey, you better take care of your own matters first. The eagle-eyed Xia Huilai couldn't help but remind him that he was still a suspect. Looks like the Yu clan is really going to rise. Elder Tian Sua didn't bother with him as he muttered. When he returned to the academy, he found Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li brothers waiting for him with swollen faces. Even the students from the death class had not left yet. Seeing that Yu Yang had returned, the old cunning fox was the first to welcome him. Student Titan, are you all right? The old cunning fox was most afraid of losing Yu Yang, the student with the most potential. Now that he had returned safe and sound, he was overjoyed. He asked softly, how's the situation? There are 2 elder Tian Suas. The matter is still under investigation, I'm not too sure. Of course, Yu Yang wouldn't tell him too much, so he just brushed it off. This matter seems a little fishy. The old cunning fox was very smart. He felt that there was something fishy about this matter. However, the old cunning fox didn't mention this matter. He turned around and praised Yu Yang's bravery and resourcefulness, not panicking in the face of danger. In the end, the old cunning fox even announced that every student would be rewarded with 10 gold coins. He even decided to treat everyone to a meal to calm their nerves. Immediately, the old cunning fox's extravagance made the death class students cheer. The students who didn't know Yu Yang, although they were curious, didn't come over to ask. The long-haired girl, Princess Qi Ming and a few other children surrounded him. Especially Princess Bei, she immediately jumped into Yu Yang's embrace and cried loudly. The situation of the battle was unclear. When the death class students woke up, they realized that they had already been sent back to the academy. Because Yu Yang was still missing, the old cunning fox had been waiting for news. Many people thought that Yu Yang had already died. Only Yi Kong and the others believed that Yu Yang would be able to return safely. For example, Princess Bei, although she was excellent in her studies, she was still a child. She was afraid that it would be hard for her to hold it in. When Yu Yang returned, she immediately cried. However, because Yu Yang's skill in coaxing little Lolis was really good, with just a few words, Princess Bei was coaxed by Yu Yang again. I've already said that you would definitely return safely. Who are you? You're my, young Master Hai's, brother. With my, young Master Hai's, luck protecting you, it would be difficult for anything to happen to you. Fatty Hai shouted proudly. Yi Kong, on the other hand, didn't say a word. He only nodded at Yu Yang with a resolute gaze. Yu Bing had just found out about this and rushed over upon hearing the news. Her face was pale as a sheet as she threw herself into Yu Yang's arms and hugged her brother tightly. She was afraid that if she let go, her brother would disappear like smoke. Not only Yu Yang, but everyone else also tried to persuade him. In the end, Yu Bing looked at her brother again and again. Only when she found that her brother was fine did she relax. Yu Yang kept feeling that someone was watching him from a certain place, but with his ability, he couldn't sense where that person was hiding. Who was this person watching him in the dark? Could it be the drunken cat? Just as Yu Yang was about to use his divine vision to search around, the gaze that was watching him in the dark disappeared. It seemed that the person had noticed Yu Yang's actions earlier. Forget it, there's no evil intentions. Yu Yang was very surprised. This Ivy Academy was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Not only was the old cunning fox and the drunken cat powerful, the person who was watching him in the dark was also an unfathomable rancor. As expected of an academy that had been passed down for over 3,000 years. It really had some foundation. Because of the incident with Elder Tian Sua, the death class didn't continue to train like before. Instead, they temporarily rested and moved around freely. Yu Bing wrote a letter to Yu Yang. It was sent by Anan. Her handwriting was graceful. Although she purposely wrote it very big and some of the strokes were emphasized, it still couldn't hide the elegance of a woman's handwriting. In the letter, Anan said that she was undergoing her aunt's training and couldn't go to the academy for the time being. She would meet up with Yu Yang at a later time. Yu Yang felt a little regretful that Anan couldn't come. If he couldn't pick up girls while studying, he wouldn't be able to be lovey-dovey under the moonlight. That would be such a waste of an opportunity. Together with Yu Bing, Yu Yang decided to listen to Grandma Wu Ting's class first. Grandma Wu Ting was a famous plant-type grandmaster. Most importantly, her basic knowledge was plentiful. No one in the academy could compare to her. Originally, Yu Yang thought that there would be a lot of students listening to her class. However, when he arrived, he realized that other than 2 students, only he and Yu Bing came to listen to the class. After waiting for half a day, Yi Kong pulled the still sleeping Fatty Hai over. Maybe it was because of the basic knowledge class, but almost no students came. Only those 2 weird students came. One was as skinny as a monkey, but his beast was as fat as a pig. The other beast seemed normal, but its owner was covered with cuts and bruises. His wounds were bandaged like a dumpling. These 2 people were extremely diligent. Before they started class, they were already copying. Because they were freshmen, no matter if it was Yu Yang, Yu Bing, Yi Kong, or the Li clan brothers, none of them knew these 2 weird students. The only one who was familiar with the situation was Fatty Hai, who was chasing after a beauty in his dreams and didn't have time to open his eyes. Yi Kong could only smile at the 2 weird students to show his friendliness. The 2 students hurriedly waved their hands, hinting Yi Kong and the others not to sit too close to them. "Students, I am Teacher Wu Ting." At first, Yu Yang thought that Grandma Wu Ting was an old lady with a kind face like the old lady doctor. Who knew that he was completely wrong? Grandma Wu Ting was a woman who looked like she was in her 40s. She had rosy cheeks, delicate skin and clear eyes. Other than the wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, she didn't look old at all. Although her clothes were simple, her temperament was extraordinary. Her entire person emitted a kind of special temperament that was a combination of rationality and wisdom, as if nothing in the world could move her. Her expression was calm and gentle, like an old well without ripples. If Yu Yang didn't know that this Grandma Wu Ting was once Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai and the old fox's teacher, and that her students were almost 200 years old, and that she was at least 300 years old this year, he would have thought that she was really a woman in her 40s or 50s. Grandma Wu Ting had more freedom in class. She didn't take attendance, nor did she read from the book. Instead, she explained based on her experience. After talking about plant-type beasts' basic knowledge for 10 minutes, she stopped and asked with a smile, "Other than the plant-type just now, everyone is free to ask any questions. I would like to ask about the relationship between beasts and warriors. If possible, I would also like to understand more about holy beasts and mythical beasts." Yu Yang had a lot of questions in his heart. Because of the knowledge that the summoning grimoire had transmitted to his brain, he knew a little about the advanced cultivation of beasts, but he didn't know much about the basic knowledge. Beasts, everyone should know that they are divided into normal, bronze, silver, gold, platinum and diamond ranks. Most warriors come into contact with normal ranked beasts the most. Bronze ranked and above are elite ranked beasts. After reaching gold ranked, we call them king beasts. That's why we call them gold king beasts. As for platinum ranked and diamond ranked beasts, they can't be reached through human cultivation. They are very rare, so we won't talk about them for now. Normally, after reaching the strength of a level 7 overlord, there would be a special teacher who would come to guide everyone. Above that, there would be another realm. In the soaring dragon continent that we live in, under normal circumstances, there would not be any beasts that exceed level 10. In other words, only normal ranked beasts could reach level 10. Furthermore, the majority of level 10 beasts exist for special reasons. For example, the ocean king whale, island tortoise, 10,000-year ancient tree and so on. These beasts have huge bodies and long lifespans. They don't have any natural enemies in the natural world, so they could easily grow to level 10. At the same time, because they possess great strength and have no natural enemies, they would rarely participate in battles in their entire lives. Hence, their chances of evolving are extremely low. They would remain normal ranked for their entire lives, without any possibility of mutation. As Grandma Wuting spoke, the two weird students scribbled noisily. As for Yu Yang, he pricked up his ears to listen. He realized that this Grandma Wuting was a very well-hidden ranker. On the surface, she looked like she only had the strength of a level 5 Grandmaster, but in reality, when Yu Yang used his divine vision to look at her, he could only see a facade. Compared to the old cunning fox, Jun Wu Yu and elder Yu Hai, who he still couldn't see through, she was many times stronger. Yu Yang suspected that this Grandma Wuting might be one of the 7 legendary, innate, rankers in Xia Kingdom. However, why would an innate ranker attend classes in the academy? Without any evidence, Yu Yang couldn't be too sure. Of course, no matter who Grandma Wuting was, Yu Yang felt that the knowledge she was talking about was many times stronger than those inflexible knowledge recorded in books. If a normal ranked beast has a body like the ocean king whale, under the situation where it doesn't have any natural enemies, it would be able to level up to level 10. Our standard is set at normal ranked level 10. Bronze ranked, we all know that this is the most basic elite ranked. Every bronze ranked beast of the same level is stronger than a normal ranked beast by 1 level. The higher the level, the greater the difference in strength. For example, a normal ranked level 3 beast might be able to fight against a bronze ranked level 2 beast, but a normal ranked level 7 beast would definitely not be able to fight against a bronze ranked level 6 beast, even if the bronze ranked beast was only 1 level higher. This is the difference in growth between an elite ranked beast and a normal ranked beast. In the Soaring Dragon continent, bronze ranked beasts can only level up to bronze ranked level 9. Normally, they wouldn't have any natural enemies after that. They would never be able to surpass themselves in their entire lives, and would be stuck at bronze ranked level 9. This is because, in a sense, bronze ranked level 9 has already reached the peak. They would already be able to dominate an area and be invincible. Hence, they wouldn't be able to progress any further. In the natural world, beasts like the cattle-swallowing Kodo beast, giant mammoth, earthquake dragon, giant mountain beast and so on, because of their size, they wouldn't have any natural enemies in the natural world. Although they aren't as huge as the ocean king whale or the island tortoise, to humans, they are still extremely huge creatures. In their lifetime, the number of battles that they would experience is very small. Normally, they would be the leaders of their clans, so the highest they can reach is bronze ranked level 9. According to what you said, silver ranked beasts would at most be silver ranked level 8, and gold ranked beasts would at most be gold ranked level 7. Is that right? Yu Yang asked. That's right. In the natural world, if no one nurtures them, silver-ranked level 8 and gold-ranked level 7 beasts wouldn't have any natural enemies in the natural world. They would be able to prey on other creatures that are at the same level 10 as them. However, everyone must take note of one thing. Because of the difficulty of evolution, most of the beasts are normal-ranked level 10, and the number of beasts that can evolve and mutate to gold-ranked is the least. If we say that there are more than 1,000 normal-ranked level 10 beasts that have already been discovered, the number of gold-ranked level 7 beasts that have been recorded doesn't even exceed 50. Many of them only exist in legends. Nobody can directly prove that these beasts exist at the top of the food chain. Grandma Wuting nodded affirmatively. Then in other places, are there beasts that have surpassed gold-ranked level 7? For example, in Tong Tian Tower? Yu Yang asked again. There are, but those are not the contents of our lecture today. In the future, when you all have the strength of a level 7 overlord, there will be someone who will tell you all about it. Let's talk about the second question, which is about warriors. Other than the level 10 titles that we know of, after the level 7 overlord, there will be another realm. When you all have reached that realm, there will be someone who will guide you towards a higher realm. Grandma Wuting didn't tell them about the realm after level 7. But Yu Yang could guess that it would be the innate realm. After level 7, one would start to train in the innate realm. Can you talk about the comparison between beasts and warriors? Also, can you talk about holy beasts and mythical beasts? Yu Yang wanted to take this opportunity to understand his own strength, and what realm he had reached. Most importantly, he wanted to understand his own beasts, like Little Winley, was she a holy beast, or a mythical beast? Alright, next, I will talk about the relationship between beasts and warriors. I will also talk about how to nurture holy beasts and mythical beasts. Grandma Wuting's calm words immediately shocked the entire audience. Nurture holy beasts and mythical beasts, how is this possible? Could holy beasts and mythical beasts really be nurtured artificially? Regarding holy beasts and mythical beasts, everyone knows that they exist. Furthermore, many people know how to cultivate holy beasts. Unfortunately, these things are useless to normal people. It's like a normal person contracting a summoning grimoire, knowing that it exists, but unable to contract it. Grandma Wuting smiled slightly. If we want to know the method, we must first understand what a holy beast is and how to evaluate it. Not only Yu Yang, even Yu Bing, Yi Kong, and the Li brothers pricked up their ears to listen. Only Fatty Hai was still in his dream, snoring so loudly that it shook the heavens. Grandma Wuting didn't mind the sleeping Fatty Hai. She looked at Yu Yang, then looked at Yu Bing and nodded slightly. Yi Kong suddenly felt that maybe it was because Yu Yang and Yu Bing were here listening to the lecture that Grandma Wuting would reveal this kind of secret. Otherwise, if it was just a normal student, it would be impossible for them to have the chance to hear this. Holy beast is not just a type of creature, it is also not a level or rank, but a realm of ability. Those that have high intelligence are holy beasts. No matter if they are normal, bronze, silver, gold, platinum or diamond, as long as they have high intelligence, they can be classified as holy beasts. Of course, it is very difficult for beasts below platinum to have high intelligence. Hence, beasts below platinum that can become holy beasts are 1 in a billion. Other than level 10 beasts that have lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, normal beasts would have a hard time becoming holy beasts. Holy beast specialties are language and learning. Because they have high intelligence, holy beasts can speak human language and learn human skills at the same time. If your beasts reach that realm, they would understand that the holy beast realm is the beginning of a beast's journey to the peak. Then what about divine beasts? Yu Yang was secretly curious. The Bloody Queen had intelligence and knew how to speak demon abyss language. Could she be counted as a holy beast? Or had she already stepped into the holy beast realm and was about to evolve into a holy beast? I don't know much about divine beasts. When Grandma Wuting mentioned mythical beasts, she paused for a moment, then said indifferently, "It is said that mythical beasts are the same as holy beasts, they both have extremely high intelligence. However, the biggest difference between them and holy beasts is that they possess summoning grimoires." Grandma Wuting's words made Yu Yang jump up in shock. Possess a grimoire? Does possessing a summoning grimoire make one a mythical beast? In that case, little Winli, a mythical beast can possess a summoning grimoire? How is this possible? Yi Kong and the Li brothers were also extremely shocked, they didn't dare to believe it. Grandma Wuting waved her hand lightly, indicating for Yu Yang to sit down. "I'm not too sure about the specifics. Whether it's true or just a rumor, once you've reached that realm, go and find out for yourselves." Yu Yang had a guilty conscience, afraid that Grandma Wuting would notice that something was wrong with him. The fact that little Winli had a summoning grimoire must be kept a top secret, so Yu Yang hurriedly changed the topic. "Then please tell me more about the holy beast. Other than possessing high intelligence and the ability to learn and speak, holy beasts also have another ability, which is to transform into humans. No matter what the original form of a holy beast is, be it a lion, an eagle, or something else, they can all transform into humans. They would slowly evolve into the same body as us, speak our human language, and learn our human combat skills. The stronger the holy beast, the more perfect its transformation into a human would be, and the closer it would be to us. If it reaches the 9th level of a holy beast, it would become exactly the same as us. Even if it were to sit here and have lessons with us, we wouldn't be able to tell that it's a beast and not a human." Grandma Wuting's words completely shocked Yu Yang. For example, the Bloody Queen, little Winli, the barbarian Cow Shadow and even the Thorny Flower, as time passed, they all became more and more like humans. Not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of intelligence and emotions, they were all continuously improving. Could it be that the process of nurturing the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen was the process of nurturing a holy beast? Could it be that holy beasts and mythical beasts weren't as simple as 9-star or 10-star beasts, and could be further divided into many ranks? Among the holy beasts, how could they differentiate the strong and the weak? Yu Yang hurriedly asked. Among the holy beasts, are there also ranks? Is it like level 1, level 2, and level 3? Grandma Wuting nodded her head in affirmation. It's not the same as our normal beasts. Rankers divide holy beasts into 9 ranks. Even a mature level 1 holy beast's battle power is equivalent to a normal level 9. However, because their battle power is really too high, far surpassing the imagination of normal people, normal warriors don't need to know about these things. Hence, rankers just call the entire holy beast's ranks as 9 stars. Of course, this 9 stars is completely different from a normal level 9 beast. When your beasts reach that realm in the future, you will understand. Hearing this, Yi Kong and the others felt their scalps go numb. If a level 1 holy beast had the strength of a normal level 9 beast, then how terrifying would a level 9 holy beast be? Above them, there were still mythical beasts. No wonder it was said that holy beasts were the beginning of the peak. This, to a normal warrior, it was really hard to imagine. No wonder the rankers at the peak would view warriors below level 6 as ants. A thought suddenly flashed through Yu Yang's mind. Why not ask the mysterious being that killed the dark golden specter in an instant? Above mythical beasts, is there an existence of a higher level? It is said that above mythical beasts, there is an existence called the transcending mythical beast. It is a kind of innate life form that normal warriors would not be able to possess. It is said that every 10,000 years, a lucky person like this would appear in the soaring dragon continent. However, this is only a legend. There are no records of transcending mythical beasts in this world. As for transcending mythical beasts, I don't understand them at all. Let's talk about holy beasts here. Transcending mythical beast. Yu Yang thought in his heart, when he was unconscious, the one that appeared and killed the dark golden specter in an instant, could it be the lucky person that appeared in the soaring dragon continent in 10,000 years? Could it be him? However, he was not a person from the soaring dragon continent, but a guy from another world. Even if it appeared, it wouldn't be him, a guy from another world, right? The only thing he could confirm now was that little Wen Li, who possessed a diamond grimoire, could be a mythical beast. She could even be a transcending mythical beast. Although he was a guy from another world and was not born with it, he had coincidentally met Queen Vivian Li, who had been sealed for 10,000 years. Then, he had worked together with her to raise little Wen Li. This seemed to be related to being born with a transcending mythical beast and 10,000 years of luck. Using the conditions of a transcending mythical beast on little Wen Li seemed to make sense. Yu Yang secretly decided that no matter what little Wen Li was, he would definitely raise her up. When his innate invisible sword chi reached a higher realm, he would definitely be able to open that divine grimoire. At that time, he would have a look at the records in the divine grimoire. He believed that all his doubts would be answered. Grandma Wuting's intelligent eyes swept across Yu Yang's face and smiled. Regarding the cultivation of holy beasts, actually many people know about it, but they don't have the ability to do it. Listen to it, maybe you guys can cultivate a holy beast. Yes. Yu Bing felt that she might not be able to do it, but her brother, who had the Bloody Queen, should have a chance. She listened with great interest. To cultivate a holy beast, it is best if it is a guardian beast, because it will never truly die, and it will never betray you. If not, any type of beast would be the same. The process of cultivation is to let the beast level up continuously, increase its intelligence, and at the same time, evolve into a human form. All types are the same. In Tong Tian Tower, there is a world tree quest where you can obtain the fruit of wisdom. This is one of the ways to cultivate a holy beast. There is also another way to cultivate a holy beast. For example, in the first floor of Tong Tian Tower, the 12 zodiac temples, if you complete 100% of the challenges, you will be rewarded by the ancient code. If you complete more than 100% of the challenges, you will be able to raise the intelligence of a holy beast. If you complete all the challenges in the 12 zodiac temples and win all of them, you would probably be able to cultivate a holy beast's intelligence. Grandma Wuting's words made Yu Yang suddenly understand. So that deathly difficult challenge was actually for people to cultivate holy beasts. No wonder it was so abnormal. Once a warrior succeeds in the challenge and obtains the reward of intelligence, they cannot challenge it again and can only move on to the next temple. If they complete all the challenges in the 12 zodiac temples, they can proceed to the second floor of the heaven, earth and human halls. There are also rewards there. At the higher floors, there are the World Tree Quest, and even more difficult quests. The senior said this, the more you put in, the more you will reap. If you want to cultivate a holy beast, you need to go through countless difficult challenges. The more difficult battles it goes through, the higher the beast's intelligence will be. This all depends on everyone's cultivation. How far you can go, how much hardship you can endure, how many battles you can experience, how much you can raise your beast to, it all depends on yourself. No one can help you, there are no shortcuts to cultivation. Children, at your age, it is the best time to learn and raise your level. Hence, you must cherish your youth and cherish your opportunities. Grandma Wuting's words had opened a door for Yu Yang, Yu Bing, Yi Kong, and the others. Although they had yet to step into it, they all knew that at a higher place, there was another realm, another wonderful world. The soaring dragon continent was just a starting point. At a higher place in the Tong Tian Tower, that was the true stage for the rankers to battle. That was the world that truly belonged to the rankers. Yu Yang and the others came to listen to Grandma Wuting's lessons for 3 consecutive days. Her knowledge was as vast as the sea, allowing Yu Yang's basic knowledge and the doubts in his heart to be replenished in an instant. He felt that he was gaining something every day, improving every day. Whether it was in terms of controlling his own beasts or targeting the weaknesses of his enemies' beasts, Yu Yang had made great progress. It was only at this moment that Yu Yang realized that his path to becoming a ranker had a true starting point. With these foundations laid, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings, and he would soar to the sky in one go. He believed that he would be able to break through again in the near future. Grandma Wuting's words were actually not of much help to Yi Kong and the Li brothers, because the difference in their strength was too great. Their beasts were also worlds apart from holy beasts. They were like primary school students who had gone to a university student's class to listen to lessons. Although they had learned some knowledge, in reality, they could not understand much. Yu Yang, on the other hand, was the opposite. His strength was the closest to what Grandma Wuting was talking about. Almost every sentence that she said was of great help to his improvement. Many things that he did not understand became clear as if the clouds were dispelled to reveal the sun. In class, it was usually Yu Yang who would ask questions, and Grandma Wuting who would answer. In other words, Grandma Wuting was teaching Yu Yang. The content of what she said was completely to guide him. As for Yi Kong and the others, they could only temporarily remember it in their hearts and wait for their strength to increase before they could understand it. Today's class will end here. In order to put into practice what we have learned in class, I have decided to give you guys an assignment. Go to the Despair Abyss and pick a stalk of Starlight Serene Indigo grass for me. If you guys succeed, then I will use my luck inherent skill to give your beasts luck once. Grandma Wuting's assignment was actually given to Yu Yang. Yi Kong and the others, including Yu Bing, did not have the ability to go to the Despair Abyss to pick this stalk of Starlight Serene Indigo grass. Only Yu Yang had the ability to do so. Yes. Yu Yang naturally understood Grandma Wuting's intention. She wanted to use this opportunity to help him level up. I will give you guys a month's time. We will meet here again in a month. Grandma Wuting nodded slightly and slowly left. A month's time? Could it be that Grandma Wuting thought that he would need at least a month's time to go to the Despair Abyss to pick the Starlight Serene Indigo grass? What kind of damned place was this Despair Abyss? Even though Yu Yang had already prepared his heart, he was still shocked. After Grandma Wuting left, Yu Bing took out the map of the Soaring Dragon continent and placed it on the table for everyone to study. The Despair Abyss was not in the Dexia Kingdom. This was the biggest problem. To go to the Despair Abyss, they needed to go to the Tian Luo Kingdom. In a sense, this Despair Abyss was another Gui Jianchou, one of the world's 5 great deathlands. But it was different from Gui Jianchou in that there were often people in the Despair Abyss. Every year when spring and summer came and went, countless adventurers would go to the Despair Abyss to gather herbs or steal the demon eggs. Because of the high mortality rate, especially in the inner parts of the Despair Abyss, the risk of death was extremely high. Therefore, when ordinary mercenaries heard that their leader had decided to go to the Despair Abyss, they would write their wills in despair and bid farewell to their families. After a long time, the Coiling Snakes Valley was renamed to the Despair Abyss. The top 3 killers of the Despair Abyss were not the demon beasts, but the terrain. The mortality rate of walking in this kind of valley was extremely high. There was a possibility of falling to death at any time. It was even higher than hunting the demon beasts. The second killer was the mountain wind. It was said that the mountain wind here could easily blow a group of big-footed rock sheep a few kilometers away, let alone humans. The third killer was the spiders. Whether it was the giant blood nest mother or the extremely small funnel spider, they were all gold-ranked killers. Among the spiders, there were wolf spiders that could crawl quickly, bird spiders that could catch birds, sand spiders that could burrow deep in the soil, and black water spiders that could ambush at any time. These spiders were countless deadly killers. The scariest thing was that the spiders here loved to eat humans. Between humans and animals, they would always attack humans first. This was the reason why adventurers felt the most despair. Let's first prepare our luggage and teleport to Crowleaf City, then take a horse carriage to Sandgate to cross the border, then transfer to Waterbull City and teleport to Mountain Cat City. From here, we will hire a carriage to go to Coiling Snakes Town. As for the detailed map of the Despair Abyss, we will buy it there. Although Yi Kong had never been there before, he was very experienced. Very quickly, he chose the fastest path. All Yu Yang had to do was nod his head. Yu Bing, are you going too? Yu Yang was a little worried that her body wouldn't be able to take it. The Despair Abyss was infamous, and it wasn't a place to play around. Yes, I also want to train hard. Yu Bing was determined. She had always wanted to follow her brother, but she also hoped that she could quickly increase her strength so that she would not be a burden to her brother. Now that she had the chance to train, she felt that she shouldn't be scared off by the abyss of despair. She insisted on challenging herself and challenging the difficulty. Of course, she also knew that if there was any danger, her brother would protect her. She only needed to grit her teeth and follow closely by his side to gain experience. Seeing that Yu Bing was eager to improve, Yu Yang did not stop her. In the hearts of ordinary people, the Despair Abyss was a terrifying place of death. However, in Yu Yang's heart, it was far from the Gui Jianchou. Forget about the demon insects at the Gui Jianchou, the gold-ranked level 7 Reaper Mantis was not to be trifled with. The terrain of the Despair Abyss was a little dangerous, and the mountain winds were also strong. If one had good skills and a flying beast, it shouldn't be too difficult. The only thing that made Yu Yang wary was the deadline given by Grandma Wu Ting. 1 month, even if they subtracted the 5 days' journey, there were still 25 days left. This meant that the Starlight Serene Indigo grass was definitely not easy to find. Other than that, it was impossible for such a treasure to not have any strong beasts coveting it. There was even a level 8 Herculean rhinoceros beetle fighting for the black-eared shriveled heart orchid in the abyss. Yi Kong, you guys prepare the things. We will first go to the beast shop in Shangjing to see if there are any chaos eggs that are suitable for us. Then I will write a letter to City Mistress Fallen Flowers and ask her if she has any good suggestions for picking the Starlight Serene Indigo grass. 7th sister and I will go home to visit 4th mother. If you guys don't want to come, then you can wait for us at the Sandgate border. Oh right, I will also write a letter to brother Anan. Yu Yang felt that if there were no beauties accompanying him on the road, his motivation would really be lacking. He decided to ask Anan if she had the time. Alright, we will do as you say. Yi Kong and the Li brothers naturally had no objections. With their strength, they could only protect themselves in the Despair Abyss. If they wanted to pick the Starlight Serene Indigo grass, then Yu Yang had to do it himself. Fatty High's snoring was like thunder. His saliva flowed to the table and then to the floor. Yu Yang realized that this fellow had an innate talent for sleeping. As long as he entered a classroom, no matter who was in class, he would be confused. Once he picked up a book, he would feel sleepy. As a warrior who had contracted a grimoire, it was really rare to see a warrior who was as weak as Fatty High. However, there might be some hidden reasons. Through his level 3, Divine Vision, Yu Yang could discover that Fatty High had some good points that other people didn't have. Furthermore, these good points were very special. Once they were used well, it would not be a bad thing. Let's go, pighead. Seeing that Fatty High was still snoring, Yi Kong couldn't help but give him a slap. Fatty High didn't react at all. His snoring was so loud that it shook the heavens. Yi Kong could only use his trump card and splashed a bottle of water on Fatty High's head. In the end, Fatty High shivered and sat up. He wiped his face with his fat hands and looked around blankly. When he saw Yu Yang, he hurriedly shouted, it's raining, hurry up and keep the clothes. Yu Yang was almost shocked by this fatty. There were good things to learn, but he just had to learn from Tangxing. When Yu Bing saw this, she covered her mouth and snickered. Let's go, we have a new mission. Yi Kong angrily kicked Fatty Hai, hinting him to stop embarrassing himself. What's the reward for the mission? Fatty Hai was most concerned about this. If we succeed, the reward will be a beauty. Yu Yang said seriously, his expression unquestionable. Why don't you say that I, Master Hai, was born to complete missions? I am your boss, of course I have to lead the team and complete the mission. Oh right, what is the mission? Pick the starlight serene indigo grass? Where? Disparabis, isn't it Disparabis? What did you say? What did you say just now? Disparabis? I'm not going. When Fatty Hai heard this, he immediately changed his mind. It seemed that between the beauty and his life, he still chose his life. Since boss isn't going, then the beauty will belong to Yi Kong. Yu Yang generously gave away the non-existent beauty. Is it really a beauty? I'm throwing caution to the wind. I don't want this 300 pounds of meat anymore. Isn't it just a Disparabis? I'm going to flatten it. Can we go somewhere else? Going there is the same as sending myself to death. I, your boss, haven't even slept with a single girl before. If I die like this, that would be too miserable. Fatty Hai cried loudly. It's fine if you don't want to go, but that beauty will belong to me. Yi Kong whistled. Put down the beauty immediately. Get rid of your greed and lust. The beauty belongs to me, do you understand? Fatty Hai grabbed Yi Kong's collar and roared. Fatty, didn't you say you didn't want to go? Yi Kong asked curiously. Call me boss. As a boss, how can I cower in front of difficulties? Do you think I'm that kind of person? I'm a warrior, I'm a hero. I'm a hero who was born to be paired with a beauty. You monkey follower, better behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll break your bones. No one can snatch a beauty from me, your boss. Do you understand? Before I lose my virginity, none of you should even think about losing it. Otherwise, I'll flip out and fall out with you. Fatty Hai's eyes were like a bull in heat. He looked extremely fierce and fiendish. As a boss, you haven't lost your virginity yet? Or did I hear wrongly? Yu Yang, who was leaving, turned his head and asked. What do you mean? Your boss is a playboy. I lost my virginity when I was 12 years old. How could I be so miserable without losing my virginity? There are countless beauties who like me. I'm just struggling to cope with them. Can't you see that I lack sleep every day because of chasing after girls? Can't you see that I'm on the verge of collapse because of the beauties? Why are you still worried about my virginity? Crying? I'm not crying. When did you see me crying? I'm crying tears of excitement and pride. How can I not be excited and proud to know you bunch of lunatics who don't care about your lives? Fatty Hai started crying as he spoke. He brought Yi Kong and Fatty Hai to the beast shop to take a look. He didn't find any suitable chaos eggs. Yu Yang knew that he had to rely on luck. He couldn't be impatient. He wrote 2 letters and sent them to Anan and City Mistress Fallen Flowers respectively. He then brought his sister Yu Bing back to the Yu clan castle. As for Yi Kong and the others, they first prepared the various items they would need for their journey. Fourth Mother was extremely happy that her son and daughter had returned. She happily told Yu Yang about her husband's situation. Your fourth uncle is much better now. This is all thanks to Miss Fong taking care of him day and night. I've seen that Mississippi. She's not like what I imagined. She's a very gentle lady from a noble family. If she wasn't like that, why would she sacrifice herself to save your fourth uncle's life? Yu Yang didn't say anything. He felt that even if Miss Fong was a good person, this matter was definitely a trap. However, the most important thing now wasn't to oppose Yu Shan. It was to wait for the right time to attack. Yu Yang decided to train and level up while waiting for a good opportunity. Since he was going to catch the culprit behind the scenes, then he would catch the culprit behind the scenes. Since he was going to turn hostile, then he would have a thorough battle. One attack would be enough to be fatal, so that the enemy would never be able to recover. Furthermore, it wasn't just the matter of fourth uncle and Miss Feng. There was also the matter of the pitiful guy and Miss Shui breaking off the engagement, and the pitiful guy jumping into the river to commit suicide. Yu Yang had to investigate these matters in secret and then deal a fatal blow to the enemy. This time, other than visiting Fourth Mother, Yu Yang's main purpose was to help Yu Shuang open up her meridians. Yu Shuang had never trained before, but Yu Yang had often transferred some innate qi into her body to help her open up her meridians. This allowed the little girl's body to maintain health and prevent her from getting sick easily in the future. Afterwards, Yu Yang discovered that after opening up her meridians, the amount of spiritual qi in Yu Shuang's body was much more than before. Her chances of contracting a grimoire had greatly increased. Yu Yang didn't immediately let her contract the bronze grimoire because he wanted to pass it to her at a suitable time in front of countless people. He wanted her to successfully contract it under the witness of the whole clan. Of course, in order to ensure that Yu Shuang could contract the grimoire as soon as she received it, Yu Yang estimated that he had to help her open up at least 5 meridians. He had only opened up 2 meridians now, so it was still too early. Furthermore, the matter of opening up Yu Shuang's meridians definitely couldn't be known by others. Even more so, he couldn't let Yu Shuang, this little girl, know about it. Otherwise, if someone gave her a piece of chaff, this gluttonous little girl might leak the secret. Yu Yang pretended to play with this little girl. While she wasn't paying attention, he channeled his innate qi bit by bit, opening up her meridians bit by bit. Yu Shuang, this little girl, loved to play. If she went crazy from playing, she wouldn't even notice that her body was heating up. Anyways, there was no need to rush the matter of letting Yu Shuang contract a grimoire. Yu Yang felt that if the contract was successful, this little girl might not have time to play anymore. She would be very pitiful if she trained all day. Thus, he didn't have the intention to let her contract a grimoire immediately. Instead, he wanted to find the most suitable opportunity to let the 4th branch show off in front of the clansmen. Fourth Mother, you must make her even more glorious, you must make her more glorious and proud than any other mother in the world. Sanner, Miss Shui from the Shui clan has broken off the engagement. You can't not have a marriage. How about I help you ask which family's miss is willing? Princess Sisai is quite good with you, right? She is a princess, her status is very suitable for you. Her 8 characters are also good, it's just that the seniority is a bit messy. Fourth Mother seemed to be preparing to talk about a marriage for Yu Yang. This gave Yu Yang a big shock. Don't think about this. I need to focus on training now. We can talk about it later, okay? Yu Yang hurriedly waved his hands to reject. Alright then, find a suitable one yourself. If you can't find one, then Fourth Mother will make the decision. Fourth Mother had heard from her daughter that there was a girl named Anan, but she had never seen her before. She didn't know how she was like. Of course, Fourth Mother didn't oppose her son's freedom to love. She was even afraid that her son was too shy, so she didn't directly ask to see Anan. After staying in the Yu clan castle for a day, Yu Yang was afraid that Fourth Mother would propose marriage again, so he quickly slipped away. Bringing Yu Bing along, he headed towards the Sandgate Kingdom. As soon as he arrived at the border of the Sandgate Kingdom, which was surrounded by tall walls, Yu Yang suddenly discovered that Yi Kong and the others were fighting with someone at the border. Both sides were fighting loudly, it was very lively, and there were a lot of spectators. Hey, what was going on? Both sides didn't summon their beasts, they just punched randomly. Yi Kong and the others were few in number, but they were unyielding. Furthermore, they were used to working hard as mercenaries. Although they were surrounded, they didn't retreat and fought with their lives on the line. They weren't completely at a disadvantage, especially the Li brothers. The 2 brothers covered for each other, one attacking and one defending. They had a tacit understanding, and the men surrounding them couldn't gain any advantage. After contracting the King Kong demon ape and the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, Yi Kong's body quality had increased greatly. He had also gained a lot of support from his beasts, and most importantly, his confidence had returned. Even if he didn't summon the King Kong demon ape, he could still fight against his opponents. He fought against 2 people alone. The 2 of them looked similar, they should be twins. These 2 brothers were tall and sturdy, and they were attacking Yi Kong together. Hence, they attacked first, as if they wanted to swallow Yi Kong whole. Yi Kong didn't want to be outdone, and fought back with all his might. The three of them punched and kicked each other's faces. Their faces were all bruised and bleeding, their noses swollen. Maybe it was because of the anger in their hearts, no one was willing to stop, and decided to fight until one side fell. The onlookers didn't find it strange, because mercenary fights happened every day, regardless of time or place. Even the border soldiers were indifferent, and didn't come forward to stop them. Under Yu Yang's signal, Hui Tai Lang pounced forward. It first let out a roar, shocking all the people and beasts present. It then easily knocked away a few men who were surrounding and beating Fatty Hai, saving this guy who was lying on the ground, hugging his head and not caring about anything else. With the appearance of a silver-ranked level 4 beast, all the surrounding mercenaries retreated 10 meters away, their faces changing. The people fighting in the field were also scared to stop fighting. Hey, you don't follow the rules. You clearly said that you wouldn't use beasts, yet you summoned such a strong beast to fight. Aren't you bullying us? A man and a woman walked out from the crowd. The man was still alright, his expression was normal, but the woman was furious, and scolded Yu Yang loudly. I don't know what happened, but is it your rules to gang up on 4 of them with 10 people? Yu Yang said sarcastically. We don't care about the Yi clan's matters, but before you came, we didn't summon our beasts to attack your companions. Secondly, we didn't participate in the battle. This proves that we don't have any ill intentions. This is just an internal conflict of the Yi family, and both sides have restrained themselves. They didn't use weapons, only their fists. After this fight, their anger has been vented. Why don't we just let it go? The man's attitude was amiable, his tone was neither servile nor overbearing. When he saw the silver-ranked level 4 Hui Tai Lang, he was not as surprised as the surrounding mercenaries. It seemed like he was also an impressive person. Forget it? Forget what? When you saw Grey Wolf, you were afraid, so of course you wanted to let it go. Why didn't you tell me to let it go when I was beaten up? Fatty Hai was very angry, but his face was not injured at all. There were only a lot of footprints on his buttocks. Perhaps the opponent saw that he was a good-for-nothing, so he didn't hit him too hard. He didn't even hit his face, but only kicked his buttocks. Yi Kong, don't think that you can make a comeback just because you found a powerful person to back you up. You are trash. You were trash in the past, you are trash now, and you will still be trash in the future. You will only be trash forever. One of the twin brothers pointed at Yi Kong and scolded him. I won't argue with you guys anymore. When it's time to worship our ancestors, we will compete in front of the whole family to see who is the trash. Yi Kong spat out a mouthful of blood in disdain. Who's afraid of who? If you don't dare to compete, then you are a coward. The 2 twin brothers whose noses were bleeding angrily returned to their companion's side. What happened? Yu Yang was curious. Could it be that this Yi Kong was the same as the pitiful guy? They were both fighting in the family, killing each other? They are my cousins. Yi Kong said. Afraid that Yu Yang would misunderstand, he added, we don't have any enmity, we just have a little conflict. It's been going on since we were young. Then why did you guys start fighting? Yu Bing asked. Cough, during the new year, we had a little conflict at home. When we met here, they were cursing at me very badly. I couldn't control my temper and started fighting. This is just a conflict between me and them. My father and uncle are quite nice, so I only fought and didn't really fight. Yi Kong was a little embarrassed when faced with Yu Bing's question. Yu Yang understood a little. Yi Kong didn't summon the King Kong demon ape and the Herculean rhinoceros beetle because he was afraid of accidentally killing his 2 cousins. Otherwise, with the power of the King Kong demon ape and the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, he would be able to flatten a large group of people. Of course, that young man who was not weak was an exception. You really fought. If you really fought, you are also a trash. Yi Kong, if it wasn't for my uncle, would you still be alive? The 2 twin brothers laughed coldly. We will fight again after worshipping our ancestors. I won't argue with you guys now. Yi Kong was very confident now. Now that he had the bronze-ranked King Kong demon ape and the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, Yi Kong felt that he was close to or even surpassing his previous strength. Hence, he was not afraid when facing a challenge. He felt that following Yu Yang's side would allow him to gain experience and improve 10 times faster than before. When worshipping their ancestors at home, his strength would increase by another level. By then, his two cousins would definitely not be his opponents. If they still thought that he was the trash that was lying on the ground in the first floor of Tongtian Tower 2 months ago, they would be gravely mistaken. We are all youngsters, it's normal for us to fight when we are angry. Now that the matter is over, everyone has their own matters to attend to. I think it's better to disperse. The man who was leading the group cupped his hands towards Yu Yang and prepared to lead the group to leave. Wait, don't tell me that I got beaten up by you guys for nothing? The beauty opposite me, come out. I want to fight you one-on-one. Fatty High's goal was not to fight one-on-one. His real intention was probably to have physical contact with the beauty. The little beauty opposite him had soft and tender fists. She probably did not have much strength. If she hit his fat body, it would be equivalent to a comfortable massage. If they really fought, wouldn't it be too easy for him? Shameless, who wants to fight with you? The little beauty opposite him was smart. She did not fall for his trick and rejected him immediately. She even made a cute face at him. I, Master Hai, will let you punch me 3 times first. Fatty Hai was even more pleased with himself when he saw that the other party was avoiding a fight. Damn Fatty, just you wait. Today, with this big dog here, I won't lower myself to your level. But the next time I see you, I'll skin you alive. The little beauty was not afraid of Fatty Hai at all. Instead, she was a little afraid of Hui Tai Lang. Even without Hui Tai Lang, I'm still a powerful person. I'm the boss, do you understand? Everyone here is under my protection. Although Hui Tai Lang's level is slightly higher, I, Master Hai's beasts are not inferior either. I'm just keeping a low profile and not showing it. Don't tell me that a low-profile person like me would tell you that I'm a grimoire contractor and that I have a bronze-ranked level 2 iron rhinoceros. Hey, you guys are not allowed to leave. I'm not finished yet. When Fatty Hai opened his mouth, everyone scattered. No one wanted to listen to his nonsense, making him extremely mad. Yu Yang looked into the distance. There was a tall masked thief with slender legs. She was quietly standing in the empty space, reading a book. At first, Yu Yang thought that she was a Nan, but when he looked carefully, he realized that this female thief was at least half a head taller than a Nan. Furthermore, she was extremely strong. Yu Yang used his level 3, divine vision, to observe carefully and couldn't help but be shocked. This was the strongest person he had ever met at the same age as him. Yu Yang reckoned that this female thief was even stronger than Feng Qi Sha, Yan Pejun and Shui Tan Lang, the 3 great killing stars. From a certain point of view, she was another Princess Sisai. Her strength was probably on par with Princess Sisai, the royal swordswoman. The royal swordswoman majored in combat skills, but this female thief obviously didn't. She only disguised herself as a female thief. In reality, with Yu Yang's divine vision, he could see that she was an element-type summoner. Her strength was hidden very deeply. The strangest thing was the ancient book that this female thief was reading. Yu Yang realized that it was actually a spiritual equipment that had a life of its own, just like the Hui Jin magic blade. This book's energy and aura was hidden. If it was fully activated, it might not be weaker than the Hui Jin magic blade. Who was this female thief? How could she have such a strong strength? Yu Yang was extremely shocked. If there was a Princess Sisai in this world because of Jun Wuyu's painstaking nurturing, then which royal family had nurtured this female thief on the surface? If she didn't have the power of a family, a country, or a sect, it would be impossible to raise a junior to this level at such a young age. The 3 great killing stars were nurtured with all their might by their families. Princess Sisai was nurtured with all their might by the Dixia royal family, and this female thief, who was even more low-profile than Princess Sisai, was probably a disciple nurtured with all their might by a certain sect. What's wrong? Yu Bing followed Yu Yang's gaze and saw the female thief who was quietly reading a book. She immediately shook her head. It's not Sister Anan, it's not Brother Anan. Let's go. Yu Yang reached out his hand and lightly stroked Yu Bing's little head. As Yu Yang and the others walked towards the Sandgate Kingdom's border, a light breeze suddenly blew. Yu Yang couldn't help but turn his head to look. He realized that the female thief who was originally quietly reading a book had already disappeared without a trace. This speed was too fast, wasn't it? How did she do it? It wasn't teleportation, nor was it invisibility. How did she leave? Could it be that this girl was coming for him? Yu Yang's mind flashed like lightning, his thoughts spinning rapidly. Which of the 4 major sects was targeting him? After crossing the border, they took a carriage to Buffalo City. Before entering the city, Yu Yang unintentionally turned his head to look behind him. The female thief was quietly reading a book 100 meters away. How did she catch up to us? Yu Yang was even more surprised. To be able to hide her movements from him, it was really. This girl was really godly. Yu Yang was extremely vigilant. After entering Buffalo City, he immediately led the team to the teleportation circle and teleported to Bobcat City. In Bobcat City, they were looking for a place to have lunch. Yu Bing suddenly gently pulled Yu Yang's arm with her little hand. Look over there, it's the sister reading a book. Why is she faster than us? In a martial arts restaurant called Come Again, the female thief sat quietly by the window on the 2nd floor. She was still holding a book in her hands and reading, completely engrossed in it. Obviously, she had arrived long ago. Yu Yang was secretly angered by this girl. Whether she wanted to fight or push him down, she could have just come over and said a few words. Why was she always so secretive? Didn't she know that curiosity could kill people? Who was she? He hadn't provoked her, so why was she always following him? After lunch, Yu Yang and the others took a carriage straight to Coiling Snakes Valley. Along the way, they didn't see the female thief. Yu Yang suddenly felt a little empty in his heart. He let his imagination run wild. What if she wasn't following him at all? She was just coincidentally going the same way. Luckily, he didn't go up to her and ask her, or else it would be really embarrassing. When they arrived at Coiling Snakes Valley, they discovered that the female thief was sitting quietly on top of a tall mountain rock. She was holding a book and reading. Under the dim light of dusk, she looked like a stone statue, quiet and peaceful. At this time, not only Yu Bing, even Yi Kong noticed it and frowned. Fatty Hai didn't know at first, but when he heard that someone was following them, he didn't care at first. But when he saw that it was a beauty, he immediately rubbed his fists. You guys wait for me to take her down. I'm going to take her down and interrogate her thoroughly. She can use one finger to send your 300 kilograms of meat flying. If you don't believe me, you can go and try. Yu Yang almost fainted when he heard this. Even if you wanted to bully a beauty, you had to look at the other party first. I didn't say anything. Fatty Hai was so scared that he broke out in a waterfall of sweat. Who is this big sister? Yu Bing felt strange. If he knew her, why didn't he come up to greet her? If he didn't know her, why did he follow her? If they were going the same way, wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Outside the Coiling Snakes Valley, there was a small town. Its original name was Coiling Snakes Town, but the mercenaries liked to call it Hope Town. The reason was that after entering the Despair Abyss, one's life could not be guaranteed. Only when one returned to the surface in the Great Rift Valley and saw the small town that was built halfway up the mountain would it mean that one had truly walked out of the Despair Abyss alive. Only by seeing this small town would there be hope. There were many mercenaries in the town. This was the best time to harvest fire red ant eggs. 1 ant egg was equivalent to 1 gold, so many mercenaries came here to make a fortune. Normally, no matter how big a mercenary group was, they would not dare to provoke the fire red ants that were more than 5 meters long. However, this season was an exception. In these 2 months, countless female fire red ants would fly out and find another place to build a new fire red ant kingdom. When they started to lay eggs, there would not be any fire red ants guarding it. Even if there were, there would only be a small number of them. Thus, the mercenaries could take the opportunity to steal the ant eggs and exchange them for gold. Of course, the Great Rift Valley at the periphery of the Despair Abyss was the territory of the fire red ants. When the mercenaries passed through the underground caves, the chances of encountering other fire red ants that were foraging for food were very high. Hence, this was definitely a high-risk job where one's life was exchanged for money. 1 map is sold for 2 gold. Young man, please do not complain, because these maps were exchanged with the lives of countless explorers. Every time we sell a map, We will take out half of the price as compensation for the families of the explorers. The old man in charge of selling the maps from the warrior guild sincerely pointed out a few death zones to Yu Yang and the rest. The Despair Abyss was a large rift valley that ran from east to west. It was 600 kilometers long. The widest central zone was 120 kilometers wide. The gap between the normal rift valleys was 40 to 50 kilometers wide. It was said that the record for the deepest drop was more than 10 kilometers. The terrain was not flat, but there were many towering peaks and jagged rocks. Most of the places at the bottom of the valley could not see sunlight all year round. The terrain was extremely dangerous. The central zone of the Rift Valley was still an absolute death zone. No one was able to find out the truth. On the map, there were a total of 6 death zones that were forbidden to enter. They were Abyss Blackwater Lake, Flaming Mountain, Broken Bones Bridge, Sandstorm Canyon, Cloud Top Lake and Death Zone. Apart from the dead center, the other 5 were scattered around the periphery on the east and west sides. The starlight serene indigo grass that Yu Yang and the others wanted to collect was on a high cliff near the Cloud Top Lake. It was said that they had to climb up a dangerous peak that was more than 3,000 meters high. Only on the precipice of the precipice could they see this strange flower that only bloomed under the starlight. Anan. Brother Anan left a message at the Thieves' Guild, saying that he would meet up with us in a few days. There's also a message from City Lord Fallen Flowers. She said that in half a month, she'll come personally to pick the starlight serene indigo grass with us. She wants us to explore the terrain first. Yi Kong had returned from the Thief Guild, and the news he brought back gave Yu Yang a slight headache. One girl could be hugged in his arms, but 2 girls had come. The situation was not good. He hoped that City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Anan would not be too jealous. Let's explore the way first. This place is very dangerous, it's good that we spend a few days exploring. Yu Bing knew that picking the starlight serene indigo grass was not easy. It would be better to wait for City Lord Fallen Flowers, who was an expert. Yu Yang also thought so. He did not even want to bring Yu Bing, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others to pick it. If he brought them to the Cloud Top Lake, that kind of dead place, and he climbed up the precipice to pick the starlight serene indigo grass, it would not be a joke if something happened to the few of them. Especially Yu Bing. If she was injured, how could he explain it to Fourth Mother? When they left the town and headed towards the Despair Abyss, Yu Yang looked left and right, but he did not see that mysterious female thief who loved to read books. Although there were mercenaries walking in front, there were also mercenaries following behind. However, walking down this stone path that was less than half a meter wide, step by step, going down for dozens of meters, then turning in another direction and walking for dozens of meters again, making a detour down layer by layer, was a very chilling action. Looking down, the mercenaries at the bottom of the valley were even smaller than ants. Although Yi Kong's courage was not small, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. If he were to accidentally fall down, then not even his bones would be left. The most frightening thing was that the mountain wind here was extremely strong. Waves after waves of whistling, the wind would blow people up from time to time. Even Fatty Hai's huge body that weighed 150 kilograms couldn't withstand the strong wind. When the mountain wind blew, he had to quickly grab onto the cracks on the precipice, otherwise he would also be blown away by the strong wind. Yu Yang, who was behind him, was the calmest person in the whole team. When the mountain wind blew, countless mercenaries cursed one after another, but he was the only one who was as calm as before. Ever since he had comprehended the nature's heart, this bit of wind was nothing to Yu Yang. Yu Bing pulled on the corner of her brother's clothes and followed behind him. Every time the biting cold mountain wind blew, Yu Yang would reach out and hold her small hand, so that she wouldn't be blown away by the wind. In the sky, from time to time, there would be huge spiders, rock goats, or huge lizards being blown away by the mountain wind. Some of them were blown away by the mountain wind, smashing into the mountain wall and turning into a pool of blood. If the wind suddenly decreased, the animals in the air would fall down one by one, finally making a dull thud. Many times, the rock goats that were blown away would still be alive, bleeding in the air. The bleeding sounded especially terrifying in the howling wind, causing people's bodies to go soft. Yu Yang saw a mercenary on the top of the cliff slip. Before he could fall to the bottom of the valley, he was blown away by the mountain wind. In an instant, no one knew where he was thrown to. Only a blood-curdling scream could be heard echoing in the valley for a long time. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Yu Yang hurriedly comforted Yu Bing, who knew that the little girl was very strong-willed, immediately shaking her head. I'm not afraid. I'm so scared, please comfort me too. Fatty Hai said with a sullen face. Shut up. Yi Keng wanted to beat this guy to death, but it was a pity that this was not the right place. You pig heads, if you don't want to die, pay attention to me and use all your strength. Do you want to come back alive and get a share of the money? If you don't want to die here and become the lizard's dinner or the spider's feces, then you better be 120% vigilant and follow me. See how I walk, you walk. If you fall down, no one can save you, and no one dares to save you. A mercenary leader with a big beard lectured loudly. It seemed that the mercenary who slipped just now was his subordinate. They walked for more than 2 hours on the winding path on the cliff. By the time they reached the camp at the bottom of the valley, the sky was already completely dark. For the last part of the road, the mercenaries had to light torches to walk down. At the bottom of the valley, the mercenaries sat on the rocks, gnawing on the greasy rock goat leg as they laughed at Fatty Hai. Rookie, welcome to the Despair Abyss. You've prepared quite a lot of things, but you seem to have forgotten to bring your wet nurse. What should I do if I want to drink milk? I haven't stopped drinking milk yet. A skinny mercenary cried out in a strange voice. Ha ha ha. The mercenaries all laughed together. Fatty Hai's eyes flashed with anger, but he quickly lowered his head. When you laugh at others, don't forget to look behind you. Yu Yang suddenly laughed coldly. What did you say? The skinny mercenary was furious when he heard that. He threw the roasted meat on the ground and took out his dagger at the same time. I'm just advising you to be careful. Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders. Rookie, looks like I'm going to give you a lesson and teach you what it means to shut up. The skinny mercenary walked over with a sinister smile. Suddenly, a black shadow quickly pounced out from the darkness and attacked the skinny mercenary's body. Then, it quickly dragged him into the darkness. When the mercenaries saw this, they shouted Dogsh*T. One after another, they threw down the roasted meat in their hands and took out their weapons from their waists. They raised their torches and chased into the darkness. When the mercenaries chased after them, there was no longer any movement in the darkness. The monster that had attacked the skinny mercenary had disappeared without a trace along with its prey. After a while, the mercenaries who couldn't catch up to the monster returned resentfully. A bald mercenary leader walked in front of Yu Yang, glaring at him as he said, You saw the ghost shadow rock spider, but you didn't give a warning. You're the one who caused the death of my brothers. Yu Yang shook his head indifferently. I did warn him, but he ignored my words. If the ghost shadow rock spider hadn't appeared, perhaps I would have already fallen to the ground with a dagger. Before that, I didn't see you, the leader, say a single word to stop him. I know you love your subordinates, but I also value my brothers. You insulting them is the same as slapping my face. Now, I want to say this. If there's a next time, I won't wait for the ghost shadow rock spider to ambush me. I'll do it myself. Even if my brother was in the wrong, you can't just watch him get killed by the ghost shadow rock spider. We are humans. In a dangerous situation, we should help each other. The bald mercenary leader was angry and ashamed. He anxiously stomped his feet. When these words come out of your mouth now, it really does sound sarcastic. Before he pulled out his dagger, why didn't you say that we are humans and should help each other in a dangerous situation? Yu Yang rebuked. The bald mercenary leader's face turned red and green. He was so angry that he punched his chest a few times and roared in pain. Even if he was in the wrong, you shouldn't have watched him die. He wouldn't have really killed you. He was just being arrogant and wanted to teach you a lesson. He didn't deserve to die. You obviously could have saved him. You should have saved him first. If he was in the wrong, I can make him apologize to you. Alright, I'll wait for your apology. Yu Yang waved his hand and Grey Wolf dashed out from the darkness. In its mouth was the skinny green-skinned mercenary. It was impossible for any of the mercenaries to catch up to the ghost shadow rock spider. However, in front of Grey Wolf, the ghost shadow rock spider's speed was only slightly faster than a tortoise. Grey Wolf arrogantly returned in front of Yu Yang and threw the dying skinny mercenary onto the ground. At the same time, it growled at the stunned mercenaries. Its imposing manner was extremely tyrannical and its whole body was filled with dense demonic energy. It scared them so much that they all took a few steps back. The mercenary leader also jumped in fright. Looking carefully, it was a silver-ranked level 4 two-headed demon wolf. Even he, who was used to seeing the world, couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva with his heart beating like a drum. When he saw that his brother was still alive, he hurriedly rushed over and hugged him, shouting loudly, "Give me the antidote, quickly." Yu Yang brought Yu Bing and turned to leave. I'm the boss, how can I let my brother stand up for me? Yu Yang, listen to me, I will definitely not be a burden to you in the future. I will definitely be a qualified boss. I will never run away or cower in the future. Forever. Do you hear me? I said forever. Fatty Hai was like an injured beast, shouting loudly at Yu Yang's back. Even if you don't qualify now, after special training, you will become a qualified boss. I believe that you have this potential. Yu Yang turned back and smiled. Bastard, don't say that I don't qualify. It's just special training. Fatty Hai's tears rolled down. Yi Kong walked over and patted Fatty Hai's shoulders, who was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Unexpectedly, he didn't say anything. The two brothers Li Chia and Li Gu were the same. They came over and patted Fatty Hai's shoulders. Then, they chased after Yu Yang. The bald mercenary leader who had just rescued the skinny mercenary looked at Yu Yang's back disappearing into the darkness and muttered to himself, Yu Yang is a disciple of the Yu clan? Could he be the legendary good-for-nothing Xiao San? Heavens, people like him. I can only say that we are blind, no, the world is blind. This move and shameful lesson, I will remember it. I will remember it forever. For 3 whole days, Yu Yang had been training with Yi Kong and the others in the ant hole. They did not return to the camp. Yu Yang's goal was not to look for fire red ant eggs like the mercenaries, but to train his beasts and the team's tacit understanding. Yu Yang did not summon his beasts to fight. His main goal was to protect everyone secretly. At the same time, when Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were fighting, Yu Yang secretly trained his yin yang twin fishes, spherical beheader, in order to achieve a greater breakthrough. On the first day, Yu Bing worked together with Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers. However, Yu Yang saw that her 100-years-old Treant defender was too strong. On the second day, he brought her to a place 100 meters away from Yi Kong and the others, leaving Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers to train in 2 separate groups. Yi Kong had the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, which had an extremely strong defense, and the King Kong demon ape, which had an extremely strong attack, making him the strongest in the group. He had improved a lot, but it was a pity that the King Kong demon ape and the Herculean rhinoceros beetle were still young beasts. They had not been able to unleash the full power of their beasts, otherwise their strength would be even more impressive. Fatty Hai changed his previous laziness and followed Yu Yang's special training plan, focusing on training the iron-skinned rhinoceros that he did not really like. Yu Yang knew that Fatty Hai's potential was actually not bad. It was because he was usually too lazy, gluttonous, and cowardly, that he became this cowardly. If Fatty Hai could grit his teeth and train hard, he would still be able to have some achievements. Under Yu Yang's casual pointers, the Li brothers, who usually didn't like to talk and were unknown to the public, had also improved significantly in their combat skills. They were not very talented, but they were very hard-working. Hard work can make up for one's lack of talent. However, not long after they split up, their wind wolves were surrounded and attacked a Crimson Fire Soldier ant due to a mistake in their control. The wind wolves were burned to death by the Crimson Fire Soldier ant. There was always a limit to the amount of time that they could summon their beasts. In order to quickly improve themselves and not be a burden to Yu Yang, Yi Kong and the others trained hard every day. Whenever they came across a fire red ant that was wandering around looking for food, they would take the initiative to attack it. Under extreme exhaustion, they could still barely hold on, but the 2 wind wolves could not hold on and died in battle. In 3 days, Yi Kong and the others had already killed 7 fire red ants, including a giant fire red ant that was more than 8 meters in size. Yu Bing killed 6 fire red ants on her own, and she did it with ease. With Yu Yang's guidance and her own understanding, she became more and more adept at controlling the 100-year-old Treant defender. Golden ant eggs. We found golden ant eggs, but they were discovered by the ant guards. An ant tide broke out in the ant nest, and 100 mercenaries were surrounded. Help! I hope that our friends who are in the ant hole can come and help us. The Alliance Beast Store has promised that all those who come to our rescue will receive at least 1 gold, and will be rewarded according to their contributions. I hope that our friends can quickly come to the ant nest in the 2nd underground floor and lend us a helping hand. From the depths of the ant hole, a cry for help was emitted using a SOS scroll. The entire cave was filled with echoes. This kind of SOS scroll was the lowest level of SOS scroll. It was usually used by mercenaries. Its range of transmission was not big, only around 5 kilometers. Furthermore, using sound waves to call for help could easily expose one's location and attract even more enemies, putting the person calling for help in greater danger. It was usually not used by the army. However, in the Despair Abyss, it was commonly used. This was because the monsters here mainly relied on their sense of smell and heat to explore. Using sound to call for help was not sensitive to it, and would not come looking for it. Another point was that the terrain here was very complicated. There were many caves, pits, cliffs and these kinds of low valleys and depressions. Hence, using sound to call for help was more effective than using fireworks or strong lights. Bing Air, let's go. When Yu Yang heard about the outbreak of the ant tide, he hurriedly brought Yu Bing to meet up with Yi Kong and the others, preparing to leave. The outbreak of the ant tide was extremely terrifying. A single fire-red ant nest would probably have tens of thousands of ants. In the ant hole, just the fire-red ant nests that were marked on the map alone numbered close to 100. There were probably even more that were not recorded. There were countless fire-red ants in the entire ant hole. Normally, they would go berserk when an intruder killed a new ant queen or broke a large number of ant eggs. Once such a thing happened, all the ants would go berserk. All the fire-red ants in the nest would come out in full force and crawl around, killing all the intruders. This was because all of the fire-red ants originated from a single primitive ant queen. For thousands of years, the number of fire-red ant queens kept increasing, resulting in the ant hole today. However, in reality, they were all mother and daughter or sisters. They had the same inheritance, hence they were able to live together peacefully. If they were to face an enemy, they would fight with all their might regardless of their tribe. Facing the tide-like ant tide and the terrain of the ant hole, not to mention normal mercenaries, even a level 6 elder might not be able to escape alive. Quick, fatty! Yi Kong and the others had already run over. The ant tide was definitely not a joke. Although the golden ant eggs were a huge temptation, but compared to the golden ant eggs and their lives, everyone would still choose to save their own lives. Yu Yang and the others did not go deep into the ant hole in the first place. In just a few minutes, they had already run out. However, when they came out of the ant hole, many mercenaries wielding their weapons and bringing along their beasts rushed into the ant hole. The saying that humans die in pursuit of wealth and birds die in pursuit of food was the best proof at this moment. Most of the mercenaries stayed outside the ant hole to watch. They were not willing to enter the ant hole to throw away their lives, but they were concerned about the development of the situation. Brother, why don't you go in and take a look? We will stay outside. Don't worry, nothing will happen to us. Yu Bing hoped that Yu Yang could do things without restraint and not only care about himself. After such a long period of training, she had already understood her brother's powerful abilities. She had also developed a great trust in her brother. Furthermore, she knew that her brother was not a reckless person. If he went in, even if he couldn't get that golden ant egg, he would at least be able to return safely. The little girl thought that her brother had a set of super strong combat skills, and also had the help of the Bloody Queen and the barbarian Cow Shadow. It shouldn't be a problem for him to go in and out of the ant hole freely. We will be fine. Yi Kong also nodded towards Yu Yang. He also hoped that Yu Yang would be able to improve as much as possible. After all, he was everyone's leader. No matter when, Yu Yang had to be the one who improved the fastest in the group. Now, this was the best opportunity for him to do so, so of course he would encourage him to go in. If the ant tide surges out, we will retreat to the settlement camp and wait for you. This was the first time in his life that Fatty Hai said something that was not nonsense. I will be back very soon. Yu Yang really wanted to see what the deeper parts of the ant hole looked like. Yu Yang left Hui Tai Lang behind. On one hand, it could protect Yu Bing. On the other hand, Hui Tai Lang wouldn't be of much use in front of the ant tide. When the mercenaries went deeper into the ant hole, they would often bring back all kinds of ores. Yu Yang also discovered that the deeper they went, the weirder the plants were. Many of the fungi were even precious medicinal herbs. In these 3 days, Yu Yang had collected at least more than 10 kinds of medicinal mushrooms that couldn't be found anywhere else. Yu Yang didn't have high hopes for the golden ant egg. This was because the mercenaries who obtained the golden ant egg would probably use a teleportation scroll to leave immediately. It was impossible for them to stay down there. They only said that to attract more people to save them. If it wasn't for the mercenaries stealing the golden ant egg, the ant colony wouldn't have gone crazy, and there wouldn't have been an ant tide. Yu Yang's main goal was to explore the deeper parts of the ant hole and see if there were any precious medicinal herbs. According to the plant-type knowledge that Grandma Wu Ting had imparted to him, Yu Yang was preparing to concoct a pill that could allow plant-type beasts to rank up. He wanted to give it to Yu Bing's 100-man Treant Defender to test its effects. This green spirit pill required 72 kinds of medicinal herbs. Among them, 5 of them were fungi. Yu Yang had only found 3 of them so far, he was still missing 2. The ant tide wasn't much of a threat to Yu Yang, who had the nature's heart that could conceal his presence. The fire-red ants mainly used their smell to discover their enemies. In front of them, Yu Yang was like an invisible man. Unless they used their antennae to touch Yu Yang's body, even if they walked past him, the chances of him being discovered wouldn't be high. Chasing after a large group of mercenaries, Yu Yang ran through the winding ant hole for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, the area in front of him became clear. A huge cave that was 10 times bigger than a football field appeared in front of him. The mercenaries squeezed at the entrance of the cave, not daring to go out. This was because, regardless of whether it was the ground or the ceiling, they were all densely packed with fire-red ants. From the looks of it, there were more than 10,000 of them. Not to mention normal mercenaries, even Yu Yang couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb when he saw this. If there were a lot of ants, it would be very scary. Furthermore, in this soaring dragon continent, the weakest creatures were really not ants. These fire-red ants were level 3 creatures when they hatched. The even bigger ant soldiers were level 4 creatures. There was also a type of ant queen's guard that could spit out a long pillar of fire that was level 5. Although they weren't elite-ranked creatures, when there were a lot of them, their battle power would still be hard to match. If they forcefully started a war and brought tens of thousands of troops here, they would probably be completely annihilated and become the fire-red ants' food. Spray ant water, these fire-red ants are idiots. They will mistake us for their own kind and won't discover us. A brave mercenary leader took out ant water and sprayed it all over his body, bringing his most desperate members to take the risk and enter. Their goal was not money, but the golden ant eggs. Those who have flying-type beasts, follow me. Some people had already thought of a way, which was to use flying-type beasts to carry them forward. Those who don't want to move, move aside. Cowards, watch me count my money. An especially bold mercenary pushed his way through the crowd, brandishing his axe as he jumped out of the ant passage and charged into the swarm of ants. They sprayed insect-repellent water on their bodies. Not to mention the fire-red ants, many other insect-type creatures hated this kind of unpleasant smell. Under normal circumstances, they would purposely avoid it, unwilling to attack these smelly people. There was not only one ant passage on Yu Yang's side, there were more than 10 of them. Countless mercenaries who were willing to risk their lives for money came out one after another, causing a commotion among the fire-red ants. From time to time, there would be mercenaries who were mistakenly identified by the fire-red ants and killed on the spot. However, there were even more people who were deceived by the ant water, insect-repellent water and other sprays. Yu Yang soundlessly came out of the crowd and chased closely behind these fugitives. After passing through another underground ant passage, he arrived at another nest that was even bigger than the previous one. He discovered that there were even more fire-red ants here. There were more than 10,000 fire-red ants crawling around crazily, looking for enemies everywhere. There were also giant ant guards that spat out long pillars of fire, dancing chaotically in the sky. The fire-red ants stacked on top of each other as they crawled on the ground, looking for the intruder who had stolen the golden ant eggs. Almost 100 mercenaries were standing on a small platform on the mountain wall with their teeth trembling. They sprayed a large amount of insect-repellent water around the platform and raised their torches, barely protecting themselves as they guarded the platform. However, they reckoned that they would not be able to hold on for long. Once the smell of the insect-repellent water dissipated, they would definitely be torn to shreds by the ant swarm. The densely packed ant swarm circled around them crazily. Although the fire-red ants did not have any intelligence, their natural instincts would not give up their search easily. They kept searching for the intruder who had disappeared. "Brothers, for the sake of money, give up your lives. Charge." Actually, most of the mercenaries were not here for the money, but for the golden ant eggs. Some of them were prepared to kill the mercenaries on the platform and take the golden ant eggs for themselves. Rescue? What they were doing now was to pretend to rescue them, then lure the ant swarm over and kill the mercenaries on the platform. Then, they would wait for an opportunity to snatch the golden ant eggs. Yu Yang saw with his own eyes that a few mercenary group leaders had come up with a plan and threw the insect repellent towards the direction of the platform. This caused the fire-red ants to become even crazier, while the mercenaries on the platform cursed loudly. A small number of mercenaries who were here to rescue the fire-red ants started to fight with these selfish people in an abnormal rage. The scene was a mess. The fresh blood that splashed out when they were injured had attracted the ant swarm. The fire-red ants were like a tidal wave, surging towards them. Could it be that the golden ant eggs are really here and not brought out? Yu Yang's sharp eyes saw that in the center of the 100 mercenaries, there were a few people who were carrying huge backpacks. Their expressions were solemn and complicated as they looked at the worsening situation in front of them. Seeing their reactions, Yu Yang's heart skipped a beat. These fellows must have discovered something more precious than the golden ant eggs. They were using the golden ant eggs as a cover. The people who escaped using teleportation scrolls should have brought back the best things. If the thing that was left here was the golden ant eggs, then what exactly were the things that they brought back? What could be more precious than the golden ant eggs? Yu Yang's heart was filled with curiosity. Maybe he could make a deal with them. Because he still had quite a few teleportation scrolls in his backpack. Different from normal warriors, Yu Yang was like an invisible man, walking confidently in the ant swarm. Even if he stepped on the back of an ant, he would not alarm the ant swarm. Under the flabbergasted gazes of all the mercenaries, Yu Yang walked to a distance of 10 meters away from the platform and stood on the back of a huge ant guard. Following the movement of the mutated ant guard, his figure fluctuated between high and low. Under the dumbstruck gazes of everyone, Yu Yang's smile was as bright as the sun. He raised his voice and asked, "Everyone, are you interested in chatting for a while? Maybe we can make a small deal. It's just that I don't know what you guys have that I can trade with." On the platform, a man who looked like the leader opened his mouth and said, "I don't know if you have any teleportation scrolls. We are willing to buy them at a high price. Just name your price." Yu Yang knew that if he didn't show them some of his strength, these fellows would not obediently listen to him. He didn't reply and only pulled out the Huijin magic blade from his waist. Using his innate chi to crazily activate the blade, purple flames soared up like a volcano eruption. The Huijin magic blade in Yu Yang's hands lightly spun. After 3 days of careful comprehension, the twin fish spherical beheader had become even more exquisite and perfect. The purple flames formed a huge circle around Yu Yang, cutting through the space around him with an incomparably sharp edge. All the fire-red ants that were within the radius of the circle were silently sliced into 2 halves. Furthermore, the fire-red ants that were originally immune to flames were actually burned into charred corpses by the purple flames. The area within 10 meters of Yu Yang instantly became a vacuum zone. One slash shook the heavens and earth. This was the power of Yu Yang's one slash. Seeing Yu Yang's move, all the mercenaries, including the leader, were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva nervously. Terrifying, under the situation where he didn't summon any beasts, he already had such a terrifying power. What kind of rancor was this masked thief? The leader on the platform wiped away his cold sweat and hurriedly showed some respect. "We pay our respects to you. We are very happy to receive a strong rancor's help. If you can lead us out of the ant hole, we are willing to offer a golden ant egg as a reward." The mercenaries on the platform quickly nodded their heads and agreed. Having a strong ranker's help was better than having an army of thousands of men and horses. Their only worry was that they didn't know what the other party's conditions were. No, I'm not interested in your golden ant egg. Yu Yang wasn't interested in the fire-red ants, even if they were gold-ranked larvae. Ants were creatures that relied on numbers. No matter how strong they were individually, they wouldn't be that strong. Hearing Yu Yang's words, the leader's expression changed slightly. He looked at his two companions beside him and shouted loudly towards Yu Yang, "Respected ranker, I don't know what conditions you need. The most precious thing we have is the golden ant egg, but there are only 3 of them. We have already agreed to sell one to the Alliance Beast shop, so we only have 2 left. We will share them with you. This is the fruit of our blood, so we can only afford to pay you." Yu Yang smiled indifferently. "I want the thing you have that is even more precious than the golden ant egg." Hearing this, the leader's entire body trembled. His eyes revealed an expression of disbelief, but he quickly denied it. "No, we don't have that kind of thing on us. Could it be that there is something more precious than the golden ant egg in the ant hole? That's impossible." "Is that so?" Yu Yang smiled and suddenly made a condition to the people on the platform. "I'll give a teleportation scroll to whoever says what treasure it is the fastest." Everyone immediately looked at each other in dismay. Everyone wanted to say it, but none of them were willing to become a shameful traitor. Yu Yang suddenly made an action that completely crushed the determination in everyone's heart. He took out a teleportation scroll from his backpack. As long as he said it, he could leave and live. Survival, it was just a matter of opening one's mouth. Should he say it or not? Hardshell dragon fruit. Just as Yu Yang took out the teleportation scroll, a skinny mercenary opened his mouth. His speed was the fastest. Not only did he say what the treasure was, he even jumped down from the platform, afraid that he would be killed by the leader if he betrayed his comrades. He jumped agilely on the back of the fire-red ant and finally jumped in front of Yu Yang. His face was filled with longing as he stretched out his hand. "We found the legendary hardshell dragon fruit. The hardshell dragon fruit is the main ingredient for concocting the martial spirit pill. Please give me a teleportation scroll. I don't want to die, and I can't die. My family needs me to return alive. Please, for the sake of my elderly parents and my 3-month-old daughter, ranker, please give me a chance. I don't want anything, I just hope to be able to return and reunite with my family. Please fulfill your promise. You are an indomitable ranker, your words are as heavy as a mountain. Please take pity on me, I beg you." "Very good, your initiative and honesty have earned you the right to live." This was the effect that Yu Yang wanted. He passed a teleportation scroll to that mercenary. That mercenary received it and immediately opened the scroll. Before leaving, he was touched and deeply bowed towards Yu Yang. Then, he quickly rushed into the circle of light and teleported away. That leader couldn't stop him, and the mercenaries on the platform were filled with regret. The chance to live was right in front of their eyes, but they missed it just like that. They knew that not everyone could survive here. There would definitely be some people who would become the sacrificial pawns for others to escape. Even though they knew the ending, none of them were willing to become the pitiful sacrificial pawns. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, they all hoped that they could leave this place alive. If they could live, no one was willing to die. Yu Yang took out more than 10 teleportation scrolls and gestured towards the leader on the platform. "Now, you can make a choice. One is to die here with all your companions. When all of you are dead, I will come back to pick up the things I need. 2 is to accept the trade and leave with the companions that you have chosen. Because you have taken away the valuable things, the ant colony will disperse, and the mercenaries that came to rescue and rob will also disperse. Those who stay behind will have a higher chance of surviving. 3 is to defeat me, and these teleportation scrolls will all belong to you." Everyone looked at the leader, hoping that he would make a choice. 3 choices, it was that simple. However, this was also the most difficult choice in life. If there was only one teleportation scroll, perhaps the mercenary group leader would not have made the choice, because he could not abandon his brothers who had followed him through life and death. However, in Yu Yang's hands, there were more than 10 teleportation scrolls. This was enough for him to take his most loyal and trustworthy brothers and safely leave this perilous situation. I understand, the things that a person obtains should match his abilities. You are strong, you will obtain more. I have decided to choose the second option, and accept the deal. As a group leader, I hope to be able to bring all the brothers in the group out. Perhaps you won't be satisfied with just a hard-shell dragon fruit. If you need it, I can stay behind and be your guide. My request is for you to open a path for my brothers to leave this ant nest. At the very least, they can safely disappear from my sight. I hope that you can let me fulfill my final responsibility as a leader. Is that possible? The mercenary group leader made a request that made Yu Yang slightly surprised. He was actually willing to stay behind, to be a hostage and guide, in exchange for a chance for everyone to escape. Just based on this point, he was a qualified leader. A tall and sturdy black man immediately objected, "Leader, no matter who stays, it can't be you." "I will stay, you can bring everyone out." "Shut up, what you need to do is to listen to the deputy leader's words. When you go out, you have to be especially careful and cautious, so as to avoid getting yourself killed." The mercenary group leader and another middle-aged man with a tall and slender figure, whose eyes flashed with wisdom, nodded at each other. They exchanged the bags on their backs with the middle-aged man, then turned to Yu Yang and said, "As long as my brothers reach the ant path, then, I will bring you to the place 2 levels below. There, we found this hard-shelled dragon fruit, maybe with your ability, you can discover more secrets, and obtain more. Aren't you afraid that I will snatch it?" Yu Yang smiled and asked. A true strong person has a proud and unyielding character, looking down on the common people. Of course, they will not be as greedy as bandits. If you wanted to snatch it, you could have killed us all just now, why wait until now? The leader shook his head. "Open the bag and let me see the hard-shelled dragon fruit first." Yu Yang didn't kill him. It wasn't because of the pride of an expert, but because he wanted to find out more about the location of the hard-shelled dragon fruit, hoping to find more secrets. This kind of hard-shelled dragon fruit was different from ordinary dragon fruits. It only grew beside the hot springs of volcanoes. It was said that it was born from the venomous saliva of giant dragons. If it was used to concoct martial spirit pills, it could stimulate the potential of martial artists. If the spirit beast awakening knowledge pill was worth 1,000 gold, then the martial spirit pill was a priceless treasure. After all, contracting a summoning grimoire was something only a few people could do. However, stimulating the human body's potential was something that every martial artist needed. Some people, when faced with a bottleneck, could not break through for the rest of their lives. If there was a martial spirit pill, then it could immediately stimulate their potential, break through the bottleneck, and advance to a new level, or even continue to break through. 300 years ago, there was a martial artist who trained hard until he was 40 years old, but his strength was still that of a novice apprentice. He was unable to become a warrior, and was ridiculed by the world as an idiot. However, after he took a martial spirit pill, he immediately stimulated his body's potential and broke through to become a novice apprentice. In the end, this idiot, who was ridiculed by the world countless times, cultivated to a level that was hard for the world to look up to, a level 9 saint. This martial artist who was previously called an idiot by the world was also one of the 2 heavenly imperial guardians of Xianxia kingdom, the ascetic practice saint. Although not everyone could become a saint after taking a martial spirit pill, this ascetic practice saint was indeed able to stimulate his potential because of the martial spirit pill. Only then could he be reborn and achieve his current achievements. If he did not take that martial spirit pill, he might really be an idiot for the rest of his life. The martial spirit pill was 100 times more difficult to concoct than the spirit beast awakening knowledge pill. Just the main ingredient, the hard-shelled dragon fruit, was enough to give the world a splitting headache. It was not because the hard-shelled dragon fruit grew beside the hot springs of volcanoes, nor was it because there was a giant dragon's nest next to it. It was because the hard-shelled dragon fruit ripened once in 1,000 years. If it was not ripened, it could not be plucked and would not have any effect. To wait for it to ripen, it would take as long as 1,000 years. By then, a human's bones would probably have already turned into mud in the grave. Furthermore, once it ripened, there would usually be strong demon beasts who heard the news and came to fight for it. Under all kinds of difficult conditions, the hard-shelled dragon fruit was one of the world's top 10 strange fruits that were hardest to pluck. I can't open it, because the moment I open it, the fragrance will seep out. At that time, all the fire-red ants in the ant nest will go crazy. Respected Ranker, I swear, please believe me. I dare to use my life to guarantee that it is a hard-shelled dragon fruit, and it is a fruit that is definitely ripe. The leader shook his head. He threw the bag high up into the air and it landed in front of Yu Yang. Yu Yang would definitely not trust a stranger easily. However, he had the divine vision and the senses of his innate qi. As for whether it was a hard-shelled dragon fruit or not, he did not need to open the bag at all. The moment the bag entered his hands, Yu Yang discovered that there was a huge amount of energy stored inside. It was so strong that he did not need to sense it to be able to feel it clearly. Yu Yang unceremoniously kept it into his lich ring. Then, he raised his Hui Jin magic blade and said lightly, "If you guys can keep up, then I can send you guys into an ant tunnel. But don't expect me to send you guys out of the cave. I'm not your nanny." Even if Yu Yang did not have the intention to save them, the mercenaries on the platform were still extremely touched. Right now, it was already very rare that he did not hit them when they were down. They all took out their insect bait and threw it far away, hoping to attract more fire-red ants to leave temporarily and create a path for them to escape. Even more people sprayed ant water and insect repellent water on their bodies. There were also people who smeared mud on their bodies, hoping that the effect of the water would last longer. The three men carrying the golden ant eggs on their backs hugged their leader tightly. A few of the most loyal members also took out their throwing knives, poisonous sand, daggers, and other items and handed them over to their leader. They hoped that their leader would be able to increase his combat power a little and increase his chances of survival. They did not even need to think to know how dangerous this trip would be if they went deeper into the ant nest. It was definitely an action with a slim chance of survival. However, in order to save everyone, their leader had decided to stay behind as a hostage and a guide. This was already the best choice. Yu Yang also threw the insect bait that he bought in Hopetown far away, causing a commotion in the ant nest. They pounced towards the spot where the insect bait was smashed and killed any living things that came into contact with the insect bait without any explanation, even if they were their comrades. To them, a strange smell meant that it was an enemy. The purple flames of his Hui Jin magic blade soared into the sky. Yu Yang imitated Yu Chou's first slash, earth-splitting slash, and exploded once again. Compared to when he was in the Yu clan castle, Yu Yang's sword intent had improved a lot. If the previous Yu Yang's first slash, earth-splitting slash, only had a similar sword intent, the moves and power were completely different, but now, even Jun Wu Yu and Elder Yu Hai, who were extremely familiar with Yu Chou's combat skills, would probably recognize it wrongly. The power of this slash was at least 2 times stronger than before. This was still because Yu Yang had purposely suppressed it and did not fully unleash it. "All of you, get out of my way." Yu Yang discovered that a giant ant guard was crawling over with more than 10 fire-red ants. It seemed to have smelled something strange here. Some of the mercenaries that had jumped down from the platform were injured. The smell of fresh blood spread in all directions along with the wind, causing many fire-red ants to turn their heads and use their antennae to sense the situation. Yu Yang knew that if tens of thousands of fire-red ants swarmed over, he would only be able to escape, let alone save anyone. The purple flames of the Hui Jin magic blade in his hands grew bigger and exploded. With a loud boom, the entire space was scorched. The mercenaries felt the heat wave rolling towards them, all of them were frightened out of their wits. In the end, fortunately, only their hair and tendrils were burnt, and did not catch fire like they had imagined. They immediately worshipped Yu Yang's ability to control fire. Because they had all seen the same explosion. The fire-red ants at the front and the 2 sides had their antennae burnt by the purple flames. Countless fire-red ants were rolling around in the flames, unable to bear the pain. This move was simply as cool as the legendary fire god who could control all the flames in the world. "What are you all waiting for?" Seeing that these fellows were scared stiff and looking at him foolishly, Yu Yang was furious. Yes. The wise vice captain was the fastest to react. He stuffed something into the mercenary leader's hand, and then immediately ran towards the path that Yu Yang had opened up, running forward with all his might. A large group of mercenaries followed behind him, striving to outdo each other. Yu Yang continuously slashed at the front, using his purple flames to force the fire-red ants to retreat. He opened up a path with fewer fire-red ants, allowing the mercenaries to run towards the nearest ant tunnel. The vice captain and the black-skinned man, who were the first to rush in, had already started fighting with the fire-red ants in the ant tunnel. Even more mercenaries, in order to survive, also rushed forward to help. The one who stayed at the back was an old man with a golden ant egg on his back. He came over and received the 10 teleportation scrolls from Yu Yang. "Ah how, you must come back. You must. Without you, the family will fall apart. You must remember this." That old man seemed to be the leader's uncle. Before he left, he did not forget to stuff a teleportation scroll into the leader's hand. "I'm fine. You guys go quickly." The leader of the mercenary group called Ah How did not stand on ceremony. He received the teleportation scroll and stuffed it into his robes, then hurriedly ran to Yu Yang's side. If not for Yu Yang's protection, the chances of him surviving in the sea of ants would be 0. Yu Yang saw the mercenaries rushing into the ant tunnel. Those who were slightly slower were crying and begging for their companions to pull them up. However, most of them only cared about running away. Very few of them swam back in the opposite direction to lend a helping hand. In short, it was a chaotic scene. Yu Yang slashed out a stream of fire force, igniting the tentacles of a few fire-red ants that were following behind him. The blade radiance killed the fire-red ants that were about to reach the entrance of the ant tunnel. This could be considered as sending them on their final journey. Yu Yang could not be bothered about whether they lived or died after this. When he turned his head back to look at the leader of the mercenary group, the leader called Ah How used his trembling finger to point at an underground cave where countless fire-red ants were crawling out. His lips were trembling a little as he said with certainty, It's from there." Yu Yang would not bring a burden along with him. He grabbed the leader of the mercenary group and jumped back to the platform. He passed the map over and said, "Mark it clearly on the map, then you can go." "Really?" When the leader of the mercenary group called Ah How heard this, he was stunned at first. He could live, in an instant, he was extremely touched. He thanked Yu Yang profusely and hurriedly marked the route he had taken on the map. In the end, when he took out a teleportation scroll and was about to leave, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Yu Yang. He was touched and asked, "Can you tell me your name?" Yu Yang could not be bothered with this fellow. Could it be that he still wanted to seek revenge? As for repaying his debt of gratitude, forget it. The leader of the mercenary group called Ah How gave a small object to Yu Yang with both of his hands. "We relied on this to get the hard-shelled dragon fruit. We hid it from you because we were afraid that you would go back on your words and not save us after getting the hard-shelled dragon fruit. We have the heart of a vile person. We are ashamed. We hope that you will be magnanimous. We will take our leave now. If I, Zhong Hao, am able to return alive, we will meet again in the future. If you have any tasks for us, the Wild Sand Mercenary Group will be at your service." Twin dragon scissors? I have always been curious as to how you were able to pick the hard-shelled dragon fruit. So this is what you have. Not bad. With this, I don't have to use so much effort to carry the gold-rank dragon-slaying dagger. How many hard-shelled dragon fruits are there down there? Yu Yang lightly tossed the small golden object in his hand and kept it. "We don't know because there are dragons down there. We didn't dare to get too close. At that time, we only took one. When we heard the dragon's roar, we were so scared that we hurriedly escaped." When the leader of the mercenary group thought of stealing the fruit, he even shivered. He hurriedly opened a teleportation scroll and left. There are really dragons? Is it a giant dragon or a flying dragon? Yu Yang's heart was moved. If he could slay a dragon, then his harvest this time would be even greater. Regardless of whether there were dragons down there or not, he must go and take a look. End of chapter 144. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.